Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Good morning, Metroplex. We welcome you to a Tolo Tuesday here on DFW Sports Station with the entire crew. Sean, Sharif, RJ Choppy, Cowboys insider Bobby Belt. We got Peyton, and we are running on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube on DFW Sports Station, your home of the Cowboys and Rangers. And we start off with all the firings and all the moves in the National Football League. Of course, we already knew that Raheem Morris and the general manager in Atlanta were out. Kevin Stefanski, Cleveland Browns head coach, is out. Yesterday, Jonathan Gannon gone in Arizona. Pete Carroll fired in Vegas after year one of his 3-year deal. So the defensive names are lining up.
Yeah, and I mean, that's for the Raiders. That's three straight one-dones.
How much money are they paying to unemployed head coaches?
They're still paying Gruden for like
an LSU amount,
4 more
probably.
years. It's insane. It really is nuts what's going on there. And I thought Mark Davis was cash poor.
Right.
Yet he has all this money to pay out.
Can't even afford a haircut.
The fired coaches, yeah. It's and then anytime a guy gets 1 year, it's weird. But Pete was never long for that job anyway, just based on his age. But I can't say there's a ton of surprises yesterday. Was Jonathan Gannon a surprise to anybody?
Gannon was a little bit of a surprise just from where it wouldn't have been a surprise a week or two ago. But the chatter had started building up, and people were like, it sounds like he's going to get another shot in Arizona. So that one felt a little similar to the Raheem one to me in terms of just you kind of anticipated it at one point, but you had gotten to a point where you thought it wasn't going to happen. On the Raiders, you mentioned 3 one-and-done coaches. If you include the interim coaches they've had, when they start 2026, that'll be the 6th coach they've had coach a game for them in 6 years.
Wow.
What a disaster.
I feel like Raheem Morris is more justified to keep his job than Gannon, even though both were dealing with backup quarterbacks. I mean, you get fired for Jacoby Brissett and whatever is going to happen to Kyler Murray. I didn't realize they lost 14 of their final 15 games this year.
Yeah, the Cowboys are their last win, right?
Yeah.
And if you look at, so they've got
15 and 36 under him.
Sports Info Solutions, and we talked about this a couple weeks ago. Sports Info Solutions created a metric recently where they tried to assign a point value to players that you miss from injury. So they were tracking total games missed to injury, and then they were doing total points missed, which is just a projection basically of EPA. And the Cardinals, by far and away ahead of everybody else in the rest of the NFL, had lost the most points to injury. So Gannon, I think as much as their defense struggled in the second half of the season, I mean, really struggled overall for the year, I think their leading cornerback in terms of starts was Will Johnson, and he started 10 games. So, they were constantly rotating people and flipping them in and out, and they dealt with a lot of injuries. So I think that's part of what his issue was.
Do you think the Cowboys have problems against teams over 500? Arizona has 14 straight losses against teams with a winning record. 14. That's tied for the longest active streak in the league with the Raiders, and that includes 0-11 this past season facing anybody over 500. Of course, Gannon.
It's actually amazing they faced 11 teams that were over 500.
Right. Gannon, for our purposes, was the defensive coordinator with the Eagles in 21 and 22. Made the Super Bowl in 2022. The ties together. Gannon and Cowboys OC Clayton Adams were on the Colts staff in 2019 and 2020. Gannon brought Adams to Arizona to be the offensive line coach in 2023. And Bobby, you tweeted, get Jonathan Gannon an interview.
Yeah, and I think if they go ahead and hurry up and make a decision on Matt Eberflus, I think he will get one because, it fits a lot of what they want. All right, it's a young coach who's, at one point was kind of an ascending star, is in need of an image rehab, and is a former head coach, and kind of checks off those boxes. Now, if you want to go with the continuity angle, quote unquote, the other aspect of that is before he went to Indianapolis. Anybody know where Jonathan Gannon worked for 4 years?
No.
Minnesota Vikings. He worked under Mike Zimmer. He considers Mike Zimmer to be one of his biggest influences. He doesn't do things exactly the same in terms of scheme, but he's talked about before that practice setup, preparation, a lot of it's stuff he learned from Zimmer of how to approach it. So if you want to talk about the guys who were here for Zimmer, Monday through Saturday would probably look similar with Jonathan Gannon as it did with Mike Zimmer. And so guys would maybe feel a little bit of like, yeah, okay, we kind of settled into a rhythm with this previously. But he's, I think he makes a ton of sense to interview for the defensive coordinator spot when it opens up.
But they don't know him.
That was not a problem for them last year. Like, at least for Shoddy hiring the offensive side of the ball. He hired a lot of people he didn't know.
Did you hear anything else or find out anything more on this Eberflus 10 to 12 day timeline?
Yeah, I don't think that's 10 to 12 days. I think we're going to get it this week. And so I would imagine it'll be end of the week, something like that. And I do think that when it opens up, which would be, I think it would have to be a stunning change of heart for it not to. When it opens up, I do think it's going to be Shoddy's hire. Like, I think whoever is hired here as defensive coordinator will be driven by who Shoddy wants.
As Bobby said, Vegas searching for their sixth head coach since 2021. The last coach to be with the organization for at least 2 seasons was Gruden. And for Pete, first time he's been fired in his first season since 1994. New York Jets, 6-10. Tom Brady's in the building. We keep hearing this. Tom is there with Spy Tech, whoever the hell that is, making decisions now after the Raiders lost by double digits 10 times this year under Pete. They were the third team in the Super Bowl era with multiple games in a season with 0 points and fewer than 100 total yards of offense. In Seattle, never fired a coach midseason. In November, with the Raiders, he fired the special teams coach and Chip Kelly in a span of 16 days.
We remember talking about it leading up to it and different things like that. I think everybody felt like when you watched that game that the Cowboys played against the Raiders, it was easy to go like, oh yeah, there's worse than Dallas. That's worse than Dallas. That was to me easy the worst football team you saw all year. They're really, really bad.
And the Chip hire didn't they make a ton of sense. Like, it doesn't seem like it strikes me as someone that would be Pete's style of offense.
Yeah. And Pete's fall off is parallel to Geno. Like, I was like, Raiders are going to win 7 or 8 games. And Geno Smith can be a sleeper fantasy quarterback. And Geno's complete plummet matches Pete's. It makes no sense.
Yeah, I mean, history had kind of flipped, it felt like, in favor of Pete a little bit on quarterbacks after they saw Russell Wilson kind of crash and burn. People were like, oh, maybe Pete was just setting up a scenario where Russ couldn't hurt them too much. And, he just expertly had choreographed it. And he had success with Geno in Seattle. So you started thinking like, okay, this is a baseline that they've got. It was just really bad. I didn't realize, I knew he was one of the older coaches in the league. I didn't realize till Rossini said it yesterday. He set the record as the oldest coach in the history of the NFL last year.
He acts 40.
Pete Carroll did. He doesn't seem like he's the oldest coach in NFL history. Like, I think of
he looks a little older this year.
Paul Brown or somebody who looked 80 his whole life. But
is he done? Totally done?
He's got to be. Yeah, I would think. I mean,
wouldn't take a DC job.
I don't think so. I mean, I saw people on Twitter yesterday saying, "Bring it here, bring him here, have him do that."
Nah.
Do you want to bring in somebody to be your defensive coordinator who tried to take the job from you on a recommendation call?
Kevin Stefanski is expected to speak with the Falcons, Giants, and Titans. If you're Cleveland, you fire him.
And all these teams immediately want him.
Yeah, what's that make you think? Does it make you second guess like a little bit? It would me.
Sure. And look,
say
sometimes
you dump the girl and like 9 dudes are lining up.
Yeah.
Well, she might be easy.
Yeah, she might. But look, I think that
right, Peyton. Know what I'm saying?
I think there's sometimes obviously a case can be made at times for look. We just need a new voice. We need a change. That's not necessarily a reason to fire somebody, but I think that's what their thought process was. We need to change because Stefanski's going to do a bad job. Like, overall, he won Coach of the Year twice. He went to the playoffs. The Browns don't go to the playoffs twice with anybody, except for Marty.
And someone got it to Pete Prisco over at CBS that Stefanski was never in favor of the Watson deal. So that blew up yesterday. So that was smart messaging at this point in time for Stefanski in terms of instilling confidence from his next employer. Jimmy Haslam, by the way, the Browns owner, said he absolutely wants Jim Schwartz to remain with the team. So if you're looking at Jim Schwartz as a fantastic defensive coordinator replacement here, Haslam wants him to stay, and there's your Jerry criticism of, well, isn't that the head coach's pick? Isn't that his decision and hire?
Yeah, and I mean,
same thing or worse.
Yeah, you better be telling me he's hiring an offensive coach at that point then. That should mean you're hiring an offensive coach. Because if you're going to hire a defensive coach and then go like, oh, by the way, you're stuck with whatever philosophy Jim Schwartz wants, then that would be a problem.
Yeah, that wouldn't make any sense.
Browns were the only team since the merger to have a rookie lead them in pass yards, rush yards, receiving yards, and tackles in a season. You can be like, oh, look at this draft class.
Yeah.
But then you're like, look at this season.
Did you see the note about Shador's season?
No.
His QBR was 18.9, and that is the fifth worst mark among 696 quarterbacks who have attempted at least 200 passes since QBR became a stat in 2006. And it's the worst single-season QBR average for any Browns quarterback with at least 6 starts.
Yeah, like I don't know. I just wonder, like, what did Haslam expect this year? Like the offense.
What do you expect any year when you're the Browns? Don't you just kind of go like, it's not going to be good?
But they don't have a ton of playmakers.
Who started for them? Flacco?
Flacco started the year.
Yeah.
And they brought in Gabriel.
Yeah.
And they brought in Shador. And then Watson started practicing in November.
The Titans will interview Raheem Morris for their vacant position. So the Titans are just trying to go ahead and interview everyone.
Yeah, and if he's getting head coaching interviews, I don't think... if you want Raheem Morris here as a defensive coordinator, that sounds like he may have options that are better. So, that may be a similar situation to what you were looking at last year with Robert Saleh, where it's nice that you want to have him here, but he may have bigger intentions than that. So I don't know. I would still keep an eye on the guys that were under Raheem. I think Ulbrich is somebody who makes sense.
What about John Harbaugh in Baltimore? This is the Lamar clip that went viral. I think I'm going to disagree a little bit here with Bobby over the way Lamar answered it to Jamison Hensley. I think it's ESPN Baltimore coverage here on whether he wants Harbaugh back next year.
You asking me about next year, Jamison. Like, I'm so caught up in what just happened tonight. I can't focus on that right now. I just told you, like he asked me, are you stunned? I'm stunned right now. I'm still trying to process what's going on. I know we lost, but that's all.
So he had just answered another question about the future before that, and he had just said, "I don't want to talk about the future." And then they hit him with Harbaugh. That's what. So it sounds like when you hear it, it sounds like it's the first question he's been asked. He's been like, "Guys, the future. Who knows what the future holds? I don't. Well, we can't possibly talk about it." Instead, it's like Lamar had just given an answer before that said, "Don't ask me about that. Just let's talk about tonight. Don't ask me about the future on anything."
Tua told Miami Report, this guy's a space cadet.
Yeah, I'm good. Yeah, move on from me. I don't care.
He goes, yeah, I'd be open to a new start. I'd be open to a new change. And then Mike McDaniel, the other space cadet. So imagine these two brains that we thought were going to be D'Antoni and Nash years ago. I thought that the article was a little bit misleading when I read it, but the headline reads, Mike McDaniel will have GM say there in Miami for Chris Greer's replacement.
Yeah, he says that he says, hey, I'm the coach. I'm hanging around. And there were so many weird stories about McDaniel at the end of the season. They were talking about he would walk around at practice as some weird, I don't know, Mike McCarthy watermelon smash technique. They said that, after Chris Greer got fired, he would walk around practice with a baseball bat. And people were like, what the hell's he doing? But, so he's got, he's trying all these different, buttons that he's pushing. Now he's saying, hey, I'm the coach. That's what I believe. I haven't been told anything different. And now it is. Yeah, he's saying that he'll be involved in the brain trust that evaluates these things. And so I can't believe the flip that he seemingly had, that he is going to be safe. When at one point he was the betting favorite to be the first fired.
I don't know how, who he has photos of. I don't know how he is going to get the power.
He must have pulled up the limo to Stephen Ross's Playing Close Enough with that viral clip of the Dolphins owner saying, oh, why is this 15 feet away and not 5? McDaniels there, is the little... He looks like he could be a limo driver.
Absolutely. It doesn't make any sense, though. He hasn't earned the ability to pick his own boss.
So they are...
I mean, seriously.
He basically was like, I'll weigh in if asked and needed.
They were... they are like they don't get enough credit for just being a disaster organization. Like the Dolphins are really bad. They are Raiders like in terms of the way that they will just screw things up. And I wonder if they just look at it and go, hey, as soon as Greer left, McDaniel turned it around. So Greer was the problem. Now we just got to find somebody to work with him.
They got the best score in the player poll report card. They got A for treatment, A+ for dining, A+ for nutrition, A+ for locker room. Ownership got an A+. I mean, they got A's across the board.
And as the Tolos are pointing out, hopefully everyone bet the over in terms of the coaches fired. So, Black Monday carrying on over. Let's see what happens with Matt Eberflus today or this week. Is Jerry Jones about to spend big? Some people think so. Next on Sean and RJ 105.3 The Fan. The simple truth is there is more to retirement planning than simply just calculating your expenses to maintain your lifestyle through this next stage of life. Trajan Wealth can build a strategy based on realistic options that align with your goals and circumstances. So call Trajan Wealth today and tell them Sean for The Fan send you. If you're interested in wealth management that is designed to protect, maintain, and expand your financial portfolio, Trajan understands the importance of tactical investments and tailored insights for growth in line with your own risk tolerance. Some people have a lot of risk tolerance. Some people have very little. Call Trajan Wealth today to learn more about these strategies. They are conveniently located with 5 DFW offices, and the website is TrajanWealth.com. That's TRAJAN Wealth.com. TRAJAN Wealth.com. Tell them you're a Tolo and that Sean for The Fan send you. Advisory services through Trajan Wealth LLC, SEC registered investment advisor. Client paid advertisement. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
When sports news breaks this morning,
Safe. Protecting your home has never been this easy.
DFWsecurity.com.
And it's back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan segment here, brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck ride, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck attorneys in Dallas.
From news and notes to the coaches and players for America's team, let us go inside the Stars on 105.3 The Fan.
What were players saying on the way out the door in Frisco? Good morning, Metroplex. Shout out to the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. Listening on the radio and the Odyssey app. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan. Thanks for being a Tolo. That stands for Turn It On, Leave It On. We kind of got different messages from defensive players as to the blame game for the Dallas Cowboys defense, which some metric said was the worst in 40 years.
Yeah, I mean, it's a pretty significant metric. It's DVOA numbers. If you look at the DVOA defensive numbers, Aaron Schatz yesterday had said that the Cowboys were the fourth worst defense of all time, and it's the worst since 1986. So it's essentially the worst defense on efficiency and the way that they operate. It's the worst defense in the last 40 years in the NFL. And if you look at the other 5 teams around them on that list, the others combined had 8 wins. So you're talking about Dallas having 7
combined.
Might have been, combined 7, including, it's like the 0-16 lines are in there, and then the other teams, none of them have more than 2 wins. So Dallas getting 7 might have been a minor miracle.
Quinnen Williams on the defensive struggles. Quote, a lot of people kind of put the blame on the coaching all the time. As players, we have to take accountability because we're on the field. And like I always say, cover 3 is cover 3, and it's been cover 3 for 50 years. Man's been man for 50 years. Cover 2's been cover 2 for 50 years. It's on the players to execute when we are on the field.
Garrett would have loved him. Son's been up there for 1 billion years. Will be up there for 1 billion more.
Right.
Oh, he would have loved that.
Kenny Clark on what the defense needs. I just think we need a bunch of dogs, a bunch of guys who truly love it. We always get these same quotes about the Cowboys. Like, need more dogs, need more competition. It's always the same thing. It's just rinse and repeat every offseason. A bunch of guys who truly love and care about football and not just going on the field, expecting to make plays, going home and doing the right things, all the small things all the time. We all know this. It's not like a big talent gap between this team and the next one. It's just all the little things. The teams that can do all those little things all the time are usually the most successful ones. So that's a little practice habit I'm hearing there, and some homework from Kenny on the other guys.
Yeah,
Right there.
I've got to go find the clip last year from Jordan Lewis where you remember there was that week he stood up there at his locker and he just, every question he got asked him, details. We're not good on details. We're not good on details. And
It's been like that around here for 30 years.
so that was the thing. When he got asked at the end, it was the most damning part of the quote was Archer had asked him something like, he's like, hey, is part of this like Zimmer, new defensive coordinator, you got this and this, is that part of the reason that the details are not great right now? And Jordan Lewis looked at him and went, it's always been the problem. Like, the whole time, that's been the problem. We've never been good at details. And it's like, that's pretty bad. That says that something is just, through various coordinators, various players, everything else, just the details are not done right on the defensive side of the ball in Dallas.
All right, we move on to Dante Fowler. When is Nick Harris's piece coming out? Is it already out?
Sometime this morning. It's not out yet.
Because I want to get a quote from Fowler that may be a little bit opposite of Quinnen Williams, but we'll wait for Nick's piece to come out.
He said he'd text me when it's up.
Tyler Smith is looking to get some clarity during the exit meeting about whether he's going to be a left guard or a left tackle. Quote, the biggest thing for me is what's best for the team, but also what's smart for me and my career. So what are they going to do with Tyler Smith?
I don't know. So when he had first talked about it, he made it sound like he didn't want to do it at all. Wasn't up for discussion. These quotes yesterday still sounded like he would rather not, but if he's going to play tackle, it sounded a little bit like you better be ready to get my money right for playing left tackle. So if he's going to make that a stink and they get a sense that, like, hey, there could be a contract negotiation done through this.
But I thought Nick Eatman pointed out it was built in.
So Nick did say, yeah, that was there.
Which is good.
It is good. It could be, though, that they could still hold out. They could go, yeah, that was not intended to be like you flip me immediately to left tackle. That was supposed to be like, hey, if we get near the end of this contract or so no, we're not doing that. We're going to talk separately now. But I think that ultimately my gut says they're going to move him back to left guard. That's where he'll be. But because I just don't know, and we'll be going over this with the personnel over the offseason, but I don't know that with all the holes they have to fill, they can afford to say, let's open up a hole on the offensive line too. Let's move him, and now let's cut a right tackle, and now we've got all this shifting around.
That makes sense.
So this could be a lot of Jerry hype, but my guess right now is that it's going to come to fruition. Brian Broaddus said in the postgame he thinks this season really got Jerry's attention. And Jerry was asked how important this offseason was. Is it one of the most important ones in a long time? And he said, quote, I think we can do some things to maybe make as dramatic a difference as we could have in a long time. Choppy, my guess is that Jerry Jones is going to spend big based upon what they can free up. Some people say $100 million, $110 million. Use your Kevin Hagelin math. I feel like Jerry's going to go out and buy.
Well, because there's a floor they got to hit, right? They got to hit a certain amount anyway. It's also about buying the right guys. It'd be nice if they did. It'd be nice if they did spend. I don't want them to spend on big time names. Like, I don't want just go out. Let's say they have $100 million. I don't want them to go out and get 3 players. Right? That's not going to help. This roster has been top heavy for far too long. They're obsessed with names. They're obsessed with stars. There's very little difference between this and then the early aughts Commanders.
It worked out for him this past offseason.
Huh?
It worked out for him this past offseason.
Which is what?
Just the moves they made for bigger names. Quinnen Williams worked out. Pickens worked out. Javonte worked out.
They made trades, right, obviously. But, I'm talking about, going out and signing. Here's one guy for 30, this guy for 20, this guy for 18. It's just you're getting big names. You have no depth. You're not getting anything. You need 11. You need basically 7 new players on defense, starters. You can't get that with just throwing money at it, a lot of money, right? You need to spend it on, little incremental pieces.
Do you think this could be big cash being spent?
They have to spend something. They can't they can't be Kenneth Murray signings this year. So they've got 2 first-round picks right now, and then they don't pick again until the 4th round. Okay? So 2 first-round picks, you expect whatever you pick, there's going to be starters. Fine. If you look at the most optimistic, and let's assume nobody's a cap casualty, they don't cut anybody, they just are facing their own free agents and the decisions that they have. Assuming no cap casualties, at minimum, the most optimistic take would say you need a starting caliber corner, at least one. You need a starting caliber safety, at least one. You need 2 linebackers who are starting caliber. You need 3 edge rushers who are starting caliber. You need 7 players on defense, minimum. And then obviously Ezraku is going to be one of them. Maybe you re-sign Clyde, but you need at least with Ezraku in Houston. Okay, you need 2 starting caliber edge or 3 starting caliber edge rushers to be in that rotation that they like. So if you're going to do that,
I add 1 to Clowney and Ezraku, and that makes 5 total.
So Clowney, you can even count because right now Clowney's an unrestricted free agent, so you don't know what he'll do. Clowney could count as 1. Okay, so cool. Now you have 6 left. After that, behind that, you still probably, I would imagine you're not going to cut Hooker because you don't want to create another opening at safety. Well, let's say you go sign or you go after a linebacker in the draft in the 1st round, and then you take a safety. Well, okay, now you've still got to find a starting caliber corner on the market, 2 other edge rushers, and then you've got to find another linebacker. And then whatever you've got to do at running back and receiver if you don't re-sign Javonte Williams and George Pickens.
And that leads us to Max Crosby. Diana Rossini reporting, for the first time, league sources believe the Raiders would be open to moving Max. The relationship between the 2 sides remains strained after he was shut down for the season. And Choppy, I think you were out when all the Max Crosby stuff blew up. Mm-hmm. Your take on acquiring him and the cost?
Well, that's the question. Obviously, what is the cost? I'd be all in on getting Max Crosby as a just the player. But if it's going to sacrifice me 2 more number 1 picks, then the answer is just no. It's just no.
What if it, as Bobby was laying out, the Green Bay one and a future one?
No.
The future one being 28 draft. So you keep your first rounder in the 27. You give up. That way you still have 3 first round picks, and you still pick in the first round in 26 and 27. You only don't have a first round pick at that point in 28.
No. They're not close enough.
What about Green Bay first this year and second rounder next year?
Could be talked into it.
I'm leaning no as well because of what Bobby just went through with the exercise of 6 new defensive players. And my dream is, now, if it happened, I'd be excited, but that's just living in the moment. My dream is to turn these first rounders into 4 players. Right. I don't want to go into day 2 not having a pick.
Right. I want to trade down and find a way to get.
Now, it also
more bodies.
depends on who's on the board. Is it the last great name or someone free falling to you, like always happens to the Eagles or the Ravens? Then go ahead and stand in there and make the pick. But man, I'm looking for numbers. I'm looking for quantity more than quality.
Absolutely.
If they could pick 20 or 19 if Green Bay loses this week. Depending on what else happens, Green Bay, the pick would be 19 or 20. If Green Bay wins, then the best that pick can be, turns out, it's like 25. And now you're starting to drop down a little bit. To me, I look at it and just go, okay, if I can trade a first rounder in 28 and I can trade a first rounder this year, I need, like we just went through the list of it, okay, well, then one of those first rounders did get me a starting defensive end, and I know that, and then I don't have to worry about the other pick for 2 more years. So I would do that.
But I'm paying $60 million right off the jump to Max and Pickens, right? They're basically 30 apiece.
Yeah, what you're gonna have to do now. It's not gonna go on your books like that. It'll be lower, unless you do leave Pickens tagged,
right?
And he just plays under that. But I mean, they do have a bunch of different things. The other problem of trying to want to stack it, because I agree, I want to trade back that second pick and pick up second and third round picks. The problem is that you're gonna have to find dancing partners, and it's not a lot of easy move backs when you look back at who's picking at the top of the second round.
Well, then move back from 12,
because now you're walking away from potentially like the real blue chip player.
That's true. That's fine, but that's I'm a risk I'm absolutely willing to take.
877-881-1053 inside the Star on the home of the Cowboys. 105.3 The Fan. Daryl Moose Johnson on how to fix this mess at 8 o'clock this morning. What is the longest that you've ever left your car running? And maybe telling your girl to cook is not the way to go. It's PP in the morning after this. Sean Shreve here for the Low T Center. Let me go ahead and get that energy right. Many Tolos were like you before finding out the T levels at Synergenics and Low T. Didn't even have
and parking is free. For more information, go to rangers.com/fanfest.
And it's back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan segment here brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market, upgrade your vehicle. Get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine today. The back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. More new Chevys than anyone else. All priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
Well, congrats to Peyton Manning. He has found himself on the most toxic show on The Fan, and there's no number 2.
He put together the single worst 30 minutes in live radio history.
That is right. It is another Tuesday at 6:40. It's time for a little PP in the morning. Every single Tuesday at this time. Text in 877-881-1053. And guys, we start off with this story. Sometimes telling a woman to go cook for you is the right move. Right, Bobby?
Sometimes.
Sometimes it's not. And it might cost you your life. By the way, RJ, happy January 6th. This is a pretty awful story here in Fort Worth where a woman has been arrested and charged with murder for stabbing her own uncle to death because he locked her out of the house and told her to go make some food. This is 32-year-old Ashley Sieben-Naller was accused of killing 64-year-old Tony Graham a day after Christmas. Ashley told detectives she was upset Tony, her own uncle, had locked her out of the house and then told her to start cooking food. Apparently, witnesses told police they saw a bloody knife on the couch, and then a few days later, Ashley was arrested.
How do you? It seems counterintuitive. You lock her out of the house and then tell her to cook.
Yeah,
like shouldn't if that's the case? I would think in there. This is
turn on the Blackstone out there.
This is
what grill outside.
This is what almost got me stabbed on Friday night.
Oh my!
Was the fact that she was coming back late, and I had apparently just unconsciously deadbolted the door. And she was like, she thought I was annoyed. She's like, you locked it on purpose. Like, why? I got right up to unlock it when you banged on the window so I would hear you. But
how long was she out there trying to get you awake?
2 minutes.
2 minutes.
Something like I got up immediately. I was like, what sense does it make that I would have done that on purpose to wake myself up from sleep to come unlock it?
Right.
I don't get it.
What I would have reversed and said, what guilty conscience do you have? What did you just do at the casino, skipping the morning show dinner?
Oh, I should have done that.
You should have reversed it. Like, you're walking in here with a guilty conscience.
No, instead I screamed. It was just, it turned into a fight. Yeah, it was a fight. It wasn't good.
All right, so which debate is more justified? I'm not taking this to the act that allegedly happened with the Patriots player or this result in Fort Worth. Not cooking or the 70 versus 68 thermostat argument, which apparently caused the Patriots player to allegedly get physical with his girl. Thermostat? No food. I think it's thermostat.
Thermostat's the worst?
Thermostat's the worst.
Like as a pettier thing to argue over?
No, more justified.
Oh, yeah, the thermostat, like 2 degrees is... I mean, Choppy and I have almost killed each other over 2 degrees in here.
2 degrees is substantial.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, I can always Grubhub stuff. Like, I can get food to my door.
Yeah.
I can't change it if you've got it warm in there.
Sooner or later, you can't take enough clothes off.
I think that, especially if it's like 70 to 68, I'm fine with it on 70. But 72 to 70, now we would have
a jump.
That's a jump.
Yeah.
Big jump.
I can deal with 70, but 72, no. And yeah, I can microwave something or get something out of the freezer.
Man, see, I don't know because I got to eat, but the thermostat's a big thing, and that's something that Mackenzie and I have. We've settled that from day one. You know, she has never touched it. Oh. She might say like, oh, it's a little cold in here. I'm like, well, yeah, because I have it at 69 or 70.
The only time I get upset with Sarah with the AC is if she puts it on and it's not warm enough outside, which is bad for the AC or the compressor stall. Or failure.
Gosh, you're 55 years old, Chop.
I'm not buying a new unit. I'm not buying a new AC unit. Open a window.
You look at Rain and go, we needed this. That's the stage of life you're in.
My AC unit right now, it's driving me insane going from heat to cold. I'm switching every other day with what the hell is happening outside. Hot, cold, on, off. I know the thing's going to blow up. When's the last time does Mackenzie cook for you ever?
Oh yeah, there's meals that she's cooked because I can't do like the
dino nuggets,
like the breadcrumbs on chicken and stuff and like cooking all that. Like I can't do that. Apparently I'm
you can't what?
You can't put breadcrumbs on chicken
and like cook it evenly and stuff. Like it's always soggy to me whenever I cook it or it's overcooked. So I just let her do that. She does it perfectly. So and then mashed potatoes as well. I struggle sometimes with that. You know, sometimes I get the chunks in there. So I let her do that stuff. But every other meal I cook.
Are you a skins on mashed potatoes or skinless mashed potatoes person?
I'm a skinless.
Either
one. I like skin. I like the skin in there.
Either one, man.
Hardier.
But yeah, so with the thermostat, I mean, my biggest thing is the only time I've gotten onto Mackenzie was like if she leaves the house and like I'm gone, let's say I'm on a trip or something with my friends and she's gone for the weekend, I'll tell her like in the summer, hey, turn it up some because I don't want it on 73, for 3 or 4 days. So I have her turn up to like 76, 77. Then I get back and it's still on 73, and I'm like, well, we just wasted a bunch of money.
And how are these guys how do people on the text have the setup for your dinner every night? Like this guy in Fort Worth is acting like Barney Rubble here to where it's like, okay, have the dinner on the table. Like, is she cooking dinner 5 nights a week? Keep it Monday through Friday. Is she cooking dinner every single night of the week? Are you alternating? Is she a stay-at-home wife or mother doing that? Don't tell me you're both working and then she's responsible 5 nights a week for the dinner on the table, because if so, congrats to you. Well done.
Sarah cooks every night.
Every night?
I clean every night.
Oh.
I don't mind doing dishes are easy.
Okay.
That's simple. It's just rinse and I'll hand wash. I'm a hand washer too.
That's good.
Because I just like that. I like using that squeeze thing with on the brush. Yeah, I'm big on that one.
Kristen gets mad that I don't tell her consistently like what time dinner should be. So like my issue is just she wants to make dinner every night, but she's just like, I want to know what time to have it ready so we can all like what time you're going to be ready to sit down and just. I'm like, it varies. It depends on what night if I've got stuff in the afternoon and then my email's a little later, or if I'm able to do the email earlier, like it just depends. I'm not going to be ready to eat at the same time every night.
Just pick a time. And then if you have to warm it, then warm it.
That's exactly how I feel about it.
Let's say 6:15.
But she doesn't like. She wants us all to eat together. She doesn't want us to. She doesn't want me to eat separately.
See, then that's why I like to take control and cooking the food, because I like to make up the time whatever I want to eat. If I'm hungry at 5:15, I'll start cooking at 5 o'clock, and then we'll eat then. So
you sound so tough on the radio.
I'm such a tough guy.
Don't touch my thermostat. Mash my potato lumps out.
Dinner on the table at 5:15.
When I'm hungry, I start cooking it. You just eat it then. I just saw you guys for a few hours. You ain't tough.
That's what I get the radio job for, is to sound tough on the radio. But all right, it's PP in the Morning every single Tuesday at this time. Now let's talk about Jane Slater. A pretty rough Sunday for one Jane Slater. We all know her. Not only did she have to work in the nasty city of Houston, but she also forgot to do one key thing as she was walking out of the stadium, and this is her explaining it.
So I wanted to let you know that I read comments and I find a lot of them amusing. Amongst them today, the one that was particularly entertaining was the fact that I was alerting fantasy owners about a wide receiver that wasn't starting and that fantasy football is over. Guys, I don't know what day of the week it is. I don't know what month it is. And to prove that, been up since 5, smallest violin, I know, but I've been at the stadium since 7 a.m. And I just walked up to my car and realized it's been running since 7 a.m. I've already gone through a half a tank of gas. So cut me some slack.
I'm surprised it's only a half a tank. I mean, 7 a.m. till, probably 4 o'clock? Do they get out there an hour after the game, Bobby?
Sitting idling.
That's a 4-cylinder vehicle right there. It's getting to get that kind of gas.
If my car was sitting idle, like my car right now, it shuts off if you don't have it in drive after like 30 minutes. If it sits in park running for 30 minutes, it shuts off. Yeah.
That's good.
Yeah, mine's an hour, I think. Mine's an hour.
7 to 4. It was sitting there running.
I know exactly how this happened, too.
She's blonde?
I've not talked to her about it yet, but I know exactly how this happened because I experienced it. When she says 7 a.m., I'm pretty sure call time almost always is going to be 6.
What is call time?
It's when she's supposed to just be on set. So that's at least when the crew's supposed to be there. But she's generally, if it's 7 a.m., I guarantee you she probably was like, I didn't do my hair, I had to run in, and she like ran in with like a hot iron and stuff and just totally spaced out. There were so many mornings where she's like blow it in there like 30 minutes before her, and she's like, I don't have time to talk. I got to do my hair and my makeup because I didn't have time to do it before I left.
I've never done this. I've never left my car running. Never. I'm so paranoid. Every time even someone's in my car, we leave the house, I'm like, cell phone, wallet, keys. I have to know everyone has them so we don't forget something at the airport. Cell phone, wallet, keys. Cell phone, wallet, keys. Bobby is the biggest, brain fart in terms of forgetting that type of stuff. Good that his car has that. I can't fathom doing it.
The only time I've done this is when we were going to go somewhere. I went outside to start the car. And we went back in and we decided not to go anywhere. And like a couple hours later, I went back outside. And, the car's still. I forgot to go back and turn it off.
Now, I've left the light on. That sucks.
The headlights? Or the dome light?
The dome light or what's the check yourself
The mirror?
What's that mirror called?
Yeah, just the vanity mirror.
So like I've had this happen. I haven't had it happen to me. My sister did this when we went to Six Flags one day. She left it running for 10 hours. And then we came back out, and it was just like, you are so stupid. And then the other thing is that this happened in our neighborhood when I was growing up. Somebody just had parked their car, grabbed groceries, left it running because they were going to drop groceries off and go back out. In the time they went into the house and came back out, somebody had seen the car, jumped in, and drove off with it.
It drives me crazy when I go home and like Amanda will just leave the garage door open. And I'm like, what do you want, snakes in here? You want mice? You want rats? She's getting groceries and forgets with the kids. And I'm like, why is the garage door left open? So if she left the car running, I think the good news here is, and I wouldn't care if I was Jane, I think it was a rental.
Yeah.
You got the rental SUV there.
Right. So you got to fill it up with gas, but it's an expense account.
Right.
So
and it's not
way,
damaging your car,
right.
if it damages it whatsoever.
Right. It's not your problem. Let's see. Stay-at-home wife cooks every night, meal preps every day.
Oh.
I cook breakfast on the weekends. Let's see. I cook any night she's working. She likes to cook, but in order to get her workout in, I'll cook. My wife did this, came back from a weekend trip. The car ran out of gas. Never done this before. Tell me Bobby takes Adderall without telling me Bobby takes Adderall. Eat at a consistent time is a struggle.
Yeah, and I've never done anything like this, but what I've done recently, it's like the last couple months, is it's happened once a week where I will pull up in the driveway or at work in the parking spot, and I'll park the car, but not actually. I'll just step on the brake and I'll turn the car off without putting in the park, so it beeps at me and saying, "Hey, you're not in park." I don't know why I started doing that. For some reason, I've done it at least once a week for the last couple months.
Have y'all ever backed out of the garage? I know you haven't, Bobby. Without opening it and hit the garage?
No.
I've done that. My mom's done that. My dad did that.
I'm terrified to start the car with the garage door shut because of the whole, fumes and everything.
Breathing in the fumes.
Yeah.
I've put it in the wrong gear before. Like if I'm supposed to reverse and I put it in driver, I'm supposed to, like I've done that just unconsciously.
PP in the morning every Tuesday at this time with Peyton, Phillip, Russell here on DFW Sports Station, commercial free in the Expressway at 7:20. Ask Reddit at 7:40, and Daryl Moose Johnston at 8 o'clock on your home of the Dallas Cowboys. Anthony Davis wants to stay? What? Next on 105.3 The Fan.
But fast breaks, buzzer beaters, block parties are back, and Underdog is the best place to get in on all the action because you make picks and win money right now in
by our D&M Leasing Studio. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Good morning, Metroplex. It's a Tolo Tuesday here with Sean and RJ. We got Cowboys insider Bobby Belt. We got Peyton, and we are in full effect for the new year. Happy 2026. Thanks for being a Tolo. That stands for Turn It On, Leave It On. Back to the Cowboys off season at 7:20. Ask Reddit at 7:40. We're commercial free in the expressway at that time. And Daryl Moose Johnston at 8 o'clock. Shams reports that Trae Young is working to get out of Atlanta. The Hawks and his representation working with him on a deal. So they have started talks over the last week to try to find a resolution. You've always been, I think, probably a little bit bigger Trae Young fan than I have.
Well, I like people who score and don't play defense.
And chuck. Chuckers.
Big fan of chuckers.
Yeah.
The whole defense.
But I thought normally you liked efficiency.
Well, yeah, he's inefficient as hell. But
the numbers look good.
Yeah,
20 and 10, leading in the league in assists.
The raw numbers, they do look good on him. I think Trae's a good. He can't. I don't think he's not one on a championship team.
Would you want him back here in exchange in an AD deal?
I don't know. You can have no. He's too much of the ball goes into the black hole, right? It never comes out again. So
yeah,
I'd be out on that.
Well, Tim McMahon, I did not have this on the bingo card at all, but it's just another example of once people, and particularly athletes, they come to DFW, they don't want to leave.
They don't leave.
Tim McMahon on ESPN.
AD's preference would be to stay in Dallas and to get that extension this summer. Now, does that make sense for a team trying to build around a teenage prodigy? I think you can answer that question on your own. As far as the outlook, look, the Mavericks are trying to generate a good trade market for Anthony Davis. That is difficult because of the durability issues, and I think more so the dollars. And in a situation like this, Rich Paul is going to be involved. They are going to want AD traded somewhere that is willing to give him a long, lucrative extension. And I just think mid-season it's going to be very difficult for Dallas to make all those pieces fit.
Wants to stay? What?
Like you said, they all want to stay.
This is like Nico at the Cotton Bowl. It's like, how are you not out of town? Watch, Matt Eberflus will still end up living here after he gets run this week.
Listen.
It's like you said the other day at dinner, you're like, golf 4 straight days in January, end of December, and then I think you wrote in your email, capital letters, I love Texas.
Yeah, no state income tax. We'll do a lot to keep guys here. You could put up a lot when you're not paying an extra 13%. That's what Nico's going to have to do. That's what Anthony Davis is going to wind up doing.
This is...
wants to stay.
So this is... I don't understand because literally it was just like 2 months ago when Nico got fired or whatever it was that... Anthony Davis sounded like he could not get out of here fast enough in his first media availability. He even invoked twice Nico's vision and almost like he was trolling them. He goes out there wearing the Jordan Love jerseys on the side, like when he's in his street clothes. He's not seemed like he wanted to be here at all. The only thing I can think, this is my optimistic view. I'm going to try and be a little bit of sunshine and lollipops this morning.
Oh, baby.
This is the Mavericks brass. This is the new Mavericks brass learning. Remember how we were like, why weren't you trying to float the idea a little bit of Luka getting traded? So you could have seen fan reaction and known we shouldn't do this. So now they've floated the idea of hey, Dumont maybe wants to see all three of them together. Maybe AD wants to stay here for the long term so that they can then see fan reaction and go, okay, no, never mind, don't do that because they clearly would not like that. We're not doing that.
I thought you were going to say floated out there AD wants to stay to have other teams.
Yeah, that too value. The idea of
more aggressive.
Yeah, we got to pay up a little bit more because he wants to stay there. We got to make it worth his while. So yeah, I hope that's what I'd like to think. I think the reality is just probably he may actually want to stay here, which would be awful.
Well, what's becoming a bigger problem to me now, more than the compensation you get back, is getting someone else to bite on the $60 million opt-in and then the extension. If I'm another team, I'm worried enough about the injuries, but then I got to look at $60 million and an extension. Good luck.
It's a lot, man. You've got to do all that. If they bring him back, I couldn't imagine. I really can't imagine the vitriol.
Would you rather? Okay, give me the pick return that would have you prefer to bring him back instead of taking. What if it's a 1? A 1 in the 20 and below range.
No first round pick is what would make me say just keep him. But if it's at least a first round pick, I'd rather. There's no future here with him. Like that's not what this team's going to be. So like no, I'd rather just at that point get even one first round pick. But it can't be 20 cents on the dollar, really, right? Like there's no way that's what they're actually going to get in return. They need to get Nico another job somewhere is what they need to do.
Yes.
And then like just put in a good word for him somewhere that has a lot of picks, maybe. You can put a good word for him at the Hawks. The Hawks are right now slated to have the number 2 pick. Get it from them.
Nick Angstad came out with just a proposal. Who says no? The Hawks get Anthony Davis, Najee Marshall, and Corey Kispert. The Wizards get Trae Young. The Mavericks get the expiring contracts from Porzingis, CJ, Atlanta's first, Oklahoma City's first via Washington. So you get 2 1s and 2 expirings.
Gosh. I would, yeah.
Again, all of this circles back to.
It's not going to get much better than that.
In the end, for Luka, you got Porzingis back.
So it would be
and it would be an expiring, but that's still it'd be
2 expirings.
It'd be hilarious.
2 expiring and 2 first.
Atlanta's one this year.
2026 first. They're not going to give that up, though. I don't think.
Well, they've already given their first. It goes to San Antonio.
Oh my God!
But they get another one. They have Cleveland's one. So right now that would be 60.
They have New Orleans one.
Well, I mean, Tankathon says Cleveland's one.
Well, they have both of them. I'm saying.
Oh, they do have both of them. Yes. So I don't know which one.
Well, they're not going to give up the 2.
I wouldn't think so. And the other one was Oklahoma City's through Washington.
And right now the Mavs pick at 7. So that's at least good. Picking at 7th. We need Cooper Flagg to stay firmly cemented right in the middle of this rookie wall. Just stay on. Just drive on the wall a little bit more and then break out after some All-Star break rest. Although maybe he's in the All-Star game. I don't know. But pick at 7, okay. Did they say it's a 6-player draft, by the way?
It's more than that.
Okay.
By the way, this is supposed to be like
it's really good.
Really good draft.
No, hang on. Hang on. I hate when we do this, especially with NBA draft.
What?
When I say it's a 6-player draft, I'm talking about 6 franchise players. So when you tell me, and I mean franchise players. So when you tell me no, it's supposed to be 9, don't tell me there's 9 franchise players. And I don't even believe there's 6 franchise players. Don't tell me, I don't believe when they're like, Cooper Flagg would be the 6th player in this draft taken.
What if I tell you
I don't believe that.
Okay, so franchise players, but what if I tell you it runs 10 All-Stars deep?
Okay.
Like so franchise players, it's maybe the top 5, and then like you've got.
Is that what they're saying? It's 10 All-Stars?
Is Trae Young a franchise player? Like, would you say like a 20 and 10 guy is a franchise player?
Probably.
Well, then they have 10. If you're putting Trae Young in there, I don't think Trae Young is
I'm just saying, like, if you're a 4-time All-Star and you're 20 and 10,
yeah,
I'm not thinking of Trae. Trae's not a guy I'm going to win a title with. But if you tell me Trae's resume is 4 All-Stars, 20 and 10, I'm taking that.
Yeah, like I know nothing about the.
I just like 20 and 10, not at 28% shooting.
Yeah, I don't know. I'll tell you this. This is one of the first drafts I've seen in a long time, or that I can remember leading up to it, where the top 10 might be all college kids and no international players.
Okay.
What's
your point?
I don't really have a point on that one.
I'll make the point for you. I don't even know what the point was. I'm going to make it up right now. The point is, Sean, is that when you get through the top 10, you see all college players. That means that the NBA is telling you that these 10 are talented enough to pass on guys who've been playing professionally for the last few years and are better prepared for the NBA.
Satisfactory for you?
Yes, but stay away from Nate Ament. Don't get him.
All right, let's hit the keg.
I'd like to know where Lou Holtz is. I'd like to know where Lou right now.
Well, I win. Google me.
We're not hosting an intergalactic kegger down here.
This is awesome. From Pete Thamel and from Cody Campbell. There is a giant billboard in Times Square. Welcome to Lubbock, Brendan Sorsby. Paid for by Cody Campbell and the Texas Tech Red Raiders. Now, why is this big? Because this is what money can do. This is what money can buy. It can buy happiness. It can buy players. I can guarantee you that no less then 60% of the people that see that billboard in New York City have zero idea there's a school called Texas Tech. People in New York City are so up their own, you know what? They have no idea. They have never heard of Lubbock, Texas. They have never heard of Texas Tech. They don't know anything about college football because that's just the way it is. They think college football ends in State College, Pennsylvania. Maybe South Bend, Indiana. So this is how out of touch they are. But this is also the new era of college sports, of college football. Indiana, Vanderbilt, and Texas Tech have replaced Clemson, Alabama, and Auburn. They've just replaced them. They have the money, and those are the schools either because of Dabo refusing to spend it, Alabama and Auburn not having the same kind of NIL that, obviously Texas Tech. I mean, Vanderbilt, Colin Cowherd said it great. The Alabama boosters own some car dealerships. The Vanderbilt boosters own the car companies. All right, and that's kind of how it is.
Have you seen these advertisements on social media, like particularly Facebook? I've seen them a lot. This buy your loved one their picture on Times Square while you're in New York. Like you can do this little app and pay for them.
No, but I would do that.
So okay, see that you would do it. So you're the perfect. You're perfect. I didn't even see, but you're the perfect person to ask. Then I look at that and go, why? I look at Sourceman and I go why is the
Yeah.
I don't know that it's as cool as I would not be impressed by it if they did. If they were trying to impress me and they did, I would not be impressed by it. I'd be like, okay.
I want to put into my next contract. I want a billboard.
Single billboard.
No, not single, but I think I'm going to have to take single. Yeah. Look, if the Freak could do it and then fail, we should be able to do it while lasting for 15 years. They had someone draw, pictures all over town before they came down quickly, I think, within a year. So we should be able to do it. But I think it's cooler if you're in Times Square as a couple. It's got to be up there for, I don't know, what do they give it, 30 seconds, a minute? It's iconic. It's iconic. If you're in Lubbock and they put it up there, kind of who really cares? But that's iconic. And if you're there and your picture can be put up, I mean, I'd rather that. Like that Diddy sign. If you watch the Diddy documentary and he paid for the Sean John or whatever it was with a fist in the air, that's freaking badass. To me, that's awesome.
15 seconds.
Oh.
For $150.
Oh, 15?
$10 a second.
I'm in.
15, man. Oh.
I'm sure the Cody Campbell one was probably rotating all day or stayed up there for a while.
Yeah. Meanwhile, Bobby, you say the SEC cult is dead?
Yeah, look, so Outkick, and we don't read from them often, but Outkick had written about how Alabama never should have been in the playoff, and the Rose Bowl loss hurts ESPN and the SEC's reputation. It's all right, slow down. Alabama did earn their spot this year. This wasn't like last year where they shouldn't have been in there.
Yeah, but beating Oklahoma, that was my whole thing. Notre Dame, all these fans were saying, "See, this Indiana game shows they shouldn't have been there." Well, they already won. They won a game.
Alabama should have been in, but this is once again showing that the SEC as their image, Rome has fallen, is what it is. This is now the SEC. This is 2 years in a row that the SEC has given completely underwhelming performance in the CFP. Last year, Texas scraped by against a weak Arizona State team. Tennessee got run by Ohio State. Georgia was upset in what was essentially a home game against Notre Dame in the Sugar Bowl. Then you got Ole Miss. This year, you've got Alabama advancing after they beat another overrated SEC team in Oklahoma before they get destroyed by Indiana. Then you got Ole Miss advancing against a G5 school, and then they beat another fraudulent SEC team in Georgia. In fact, since the CFP expansion, the SEC is now 0-3 against the Big Ten, and the average margin of defeat is 25 points. They are getting destroyed by these Big Ten teams. And if you actually broaden it back to before the SEC expanded, then and you include Washington and Texas as teams that were SEC and Big Ten since they were going in the following year, then the SEC's lost 5 straight. And their last victory was the 42-41 Georgia victory in Atlanta over Ohio State, where Ohio State missed the field goal at the last second, and then Georgia goes on. The Big Ten is, at this point, proven themselves to be a better December and January conference than the SEC.
Especially at the top. Especially at the top because they have more money. They just do. They have the NIL budgets. They have.
And that's why Saban wants to end it.
No, he doesn't want to end it.
He wants to end it in under like his terms.
I think what he wants is and I agree. He wants to have a calendar. Like, that's the number one thing. He needs to have a calendar.
Well, the number one thing is he hates NIL.
He does, but I think he understands it's not going anywhere.
Yeah.
They have to change the calendar so you don't have coaches leave.
By the way, brought us text. I beg to differ with Choppy. If you watch Landman in New York, you know what Texas Tech is. I don't know what any of that means, but I know Landman is a
you
good
gotta
show.
watch it. It's huge. So good. It's so good.
Great. So good.
Double B.
Although this year,
brought us text me back from yesterday. You complained about me not responding.
I'm a little disappointed in this season.
Yeah.
Too much wife and daughter.
You said 2 weeks ago there's no such thing as too much Allie Larder when I said there was too much of her.
Well, listen, that was my opinion 2 weeks ago.
I feel sorry for Sarah every day that goes by. 877-881-1053.
Reserve the right to change my mind. I think people think that's crawfishing and hypocrisy. I call it growth.
It is the last post-Hut clarity of the Cowboys season. What went right and what really went wrong. Not for that Giants garbage. For the Dallas Cowboys this year. And end of the year, post-Hut, commercial free in the Expressway is next. But let me go ahead and get you set up with a Tolo team of attorneys at Franklin & Franklin.
fans comfortable all season long. Subscribe to Love of the Star wherever your favorite podcasts are found.
Hey, and it's back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan. It is the Expressway right now on The Fan, and it's brought to you by the On Time Experts.
I had what alcoholics refer to as a moment of clarity.
You watch it and you're super into it. It's like really exciting. The storyline's good. And then you finish it and I'm looking at the film and I'm just like, I was watching it?
Stop calling them films.
I mean, that is gross, and those people are getting paid.
How good was Jonathan Mingo Sunday against the New York Giants?
No.
Well, let's talk about it. Let's dive deep into this Cowboys-Giants game. It wasn't enough to watch it once. Let's watch it 2 times and then go back and relitigate it.
Did you rewatch it?
I watched some things. Like, I went back and looked at, like, certain aspects of it that I wanted to see. But, no, I didn't watch the whole thing back. It was not necessary at all. But I did go back, and yesterday I was trying to, and I've done this a little bit over the last week or so, where I've been looking back at the season in general and trying to get a handle on some things and trying to reflect on, like, okay, what did this, I remember thinking this about this game, but how bad did it look? Some of the stuff with Eberflus, I've gone back and looked at, like, early in the season, like, did it improve? And we were just kind of, like were we being too harsh critics? Not that he should stay, but were we being too harsh and not realizing, like, okay, it did improve a little bit as they went along. And so I went and took a look at a few different things and came away with some thoughts.
Finish your bacon.
I know. First up, I don't know that CeeDee Lamb was really healthy after the Bears game.
That makes sense.
So, I mean, does it? Like, he said, I think he missed 3 games. And it was 3 or 4 games, and it was an ankle. But essentially, if you include the game actually against the Bears, it was because he played like a quarter.
Yeah,
he basically missed 4 games. And when he came back, he had a couple decent games. He had like 3 straight 100-yard performances during the season. That was all strong. But did you feel like, because this is what I definitely felt like watching it back over the last week or so, did you feel like watching him live, like, this isn't quite him. This isn't quite the dude we've seen the last couple of years?
No, I didn't look as closely as you, but, you know, the Chicago game was week 3. What do you mean he wasn't healthy? I watched him with performances after George Pickens kind of took over as the one in our minds, and it was like, okay, CD has reestablished himself as the one. So how could he have done that and then not been healthy?
Well, I think he's that good. Yeah. Like I think him being that good, I don't think it was like he was 50% of himself.
So what physically didn't look right?
I think the moment you sprain an ankle, first of all, it's never the same again.
Well, it's
that year. You're going to need like some serious rest on it.
I was going to say it's hard with high ankle sprains to ever like because unless you give it the layoff of like 6 weeks, it's really hard for it to be fully functioning the way you need it to right away.
It could function until you could play. Yeah, it may be just instead of being 100%, it could be an 85, and you can still play on that.
So I think it showed up when I was watching him this year. So when you watch him run routes, his releases off the line of scrimmage, which are just the various ways that the footwork that he has, the different things that he does to like sell his route, he was not getting as much separation off of his releases as he normally does. And it didn't look as clean when I was like now I could be circumcising mosquitoes, but when I went back and was watching, okay, let me go, started jumping back and looking at like 23 and 24 and like watching him earlier in the year and go like, does this look the same? And it didn't look like he was winning as cleanly as often. And early in the season, he looked really good. And he still had good games along the way. I'm not saying he was 50% this year. I think he was playing at like 90. But I think he was probably bugged by it throughout the year. It didn't look as clean. And this is obviously this is dependent on red zone and different things like that. But it is kind of nuts to think CeeDee Lamb finished 4th on the team in receiving touchdowns this year.
Wow.
4th. He was behind Pickens, Ferguson, and Flournoy. Flournoy had more receiving touchdowns than him this year. And if you include, obviously, rushing touchdowns, he finished 5th on the team in touchdowns, which you would not have anticipated earlier in the year. He had one more than Kevontae Turpin, Malik Davis, and Dak Prescott this year. So he finished with 3 touchdowns. Just didn't look totally there. I think it'll be good for him to have the offseason
75 catches, barely over 1,000 yards, and 3 touchdowns. I mean, you're disappointed in that if you drafted him in fantasy.
You are, but yeah, obviously you missed. So let's say you add 3 games to his ledger. He's upwards of 90 catches. That's more respectable because he's probably now at, 1,300 yards?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. That's more respectable.
Yeah.
So if you actually look at it, too, if you look at the top, in terms of CeeDee Lamb had the most 100-yard receiving games for them this year. He had more than George Pickens did. But if you look at just raw, best performances yardage-wise, then CD had one of the top 8 receiving performances that they had this year on receiving yards. Flanoy had 2 that were higher than, if you take their top 2, Flanoy had 2 of the top 8, Pickens had 5 of them, and then CD had 1.
And they would say, there you go, CD took attention.
Yeah.
And freed up the others.
I mean, that's honestly part of it. Now, also, Pickens performed some of his best games were when CD was out. He just took over. But it did just look like he was a little bit lagging. The next thing here in Post.Clarity as we look back at the 2025 season, Tyler Smith should go back to guard. Now, I don't know, because there was the question earlier in the season, I think he started looking better as the year went on, but there was that section of the year where he definitely was hobbled, his leg was bugging him. Because you remember when he was sat out that game, nobody, I don't remember what that was week 5 or 6, nobody thought he was going to miss, leading up to the game. They're yeah, he's on the injury report, but he's going to play. And then it kept him out, and then he may have been out another week. But when he came back, he just didn't. There were a couple weeks where he was having real problems that he doesn't normally have. He kind of settled in, found a rhythm. Him at tackle, though, and I know it's different, especially the pass protection. Zach Martin has always said that he thinks it's a little overrated, the switch from guard to tackle when talking about run blocking, because he's your footwork's the same a lot of times. It's not that different. But the pass blocking is where he says that's where you're the most clunky and trying to find a rhythm and doing things differently. I think he's a really good tackle. I think he's a great guard. And I don't know. The question that they're going to have to ask themselves, I think, is, are we better with Tyler Smith? Tyler Smith's clearly a better left tackle than Tyler Guyton is. In terms of ability.
Tyler Smith is clearly better at left tackle.
In terms of his ability. It took him a couple weeks to knock off the rust, but ability and things like that, he's better. So the question, though, is, are you better with Tyler Smith at left tackle and then Hoffman or Bass or whoever at guard than you are with Tyler Smith at guard and Guyton at tackle? And I don't think you are. I think the unit as a whole functions better that way. I like what Guyton's showing upside-wise. I still think a lot of what happened with Tyler Smith this year, bouncing out to tackle at the end, is more about them trying to figure out, all right, can we put Tyler out here so that we can move Guyton to right tackle and we can cut Steele? So I still think it's more about Steele than it is about Guyton, but I would just, especially with all the holes that you already have heading into this offseason and the money that you have and the picks that you have, I would leave the tackles as they are heading into next year. I would let Steele come back and just not take the $8 million savings. I'd do a restructure or something, but Tyler Smith, I think, just plays better back at guard. Next one. Ryan Flanoy is a legit number 3 receiver. Now, there's this fight or this question that exists that it's the Michael Gallup question.
Real quick, going back to Steele, because he is always a lightning rod for criticism amongst the fan base. And Broadus asked Chiafalo last week, are we too hard on Terrence Steele? I feel like you're biased towards Steele. You got your connection there. His PFF grade's a 66. So are we too hard on him, RJ? Where do you stand with Steele at right tackle?
I feel like basically every right tackle since Mark Colombo has been kind of disrespected a little bit. Doug Free was a good player.
Yeah.
Good, solid player. It just, I'm okay with him. I don't think he's a great player. I'm okay with it.
Is he that much better in run blocking?
Than whoever you could put out there?
No, pass blocking.
Yes. Yeah.
See, that's the problem with us just watching it as fans, because you notice the pass beats.
Yeah.
You notice when...
It's like officials. You notice when they mess up.
Yeah. And you're not going to notice oh my God, that's Terrence Steele, opening up the hole on the right side.
He is... I bet if we took the starting...
his whiffs look bad.
I bet if we took the starting tackles across the NFL, the starting right tackles, I would bet you he's... If I looked at every single one of the consistent starters, he would be middle of the pack and maybe a little bit less in pass protection.
In pass pro, this is just PFF. Again, overall grade, he's right in the middle. 41st out of 85 tackles. Pass pro, 66 out of 85. Run blocking, 23rd out of 85.
Yeah. So he's basically that's what it is. If you take him against other tackles across the league, and that's PFF is grading that as entire tackles too. So he's going up against a lot of left tackles there. But when you look at the right tackle position, he's probably middle of the pack to back half in pass protection. So if that's really important to you, you probably don't like Terrence Steele very much. He's probably a top 10 right tackle in terms of run blocking. Like he's that good and that strong, and the way he works with the guards and combination blocks is really, really strong. I just think that you can get by with him in pass protection. You win with him in run blocking. I don't know that any other combination that you set up is functioning at a level that equals that. You may be just getting by at left guard in both if you switch things up.
Moose Johnson will join us at 8 o'clock this morning after Ask Reddit. We are commercial-free in the Expressway.
93% on the pass block win rate.
I don't know. I don't know what it means.
That he wins 93% of the time?
Pass block win rate was 93%. It's 18th. That's among...
how does that make sense off the...
Is that all tackles? Yeah, that'd be offensive tackle. That's what that's
so
called.
how does that make sense when we just said his weakness is pass blocking?
Because it's a stupid stat that ESPN created. Like, I mean, there's things about it that are...
I don't think did they create it?
Yeah, it was ESPN. ESPN started it. It works better on the defensive side. Even still, that's a little bit shoddy. But win rate is basically... They don't have like the exact specifics of it, but it's about winning the rep by a certain time. And if you're a Dallas offense, which in a lot of instances throughout the year is drop back, quick strike, throw, like you're not even getting to 2.5 seconds of when they're trying to get the ball out. They're just quick passing. Well, Steele may have not lost in 2 seconds.
Yeah.
So, he won. And it's like, well, he may not have even done everything right on that play, but he won because he didn't give up the pressure there.
Yeah.
So that can be a little flaky sometimes. Ryan Flanoy, I think, is legitimately, it's the Michael Gallup question probably, or that I anticipate we're going to start going along, and that's going to be the question of, like, Michael Gallup was a 3. Then it's like, oh, he's a 2. And then it became, could he be a 1? It's like, no, he's not a 1. Back it up. The question is, he's a great 3, Gallup. He's a good 2, depending on where you're talking about, like depending on what the team is, and he'd not be a 1 in any circumstance. Flanoy's a really good 3 right now. Like the way that he attacks his routes and how strong his hands are, he's really impressive as a 3, especially when you're talking about the looks that he gets with Lamb and Pickens on the field. Could he grow into a 2? Maybe. Like, he does look like he has some upside to where he can continue to get better and win more consistently, and then he could be a functioning number 2 in some situations. But right now, I think slam dunk, easy, no question about it. Once you get Pickens locked in, whether that's as a tag or getting an extension done, that receiving core is 100% set. I would not mess with it. I would not bother putting anybody else out there. There's no need to rotate anybody in.
Yeah,
Those should be your 3 receivers.
I can't think of the last 3 who put up the season that Flanoy just did that I feel is good about. Like Tolbert, yeah, he had the amount of touchdowns last year. Never felt as good about Tolbert as what Flanoy did this season.
Probably Cobb. That year, depending on if you saw Cobb or Gallup as the guy, that was 3. But Cobb that year was like 800 yards. Gallup was like 1,000. Cooper was 1,000. So that was probably the last year where, and similarly, great offense that missed the playoffs.
But Gallup was the 2?
Gallup, basically in 2019, Gallup had started to kind of blossom into that. So there's just a question of Coop was the 1. But there was a question of like who, it wasn't as clear cut as like where it's, okay, this is Pickens and Lamb and then there's Flanoy.
Yeah.
There was a little bit of a question of who was getting most of those looks. I'm worried about DeMarvion Overshown. It's so impressive the way that he attacks his rehab and the way that he maintains the attitude that he does. And we talked about, I loved that article over at ESPN that had talked about his rehab that we read from Archer, and where he talked about like the way he was setting goals of like, I'm not going to propose to my girlfriend until I can drop down on the knee that I had surgery on. Like he's such an impressive dude. When he was back this year, you saw it's like it's not there yet. Now you hope, all right, it's literally that's the rust that he's got, and he'll be able to knock it off. He'll have a full off season, and then he'll be fine. But you never know when it's back-to-back injuries like that if they're going to be able to come back the same. And it's enough of a question now that you're like, it doesn't look Jalen Smith bad or anything, but it's like,
do I need to acquire it, replace it, or act like he's not on the roster? That's the thing.
He's
I didn't notice one splash play. I would have bet money I would have gotten one when he came back. I didn't notice one splash play where I was like, oh, there's Overshown. I hate saying it. I almost wish I didn't see Revel or Overshown at all this year. Yeah. Now, maybe it helps them in terms of...
I saw Revel chasing.
Yeah, maybe it helps them in terms of... The question is was it unfair to them? Will it help them in terms of experience? Or would they have just been better off not coming back at all and then heading into the offseason and next year... closer to 100%.
Revel shouldn't have played, I don't think. And not even because he wasn't I think he was healthy enough. I think he was as healthy as he's going to be. But to me, it's like a young corner. Do I want to go out there and destroy his confidence right away because he's trying to knock rust off? And do I know if he's properly contextualizing that in his head? That's a dangerous risk. With Overshown, he was healthy. He was ready to go. The question is just, is there rust there, or is he just kind of working it back? I think for him, it makes sense to have brought him back because Overshown wants to be seen as an example of guys, this is how you do it. And so I got back on the field. You guys can do that. And so he wants to lead that way. But I am a little concerned.
We need to see in minicamp or OTAs or in Oxnard the burst back. Have to see it. Otherwise, I'm going to be officially scared.
Yeah.
The problem is it's hard because they don't wear pads the way they do. They don't practice at full speed.
So that's...
Well, you can still see him run.
So he didn't, obviously... He wasn't playing at the end because of the concussion. But again, I do think that was part of the purpose of why Shoddy kept playing a lot of guys. It was the whole compete thing, but I think it is, again, also just all right, let's steal time and pads that we're not going to get for some of these core guys once we get into the summer. And then last note here in Post-Nut Clarity as we look back at the Cowboys season, there's got to be a discussion about Shoddy calling plays.
Ooh.
I think he's good at it. That's not the problem. There's two issues here that exist, though.
Yeah, the way he calls that, hey, let's try to draw him off sides on 4th and short. Amazing.
There's two issues.
Your overreaction to that is so dumb.
It really. No, I'm sorry.
It makes
that is so dumb. That play
you
never works.
You lose nothing. You're complaining about it the other day. I don't even think you know the scenario of the game situation. You absolutely lost nothing. You ended up calling a timeout and doing what you wanted anyway. In that scenario, your point makes no sense.
Interesting how you pronounce scenario.
Scenario. I'll
tell you what it did. It wasted my time.
Okay,
that's what it did. It wasted my time.
Hey, you lost nothing by trying to draw them off, and then you just move on to the next play and do what you want anyway. Other instances earlier in the year, I agree with you. I agree with you in other instances, but for that game, they didn't lose anything.
In a one-off, it's not a big deal, like you said. But we had seen it 38 times already this year. I was just done with it.
I think Shoddy's especially if we were to go back and listen to the shows we did probably in late January, early February, the way we were talking about Shoddy as a play caller, I bet we would have taken this 10 times out of 10 what he ended up being, because there was a whole R2P2 and everything. He was not that. They were one of the most aggressive passing teams in the NFL this year, and they want to push the ball vertically. So all that's great. There are times it feels like where Shoddy lets off the gas at times, especially in the passing game. He just kind of pulls back, and I don't know if it's, hey, let's settle into a rhythm or let's try and bleed some clock. I don't know what the mindset is, but it looks at times where it's why aren't you just finish it? Kill him a little bit. There's
a lot of red zone complaints from Tolos too.
Field tightening up is something that he's got to figure out. I think he's a good play caller. The bigger concern to me is going to be in the fact that if Shoddy's not calling plays, does he recognize 2 weeks ago that the defensive coaching staff doesn't understand their rotations and who's supposed to be on the field? Does he have to, if he's going to have to spend time in the defensive coaching room, if he's going to have to do this, if culture's the big thing to him, too, if that's if he says hey, nothing can happen, we can't win here at all unless culture's right, that's got to be the very baseline. Should that be the entire focus? Because defensive culture didn't look like it was great this year. So is he preoccupied with what's going on with offensive plays? And are you getting enough of an advantage that way that you would, or what you'd be losing by going to Clayton Adams than if you were to do that? I think he was a good play caller this year. I would, if he was the offensive coordinator for this team, I wouldn't really have a ton of complaints about him doing it. But as the head coach, it does just make me wonder, all right, should you make sure everything's running smoothly on both sides of the ball before we just focus on calling the plays?
Post-Hut Clarity for the final time this Cowboys season, commercial-free in the Expressway here on Sean and RJ. Daryl Moose Johnson on Zoom, the fan cam. and YouTube at 8 o'clock this morning, and the Brian Schottenheimer grade at 8:40 and Below the Bell. Let's ask Reddit.
Do you have a question, Kelly?
Yeah, I have a lot of questions. Number one, how dare you?
That's right. It's time for Ask Reddit. 877-881-1053. 877-881-1053. That is the Frankel and Frankel Injury Attorneys fan text. You can also weigh in on the Twitch or on the YouTube, and we'll kick around these questions here in the studio. Every Tuesday we do Ask Reddit, and we answer the most viral questions being asked over on the now close to 60 million member forum. Each week, the salacious questions that they kick around over there. First one here for RJ Choppy. Chop.
Yeah.
What's your favorite discontinued snack?
Remember Kudos bars?
Kudos?
Yeah. Kudos bars. Pepperidge Farm, before they sold out to Entenmann's. They had those little cookies, those little small, maybe bigger than silver dollar. But those.
Is it these things?
Yes, those were some. They had other.
It looks like a regular bar with chocolate drizzled over and some M&Ms inside.
Yeah, they had other ones as well, but the Kudos bars, big fan of the Kudos.
It's. I liked them. I didn't realize they were discontinued. I'm a big fan of Nips, right? So cheese Nips are great, and we talked about them a couple weeks ago when we were mentioning Cheez-Its, and you had never heard of them, and I'd gone home and I told Kristen, I was like, hey, Sean had never heard of these. I was like, I got to get a box of them. She said, you can't. Like, what do you mean I can't? And she goes, they stopped making them like 2 years ago. And I was devastated. So this is a fresh one for me. This was upsetting. And it's one of those things, too, where it's like, clearly I hadn't eaten them in like years if I didn't realize they were not around anymore.
Yeah.
But as soon as I knew they weren't there, that's all I wanted was that. So I'm going to go with cheese Nips. Peyton?
Nips, that's a good answer, Bobby. Mine's Yogos, those yogurt balls that basically it was just yogurt in a ball form, but they were easy to eat. I could throw them in the freezer and it basically tastes like ice cream. They didn't last long though. I was very disappointed in them, but that and Trix yogurt was really good.
On the Franklin Injury Attorneys fan text, got the Milanos. Milanos are still around.
Yeah.
3D Doritos.
They brought those back, but they were not the same. They were not the same thing that they had previously.
The Little Debbie peanut clusters. Teddy Grahams? Teddy Grahams are still around, I think. Are they not?
Did you guys know Mambas? Like the little, it's like a Now Later, but it was different. It wasn't as, they're better than Now Laters. You know, are they still around, Aiden? All right, Aiden says they're still there. The other thing I was going to say, I wouldn't eat them probably anymore, but those fruit snack, like they have the fruit pies here in Texas. Like at Baker's. But in the convenience stores, they'd have the ones, probably the worst thing in the world for you.
Fried pies, yeah.
Fried pie, but like the vanilla icing on the outside.
The wax paper.
And they're just sitting there in the wax paper.
Right.
I don't know if they're still there. I haven't eaten one in 30 years, but those things would be awesome.
Some of the answers over on the Twitch. Bold Amoeba says Mambas are still around.
Okay, that's what Aiden said.
Swaggy Booty says habanero Doritos. Shoot Brown 78 says wasabi Funyuns. And then Mike X Cowboy says those strawberry cheesecake bars by Philadelphia cream cheese.
It'd probably have to be the flavor of something. Like if
like
they
a subset of something.
If they get rid of the, is it the Sriracha Doritos you brought in?
Yeah.
They were amazing.
Dude, those are amazing. That's like the go-to chip now in our house. All right, we're doing Ask Reddit here on 105 through the fan. Peyton Russell, what's something simple that instantly puts you in a better mood?
This is pretty simple. It's the front row parking spot anywhere. Just being able to like when I go to the grocery store, I'm always the one that drives down the aisle and I'm like, okay, I can park out here and get there maybe quicker, but I'm always looking around the corner like, okay, is that spot open or is there like a short car there? So I always go to the very front hoping to get a front row parking spot, but that makes me happy anywhere I'm going, the front row parking spot.
Sunshine.
You are a big sunshine guy.
Just the sunshine. Like, you know, I think it was even Sunday or Monday. Maybe it was Monday. I was just I saw the sun go. I was like, hey, we got to get outside. We got to get outside, take the dog for a walk, whatever. I love the sunshine. I specifically love being out in the sun. Just in it. Embrace it. Just immersed in vitamin D.
Sean?
Or C, whatever it is.
When, like the gas or water bill isn't devastating, I always open it with one eye open. And I feel like the NFL is, being taken to court for like running a monopoly. Mm-hmm. I think there's a gas monopoly that we need to challenge in the courts with the company that I have, and I'm pretty sure a lot of other people have. And I don't know if I have an alternative. And I went and did some research online, like, why is my gas bill so insane? At my last house, when I turned on the fireplace, I could keep it on, and now I get punished. I'm talking like if I have the gas fireplace, 20, 25 minutes on. I mean, my last gas bill was $200. Gas.
That's high.
Yes, and I'm like, what are the other providers? Who else can I go with? Y'all text in or DM me the other companies that I can switch to, because the one that is in charge of it now, I think they're running a monopoly that's financially criminal.
So when you said win the gas, that triggered something in my head of like, oh, I love this, which is, and this is my spectrum disorder in all likelihood, when I get that perfect dollar amount on the pump, the gas pump, that does like carry me for the next few minutes. I'm like, oh, that was nice. It lifts me up a little bit.
When I get to the microwave and stop it with time left, but for the buzz, and I do race, like
get chills.
I sit there and I hit the microwave and I think of the 2 or 3 things I can do in between, and I have to get back before it beeps. There's my tip.
So I've got the initial answer I was going with was when I take it, like go to take a nap during the day, when we get done, if I manage to wake up on my own like 30 to 40 minutes later and I feel like I got enough, that always makes me like instantly thrilled for the rest of the day, because I'm like, cool, not tired, did not waste the whole day. I'm just set now.
Also, if I have like 3 or 4 leftovers of things that I can combine into one dish to get them all out of the way, that's all I've been doing like the past week. Like, let me take this, make it a pasta. This, and you put it in a salad, and that gives me a weird high.
Mike X Cowboy on the Twitch says catching a fly in midair. That says whenever you can kill that.
Very Miyagi.
All right, Ask Right Here, 105 through the fan. Sean, I feel like you'll have answers for this one. What's an impulse buy that you never really used?
Meat slicer.
Which one? Number 2, number 3, number 4?
The last one I tried to exchange, and they're like, our technical system is down. We're giving you the money back. You can keep the slicer. So I have like this $200 slicer, and it's in the box in the garage, which my buddies told me, you're not going to use it enough. It's a pain in the ass to clean. But I was just dead set on it. At that point, it was the challenge. Like, I have to find the right one. I'm going to get the right one. And so slicer number 5 will be a nice gift for somebody.
Wow. So this is like the deli slicers or whatever?
Well, that's the customary one. This one is like a vertical one that you could just drop the food down into, but like it was all getting stuck. It wasn't just instantly going through. Right. So the deli slicers like this way, I bought the cheaper one. That wasn't good. Then you got to take it apart to clean it. That's a pain. So yeah, deli slicer, my impulse buy.
My dad was working at Arby's right out of high school.
Was he?
Yeah, right out of high school, and he saw one of the guys like get his fingers chopped off in it.
So Arby's have legit meat slicers?
At least in like the late 70s or early 80s or whatever it was. Chop.
Let's see. The Ninja Creamy. We use it.
Yeah.
We use it, but we don't use it enough. My snowboard.
Why would you have bought that?
It was during my midlife crisis.
And did they have like skiing in the mall or something here you were going to use it for?
They had lessons in the mall, but I went a bunch. I went to Tahoe and Colorado and Flagstaff a bunch, but like I haven't gone in.
Yeah.
I started at like 34.
Your guitar?
The guitar.
Oh my gosh.
That's the impulse buy. Now, that's the impulse buy.
Well, which one was the most expensive?
The snowboard.
The snowboard.
That's the snowboard itself is $600, and then you get the boots. It's another $200. Then you got to get the.
Would you sell
brackets? No, I still got them. I just got. I don't.
Would you sell them?
Oh, would I? Yeah, I would sell them.
Oh, Opie World hit mine on the Twitch dash cam. I actually want one. I bought the dash cam thing. It's still in a box in the closet. It's been there for like 3 years. It's like one of those just video. It's like one of those cameras that records like your driver view.
If insurance companies are smart, they would give you a deduction for that.
So I
don't know if they do or not.
That's the thing, is like there've been I saw so many horror stories of people being like, yeah, if I didn't have the dash cam, I would have gotten screwed because these people lied about whatever happened in a traffic accident. So I was like, I should get one, and it's just sat in a box for 3 years. Peyton,
the 214.
I'll give you my snowboard to give me the dash cam.
Yeah, I need the snowboard.
The 214 says food dehydrator is their answer. Mine is the beanbag chair. I bought it almost 2 years ago, and I thought, okay, I'm going to use it because I spent like $130, $140 on it. I got like the big one too, and it was fluffy and everything. First couple of days, I was laying in every chance I got, and now it just sits over there, and I think it has more blankets on there than times I've sat in it.
And why?
I don't know. I haven't. It's in the couch and my man cave that we call it at my house because we have an extra room.
Wow.
It's just because it's off center from the TV. So it's like I'd rather just sit in the couch and be centered to the TV than the beanbag chair. I don't know because there's no back to it.
So it's not uncomfortable.
No, it's comfy.
It like stooping down and getting up.
I guess so.
How
yeah.
big is it? I might buy it from you.
Ooh,
for the kids. That sounds like perfect for the kids.
Oh, it'd be perfect for Ollie. Yeah. No, I mean it's a adult size, but not too big. But yeah, it's nice. But I just don't sit as much as I thought I would.
All right, Ask Reddit here on 105.3 The Fan. RJ Choppy, what's a single moment that made you stop admiring someone?
Stop admiring?
Yep. Could be someone you know, could be a celebrity, whatever.
Oh, well, I mean, I thought my basketball coach was a man of honor until I saw him in an orange jumpsuit with videos of his players showering. I'll do it.
That's pretty bad. Peyton?
You know what? Mine is this one hurt me. This was Ian Kinsler when he said that he hoped the Rangers go 0-162. That one hurt me because that was, right there after the couple World Series runs. And I looked up to the guy. I was like, dude, I really like this guy. He was great for us. They traded him. That sucked for Prince Fielder. But whenever he said he hoped the Rangers go winless in that year, I was like, you know what? You suck, dude.
Sean?
I won't get specific in terms of the names, but when you find out that your favorite athlete is cheating, sleeping around, serial cheater, and it's like, yeah, I didn't know. You didn't realize these things. The internet was just coming out, and it's like, this perfect Wheaties pushing, Gatorade drinking.
Wow.
Air. Oh, a lot of people do Gatorade and Wheaties. Soaring through the air.
And then also,
hey.
Now you're getting oddly more specific.
Yeah. I was like, oh, man, it's just a letdown.
Yeah. People say on the fan text, Will Smith. A lot of coming in with Will Smith.
Dude, Will Smith.
Cosby.
I think Will Smith could take home the title for the most, forever stained. Not OJ, but I saw Will Smith on a commercial the other day, and I was like, I'll never think of Will Smith the same ever again.
Ruined his reputation.
The one moment, the biggest stain from a moment.
I won't get too detailed just because it's a sensitive topic that children probably don't need to hear about. But we had a family friend who I found out. I was like, I wonder whatever happened to him. And I looked him up a few years ago, and I found out he is in prison after they seized his computers because there was things on the hard drives that were illegal.
Wow.
And I was like,
you knew Jared from Subway. There it is. Post-Hunt Clarity and Ask Reddit in the commercial-free expressway every Tuesday at this time here on Sean and RJ. Did anyone else get the hint from Moose Johnston Sunday that they may be supporting Matt Eberflus inside the locker room? Let's ask the Cowboys legend about it. Daryl Moose Johnson on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube here on Sean and RJ next.
This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
8 o'clock hour here on DFW Sports Station. Thanks for being a Tolo. That stands for Turn It On, Leave It On. We usually run into him at the Super Bowl. Always appreciate his time. It's always a great sit down. And he had some history of his own Sunday during the Cowboys-Giants call. Daryl Moose Johnson, the Cowboys legend, is joining us now on the D&M Leasing Hotline here on 105.3 The Fan. 25 years at Fox. Was that the record? Was that the number that came out?
Yeah, I guess that explains the gray hair. It's all starting to make sense for me now.
So 25 years, and is that the most years that any analyst has had at the network, period, or just NFL?
I think it's probably just NFL. So it's the way that I understand it. And this is all done by my crew. My crew is awesome. They're such great people, and I still don't know how they pulled this off without me not knowing anything about it, because we have so many emails that go back and forth during the course of the week that somebody didn't slip up. But yeah, it's the longest tenured by an NFL analyst at any network, and it's number 2 in total of games at Fox.
I've always wanted to ask an analyst this. I know it's going to be a stupid question. When the replay comes up and you're already like pointing out what happened, are you getting that replay before the rest of us, or are you like seeing what happened live in the moment to be able to break it down? I've always asked that. Like, I've always wondered that. Are you getting a replay beforehand to be able to say, now watch this guy here? Because I'm like, how did he see that all live when it originally happened?
Yeah, there's a few tricks of the trade. I don't know if I'm allowed to share them, but we don't get anything unique. From our camera angles, we get what we have at our disposal from the broadcast, and I think that's one of the things that a lot of people don't understand is there's a different number of cameras per crew. Because it's just so expensive to staff with equipment and personnel and everything. So, you might not get that definitive look, but that is based on the inventory that you have per group. Now, what we are able to do is, I can go back and forth, with the replay. So when it happens live, I can go back a little bit and kind of figure out exactly what happened. So, I might be trailing 3-4 seconds. But that's the hard part, is kind of getting to the point in the play where you get that definitive look, because a lot of times on the play-by-play angle, it's a little bit more broad, so you don't really get into the detail. But yeah, I'm usually chasing something about 3 or 4 seconds behind you.
Daryl Moose Johnson here on 105.3 The Fan. All right, so I'm thrilled that we have you on today, because I was trying to read through your Matt Eberflus lines and content during the game. Where do you think the Cowboys are with him in your talks and lead up to the Giant game? Were you getting a sense that the players wanted Eberflus to stay? Kind of reset for us where you think they are with the DC.
Yeah, I that was the biggest question. I got a chance to visit with Quinnen Williams, before the game. And, I asked Matt, too. I said, how many advocates do you have for you? Because we heard what Trayvon Diggs had talked about, where he wanted to play more man coverage, less zone. But there's a lot of reasons why, right? The reason they're playing a little bit more zone, maybe than even for a Matt Eberflus-style defense, is because the pass rush isn't getting home, and you've got injuries at the cornerback position. You've got injuries at the safety position. So the coverage is not holding up. And so, if we're not getting home, with the pressure playing man, then let's make sure that we're taking care of each other. We make them, what everybody talks about when they talk about shell coverage. We're going to make them drive the length of the field. We're not going to give up the explosive play in a one-on-one situation. So there's some issues there, but that was really kind of brought up by Trayvon, and that was my biggest thing is there other players on the defensive side that feel the same way as Trayvon did, whether that's on the back end and playing more zone coverage than they would prefer, or playing up front and not pressuring as much as they would like to. But what I got from my conversations with Matt and then validated by Quinnen were that no, the guys like the system. And that's my whole thing is you pull the plug on this and start from scratch, you're on your third defensive coordinator in 3 years, and nobody's had the opportunity, to take that next step in the system. And that's what I understood from my conversations last week is because everybody's been in and out of the lineup, the cornerbacks coming into training camp, the safeties shortly after that during the course of the season, the linebackers throughout the season. The back seven has never been able to play to the point where they can get that kind of nonverbal communication coordinated because they just understand because they played side by side with their teammates for a while. So in my opinion, I think you put some things in place. You got some benchmarks in place for Matt Eberflus. You give him an opportunity to work with the new personnel that's there, and you start to tweak that system. You upgrade the back end, during free agency of the draft, and you come out and you see what you do next year. But, to just scrap it and start from scratch again, it doesn't make a whole lot of sense to me.
Wow,
I know the stats are there. I know the numbers are I'm not even going to say great, right? Hey, the numbers aren't great. No, the numbers are bad. The numbers are bad, and I get that. But, is it really going to help to go all the way back to square one again?
Do you think you ever have to sell it to a fan base when you're making a decision like this?
Yes, I think you always do. You've got to come out and you've got to give your reasons why. I mean, everybody wants to be in the loop as much as you can allow them to be in the loop. There's certain things that you're not going to tell your fan base or make public comments. A lot of the important decisions are made behind the scenes, and they're grown men, and everybody understands it. But there's a way to have that communication out that provides some reasons why to the fan base. This is the direction we're choosing to go, and here's why. You may agree with it, you may disagree with it, but this is what we're doing, and we're committed to it, and we've got buy-in from everybody. So I think that is the most important thing. I hope the Giants did that with Joe Shane, if he's going to be their GM, and it sounds like he is moving forward. Indianapolis, you got to come out and say why we're staying with our GM and our head coach. And I think that's a smart idea too, because I like both of those guys. That's an obvious situation why the Indianapolis Colts season, fell apart down the stretch. You lose a guy at the quarterback spot that's playing some of his best football with Daniel Jones, and you're not going to be as good. And Anthony Richardson is already out, the guy who's supposed to be your quarterback of the future. So if everybody just kind of takes a pause and steps back and looks at it and finds out, and I don't want to call them excuses, but here's the definitive reason why this season was such a struggle. If you can't find that, and it's just, hey, there's a disconnect, we're not connecting with our players, the scheme is not a great fit, if there's reasons that a change is going to be beneficial, then you make the change. But when there's reasons why, I think that you need to temper that decision, and you need to think long and hard on it. I think Arizona is going to regret the fact that they got rid of Jonathan Gannon this year, because all the players supported him. Every time we had him, they were working hard, even though they were having a really tough season. The amount of injuries they had this year at key positions, it was unbelievable. And why ownership doesn't take that into consideration when there's other positives. And then to your point, you got to come out and you got to sell that to your fan base, because that fan base is going to be upset. And you've got to sell it and tell them why we're doing this.
Are you on Twitter a lot? Because your mentions are going to be filled right now with I got to give you props for coming out with a rare opinion of keeping Eberflus around, but I hope you got nothing scheduled the rest of the day.
Yeah, I don't really care what people think about my decisions. I don't really spend a whole lot of time on Twitter. I think you drive yourself crazy if you do. We can have some callers call up, and they can jump on, and we can talk to them right here, right now, and we'll see how brave they are. So, but yeah, I just think the one time early in my career where it happened, and I got this from Troy as well because he had it happen to him. It's amazing what people say and what people hear, and the difference is stark. And I have gotten comments, within 5 minutes on Twitter when I would look at it, and what I said and what was heard by two different people from opposing fan bases was unbelievable. It was shocking to me. Yeah. So, people hear what they want to hear. And that's something I think that really happens on Twitter, where they heard you say something and they're going to come out and they're going to take their stance, and a lot of times it's not exactly what was said, or you can't do anything without having a conversation like we're having right now. Like you ask me the why would you do that? Why would you hire somebody that it sounds like every single Dallas Cowboy fan wants to go in a different direction? And I'll tell you this: when I told Matt Eberflus, over the course of our conversation, I said, hey, we are not going to do a hit piece on you on Sunday. I really think that you should have an opportunity to come back. I'm not a big fan of scrapping things in year one when there's reasons why things didn't work out. And, so I hope you get that opportunity. And he said, oh, you must be the fifth person then here in the DFW area. So he understands exactly where he's at and the challenge that he has in front of him.
So, Moose, obviously, like when we're talking about continuity and not, full resets on the defensive side of the ball, let me float a compromise potentially that would then leave the fan base happy, but also still kind of hold some of those things. You've got Jonathan Gannon, who just freed up. It comes from the Zimmer coaching tree, uses a lot of similar language, practice, setup, different things like that. So guys carrying over from 2 years ago maybe feel like, all right, there's some similarities, I can get that rhythm. Or Jeff Ulbrich and his experience with Aaron White-Cotton, who's their defensive line coach. Like maybe you can still, is there a way you can cobble together something that looks like continuity, quote unquote, but also gives you a fresh face and a change?
Well, are you making that change at the top? Are you going right to the defensive coordinator position,
yes,
or are you adding some pieces in there that are going to support Matt?
Yeah, it'd be changing the defensive coordinator, but trying to align it with, all right, maybe some Zimmer philosophy from a couple years ago, or maybe some of the stuff White-Cotton's already been doing on the defensive line and expand it a little.
Yeah, I don't know. For me, is Jonathan Gannon going to come in, or is he going to take a year off? There's some people that feel, that maybe Matt Eberflus needed to step away from the game for 1 year after what happened to him in Chicago and just kind of, get a big reset. But, a lot of times you want to get right back into the game and kind of, create some positive, situations where you're not thinking about all the negative things that happened to you while you were in Chicago. But for me, isn't that exactly what we tried to do when we brought Mike Zimmer in? We tried to make that connection back to players that were, still kind of familiar with what Mike Zimmer was doing. It's a decision. I don't think do the players have faith in the system that's in place? Yeah. And if they don't, if the consensus is they don't, then you need to think about making a change. If the players believe in what we're doing and feel like they haven't had the opportunity, I mean, look at Jadeveon Clowney and how much he's grown through the course of the season. Look at the impact that Quinnen Williams had, down the stretch. There were times in the second half of the season where the defense would start to show some signs, but it just wasn't consistent enough. And then down the stretch, but that to me is the complementary component, right? Just that second half of the previous games, it hasn't been what it looked like in the first half. So why is that happening? There are so many things, and that's my issue. There are so many reasons why the season happened the way it did, and we're looking at one that's very obvious when you look at statistics from the defensive side of the ball. And if you think that changing Matt Eberflus is going to cure everything, you're not correct. I mean, that's one move is not going to fix what happened to this team this season.
Moose, we have breaking news with you on the home of the Cowboys from Adam Schefter. The Dallas Cowboys have fired defensive coordinator Matt Eberflus. They will now be going, this is to your point, Moose, they'll now be going on their fourth different defensive coordinator in 4 seasons.
Yeah, well, there you go. So now the people on Twitter don't have to call and say that I'm nuts. I've got it officially now. Hey, that wouldn't have been what I did. And now I always say this. We look at it from the outside. I don't know what goes on in the meetings. I don't know. If the guys are telling you something that they just don't want out there publicly, but they do feel that maybe they lost confidence in the system. So, but I'm surprised. I was surprised when Jonathan Gannon got fired because there were some rumblings out that maybe he was going to be retained. And now the big thing is we hear all this stuff about Brian Flores. That is a completely different system. That is a very unique. A Vance Joseph, a Brian Flores. That's going to take some unwinding and some additions to be brought in. So, people that now will start to hear, some people that want to do that. Where you've already seen Minnesota come out and. Kevin O'Connell has said, Brian Flores is not going anywhere. So they're going to retain him. Does Vance Joseph want another shot at a head coach opportunity? I don't know. Steve Spagnuolo, you look at what he did. He had an opportunity to be the head coach of the Rams. It didn't work out. Maybe he didn't like it. Maybe he's just more comfortable as a defensive coordinator. But you look at what Steve Spagnuolo has accomplished throughout his career and has the humility to stay as a defensive coordinator, but one of the best defensive coordinators, in the NFL. And what has he got? 5 Super Bowl rings now, I think. So I just, people that are chasing things and, everybody wants that next opportunity. But sometimes if you just sit back and look at what you have around you, the number one thing is winning championships, Super Bowl championships. That's what we're all driven by in the NFL. And if the best opportunity to accomplish that and be a part of a team that does something special is being the defensive coordinator or the offensive coordinator with a group that's established, then I'm always confused why people would walk away from a situation where they're sitting there poised to win multiple Super Bowls.
January 27th at the Ford Center at the Star in Frisco, you will be getting inducted into the East-West Shrine Bowl Hall of Fame. I know that was a big thing for you leading up to your draft process, and I know you're doing some advising with them now. Just talk about the honor and also what you're excited about for the game this year as somebody who's advising on it.
Yeah, I can't wait. It was really cool last year. We were out at the event last year out at AT&T, but obviously, AT&T is a huge stadium, and this is a college all-star game. I think it's going to be fantastic at the Ford Center at the Star. It's going to be a perfect size. It's going to be full. It's going to feel great for the guys on the field. The environment's going to be fantastic. It was such a huge part of my journey to the NFL. We had two good teams at Syracuse when I was playing, but we were still, from the Northeast, not a lot of coverage, not the respect that, even back then, the Big Ten had, the SEC had, all the power conferences. We were an independent school, on the East Coast. So to get into that environment and play against some of the best players in the country and compete against some of the best players in the country and answer some questions that maybe some of the scouts had about you as a player. That was my biggest thing. I remember talking to all the scouts that were there. They're like, one of the biggest things we have to see is, can you block a blitzing linebacker because you come from an option-based offense, that doesn't do a lot of drop-back pass. So that was a great thing for me. I knew exactly, what I had to do, to kind of get on everybody's radar. So, it's a tremendous opportunity. The way they tie it to Shriners Children and just what that organization does, we talk about it all the time. You take some time and you go to visit, one of the events where they've got some of the kids that are there, and you think you're having a tough day, and then you see what these kids are dealing with on a daily basis and how they smile and how excited they are. It's one of the more impressive organizations I've ever been a part of or had the opportunity to visit, and what they have done in tying it into the actual college all-star game is one of the cooler relationships that exists in football today. They had their huge celebration last year in their 100th year. This is going to be 101, so they're on to their second century. It's just awesome. It really is. It's amazing what they do.
Well said. Incredible timing this morning. Congratulations at Fox, and we hope to see you in San Francisco for the Super Bowl. Thank you, Moose.
All right, guys, take care.
Daryl Moose Johnston on the D&M Leasing Hotline. The breaking news again. Matt Eberflus has been fired. Let's react to it next on Sean and RJ. The home of the Cowboys is 105.3 The Fan.
Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first. 214-4817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck attorneys in Dallas.
We have breaking news. Hopefully that is why you Tolo. You know we're going to have it in the moment and before anybody else in terms of the coverage on the home of the Cowboys. I'm Sean Sharif alongside RJ Choppy, Cowboys insider Bobby Belt. Bobby texted us at about 10 p.m. last night saying Eberflus is going to happen this week, and then we get to the replacements next week. So much for 10 to 12 days because as Daryl Moose Johnston was on the show last segment advocating for the return of Matt Eberflus, Adam Schefter sends out the news: Eberflus has been fired.
I would like to say I'm not surprised, but I actually am surprised that they did it this fast, and that they actually decided to actually do this, because I thought for sure they were gonna, something was gonna keep them. It was in the back of my head. It was right there. It was like they're gonna find a way to talk themselves into keeping him. Nothing is ever easy with this franchise, and maybe this is. Like you had mentioned that Broadus talked about a signaling of a difference with Jerry this offseason.
Yeah.
That, they actually did the right thing on time. And, that's good for the Cowboys. They get to move on. They get to be at the early part of the D.C., interview process. And, look, it's good for Eberflus. He gets to move on with his life. If he wants to find another job, he can go find another job. Someone, God willing, will hire him to be a linebackers coach or something like that. But, he can at least get back in the hiring process. That's a good thing to do. You want to do that the right way. Nothing bad happened 15 minutes ago. That was a good thing all around.
Bobby, your reaction, and then we reset where it all went wrong for Eberflus throughout the season.
Yeah, I think 10 to 12 days, that line that everybody seized on, I think that's his timeline for all of this. I think here's the decision. Clearly, this is the decision to move on. I think he's saying, I want a defensive coordinator hired in 10 to 12 days. And I do think that this is going to be a Shoddy hire. I think that this will be something that Shoddy gets. This will be his coach, whoever this is that comes in here. It blew up for a number of reasons. He was stubborn. Matt Eberflus was. Early on, the players definitely have a hand in this. Players didn't play like they needed to. They were screwing around with really basic zone coverage concepts. But there's clearly something about the way that he communicates and the way that his staff communicates. Because like Jerry pointed out, this is basically his Chicago staff that was here. But something about the way that he communicates with players and the way that he tries to communicate concepts just does not click. And it was universal. The thing that became kind of a talking point over the last month was who's better? One guy on this defense, who's better?
Yeah, that's crazy.
None of them were better.
Yeah.
And
your best player was Jadeveon Clowney, arguably. Quinnen Williams, and Jadeveon Clowney, who were in-season acquisitions.
We talked about it. Your top 5 or 6 sack leaders, none of them were on the roster when you got to training camp.
Take Sam Williams, for instance. Sam Williams, that should be a guy who had an opening and an opportunity to be a DN and rush the passer. Nothing. Osa Odigizua.
Good on special teams.
Odigizua felt like a regression. Deron Bland was an absolute regression. Donovan Wilson, everyone's favorite, whipping boy there in the secondary. The rest of these corners, we all think could be unemployed. Not on the Cowboys in terms of being football players. Dante Fowler, regression. When your sit down at the end of the season is, who did you make better? Who had a better season? Because that has to be coaching and development. And the answer is 0. You got to go.
Yeah, and I think that he was stubborn. Man, he committed.
I don't want to get it twisted either. I don't want to, back to Zach Wolchuk's point months ago about personnel, and I know Zach is listening. I was busting his balls yesterday, so I'll throw him a bone today. I'm glad that Jerry Jones has been saying it's not all on Eberflus because they screwed him personnel-wise. The best case scenario for the Dallas Cowboys defense in my mind right now today with this news happening is that, it can't be worse. no way could I sit here and sell you, oh, they're just automatically going to be average. No. Jerry Jones on this show in this station multiple times, and it may have been the number one fan reaction topic that we had all year long when Jerry came on here and bragged and hyped up this group of pass rushers. You remember that?
Oh, yeah.
We looked at each other on the fan.
The best group, most capable pass rushers that he's maybe ever had.
Yeah.
That's
and
what
we
he said.
looked at each other and it's like, he couldn't have said that. And the fans were like, did y'all hear that? Did you not double down? Why didn't you double down, triple down, question him, and blast him for that? And they put it up on TV and everything. That was
surely he didn't say that.
That was Jerry's craziest sentence and quote of the year. And that's what they gave Matt Eberflus. Now, does Eberflus have a hand in that, not developing Sam Williams and the other guys? Yes, but that was a joke of a statement, and it ended up being a joke of a result. They have no linebackers, and they may have an overpaid, overrated Deron Bland as the only member of their secondary. That's screwing your defensive coordinator. Oh, by the way, you traded his best player right before the season started as well. So it's not, as Jerry's been saying, it's not all Eberflus.
No, but
and Diggs was washed.
That's a lot of that's accurate. He had a bigger hand in their personnel than I think he talks about. His reference yesterday about, well, we lost the pass rusher. I promise you, you can scheme up pass rush line that passed their lips was put into their ears by Matt Eberflus. That's where they got it. And that's why this is what we can do, because that's what Matt Eberflus told them. Do it. Go ahead. We can scheme up pass rush. And he couldn't.
So you're saying he had a lot of say in personnel?
I think that if he would have, would he have been able to block the Micah trade? No, probably not.
Yeah.
But absolutely, Kenneth Murray was his guy. He got Jack Sanborn here. He got his entire coaching staff he wanted here. He was able to have a big say in who they wanted to rotate in, what kind of guys they had. So, yeah, no, a lot of the acquisitions they made this offseason after he got here, they were his approval or outright the guys he wanted. Because Flus had been here before. He knows the power coaches have in personnel around here. He knows that if they say, I want this is what I want. Gosh, we all, I think, envision Rod Marinelli as being just one of the most pound your table type of coaches that says, that's my guy, I want him. And the Cowboys would get him. And so you gotta that's who he worked under. He saw all that. He knows how it operates, and he wanted Kenneth Murray. He got Kenneth Murray. He wanted Kyer Elam. He's got Kyer Elam. It wasn't go out and get him, but that was somebody who's I like him. Bring him on board. That personnel, they absolutely set things up for him in a way that he had his guy. He loves the 3 technique position. Part of the reason why you remember it was end of the season, Osa was not going to be here. Then they get to free agency and Osa deal gets worked out. And I don't think that's a coincidence. Now, I like Osa, and it turned out to be a good deal for him. But, that's an Eberflus impact right there. So, no, he definitely had a say in some of this. They've got to be better. Absolutely.
And he was a corpse up there at the podium. I was like, how could this guy, again, now judging press conferences is never 100% accurate, but I was just like, this guy's dead. How is he inspiring or...
He didn't do much inspiring.
What players stepped up for him during the course of the year and went to the microphone and really advocated and laid it on the line for Matt Eberflus? And then what he did, again, I'll never forget it. I think he basically gave everyone the middle finger on purpose, like a jackass, when he sat there and said, I wouldn't do anything different. Screw you, man. Screw you. Get the hell up out of here, along with Nico. That to me was his F you to us moment. Well, you just got F'd.
He's so... I don't think he's a bad guy. I think that he's a little hard-headed, and I think a lot of coaches who have been in the league for years and years and years, they're like, I'm not changing what got me here. This got me here. I got jobs with this. This is what I believe in. This is what I've had success with. I'm not flipping this for whatever trend you think is out there.
He ain't the first. He won't be the last.
No, he's not. And so, in a lot of ways, his downfall is the same of stubborn coaches and the downfall that they have as they go along. The problem was, like Moose said last time, he should have taken a year off. He should not have walked right back into a job without really reflecting on and figuring out, why did things go so poorly in Chicago? Why did you talk to people in Chicago? They will tell you Kevin Byard, who is one of the most professional, like, veteran football players, like, hey, keep things in-house, do things this way, could not stand working with Matt Eberflus and could not keep quiet to people about how frustrated he was with him. And so same thing happened here, and ultimately it results in what we all expected.
Matt Eberflus has been fired. Continuous coverage is going down right here with Below the Belt next. We have a report 15 minutes ago on a big-time name that supposedly we should keep an eye out for. I would love it. I don't think it's happening. I've been talked out of it actually happening. Who are the names now to replace Eberflus? We'll have it next in Below the Belt right here on The Fan.
I have to get you over to Underdog.
the back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. More new Chevys than anyone else, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
The great Bobby Belt.
Bobby Belt is an idiot.
Don't make me take off my belt.
Don't make me take off my belt.
We're not.
Over to you, Bobby.
Is it the Butch Davis era once again here for the Dallas Cowboys? Probably not. They'll probably hire somebody else as defensive coordinator. Let's talk about it here in Below the Belt, which is brought to you by Window Nation and D&M Leasing. The Cowboys have fired their defensive coordinator. Matt Eberflus is out. Now we got to figure out who the hell they're going to hire.
With Corey Majors in studio from the KNC Masterpiece with the breaking news. Corey, instant reaction.
This is what needed to happen immediately. The Cowboys need to be at the front of the list when people are looking for jobs. They need to go know that the Cowboys is available. And they want to go be a Cowboys defensive coordinator. And they want to interview quickly. And they want to get out in front of free agency. And they want to tell Jerry Jones, we need this, 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 and this. Let's go ahead and go get that and get it built for us so we can have something ready to go. So instead of sitting around and waiting, go ahead and get your closet cleaned out. Go ahead and get your do your New Year's cleaning, and that's what the Cowboys need to do.
I'm glad you brought up New Year's. I'm going to throw out a half glass full optimistic theory. I don't believe this to be true. I'm just throwing it out there. Maybe, possibly, we can look back on this past season of disappointment. Back-to-back missing the playoffs hasn't happened here in a long time. Maybe, again, I don't believe it to be true, but maybe this gives Jerry Jones a different jump start. Maybe this is the final, at the age of 82, slap in the face moment, because so far they've acted faster on this than they did with Jason Garrett. Obvious decisions. And then I don't think Jerry is just, and I'm setting myself up to look like a fool here, would not be the 100th time, be more than that. I think they're going to spend. I think they have to spend, and I think Jerry is sensing an endpoint with the fan base. Not that people will quit being Cowboy fans, but all right now, like, we don't usually do this missing back-to-back years, and no one having an interest or caring about our games with three games left. I think we'll see a free agent spending change, and I think we've seen a little small timing change with this Eberflus news right now. That's my Jerry jumpstart theory.
Look, my one, and I think you're right. I hope this doesn't make him say, well, you know, I've got to go do something, and then I'm going to trade my 2 first-round picks.
Right, yeah.
And go get one guy.
Yeah.
You know, which I think would be foolish.
I agree.
So here's the thing to that point. Your point, Sean, about they sped up the process. Because you were just referencing Jason Garrett, Mike McCarthy. That was the head coach. Like, and that's the Joneses, or ultimately that's who the head coach responds to. I think, like, what this reflects, the fact that it happened on a Tuesday, I don't know that reflects the Joneses changing the way they do things. I think that reflects that it was Brian Schottenheimer who fired him. I think it's Schotty wanted to get it done. And so, like, I think the Joneses like to drag these things out, and they like to look at it. I think the fact that it happened this quickly was because Schotty said, he needs to go, and I need to figure out who's going to be here doing this. And I think it's going to be Schotty's hire. I think whoever they bring in here, whoever they settle on, it'll be ultimately, Schotty, you good with this? This is who you like? And then I think when he gives it the thumbs up, that's who they're hiring.
Then the culture has changed, baby. He changed the culture of the front office.
Pull that tease, Peyton, that they were that KNC had today about the culture, because there's no need to talk about it now, because now it's already changed. We already know it.
But you're just guessing that it was Schotty's timing.
No, this was Schotty's timing. Like, I was talking to people around there. Schotty wanted to figure things out now, and
of course he does.
I don't think it's coincidental timing. Tomorrow,
so you think I just gave Jerry possibly like way too much credit?
No, I mean, like, because somebody else could
sign off on it.
I was going to say somebody else would still say that Jerry's giving autonomy to the coach to do what he wants, and it's the same sort of thing.
I think Jerry saw the same thing, though. On Friday when he was talking about, we did all these things, we thought we had this thing built, and then we just got to stop people past midfield. Whoops. You know, he was like, we did a crap job making sure our defense was well.
What pie percentage, Corey, did you have for defensive blame of players, coach?
Players 58% and whatever. I don't know any numbers. Chop.
42.
Yeah, the rest of it is on the defensive coordinator because he does have to get them in the right place. He does have to get them to be disciplined. That's part of it too. But the players, I didn't think that when you're shopping at the Goodwill, you get what Goodwill gives you. When you go out and get something quality,
I found a Masters green jacket at the Goodwill.
That's fantastic. You can find something like that every once in a while. You'll get a Clowny, but then a lot of times you'll end up with a Kenneth Murray.
With clowns.
Yeah.
I guess I should have broken it up with one more factor before we get to the updated defensive coordinator option list of front office, who gave the personnel, then the coaching / scheme.
Yeah.
We can blame them all we want, but they're not changing.
That's
true.
Yeah, but I would just like to know how you break it up.
Okay, gotcha.
To see if you're taking some off of how much you're really blaming Eberflus.
I mean, look, Eberflus is going to have to get a minimum of 30% of the blame. A minimum. 25-30%, right? And then, so if you were to say that it's 35% for the front office, 35% for the players, and then 30 for Eberflus, I could live with that. I mean, he has to take some of the blame. I totally believe that it is the players that are, generally, I usually blame them over the individual coach, but you can't fire all the players.
How would you start, Bob, with that 3-part blame? In what order, if you don't want to give percentages?
So, no, I would say that the biggest, to me, it does come down to, obviously, front office, personnel that they choose, and then the personnel. But, to me specifically, I don't even think I would say coaches. I would just say Eberflus. That's who it is. So, to me, I think it's number one is Eberflus, and then it's right neck and neck for the guys that the front office put in here, and then just the players need to execute.
Eberflus is put in by the front office too.
I would say players what the players did, their execution of it. That's probably third. And so I would say it's Eberflus, then it's selection of the players. Because if we're gonna say selection of the players, the players are who they are. If they chose them, it's sorry, you picked me knowing I don't know how to do this, or I don't you made me in here, sit in here. And also, these are guys who have played. These are veteran NFL players who have never looked like this with other defensive coaches, who have never had these sort of communication problems, who all of a sudden looked like they had never heard. Quentin Williams says cover 3 is cover 3, cover 2 is cover 2. These look like guys who didn't know what that was. They had never been told it before. And so I think that's all got to track back to Eberflus. It looked really, really bad, and it was not getting better.
So yesterday, Pete Carroll was fired. Defensive guy, old. No thanks, in my opinion. Jonathan Gannon was fired in Arizona. And then Diana Rossini, I've already been talked out of this, even though, the guy's fantastic. Rossini tweets a half an hour ago, one name to watch for with the Cowboys' new vacancy, Brian Flores.
Is Brian Flores interested? That would be the thing. If Flores is interested, if Flores is open to leaving Minnesota, he will get an interview here. They like him. Jerry could not stop bragging about him after the Minnesota game. Shoddy talked a lot about him. They think
was that with you guys on Friday? He was talking about that. He brought it up on his own, I believe.
Oh, on the Friday, I think that's when I sat with you.
Oh, okay,
is what that was. That was our shared show.
That's right. That's right.
But no, I think that if Flores is open to moving, they would check it. If he just is I'm focused on re-signing with Minnesota, then he's not getting an interview. If he's open to looking at other jobs, he'll get one here.
Sell me this job, though, if I'm Brian Flores.
RJ's going to do that at 9:20.
Okay.
Yep.
So
good topic.
Thank you.
The guys who check that box, too, of defensive coordinators who have previous head coaching experience, because that's something the Cowboys have always liked. I think Shoddy would like that. If Shoddy could, just trust the defense as being handled by somebody, then I think he'd prefer to do that. Jonathan Gannon just got cleared up, who we just mentioned. Jim Schwartz is a former NFL head coach. I don't think he wants to put Pete Carroll in here. I saw somebody say, well, what about Raheem Morris? Raheem Morris is still getting head coaching interviews right now. I don't think he's wanting to take defensive coordinator tour trips right now. So he's going to want to wait. He's going to want to see how these jobs play out. So that's probably not going to fit the Cowboys' timeline. So former head coaches, Flores, Gannon, Schwartz are all there. Guys who, like I said, the fact that they made this move today I don't think is a coincidence, because starting tomorrow, the Denver Broncos assistant coaches are allowed to start virtually interviewing for the rest of the week, and that's Jim Leonard.
Just for the week because they're on the bye?
Yeah. As soon as the next week starts, they can't. But so like that's this move being done today, I think, is in part because they'd like to talk to him.
That's a name I heard on this show, I believe.
Yes.
Y'all are missing one guy.
Rex.
Oh my gosh.
Choppy just put his bare foot on the table. Aiden, get that on the. Your toes are. Put your toes down. Whoa, you got a lot of hair on that second and third one.
Oh,
that
yeah.
second one, that's a mohawk, but they look pretty decent.
I just trimmed them the other day.
The toe hair?
No, the nails.
Oh, the nails.
Yeah.
Well, that's second
you.
toe hair.
Yeah, it's a lot.
Yeah.
I don't think Rex is going to be brought in here.
Let's ask this question.
I think we need to have a show bet.
Oh.
A foot show bet.
Sure. Okay.
What's going to happen with the foot?
Yeah, what can you do?
Loser has to post wife's foot on Feet Finder.
Oh, my gosh.
With you involved in it.
Is there good money in that?
Is that a punishment?
That's not like he's hoping for that. That's why he's suggesting
I was trying to talk Sarah into doing it.
Yeah.
We have so many videos.
Yeah.
How about
And I'm just trying to talk
literally, you're taking Rex and I'm taking the field. That's what you're saying?
He wants to do it. You got to do something to the toes to
I think
post
he
it.
wants to lose this bet.
What if you suck the toe?
this bet because I'm trying to get her.
What if you have to suck a toe?
I'll suck a toe.
Yeah, I know you will.
Yeah.
My question is, right, if you're in the Cowboys war room and you're looking at the list of guys, this continuity thing that you brought up with Moose, whose prints, all right, A, throw that out the window. We don't care what the scheme is. We want the best name, the best coach that we think. B, we have a little bit of Flus principles carrying over, and we use that to separate our names. And then you were bringing up Mike Zimmer to Moose at the top of the hour. So what do we do with that?
So if you just want we just want somebody who we really like, and literally it's like a fresh start changeover thing. That's Brian Flores and Jim Schwartz. That's not anything like what you do right now.
Yeah.
So that's different.
Which does not sound productive for next year.
And Quinnen can play in that Brian Flores.
Quinnen could
3-4-4-3.
Quinnen played in Matt Eberflus's system, and nobody else could. So Quinnen could play in anything. Quinnen could play in leather helmets. But if you look at, all right, carry over to similar to Eberflus style things, Gus Bradley-ish. If you want carryover from, like, we were just talking about Zimmer, like if you want similar language that guys would be familiar with from a couple years ago, Jonathan Gannon. And then if you want, all right, let me find continuity with somebody who's already on staff, who's already been coaching some of these players that would kind of radiate similarly. Aaron Whitecotton's here. That would then bounce out to those Atlanta assistants, Jeff Ulbrich and Mike Rutenberg, who were working with Aaron Whitecotton and the Jets for 4 years.
And which category of those would you pick? Doesn't matter? Some Flus carryover, some Zim carryover.
My top choice would be somebody who doesn't check any of those. It'd be more the Flores side, which it's Jim Leonard. I want just the best possible coach. But if they want some level of continuity, if they want something to carry over.
But you've been against Flores because of how new and challenging it would be.
Because of, it's Jim Leonard does things differently. Flores does things differently, exceedingly complex, and with little trust for young players. You're going to have to trust Savone Revel. So Leonard would be high up there. And then behind that, if you're telling me it's a continuity angle, then I would prefer probably Jonathan Gannon.
Back to the Cowboys at 9:20. Thank you, Corey Majors, KNC Masterpiece. You're more than welcome to stay in here. I would want to avoid Kevin as well. Around the NFL, overreactions or not, the Raiders' job is better than the Giants. No one has more pressure in the playoffs than Josh Allen, and Matt Stafford is a few playoff wins away from becoming an all-time great. NFL playoff overreactions or not after this.
After we get you over to QC Kinetics, get you healthy and keep you healthy, boys and girls. You've been dealing with joint pain, knees, hips, back, shoulders, elbows, ankles, feet even. You never know, right? Get taken care of at QC Kinetics, just like I did. I had the right elbow, the right shoulder, the left elbow, the left shoulder. I had slight tears in those tendons. You get it taken care of at QC Kinetics, and you could get healthy again. just like I did. No drugs, no steroids, no surgery, no downtime. Natural biologics, advanced cellular regenerative medicine uses your body's own healing properties to target those aching joints. You can get it done at any of the 4 locations. It's a free consultation. It's a great way to use your HSA, your FSA. It's a free consultation. Again, you can do it without the downtime. You're in and out of there in 45 minutes. The amount of people have told me that they was able to fix their injury. They can go do the activities that make them happy, the hobbies they want to still do. You don't have to actually feel old when you get older. Help yourself out at QC Kinetics, 972-972-8610. Dallas, Fort Worth, Plano, Grapevine, QC Kinetics, 972-972-8610.
When sports news breaks, these guys break in immediately. You're getting your sports fix and sharing some laughs. Ha ha ha. With Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan and the Odyssey iHeart and TuneIn app.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
This is Drake Toll with the Sports Minute, sponsored by Robinhood. Your money, your move. The NFL postseason is set, and the Seattle Seahawks are the team to beat. If you need a Super Bowl pick on January 5th,
E&M Leasing Studios, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Final hour, and you can fist pump today because the Dallas Cowboys have fired Matt Eberflus. I'm Sean Sharif alongside RJ Choppy. Cowboys insider Bobby Belt. Alec Medford is celebrating out in the hallway. We got Pay to the left and Aiden running the fan cam, Twitch, and YouTube. Here on DFW Sports Station. That's what we've been relegated to here in Metroplex Sports. Just celebrating firings after crappy performances. We don't celebrate any titles, except hopefully maybe the Dallas Stars. But Nico and Matt Eberflus now coupled together in the past, 6 months?
It's
2 months, right? Because Nico was mid-November.
Was it that soon? That short time ago?
The first step to winning is cutting out the people you absolutely can't win with. So that's why it's a celebration. Now you have hope. You have hope because Nico's gone and Matt Eberflus is gone, and now we'll see how many of Matt Eberflus's assistants are gone.
Yeah. Do you think that some should be gone?
Should return, you mean? I think they all go except
basically.
I think they all go except White Cotton. I think White Cotton probably stays, but everybody else I think is probably out.
Brad Sham, Cowboys pregame show, saying that part of the reason they let Al Harris go for the Al Harris lovers to Chicago is maybe the babying of Trayvon Diggs. And RJ is going to ask the question, why would someone want this job at 9:20 when we bring back the Red Zone here on Sean and RJ? And the Red Zone is going to be daily football every day, 9:20. Get it, Red Zone? 20-yard line. And then crosstalk with the Kansas City Masterpiece at 9:40. But that is the breaking news. Matt Eberflus is gone. All right, let's get to NFL overreactions or not before we go back inside the Star in about 15 minutes. A coach and playoff edition.
All right, let's go right now. If Josh Allen loses in the first round, he needs to finally start taking the can't win the big one heat that he has somehow skated, that Tony Romo never skated, that Peyton Manning never skated, that Dak Prescott has never skated. Josh Allen needs to start taking that heat.
Not an overreaction. That MGM, I think, said no Lamar, no Mahomes, no Burrow, no more excuses. I saw that tweet coming out when it comes to Josh Allen. Now, you're facing maybe the hottest juggernaut in the league right now in the Jacksonville Jaguars, and you're doing it on the road. I always try to give a weapons and receiver excuse to Josh because I feel like they have screwed him there in Buffalo. Like, Buffalo is the old Baltimore in terms of not having true, awesome, legit weapons for Josh to throw to. But, yeah, I think if you lose in round one, that the noise will and should get really, really loud. Not for replacing him or anything, but the playoff choke stuff. Bobby?
Yeah, this is I had said it in my email yesterday. Like, this to me is with everything being where it is with the league right now and it being looking completely vulnerable and kind of wide open. For Josh, this feels like to me like, all right, are you going to be Peyton Manning or are you going to be Dan Marino? Like, your reputation-wise. Are you going to be like this great quarterback who, all right, if you couldn't win it then, like, you're just the dude who's not going to win it? Or are you going to go like, all right, year 8, 9, like is what? Peyton was year 9 when he finally won? 06?
8.
So it's
like
Josh Allen's in year 8 right now. Like, here's the pivot point. Win it when it's vulnerable. And if you don't, like, it does start just looking like, okay, like, you just may never win it then.
Yeah.
Not an overreaction.
Not an overreaction. Same game. Trevor Lawrence can save his legacy this month.
Yes, he can. Not an overreaction.
Can or is capable of it?
Can.
Like, yeah, the opportunity presents itself. That's not an overreaction. Him being capable of doing it, I don't think so.
Ooh. Okay, what do you make of this run that they're on?
I think their defense is really, really good. And I think that they've been able to efficiently move the ball when they've needed to. But, like, when you're talking about the margins tightening up here, I just don't think they can win those games in a row if Trevor's got to be a focal point.
His month of December, I'll go mid-month. 330 yards, 5 touchdowns against the Jets. 279, 3 touchdowns against Denver. 263, no touchdowns and a pick against Indianapolis. 3 touchdowns, 255 yards against the Colts. His QBR is 15th, 29 touchdowns, 5th most in the league. He's thrown for the 6th most amount of yards. Yes, he can completely change the narrative. I'm trying to avoid the question of, is he capable of it? I would still lean towards no because I want to end up being right.
By the way, he rushed for 9 touchdowns this year, 4 in these last few weeks.
Yeah, in the last 8 games, he has 19 passes, 5 rush TDs. The only 2 players to ever have that 8-game stretch, both won the MVP.
And Cohen has said his legs changed their offense. So you answer both. Ken and capable.
Well, Ken for sure. I know there's a question that it's Ken. He's played well. He's played really, really well. I think he's capable because the team is capable. Like, you know what I mean? Like it's kind of one of those things
but can we go through a playoff run and it's like Trevor was the reason
where he puts up 28 a game?
Yeah.
I don't think they're going to put up 28 a game, no.
It is wild just how remarkably consistent his numbers have been across the board. Like, even this year. So, like, if you look through for his career, yards per attempt the last 4 years, 7, 7-1, 7-2, 7-2. His QBR, 56-1, 56-9, 56-1, 58-3. Like,
wow.
You look at, like, completion percentage, he's, like, always just checking. He's like just the guy he always is, and he's been that way for 5 years. He just really has not made any improvements since 22.
He has not had a QBR below 77 since December 7th. The QBR has been 77 or higher for whatever that's worth.
Date that will live in infamy. Overreaction or not? Isn't that right? That's the right date, right?
Yeah.
It is more likely New England and Denver are one and done than that either reach the Super Bowl.
No, that's an overreaction. Not more likely. You're talking about the top 2 records and they've got home field. I'm not saying it's likely they're going to make it, but I think if you're telling me they both lose without winning or one of them manages to get to the Super Bowl, I think it's more likely one of them would manage to get to the Super Bowl than they both lose.
Agreed.
I think you're right. Overreaction. I did see this stat that like they have like New England had the 3rd easiest schedule in the history of the NFL.
What?
According to DVOA.
Wow.
It was, I remember we were looking at it when they got to like 5-2 or something. We were like, there may not be more than 2 losses the rest of the way.
They're favored by 3.5 over the Chargers at home.
The other 2 was Buffalo in 91 and the Rams in 99. Overreaction or not, Matthew Stafford becomes an all-time great with 4 more wins. An all-time great. Not a Hall of Famer. He is up there in the discussion with Favre, Aikman, Manning.
Overreaction.
All of them.
That's a super overreaction.
Yeah.
He's probably gotten
Dan Orlovsky will put him up there, just like he's like talking about Aaron Rodgers' throws.
Okay, did you notice when he was calling the game the other day? Maybe this is me. Did you notice him like almost like pandering to Louis Riddick, like for confirmation of what he was seeing? Like, hey, Louis, is that right?
I don't know whether he was pandering or, I don't know I don't know if it was out of cluelessness or just trying to like do broadcasty type discussion.
Yeah, the first one, cluelessness. He doesn't know how deep an end zone is.
No, not an all-time great.
It's an overreaction that he's an all-time great. He's probably gotten to Hall of Fame status by this point, or he's close if he like pushes this through.
And I guess he's now the MVP again. How many times do we flip-flop May Stafford in the he what?
Can't be.
Why?
History
can't be MVP?
History says it can't happen.
Why?
Well, because the history shows that if you're a quarterback and you win the MVP, you're the 1 seed. Or the 2 seed.
Yeah, but it has happened
years.
Before. Because you referenced this stat last year, and it had happened like 1 or 2 other times. This would be one of those times. If you won it.
We're talking about decades. So because of the tiebreaker, they technically finished second in the division with the same record as San Fran. So the tiebreaker flipped the other way. Nobody had finished 3rd in their division and won the MVP since '97.
So who is going to win MVP?
Drake May.
Okay.
Drake May will win it. It should be. This is honestly
one Stafford's now the betting favorite again.
This is one of the first years I've honestly ever looked at it and gone like, it's too tight. It should be a split. It should be May and Stafford sharing it.
Overreaction or not, right here on 105.3 The Fan. The Raiders' job is better than the Giants.
No.
Even though
that's an overreaction.
They have basically because they have the first pick.
Yeah, they had the first pick for Jamarcus Russell too. That organization sucks. They don't know how to build the team. Mark Davis is a complete disaster.
Is Mark Davis isn't it comes across like he's letting people try to do their thing,
but like that's what I meant. Like, so there are different ways
that's
that
we people would kill for around here.
That's. I think that happens more than people realize it does. Like here, and that's what I'm saying is that it's still like his selection process of people to put in his organization has been really bad. Like, and it's just consistently been poor. No, the Raiders are a mess right now, and they are so bad. You're telling me the Giants?
You don't think Brady's going to go in there and help fix?
No, hell no. He's going to go in there with like, you guys should stop eating sugar. Like, stop eating refined sugar. That's not going to fix that. Jaxson Dart has looked okay. You're telling like Malik Neighbors, he's been out of sight, out of mind for people. Malik Neighbors come back. He's a stud. They've got some nice pieces on defense. They're going to be picking fifth.
Who else on offense do they have?
I mean, they've got Tyrone Tracy. He's a good player. Tyrone Tracy's a good player. They've got Wan'Dale Robinson. He's a good player.
And who else?
Andrew Thomas. He's like a franchise left tackle. So, like I'm saying, like there are pieces there.
And anyone else?
And
no, I don't think so.
The backbone, the fury, the spirit.
Anyone who submits to a taco?
The heart.
Anyone who submits to a taco.
Oh, I thought he was understanding the bit. He's not understanding the bit.
No, I know who you're talking about.
Okay. What's your answer?
The Giants' job is better. They have a quarterback. I think.
If you want to be a coach and just feel comfortable, that also seems like an organization where it's like
more stability.
We'll give you like 2 extra years than you deserve to not get fired.
One more thing on the Stafford thing. People brought this up. Would you take Stafford over Rodgers if he wins another Super Bowl?
All time?
All time.
No.
Aaron Rodgers?
Because Aaron only went to one Super Bowl.
I don't take Eli over Dan Marino either.
I agree. I'm just throwing it out there.
Yeah, not over Rodgers. Rodgers is an all-time great. Matt Stafford's not.
Last one.
Would you take Stafford over Steve Young?
No.
Okay.
There are very few people I would take over Steve Young. Outside of Josh Allen.
Would you take Stafford over Elway?
Yes.
I don't know.
Okay.
I don't know.
His running back with busted knees got shipped off. Todd Gurley wasn't there to drag him to a Super Bowl.
Outside of Josh Allen, Justin Herbert is under the most pressure this postseason.
Herbert's under the most pressure
of quarterbacks, right? Not just people.
Yeah, of quarterbacks. I don't care about the others.
That answer is yes.
And
I don't even know if there's a close second.
Yeah, not an overreaction because I'm not thinking of it. The guy who's under the most pressure next and the only reason it's not is because they didn't make it. It's Lamar. But Lamar didn't even make the postseason, so...
Thanks, Mickey Fisher.
He's not... But I'm just saying, like, if you want to incorporate the fact that he missed the playoffs as being part of that discussion, then it's Lamar.
The breaking news this morning, Matt Eberflus has been fired. RJ is going to ask and maybe sell it. Why would anyone want this Cowboys defensive coordinator job? That's next in the Red Zone. It's back right here on The Fan.
But did you see
30 through 33. With Frankel & Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel & Frankel, the go-to car and truck attorneys in Dallas.
How many people want to eat a W tonight?
You know what I like about the media? They think you can just dial 1-800 and get a quarterback.
The Red Zone is back every day, 9:20. Get it? Red Zone. Here on Sean and RJ, along with Cowboys insider Bobby Bell. We got Peyton and Aiden running the fan cam, Twitch, and YouTube. And thanks to all of you, that 8 o'clock group is surging to the front as best audience of the show. And we may have a nickname for them. Name. Maybe we'll drop it later on in the week.
And maybe a great name that could coincide with a T-shirt.
You think a T-shirt? That's a dangerous T-shirt. Although Spittle, that seems like a perfect type of T-shirt that Spittle would make.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? Some innuendo there. Crosstalk with KNC at 9:40. But today is about the breaking news that happened while Moose Johnston was on with us advocating for the return of Matt Eberflus. Well, they fired Matt Eberflus. And the candidates, we've gone over them, the suggestions, some of the pros, some of the cons. But RJ Choppy with a very important question.
How attractive is the job to a defensive coordinator?
Not very.
Okay. I don't disagree.
I don't have a pass rush. I don't have edge rushers. I don't have linebackers, and I really don't have a secondary.
Yeah, so like I was in the break, I was talking about a guy Mo, and he's a college football player. Said we don't have the corners to play Rex to get Rex here, right?
You still hung up on Rex.
Yeah. So I'm saying like you're also limited on what you can get because of
their footwork isn't very good.
Footwork is terrible.
Yeah.
So,
and I'm being told that a Brian Flores system is too complicated for this group of players.
I mean, they couldn't figure out cover two.
And it does not seem like Jerry Jones would pay me top. Like, why would Brian Flores come here? As Diana Rossini is saying, be on the lookout for. Why would a top name, like the highest paid defensive coordinators in the league? I'd be interested to see.
So it's the same. It depends on in terms of if it's attractive. It depends on what are your priorities. Somebody like Brian Flores who wants to be a head coach in the NFL again, Dallas is attractive. If you come here,
not to take the Dallas job.
No, it would be like this is my launch pad again to get back to coaching. Historically, for years, if a Cowboys coordinator is decent, they get interviewed. A bunch of them get jobs. So I think for Flores, he probably looks at it as like, man, I can be on that stage, show people what I do. There's tension with the league. Oh, what better way to repair it than look? I've got one of your unofficial. I've got basically your unofficial commissioner here that is my boss and likes the job that I've done and would vouch for me to others after this. So like for somebody like Flores, I think it makes sense if he's goal-minded for I want to be a head coach and I want to get back there quickly. It makes sense for him. I think that's why a lot of these head coaches, the reason why they've had 5 in a row, do you
think people think of it more that way, or like the transfer to go and see the first string that could get fired or knocked off?
Say it again. What do you mean? Oh, like the guy above them could get fired?
Like the head coach. Like, I wonder how many coordinators pick a spot and they want to be head coaches.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. You pick a spot for the guy on shaky ground.
Oh, for sure.
Or are you thinking, I get blown out with that person?
Oh, yeah.
Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, no, because, I mean...
Like, let me go to Buffalo.
There were people who thought there were people who thought McCarthy hated that Zimmer was here because it was like, well, that's an easy option to default to interim if I go.
And Quinn.
Yeah. And so that he was always kind of looking over his shoulder. So, yeah, that does exist.
But I just didn't know if coordinators picked jobs for that reason. I
can see it.
You know, like obviously Garrett was brought here. We knew he was next.
Yeah. So, I think that absolutely factors in for some guys. Yeah.
So, as of now, and look, things are going to change because...
And by the way, payment-wise, and this is trusting AI, Fangio, 4.5. They still have Zimmer up here, so that tells you how much to trust. They had Zimmer at 4. which seems way too high.
I did the same thing with Eberflus's deal earlier this year. They said he was making $4 from the Cowboys. I was like, that doesn't make sense.
Coordinator salaries are very rarely, like, we don't even have every head coach's salary. Coordinator salaries are very rarely public.
All right, so obviously this list could change as teams get blown out, but some of those are going to be in here. I'm going to throw some of those in here. So compare the Cowboys' job.
And I do think, to add to the attraction list, Brian Schottenheimer should be here for at least 2 more years.
Mm-hmm.
So I know I'm not going somewhere where someone's going to get canned quick.
Yeah. All right, so I'm going to give you some teams and tell me if the DC job here is more attractive than a potential DC job there.
All
right. Pittsburgh. There could be a shakeup. We don't know what Tomlin. I mean, he could decide to leave on his own. That could have an opening. Are the Cowboys more or less attractive as a DC than the Steelers?
Pittsburgh.
Yeah, I mean,
I'm talking about with the talent. I don't want to live in Pittsburgh.
Take it all together. All together. You got to live there. You got to coach there. The stage,
Dallas.
The players, the ability to win a Super Bowl, all that stuff.
Why? Bobby?
Because I'm looking at it right now, like, that roster's so old. Like, they're talented, they're old. Like that, like those guys are not going to be there super long. And like, I mean, there's been questions about Watt and whether he could be out of there at some point, but that's just such an old roster. It's better. It's a talented roster, but like, at least here I look and I go, I got Quinnen Williams for the next several years. If I like Ezeraku, I've got him. Like, I've got an interior defensive line that I believe in. So, like, there's 2 first-round picks. I'm certain to get 2 first-round defensive players that I'm going to get to add to that. I just look at it as, like, that.
Okay.
2 years from now, I don't know that I want to be there.
All right. If I take everything into account, including Tomlin uncertainty, I guess I'll lean Cowboys. Pittsburgh gave up 23 points a game this past season. Cowboys 30.
Atlanta. Now, obviously, we don't know who they're going to bring in as their coach, but they got a decent roster. People like the roster. Pierce might win defensive accolades, rookie accolades.
Yeah.
Atlanta. Yeah, Atlanta, that's not even close.
Detroit. They might move on from their coordinator, and I think people think they're probably closer to winning the title than the Cowboys. And maybe you would prefer working for Dan. You got to live in Detroit.
They gave up 24 a game, and we were just talking.
Seems low.
We were just talking to Ritma about their defense.
Yeah, and that feels like again, if I'm looking at it over multi-year and different things like that, that seems like a team that's going to have cap casualties in the next 2 years, where they're going to have to say, all right, got to let this guy go, because we've stacked up too much money in these areas. Now Detroit, 2 years from now Dallas.
What's your answer?
I actually kind of like the way he's thinking. Now Detroit, 2 years from now Dallas, but I also think 2 years from now, both the quarterbacks will be absolutely on their downward path, so it won't matter.
Yeah, I mean, depending on health. Yeah.
I'll lean Lions. There's too many questions here.
Baltimore. That defense is kind of garbage. We don't know what's going to happen. Harbaugh, whatever. Even if he's not, that was a bad defense this year. You can expect some changes. The Cowboys more or less attractive than the Ravens DC job.
Ravens. Baltimore historically has personnel department that knows how to identify good young defensive talent, so they'll always put it around them.
My answer was going to be Eric DeCosta.
Yeah.
Trusting Eric DeCosta.
Your buddy.
Yeah, he didn't really acknowledge me at Carbone the way. I was half lit, and I think I brought up a name that I found out he didn't like anymore. But
Ray Rice.
I thought that was going to go much better.
Big fan of ED, huh?
Chilling with Eric DeCosta at Carbone for 2 minutes. Probably 90 seconds. What's that?
I don't know what Carbone is.
The Italian restaurant Carbone. It's a famous big name chain.
Here?
Here.
Yeah, okay.
Vegas. Yeah.
All right.
Huge.
Very nice. Buffalo.
Overpriced.
Let's look up. I don't, off the top of my head, Buffalo doesn't.
Is the Buffalo Stadium indoors, the new one?
No.
It's not?
It's not indoors, but the fans are covered.
Oh.
So it's like a European soccer stadium, right? Where they're going to have, it's going to be like basically a small hole in the roof just over the stadium.
I mean, I went to Syracuse, New York for one summer.
Oh, God.
And it was awful.
I didn't realize how old that team is. Holy cow.
Are they that old?
Tre'Davious, like these are a lot of their main starters on defense. Tre'Davious White, 30. Joey Bosa, 30. Matt Milano, 31. Daquan Jones, 34. Jordan Poyer, 34. Shaq Thompson, 31. They're old.
Cowboys.
Yeah, Cowboys. That's just that defense. They're good, but they're old.
Yeah, I agree. And obviously, look, you might get guys promoted from teams in the playoffs, so we don't know who's going to be available. But those are just some of the teams that I thought of when it was more attractive or less attractive. So basically, we thought maybe Pittsburgh.
The only one? No, Atlanta's better.
No. Were the Cowboys are the more attractive job.
Oh.
And did you say Buffalo?
I think Dallas is more attractive than Buffalo,
and then
Pittsburgh, and then Detroit, depending on how you view when it is. I will say that when you ask when you
personnel,
said just on its own, yeah. If I'm a secondary coach, if I'm a back part of the defense type of coach, I think it's more intriguing than if you're a coach for other spots, because you look at it and you go, okay, they're going to have continuity defensive line coach in all likelihood. They've got pieces there that they like. If you like Bland, if you're somebody who likes Bland, then a secondary coach will go, cool, I got Bland, Revel's young. There's players back here that are like upside guys who just have not played well. But upside guys,
else?
Revel, Carson, Bland are all upside. So you look at that and go, okay, I got upside here, and I'm going to get at least one of those first-round picks in my unit. And so I think for a secondary guy, and also knowing they're hiring you to, hey, this whole defense is going to be molded around your belief in the secondary, I think that's something that would carry with one of those kind of coaches.
We're having the discussion because the news finally happened this morning during our show. Matt Eberflus has been fired. Franklin Franco fan text has been lit throughout the entire morning at 877-881-1053, 877-881-1053, and a bunch of euphoria on that said fan text about Flus being gone. When's the last time a Cowboy coach has been fired that was celebrated like this?
Garrett.
Yeah.
What about you and McCarthy?
I mean, well, that was just me. That was not the rest of the city. They were all duped by that hack. But
is it Garrett?
Yeah, but I look. I mean, Eberflus is
Linehan.
Yeah,
Linehan. People were just not like miserable with him for 2 years. Oh, it's all curl routes. It's short of the stick, and it was brutal, and it didn't feel like he was ever going to get fired. That fact that he got that extra year felt very similar to me, like giving Eberflus an extra year. That was ridiculous.
Yeah, Jason. People didn't hate Jason the way they hate, like in terms of compared to Eberflus, because they just think Jason just wasn't a plus.
Right. Yeah.
Eberflus was a negative. Jason was never a negative. He didn't make the team worse.
Nolan was awful, but I also wonder if people, like, it was COVID year. It was weird. I don't know how much people were like, everybody was distracted.
What about Kellen?
I mean, there was people that didn't like him.
Yeah.
Kellen didn't have the universal disapproval, because there were still people like me who thought Kellen was really good.
That's it. Yeah, it's Nolan, Jason. But again, Nolan was more on the lines of
Monty Kiffin, Rob Ryan, when they went through those things, that got a lot of
All right, there it is. The Red Zone is back every day, 9:20 here on Sean and RJ. Let's continue the Eberflus celebration as we crosstalk with the KNC masterpiece. Will Kevin Hagelin give Jerry and Steven some credit? Find out next.
Let's
market. Upgrade your vehicle. Get to Classic Chevrolet and Grapevine today. The back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. More new Chevys than anyone else, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
Matt Eberflus has been fired, and we talk about it with the KNC Masterpiece here on 105.3 The Fan. Corey Majors joined us in the hour that the news broke, and now we have Kevin Hagelin.
Did it sound like Moose was sad when you broke that news to him? And I thought it was a good interview, but that kind of went against some of that stuff he said in that interview.
Kinda. Did you think that his answers were good? So was anyone else picking up on this while watching the game Sunday? Because there's a difference between, like, you're doing the broadcasty thing and you're like, trying to, push a generic message. And I know you talked to one player on the field, and Quentin Williams in the exit interview is like, hey, we got to take some heat. Cover 3's been cover 3. Cover 2's been cover 2. Man to man, man to man. So maybe he just spoke to the wrong guy. Right. And he did also speak with Eberflus and leading up to the game. So I don't know whether that bias kicked in, but I was listening. I was like, is he saying that the locker room is advocating? So I knew Choppy had booked him for today. And I was like, there's no way it's going to go this far. And it did. And then the news broke right on Moose's
that
neck
timing
brace.
was unfortunate.
It was
for him.
Yeah. Although maybe it calmed people down towards his timeline.
Okay.
I think that stopped the tweets.
Okay.
Because I was listening to this and I was like, he's really going all in here.
Yeah.
And I get what he's saying. Like, I can make an argument, right, that Matt Eberflus has been a long-time coach in the league. Personnel was not good. Continuity, all these things.
And it's not like the defense just got bad this year.
Yeah.
Yeah, they were historically bad the year before.
Yeah.
To start, they in the last half of the year were not near. That's the thing. They at least got better as it went on. This was just bad the whole year. I mean, some of the worst plays we saw on defense this year were just this past weekend. The Bellinger thing is still that should have gotten him fired right there.
So I understand him trying to preach continuity, but unfortunate.
How many Bears games do you think Moose probably called over the last few years too for Fox?
A lot.
Probably a lot.
So it wasn't just that one game.
Yeah.
He's probably talked to Matt Eberflus a lot over the years.
And that's the tough part. You have to try to separate.
Give me the person from y'all's show to where you fight the bias, where you're like, I need to separate.
I think it's Trayvon Diggs for me. Because we'd had
Oxnard?
A couple of interactions, including that one at Oxnard that I just...
Are you embarrassed?
No. I just really, really liked talking to him, and I was pro him. And then the other one was...
Jalen Smith did that for us.
Yeah.
We were a night show at the time, and we got him very early on.
Will.
And the interview that we had with him, I was like, dude, I love this guy. The story that went with it, like everything. I was like, if he can get back out on the field, and then once he did 1 year of being out on the field, I was like, awesome, this is great. And so it took a little bit longer for me to be like, let's move on, even though I saw what I saw.
Who was the Rangers reliever?
Derek Holland.
No, Sam...
Dyson?
Sam Dyson. Yeah.
So we had a great conversation with him, and he goes, how long is this going to take? And we go, that depends on how good your answers are. And he smiled, and he goes, all right, let's see what happens.
Yeah.
And so, we had a great time with him, but everybody else I think we talked to was like,
he's a jackass, right?
Yeah, exactly.
It turned out he may have actually been a bit of a jackass, considering some of the things we saw.
Yeah.
So.
What about for you? Admit your bias.
Oh, I have
Seinfeld.
Tons of biases. Hell yeah. I'm biased to Dak. I mean, I was for years to Dak. It took a while. Peyton Manning. And anybody from Tennessee, basically, except for Tobias Harris. And about to be Nana Men.
Yeah.
Plenty of biases. Yeah.
So Dak, that's the best one you got?
I think so. I mean,
what about McCarthy or Banny?
Or who?
Banny.
Oh. Jason, too. I like Jason. I like Mike. And I liked Banny. Yeah. Banny's a tough one. Banny's a tough one because he's the only one that still keeps in touch.
Jeter, he loves Jeter, too.
Well, let's talk about people our audience would care about.
Yeah, because that dude's
and
just
Jeter didn't do anything. for Choppy or had never spoken to
He's
Choppy.
He's the Seinfeld of baseball.
An interaction that made you have to take a step back.
So we like, and this will be like we're talking about people that you favorably feel that way towards, not like so negatively biased, because that would be McCarthy, obviously, but positively favored. Yeah, like Randy Gregory was the one that I had a hard time doing because he was just somebody I was buddies with.
What's coming up on the show?
What about for you?
I'm getting there. I'm kind of there with Shoddy. Yeah. I'm glad that I'm glad the news broke today, so I didn't have to do the Shoddy grade segment that I had planned. Yeah, I put way too much thought into this grading with how good Shoddy's been on Fridays, but I'm gonna have to rip it off.
Even though he just he kills you every Friday.
Yeah.
Just kicks you while you're down.
That's how professional I am.
You're trying to win
because I can keep it straight. I'm that professional, Corey.
Right out of the gate, Uberflus needs a lift.
Whoa!
Whoa!
How do you like that tease?
It's very good.
Kevin is very proud of that one.
Oh, you came up with it.
Yeah, that is definitely Kevin's for sure. And then
one guy who's never been in a ride share because he doesn't drink.
True.
Have you taken a single digit, one handful amount of ride shares in your life?
I ordered you an Uber once.
Yeah, okay.
When your keys got locked in your car.
Oh, shoot, I remember that.
Wow.
He left him
Irresponsibility here from
Mr.
Mr. Perfect.
I left him on top of my car like a dumbass. That's a whole, I'll have to tell you that story.
Did you hear Slater's bit in PP in the morning? Jane left her car running at the Houston game from 7 a.m. to 4 p.m.
Adrian did that once in my apartment.
No.
Yeah.
She left your car running in your apartment?
No, in the parking lot.
Oh.
Bobby.
Oh, okay.
Jesus.
You'd be proud.
What about him? He died 3
when
cents.
when Netflix had us go out and do the Canelo fight, they were like, you get 6 free Ubers. And they said you can pick whatever you want. So I picked like the fanciest one. I tipped as much as they would allow me to. Wow. You could tip up to like 40%. And it was like, this is covered by your voucher. So I tipped the most I could every single time.
Wow.
It was neat.
And you got like the Uber Blacks, like the SUVs?
And it was like, you can get a regular Uber for $30. You can get this one as 1 minute away for $72.
There was like a special code?
Click. Yeah. They gave you a code that was exclusive to just that 4 to 8 time span.
By the way, it's now he'll have to pay for the Lyft Uberflus because the Cowboys, when you actually play for them or you're employed by them, they'll give you free Ubers or Lyfts within 60 yards or 60 miles of the facility or something. It's insane.
60 yards.
If Dak can throw the football there, you can get an Uber.
They just do it by Aubrey distances.
Oh, yeah, that's a good one.
All right, let's finish up Ask Reddit before the Matt Eberflus news kicks off KNC.
All right, since we're talking about Ubers and being in different cities, Kevin Hagelin, what's the coolest city you've ever been to?
This is gonna sound so generic. I think New York City is freaking awesome. I really do.
You would live there?
No, absolutely not.
Okay,
but cool to visit. No, I would hate living there.
Right?
But cool to visit because you can see Broadway shows and there's all kinds of different eating opportunities. I loved it there, but just to visit.
Yeah, no, I've never been as crazy about New York. Corey?
I guess Cabo or Malibu.
Wow.
I love the ocean. I love the coast. I always have. If I could be near water.
But those houses that were there, alongside the Pacific Coast Highway, they're shacks.
Yeah, I'm fine with that.
They
are
are
perfectly okay with that, man.
A beach bum
I would
that.
totally be that.
Would you live on? I would live on an RV on the beach.
No,
I could do that.
I'm surprised you don't already live on an RV
down by the river.
That seems like something you would love.
Well,
RJ's
we don't
RVs.
have beaches here.
Yeah, we don't have beaches here. So I'm not going to live on an RV on Grapevine Lake.
He loves.
Well, you bought a snowboard.
That's right.
Yeah.
Well, it's tough to beat Venice. I mean, it's really tough to beat Venice.
That's a big time answer.
I think you and I are going to have the same answer. That's why I went to you.
I mean, how could any of it be underrated? What's an underrated thing about it? I don't know that sleeping into whenever you want is underrated. Doing whatever you want. Choppy would say walking around the house naked.
I do now.
You can't do that as a married person.
What's your answer?
It's just like being able to just be alone and do nothing. Like not even sleep.
That's not underrated. I don't think. That's what I'm saying. I think it's a bad question.
I think it's underrated because people think of it as being like boring or whatever. It's I like the boring moments where it's like I don't have anything to do right now.
It's not as overly stimulating. When was the last time you walked into your house and nobody was there?
Exactly.
It was just you for at least 30 minutes.
I was going to say not being required to text or call somebody, regardless of the time of day or what you're doing. That'd be great.
Yeah, it's making a tea time on golf as you want for me.
It's a good one.
Pepe?
True.
He's not listening.
Mine would be just saving money or being able to do whatever you want. But saving money was the big thing when I was.
That's a big deal. You're right.
What's underrated about being married then, Sean?
What's underrated about being?
He repeated the question to buy time.
Peyton, get Amanda on the phone, like Sean did with me last week.
I think it probably would have to do with loneliness would kick in single.
Yeah,
no doubt about it. So why is this camera twisting around?
I have no clue what Aiden.
Get that camera off of me, Aiden. Having someone to go to all the events with, companionship.
There's always a reliability of just there's somebody else there for
having more
whatever.
people at your funeral. I get it.
Is that what?
Yeah, man.
Would be the concern?
Yeah.
It's a football funeral for Matt Eberflus.
Who will have the
today.
fullest funeral?
You.
Hell no. I'm gonna. Oh, people celebrating it. Yeah.
No. The KNC masterpiece is next.
Disagree.
A&C Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Alec, I want to let you know it's a miracle I could even say that. You've got Bobby still in studio, but you've got me, Kevin Hagelin. You've got, oh, man, what up, Teach? Corey Majors, and, of course, the famous Alec Medford. Gentlemen, welcome to the program. How the heck you doing today? And then for everybody out there in listening land, how the heck are y'all doing today? Twitch, YouTube, or the Frankel and Frankel Injury Attorney text line 877-881-1053.
Alec, the kids are back at school, and so that meant two things. One, traffic's going to be worse because adults have all the same schedule.
That's why traffic was worse today.
And also, it's great because my kids are going to be worn out when they get home today, and that means that I won't have as much to do. And they will also be they won't be trashing my house throughout the day. So I'm doing really well. I woke up in a positive mood this morning. This is good. This is good stuff.
All right, Alec, what about you?
I'm going through it, guys. The changes in the weather have to stop. Mother Nature, I'm calling you out right now. Promo style, stop. Whatever you're doing, I hate it. I can barely breathe out of my nose. My eyes feel like they cannot stay open. It is incredibly bad, guys. But I'm in a great mood. I just physically am not fully here.
I'm just saying. Remember that day I came in here? I couldn't keep my eyes open. They were just watering, and it felt allergies, but it was definitely worse. Alec, I hope you're okay.
Oh, I am.
Take some vitamin C, bro.
I'm Man of Steel, man.
All right.
Yeah. Already got the vitamin C going. Already got all the supplements and everything. Eating clean, drinking a ton of water. We're good. Like, I feel fine outside. Like, it's all in the head right now. It's like all nasally and gross. I hate everything about it.
That's how it started, Kevin.
No. Okay.
Be aware, man.
All right. Good to know. From the 817, taking deliveries, ready to go home and play Call of Duty. From the 858, I'm in a great mood, boys. Eberflop got fired. Man, every Cowboys fan should be stoked. From the 405, fantastic. So it seems like people are starting the day in a really good mood, and I wonder how much of that has to do with Matt Eberflus being fired, and then perhaps the other question that goes along with it, and obviously, yes, I want to take this opportunity once again to say Eberflus needs a lift. Is he just a scapegoat? I understand the problems that come along with Matt Eberflus, but do you think we're going to get to this point where Cowboys fans think a magical hire is going to fix everything?
I think that's one of the points that Moose was making before. He never went when he was on with Sean and RJ and Bobby and Peyton and I guess sometimes Aiden, because Aiden's with us now a little bit. When he was making this statement of like, moving on from one coach isn't going to be the fix-all for this.
Right.
And I don't think anybody believes that it's going to be the fix-all for it.
I don't think I agree with that.
He's a skate. You think that this defense had good enough talent?
No. Not. I think that. You said you don't think anybody thinks that. I think there are quite a few people out there who think.
Well, then they're wrong, and that's just the way that it's going to be. Deal with it. I don't think. I think most people think it's a balance of the Cowboys front office didn't do enough to make sure that there was real premium talent on the defensive side of the ball, and then the coach didn't do a good enough job communicating what he needed those guys to do to be a moderate defense, to be something that looked functional at all. And so I think I don't think he's going to be a scapegoat unless the Cowboys do nothing in free agency and adding to this defense. If they do nothing, then yes, it was scapegoat. Hey, we had to fire somebody to appease the crowd. But I think that this is a Cowboys. I personally think that they are looking at it saying this didn't work properly. We heard from the players. Our leaders on the defensive side of the ball didn't like it. So we're going to add something new to it. We're going to go find something that's going to be better for it. But in the same process, we're going to add better players to the defensive side of the ball because we saw how trash it was whenever we didn't have that out there.
So I am excited about this move because they made it quickly. That was the biggest thing that I was afraid about with this.
No, absolutely.
Is when Shoddy Look, I railed against this yesterday when Shotty was like, oh, we'll take about 10 to 12 days. Well, clearly that wasn't true either. I think we've noticed a pattern throughout this organization. But I appreciate that they got it done way faster because I hated the idea that you were going to sit around for a week and a half, 2 weeks to figure out something that you've known has been problematic pretty much the entire season. And it's like once you got eliminated from the playoffs, you should be reflecting on all the things that didn't work and be ready to make a move. I did not think the Cowboys had it in them, and by God, they did. And the reason why I love that is because now it gives you the opportunity to strike on the real candidates that you might actually want. Unlike going the route of free agency where you're like, whoever's left over.
You know what we did on the Saturday, the Friday and Saturday of last week, Kevin? I cleared out, it was Saturday, maybe Thursday and Saturday. Cleared out closet, rearranged it. Cleared out, and this is the one in the living room. Cleared out the, where all the mail goes, and you just kind of leave it there all year.
I would never do that.
I did. And actually, I just assumed my wife will take care of it, and she never did. So I said, we got to do this together, and we did. Daughter's room, cleaned up. Son's room, cleaned up. His closet, don't worry about that right now, all right? But I said, it's January. We got to move. We can't. Yeah. I had a goal to get this stuff taken care of. We need to do it now. No sitting around playing games on our phone. Let's get it done right now. And I think that's what the Cowboys are looking at. We have to move. If we're going to make sure we have a good plan of action to go get players that our coach can actually use, then we need to find out who our coach is going to be immediately. Means we can't wait around, and also that means we can't wait around for somebody to take the better coaches that we might want.
Right.
If we're going to go out and get a better coach right now, then we have to be at the front of the line and make sure that we get the premium one that we really want. We'll offer him what we need to in order to make sure we secure the bag for him.
I want to say this is the second time in the last 5 months now, the Cowboys have made a move that I just didn't think they had the stomach for. First of all, trading a big-time player in Micah Parsons. Now, making a quick decision on firing even a coordinator.
You know, what's interesting about that is Jerry told us last week that he's had a tendency in his career to hold on to things too long, didn't he?
Yes.
Because I was like, hey, you moved on from Trayvon Diggs. When do you know? Because this organization's done that plenty of times.
Yeah.
Tyrone Crawford, they gave a big deal. You didn't think that they needed to give him a big deal. It turned out that kind of was a stinker.
Right.
They've done that. Do you think that that's a Steven imprint? That Steven was like, look, if we're going to do this, because I feel like there's been a lot of Steven going, I'm going to accommodate Dad. I'm going to accommodate these things. And then maybe this is one of those moments where he's like, you know what? I got to make a move here. Or maybe Jerry came down on him and said, you got to make a move, guys.
Okay, I kind of wonder.
Or maybe, just maybe, the coach being somebody who proved that he's going to work his ass off, the coach being somebody that proved that he could make this offense function, somebody that they respect and they like, got in their ear and said, guys, if we're going to do something better next year, I have to have this.
I think that is the most likely outcome, that Shotty talked to Jerry and he was like, then let me pick my person. Let me pick the person that I want to be the defensive coordinator. It's kind of the anti-Mike Maddox effect, where we were like, hey, Mike Maddox will let you go out there and pitch the way you want, and then when it doesn't work, he's like, now you have to do it my way. Well, Shotty was like, fine, you can get the coordinator you want, but that didn't work. So now let me go do it my way. And so I think that's the case, and I will tell you this. I think people are going to be mad about this. I think that people should be happy about this level of some change in flexibility from the Jones family. I know there are plenty of people out there who will only say credit goes to the Jones family when they fire themselves, and I hear you on that. That's just never going to happen. So I appreciate the fact that this was a franchise that was like, well, we'll never trade a big name. All right, we'll do it. And this is a franchise we're like, yeah, maybe we need to fire that person, but let's really make sure we take all of the time with it. And then we'll make that decision. But they changed it this time. And then you brought up something yesterday to the discussion about what took place in some of those exit interviews, and did that skew things one way or another? I don't know for a fact that it did push things one way or another, but the timing suggests that that's possible. Or maybe the Cowboys wanted to wait an extra day so theirs would get all of the coverage. I don't don't know what the answer is to that, but I appreciate the fact that they're trying to do things a little bit different. Now, actually put some resources in free agency, maybe screw over your salary cap in 2028 and be like, well, the way we usually do it never works, so let's try this way.
Yeah, and we've had this pick for all of these times for mining for our gold. Maybe we can go to the little pan method, as we were talking about yesterday, trying to mine for gold.
Yeah.
And stop using the pick. Kevin, I'm glad then that you made that suggestion last week to Jerry Jones.
Yeah.
Hey, have you ever thought about going this way with it? And he's like, well, So maybe he was listening. Maybe he was listening when we were talking to him. He's like, this Kevin guy. I wrote down all his suggestions this year.
Hated a lot of them.
At the time, I hated him because he was proving me wrong on air. But right now, as I look at it, maybe Kevin's got some good thoughts here.
And I find that hard to believe. But that's
possible.
Yeah, that's.
I'd love in Oxnard we get out there. He's like, Kevin, you all these changes. You were right the whole time.
Yeah.
You were right the whole time. I didn't want to believe it.
And it's not a moment where Steven goes, what's a Tolo? Because that might happen as well. Now, I don't know. I know he's in the midst of doing other things. I don't know if Bobby wants to jump on, but I will give him credit for his tweet.
That
of
joke
course,
he said earlier?
We do not need to bring that up on the air.
One of my best.
It's very clever, but probably not for air. One of the things that you tweeted out this morning was out of Denver. Is allowed? Is it Leonard or
Jim
Leonard?
Jim Leonard.
Okay, he is allowed to virtually start interviewing tomorrow. And you said you don't think the timing is coincidental, or it can open you up for Gannon. There's a couple of different people out there.
Yeah, I think they were. This was done when Shotty said that 10 to 12 days thing that people were freaking out about over the weekend.
Yes.
I think that was the process, like the whole process. We're going to make a decision about if somebody's coming back. If they're not coming back, we're then going to go through the interview process and have somebody picked, and all that needs to be completed in the next 10 to 12 days. And I think a part of it is just there's so many coach openings right now. There's going to be so many staffs filled out that they don't want to be left, musical chairs feeling like, okay, we got nobody left.
Yep.
Now we're stuck with somebody we don't really want. But I think Leonard, that timing, there are a lot of people who are big fans of his with the Cowboys. And so I think that timing makes sense. And the other thing, and this has been asked a little bit, he's assistant head coach is his title there. That's one of his titles. He's passing game coordinator. And I'd not gotten clarity on this. I found out that apparently that assistant head coach title does not supersede the coordinator tag. So the Broncos cannot block his interview.
Okay.
Like if they were just like, oh, this is a way for us to kind of work around it, they can't do that. So I imagine that he is going to get an interview.
All right, so there's some viable candidates. I still don't think
they've been a phenomenal defense.
Yeah.
I know Vance Joseph has a lot to do with that.
Sure.
He's the one calling the shots.
And
there.
I don't want to discredit their quarterback or anything else. Their head coach, but defense feels like what's been propelling.
It's been the calling
season.
card for them for years now.
He was with Shotty with the Jets too. So when Jim Leonard was a player, when he was a safety for the Jets, was when Shotty was the coordinator for the Jets.
Familiarity helps a little bit.
Okay, very familiar with him. The whole league is familiar with him from his time as the defensive coordinator in Wisconsin.
But you said something this morning, and I think that this kind of stands. Shotty had a lot of responsibilities this year. And one of them was, I got to go over to the other side of the aisle and make sure that they're doing their job right and help them fix a problem. Do you think that he would have total autonomy to just be like, hey, I trust that you who's never done this before, I trust that you got everything taken care of?
Yeah, I think that if they... Ultimately, they would have to feel comfortable with that in order to make the hire.
Yes.
But I do think that Shotty's familiarity with him, and I mean, there's really important people in that building that are very big fans of his and have been for a while. And so I think as long as Shotty goes like, yeah, I know him and I know what he's about. And you got to remember, he's never done it at the NFL level. He was defensive coordinator for 5 years at Wisconsin, and he was the interim head coach at Wisconsin when Paul Chryst got fired.
Right.
So, I mean, he's got some level of that kind of executive leadership. It's just not been at the NFL level, but he is also a former NFL player who knows how to kind of operate in those spaces.
And then just, I guess my other question, since y'all were just a second ago talking about familiarity, fourth different DC in 4 years, that Is there just a general concern about that, or are you like, hey, if you have the worst defense in franchise history, rebooting either way is fine with me?
Yeah, I'm right there.
You got to do that. And Jonathan, if you want to keep some level of continuity, you can do it a couple different ways.
Jonathan Gannon.
Jonathan Gannon is a Zimmer disciple. A lot of the language is similar. So, I mean, from 2 years ago, that would be a carryover for some guys. And, I mean, I assume they're keeping Aaron Whitecotton. They'll look at the assistants. But if they are keeping Aaron Whitecotton, Jeff Ulbrich from the Falcons, they worked together in New York for several years, and that would probably be an easy transition for a lot of guys.
Well, appreciate it very much. Appreciate the insight that you brought on the morning show and on your Twitter. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 through the Fan. Coming up next, we can talk a little bit more about that as we navigate the NFC East, where mercifully this crappy divisional season is at an end. Next on the Fan.
With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Johnson, the fake. He'll run. He'll want to throw. He's going to get a touchdown. The Commanders have taken the lead. 1 yard touchdown run by 39-year-old quarterback Josh Johnson.
K&C Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Right now, for the final time this season, we will navigate the NFC East. Now, I went ahead and
Why'd you say it like that, dude?
Well, I think this should be a pretty big hint towards my very first question. I did a record breakdown of all of the divisions.
All right.
If you had to guess, which division do you think had the worst record?
Probably the AFC South. You know, those were some miserable teams going into this season, so I'm betting it stayed that way. We were expecting Jacksonville to not be able to do anything. The Texans might squeak through. Nobody thinks the Colts can do anything.
The AFC South tied for the third best record.
Even with the Titans in there?
That's right.
All right. Alec, do you want to take a guess?
Really feel like you guys should use your context clues here.
Oh, really? Okay, if I'm going to do that, I don't often do that on this show. I would say the NFC East.
There you go. Congratulations.
What?
At 27, 40, and 1, the NFC East
Why are you laughing like that?
was, in fact, the NFC least. They were a game and a half behind. Can you guess? What was the second worst division?
The NFC South.
I could see why you would make that selection, but believe it or not, the NFC South was only third worst. It was the AFC North.
Okay.
So the two divisions where it came down to kind of sort of the very last game, they were second and third worst. Now, overall, who do you think had the better record, the AFC or the NFC?
Probably the AFC. I'm just kind of rolling with. I know the NFC West had a lot of double-digit team wins.
All right, NFC West, by the way, that was the best division in football at 41-27. The second best division in football was the NFC North, and thus the NFC finished 2 games above 500, while the AFC finished 2 games below 500.
I was believing in the Broncos and Patriots to lift that, but then like the second-tier teams, the Chiefs didn't finish high.
Yes.
And so and then up in the north or the east, you didn't quite get out of the Dolphins probably what you were expecting either.
Well, and that's the thing is
the Jets were bums.
The NFC had a ton of 8 and 9 win teams because they only had 5 double-digit win teams, and I believe the AFC had 7. But if you look across the North and the South in the NFC, 8, 8, 8, 9, 9, 9. So there you go. All right, would you like to start with the Eagles, the Cowboys, Commanders, or Giants? Always choose your own adventure.
Let's start with the Giants.
All right, for the Giants, Jaxson Dart finished the game against the Cowboys 16 for 25 for 178 yards and 2 touchdowns when the Cowboys did not blitz. And this is wild. He became the second rookie quarterback in Giants franchise history to beat the Cowboys.
Who was the other one?
Eli Manning in 2004.
I'm going to go with Eli Manning.
That is correct.
I was asking me, not you.
Oh, okay. Now, here's a confusing note from that game. Theo Johnson, the Giants' starting tight end, he was listed on the injury report as having a non-contagious infection, not the flu or COVID. And so a lot of people were just like, oh, yeah, well, he's sick. Well, he didn't play in the game, but he was at a Knicks game on Friday night. And some people were like, hold on. I thought he was sick. And so even Mike Kafka said he's got a little bit of a sickness and this infection that we're just working through. And I believe Johnson himself went on social media and said, I am not sick.
Oh, no.
No one's dying.
So what happened?
But he didn't play in the game.
He didn't play in the game.
And
he's not sick, he says.
But the interim coach said he was dealing with an infection and sickness.
So what is... So he hates the team. He's like, screw this, I'm out of here.
I don't know.
Kevin, I've looked up causes of non-contagious conditions.
Okay.
Inherited conditions, so genetic factors. Lifestyle choices like poor diets can be causes. Pathogen-related infections from ticks like Lyme disease.
No.
Aging, degenerative conditions like arthritis. There's also cardiovascular, heart attacks,
Theo
strokes,
Johnson is only 24.
hypertension.
So hopefully it's not the degenerative.
Type 2 diabetes is a metabolic disease.
Okay.
Asthma, which the asthma field's over there, which I don't know if he actually ever said that.
And plus, don't you think you could probably not say that anymore, right?
You think a coach could get away with that right now?
Not if it became public. Well, it depends on how much you win. If you're mediocre, you can. If like Andy Reid said that, I think people would be like, oh, well, what can you do?
Also, lupus and multiple.
Okay, I'm not saying he has lupus. I'm just saying he said he's not sick, and he didn't play in the game because they said that he was sick or was dealing with an infection. He was at the Knicks game. All right. Also, the New York Giants, who had an opportunity in the final 2 weeks to get the number 1 pick in the draft, ended up with the number 5 pick.
Because they beat the Cowboys
in the draft.
That was Cowboys playing the whole time. Somebody texted that in yesterday. They were like, you guys know the Cowboys lost on purpose so that the Giants could move down in the draft. And I was like, there's no way.
But that would be confusing.
There's
that they
no way.
didn't do it for themselves to get a better draft pick. They're like, we're really going to screw over the Giants right here. All right. Do you want Commanders, Cowboys, or Eagles?
Alec, your turn. You're eating. He's in the middle of a bite.
No, give me Commanders.
Nice.
All right. Commanders. They finished the season 5-12, but going into next year, there are some things to be excited about if you're a Commanders fan. They have the number 7 pick, and right now they have an estimated $51.2 million in cap space. Now, keep in mind, one of the benefits of a rookie quarterback, keep in mind, I'm sure they have some switches they can flip and whatnot to help create more space.
So, and they have $51 million already.
Now.
And they can get even more.
Yeah, not everybody structures exactly like the Cowboys, but I bet they've got some wiggle room to make some stuff happen.
Okay, so they have this room now. Do you think that's, it sounds like there's going to be an arms race this offseason if all is this way. If there are good enough free agents out there, there are a lot of teams that are very motivated to go make their team better. And within the NFC East, with that much money available, and you made $70 million available, I know it got reduced down a little bit because of some signings when the Cowboys will be like, we re-signed, we got some guys, we got free agents.
You were a free agent.
But there's some money to be spent.
Yeah.
And there's a lot of improvement that needs to be had. So it sounds like the Cowboys and Commanders might be in a little bit of an arms race to get up to where the Eagles are in this thing.
And plus, if you're the Commanders, I just wonder how much they break down. They're like, well, Jaden got hurt. How much do they think that was responsible for the record? Because if so, I think
doesn't matter when your secondary is getting shredded the way it does.
Agreed. By the way, Josh Johnson, we played that highlight. He finished with 9 carries for 45 yards and 1 rushing touchdown. He became the oldest player in NFL history to have 40-plus rushing yards and 1+ rushing touchdown in a game. So good job by him. All right, you want Cowboys or the Eagles?
I'll go with the Cowboys.
All right. Now, this Cowboy stuff, I admit, is going to sound really hollow because, they lost. But Dak Prescott finished the season with a career-high 600 passing attempts. That is second in team history behind Tony Romo, who had 648 in 2012. For Cavante Turpin, he returned to kick 84 yards. But he got caught and didn't score the touchdown. That was the most surprising thing, is once he got some separation or a little bit of space down the left sideline, I was like, he's going to score. And he got caught. Second longest return of his career.
We didn't talk about that enough yesterday. Why did he get caught? He's paid because he's so dynamic and electric and so fast, and how many does he have this year? How many returns did he have this year? And was that lack of returns?
A lot, yeah.
But what I mean is, he had lots of returns, lots of yards.
Yeah.
But it could have been better. Was it because your special teams wasn't good enough? Because that's another thing to take under consideration now, is how often your special teams put you in bad position.
Right.
Is fixing the defense going to help you there? Probably. But is Kevontae Turpin a little bit overhyped for the position?
And I know some people listening right now will disagree, but the idea came up are all the snaps at wide receiver and some of those hits impacting?
Well, and sometimes mentally, I don't have to do that anymore.
Yeah, I could see
I'm a
that.
receiver, guys.
Yeah,
I don't have to put my body through this. I'm a receiver. I'm not a special teams guy.
CeeDee Lamb now has 7,416 regular season receiving yards for his career. He needs just 44 more yards to surpass Dez Bryant for 5th all-time in Dallas history. Fun but weird side note to that. There was a race going into the last game of the season for most catches. I don't know if either one of them cared that much. It feels like not really. For most catches in your first 6 seasons. Going into it, Justin Jefferson was 1 catch ahead of CeeDee Lamb.
Mm-hmm.
That remained the case as Justin Jefferson caught 1 pass for 3 yards and CeeDee Lamb caught 1 pass for 4 yards.
All he needed to do was catch 2 passes.
And then it would have at least been a tie. But those two combined to catch 2 passes for 7 yards.
Same amount of games for both players?
Oh, that I don't know the answer to. I would be willing to bet it's pretty close, but I know Jefferson missed some time last year, but I bet it's pretty close.
All right, I'll look it up.
You ready for the Eagles? Because they're the only team left in the division. So
yeah, we can go without. We don't have to talk about the Eagles. I'm not a real big fan of those guys.
That is not what I've heard. All right, let's talk about the Eagles. Tanner McKee, when he was under pressure, was just about as bad as you can be. He completed 1 of his 14 passes for 12 yards. So that means he averaged less than a yard of offense per pass when under pressure. 14 passes, 1 completion for 12 yards. And when he was not pressured, 20 for 26 for 229 yards, a touchdown, and an interception. So significantly better there.
Dang.
Now, let's talk about the Eagles going into the playoffs. They are plus 950. Do you think 9.5 to 1 sounds about right for the Eagles, who they sat their starters, lost the number 2 seed in just the most Eagles fashion? But does that seem right to you?
Yeah.
10 to 1, give or take?
Yeah, that seems like a good number for that.
All right, they will start off with the San Francisco 49ers. They will host them at 3:30 on Sunday. The Eagles are favored by 4.5 points in that game. Putting aside just the fact that we would all like the Eagles to always lose, do you go into that game with a good feel for San Francisco, and do you think they can pull off the upset?
I don't have a real good feel for that team at all.
It's been a weird year for
I will say, after playing Seattle in a brutal physical game, they didn't want the Eagles. They probably didn't want them at all, but they are familiar with this opponent. They've been this close against them multiple times. They've seen that team go on and be in the championship game whenever they thought they had it, because they had to go to a backup quarterback and Josh Johnson. I think this is a team that's adapted very well all year. Because San Francisco is, like, physically, they've been beat up, but their defense, Robert Saleh did a good job. Hey, what about that name? Oh, I guess he would want a head coaching job. But their defense,
which, and I know the same is probably true about
has
Flores.
stood up. I just don't know what this Eagles offense is still.
I don't think they do either.
Maybe they needed the break. Maybe, Barkley needed the break in his legs because he's not used to that kind of the full season they had last year. Maybe that's what it is. But this offense just has not looked as apt as usual. By the way, Kevin, stat. CeeDee Lamb, 95 games. Justin Jefferson, 94.
Okay, so pretty close. I mean, look, CeeDee Lamb.
One less game, one more catch.
CeeDee Lamb could have just not played on Sunday and been like, oh, same number of games, 2 less catches. So I don't know. It doesn't feel like as big of a deal right there. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for Baseball Nuggets, the strange but true plays and moments from baseball in 2025. Next on The Fan.
Coming up in the next G-Bag Nation, a Tuesday, Mark Schlereth will join us, talk playoff
They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 and 2024.
Here's the 0-2 pitch. Kirk bounces one up the middle. Pitch to the bag. Over to first to beat the champ. You gotta knock him out. The Dodgers stand tall and win back-to-back titles.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 through the fan. Gonna get to baseball nuggets in just 1 second, but we have another Olympian to announce from the Stars. I know some people were initially concerned that he didn't make the roster, but he is going to be proud to represent his country as Radek Faksa has been named to the Czech Republic team at the Winter Olympics. Do you think the way I did that was kind of a D move?
Yeah, kind of hated it.
Was. Yeah.
Well,
go away.
You do that all the time, Corey. So
that's my thing, though. I hear things.
So that's gimmick infringement.
Yeah, dude.
Right.
Yeah, that's
all
my
right.
bit.
So congratulations to Radek Faksa for making his way to the Olympics. And I do believe later this week we will have somebody from the United States Olympic women's hockey team on the show.
Kevin, also we are less than a month away because the last Stars game will be on February 4th. You know where we're going to be during that?
At the Super Bowl.
We'll be at the Super Bowl. Radio Row is where the KNC Masterpiece will be delivering its content to you live from Radio Row. And also don't forget we got spring training coming up too.
Man, we're busy.
We're going to be a very busy show. I think the station's going to be busy too, but we're going to be a very busy show for the next couple months.
By the way, we got another email today talking about trademarks and stuff, and they're like, "Hey, you can't say Olympics in a commercial or a giveaway unless you're affiliated with them." And I was like, man, that'd be dope if we were giving away Olympic tickets.
Heck yeah.
We're like, you got to figure out how to get there.
Where are the Olympics this year?
Are they in Italy?
I just asked you. You can't ask me, are they in Italy?
I think they're in Italy.
Nobody knows where the Olympics are? They were supposed to start today.
Hey, I said I think they're in Italy, but I also thought that maybe we would bring Eberflus back. So who's to say?
Look, we're imperfect people, all right? We're not always right about everything.
I am frequently wrong.
But we try.
Okay, that's true. I did try.
I like this from the 214. Spring training baseball is so close, it's getting exciting.
You know, I can't remember who posted this, but let's go ahead and fire it up as we start some baseball nuggets. Is on December 31st, this is just a mental thing. It feels like baseball is so far away. Then in January 1st, you're like, well, hold on, we're almost to February now. And that's when people show up. And it does feel like baseball is here imminently. I believe we're less than 7 weeks away now. So I wanted to run you through some of the crazy, odd, unbelievable moments of the 2025 season. Now, I might quick hit this, but we can stop on any of these. The Mets were once 21 games over 500 after only 69 games. They were that good, and they didn't even make the playoffs. Jeez. The Guardians were 15 and a half games out of first place in July and 10 games out with 21 to play. Not to mention, on September 4th, they still had a losing record and had even lost 10 games in a row at one point, and then they won their division. Rafael Devers had an 8-minute and 52-second home run trot on September 2nd because he was definitely enjoying the home run on his way to first base. Started getting in an argument that led to a big brawl, and during the brawl, they kept the clock running on the home run trot to then finish it, and so that led it to a remarkable 8 minutes and 52 seconds. That trot took 2 minutes longer than his other 15 home run trots combined. And I just think
Who tracks that?
I know, Elias.
I want to know.
I just think that's amazing.
We need to talk to Mr. Elias then and get down to this. Hey, here's what I want to see more of, Kevin. I think this would be cool. The guy who gives up the most home runs, I want to see him from now on. Every time he gives up a home run, he does the trot with the guy he gave up the home run to and just talks trash to him the whole time. And the home run guy is just like, I hit the home run. I'm cool. But it's this guy. This is his bit, is that he's like, you know what? Screw that. I'm going to run with you.
What if I told you that was probably only maybe the third most amazing thing that you will hear in this run? Let's talk about Jeff Hoffman. Jeff Hoffman defied mathematics on August 10th while pitching for the Blue Jays. He pitched 2/3 of an inning and had 5 walks.
Dude.
And gave up 0 runs. He was the winning pitcher. His outing went walk, walk, pop up to end the 8th inning, and then walk, walk, sack bunt, walk, emergency pitching change. So technically, he did not give up any runs while he was out there, and he got the win.
He was, oh man.
Yeah.
What a cool stat.
The Cincinnati Reds gave up 9 runs in a game on April 30th. Also in that game, they retired 20 batters in a row. Think about that. They retired 20 batters in a row, but still somehow managed to give up 9 runs in that game. No National League team had done that in more than 30 years. Then we go to the Arizona Diamondbacks. On May 17th, they scored 12 runs, and they lost. The next day, they scored 1 run, and they won.
That's cool.
I know that's not how cumulative scoring works, but that's bizarre. Now, this might be my favorite stat. Back in 1927 and 1928.
Hold on. I've decided something. You know how the NBA has the cup?
Yes.
Where the banners get raised by that team every time?
Nope.
Oh, all right. Whatever. You're the Knicks. You really don't have anything else. But so here's my idea.
Okay.
You schedule a section during the year. I don't know. Maybe it's June through August. And whoever scores the most runs in that stretch wins the baseball cup.
Okay.
Let's add more cups.
Hey, we got so many wild cards. Could we just put that team in the playoffs?
They get the automatic.
Yeah.
Oh, I like this idea.
Yeah, because they're like, huge day for baseball on August 4th, as we'll determine who wins the baseball cup.
Yes,
All
I
right.
love this idea.
I'd be in on this.
Right.
Now, back in 1927 and 1928, the New York Yankees, perhaps the most legendary run of Yankees teams ever, they won back-to-back World Series. Did you know in those World Series, all of them combined, they gave up 20 runs? In Game 1 and 2 of the ALDS, the Yankees gave up 20 runs.
Dang.
To the Blue Jays in a stretch that went like this. 20 runs, 20 outs over those 2 games. They got 20 outs in the same span that they gave up 20 runs.
You're kidding me.
Which is the same number of runs that the 1927 and 28 Yankees gave up in their World Series, all of those games combined. Is the same as the 20 outs that they had piggybacking in Game 1 and Game 2. Ouch. And then...
It's crazy those players had to experience that in both of those years.
I don't know if the same carryover players. I feel
really?
Like, yeah.
I've been told that if you go to Yankee Stadium, you can put your hand on one of the
that was the old one
things, and you can feel.
That was the old one.
Mickey Mantle.
New one is a money grab. How did Game 6 of the World Series end? With the Dodgers turning a 7-4 double play in the ninth with the tying run at second base. Why is that amazing? Because how did Game 7 end? With the Dodgers turning another double play with a potential tying run on first base. Consider this. According to Baseball Reference, no potential World Series clinching game had ended on a double play with the tying run on base in more than 50 years.
Wow.
Since 1978. This World Series, it happened in Game 6 and Game 7.
That's amazing.
That is amazing.
Defense wins championships.
I mean, but not the baseball cup.
That's right.
That's won by offense. All right. We got a few.
We're going to come up with a better name for that, obviously.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
All right. We'll work on that. Now, speaking of better names, what do you think about this?
You've got the runs or something like that.
No.
What?
Okay. Obviously, I think that's a good idea. The Palm Beach Cardinals. Boring. They have come up with a new alternate identity. They are going to be the Palm Beach Frozen Iguanas.
Okay, I like this.
Yes.
Dude, have you ever been hit by a frozen iguana?
A what now?
No.
People get hit by them all the time because they just fall out of trees.
They do?
Yeah, they'll be up in the trees. They freeze. They get to that point where they're just like, they're done, and they'll just fall out of a tree and land on people. Sometimes people get seriously injured because they have spikes on their back. Well, like spiky things, you know?
Yeah. Well, this makes sense. One of the alternate logos is seemingly an iguana falling out of a tree, and another one is it's holding a bat that looks like a tree limb. So who knew that Corey Majors was prepared to provide the extra information that we needed? All right.
They can slow down their heartbeat to 1 beat per day.
What?
Yeah, it's insane. Dude. Let me go look.
Did you watch like an iguana documentary? Or all right, so let's talk about Kazuma Okamoto. He signed a 4-year deal with the Toronto Blue Jays. The deal's worth $60 million with a $5 million signing bonus, and it does not include opt-outs. The thing that's really interesting about this is Okamoto and Murakami. I feel like the thought was that they would have a lot bigger contracts, but that just did not come to fruition. But some of the Japanese players that posted, they are now locked in with their new teams. Another new team, Don Mattingly officially joined the Philadelphia Phillies as their bench coach. So Don Mattingly will continue his quest for that elusive World Series ring. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Don't worry, we will revisit Iguana Talk if you learn anything new.
Usually it's about 50 beats per minute. They can drop it down to as low as 10 to 20 per minute. My apologies for one beat. Because
one beat per day.
Yeah, you'd be like you're laying there and you're just like, oh, and then out of nowhere, boom, you're like, oh, crap, you die of a heart attack, right? So this makes a little more sense.
I think that should be in Masterpiece of the Week without the context, because that would just be super fun. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, we'll talk all things Eberflus firing with our Dallas Cowboys insider, Mickey Spagnola. Plus, I am curious for people out there, do the Christmas decorations need to be down by now?
Yes.
Oh, next on The Fan.
on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We're going to talk with Mickey Spagnola in just 1 second. But we have 1 minute. We have news from the Washington Commanders, who are busy. They have told defensive coordinator Joe Witt they would prefer if he was not employed by the team anymore. And then Cliff Kingsbury and the Commanders have, quote unquote, mutually agreed to part ways, which at first I thought was a similar situation. But there is thinking out there that Cliff Kingsbury could be in the mix for some of these open head coaching jobs. So there's that.
Good God.
Right?
Dude, we talked about the epitome of failing up.
Yeah.
And that dude has done it.
Nobody fails up better than Cliff Kingsbury. All right, right now, brought to you by Ford and your North Texas Ford dealers. Ford is the best in Texas. We bring you our Dallas Cowboys insider, Mickey Spagnola. Good morning, sir. And what do you think about those Commanders' movings and the shakings?
Yeah, Joe Witt was Quinn's guy, right?
Mm-hmm. Yes, he was.
Whoops.
There was people thinking he should have been the coordinator here.
Oh, no. Who were those people? Jerry?
Well, I remember it. Maybe not inside the building, but outside the building.
Yeah. I'm interested. Like he does have a pretty good connection with the Cowboys. That would not be a person of interest now, though, right?
No, I don't think so. Since Quinn took over the defensive coordinator job of calling plays during the season.
Yeah.
That writing was on the wall.
Were you pretty stunned this morning when you saw that Eberflus was let go?
A little bit, just because of how Jerry had been answering those questions. And then no, because I actually saw him walking up the steps towards the next floor higher yesterday. I figured that wasn't a good indication.
HR.
So, yeah, when I look at it, so if I go back to Rod Marinelli in 2019. So this is now how many coordinators in 7 years? 4?
Yeah.
Yep.
And only one guy for 1 year really fixed the defense, and that was Quinn's last year.
Right.
So let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah. So at some point, are you making bad choices as defensive coordinator, or do you need to improve the personnel on defense?
Yes. I'll say that one for sure.
Yeah, me too.
I mean, if I'm interviewing for the defensive coordinator's job now, right? I don't think money would be what I'm worried about.
You're just worried about the talent aspect?
I want in my contract, you will re-sign Jadeveon Clowney. You will get me a Pro Bowl caliber cornerback. I want a real middle linebacker, and I need another pass rushing defensive end. That's all. And then I'll sign on the dotted line.
Yeah.
But don't give me, and I just figured it out, some of the guys that were either prominent players on this defense or guys that started but not finished the season for one reason or another, meaning you weren't good, you got released, you ended up on IR, you got traded because you didn't play well. They missed a total of 89 games.
Gross.
So I know what everybody says about Flus. I get it. But he didn't have a lot to work with.
Yeah.
And if you missed that many games of guys you were counting on from the start of the season, and I didn't even add in the week before the season started, 17 games of Parsons, right?
Yeah.
So that gets us over 100. So I'll let you know what I think about the move when you tell me who gets hired.
And is this just a situation where nothing's going to change with the people who are picking some of those players? So isn't that at least part of the reason we keep going through this cycle? Because you're like, I don't know, change this guy then.
Well, did you pick the wrong guy with Trayvon Diggs?
I mean, I don't.
He was pretty good for 2 years, right?
For sure. I guess what I've started to become concerned with, and we've talked about this, it's hard to figure out like who really loves the game and will do whatever it takes to win versus who loves the money, who loves the spotlight. And I guess I've become concerned with some of the contract extensions that have been given out without fully understanding who loves football and who doesn't.
Well, I didn't see anybody disagree with Diggs, right?
Right.
He was pretty good for 3 years.
I agree with that. I didn't have an issue with the Diggs extension.
All right, but a lot of these guys here that I'm looking at that missed were not extended. Bland was extended. He got hurt, all right? You can't figure that out. He kind of loves football.
Yeah. Maybe was he good enough to get that deal? Was Osa good enough to get that deal?
Yes, he was, until he had the foot injury, right? And now he needs another surgery, put a bigger screw in the fifth metatarsal.
Oh, man.
They didn't spend a lot to get Elam, right?
Right.
That was supposed to be a depth guy because they were hoping Diggs was going to be ready to start. They were probably hoping Revel would have been ready sooner. You know, and this is not being cold-hearted, but Nealon ended up missing 10 games.
Yeah.
Wrong guy? No, I don't think so.
Yeah, that one's tough.
Now, you can make a case for Mozzie Smith, but they didn't they didn't extend him, right?
Right.
DeMarvion Overshone, wrong guy. Couldn't stay healthy.
Yeah.
Kalen Carson was pretty good his rookie year in training camp, and then when he got hurt, he missed 9 games. So when you add all that stuff up, I don't know what scheme you wanted to play to fix this defense that was historically bad, right? Somebody's got to play. Now, did you sign some of the wrong guys in free agency to kind of fill some depth spots?
Maybe so.
Yeah.
You know, but you just didn't have a true middle linebacker. I don't think Kenneth Murray was a middle linebacker.
Yeah.
But you had him playing middle linebacker, right?
Yeah.
And so that's another need I need, a real middle linebacker. I see where, you know, Eric Kendricks didn't play all season. San Francisco signed him late because of injuries, and now the guy's got to start in the first playoff game for him because their second middle linebacker is out with an injury. Now, he was pretty good. Pretty good leader and leader on the field of the defense. So, yeah, I just think they were, from a personnel standpoint, pretty shorthanded defensively for all those reasons. Either the wrong guy, injury, or a guy didn't want to play in Trayvon Diggs. Did he play Sunday?
Yeah.
Did he?
Yeah.
Okay.
I think I saw that. I think he gave out like 1 reception. Maybe he's only targeted twice. I have to admit, I don't know if I've got those stats exactly right off the top of my head.
He didn't have an interception, did he?
No. I feel like we would have heard about that. Yeah.
Yeah, that probably would have been the big story.
So, yeah, I just think, you know, I just don't know if Luce had a fighting chance to fix what he was dealing with. And, you know, it's a guy that's been a pretty good defensive coordinator in the league, right?
Is he a scapegoat for this then?
Well, we'll see what if things change. going forward.
Okay.
And again, if guys have a choice between this and somewhere else, I would imagine that factors into the situation unless you money whip them.
Right.
So, I don't know if there's a heck of a lot of cheering out there that, Flus takes the fall. But sometimes the way I look at things, you got to be careful what you wish for.
Yeah. Yeah.
Because the Cowboys have had pretty good defensive coordinators here, right?
I feel like Zimmer had his time. I would have been fine having him back to build on what he ended the season with, but I know he had other thoughts.
Yeah, I'm not sure if he wanted to.
Based on what I was hearing. Yeah.
I think he was close to saying, okay, that's it, right?
Yeah.
Quinn, they improved each year from total defensive rankings. They went from 19 to 12 to 5, right? And then what happened in the playoff game? They gave up 48 points to a quarterback who was starting full-time for the first time in his career.
Right.
So you're sitting there going, well, and Jordan Love almost had a perfect quarterback rating in that game. He finished at 157.2. He was 1 point away from perfect with 6 pass plays of at least 20 yards. So, yeah, the defense played better overall during the season, but when it got to the playoffs, it was the same old thing. Gave up 48 points. So, the best run, or I thought a pretty good run with Marinelli, who took over the worst defense in the league, and he went from 19 to 17 to 14 to 8 to 7 to 9 in his time here with the Cowboys, which was respectable, right?
Sure. I would have killed for that this year.
Well, yeah. You might have killed for Quinn's 19.
Yeah, for sure this season. Where could this team have gone if they were even close to middle of the road?
Right? So, yeah, it just, when you couldn't fix it, now it'll be interesting because I'm sure Schottenheimer knows some guys out there. Every place he's been, there'll be guys that he's crossed paths with. And maybe he's got an idea of who he wants.
Yeah.
And I do think he's got a bigger voice in the decision making than I think people might have thought he had when he first got hired.
Yeah.
Because I'm sure he had a hand in, the Parsons thing, the Diggs thing. Because remember, he had been here, 3 years? He had seen those characters behind the scenes. And I'm sure there was a lot he would have liked to say that he didn't have the authority to say at the time.
Well, maybe tomorrow we could talk about some of those potential options and some of the other things that the Cowboys will need to take a look at in the off season. Sound good?
Sounds good to me.
All right, there you go. Mickey Spagnola from DallasCowboys.com. Wanted to throw this out there. Jerry Jones has released a statement about Matt Eberflus.
Oh, no. Oh, hold on.
He is not really fired. No, I'm just kidding. I feel like we would have had to break. We would have had to break in for that. Quote: having known Matt Eberflus for decades now, we have tremendous respect and appreciation for him as a coach and a person. After reviewing and discussing the results of our defensive performances this season, though, it was clear that change was needed. This is the first step in the process, and we will continue that review as it applies to reaching our much higher expectations. Period. End quote. So kind of a pretty standard.
I like the line of this is the first step.
Yeah.
Because there should be 12 more steps after this. It's a 12-step program, Kevin.
Mm-hmm.
Kevin. So I think there should be plenty of other steps after this. But them saying this is the first step, I hope they're not just placating I hope they're not just kind of throwing that out there as, guys, just hold on just a little bit longer.
Because that's always
They made the right move. I think this is the right move.
Sure.
I do, but I don't think it's the only move that needs to be made.
Is the concern that the Cowboys, maybe you can speak for the general fandom, is the concern that the Cowboys do either the bare minimum or they do the thing that they think will placate the fan base without actually doing the real work?
Yeah, I feel like, hey, look, we signed free agents. That right there is frustrating and also correct. And you're like, I guess you did sign your own guys, so those are your free agents.
Right.
So it gets frustrating sometimes. But yeah, my fear is that they'll be like, look, we did this, and that made everybody happy. And now it'll be fixed, right? All we got to do is bring a new voice in here. Whenever you know that if you watched the guys on the field, you saw things that you were like, why is that player even on the football field right now?
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. And coming up next, I do believe it's time for AM on the FM.
We got the question of the day. Plus, I think I might have found the worst fantasy football league ever.
Ooh,
next on The Fan.
But before we get to any of that, let's give everything away.
Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
K&C Masterpiece back here on 105 through the fan. If you missed on the TNA Wrestling giveaway, we'll be doing that all week long, leading up to Impact next week at the Curtis Colwell Center and the pay-per-view 2 days later. And right now, it's time for this.
What does this button do? Please, please, do not push the button. You have no idea what it...
Alec, you be quiet.
Alec, that was awful.
1 for Alec, 0 for Peyton.
Don't you dare touch that dial.
Don't you dare do it. It is time for AM on the FM. My name is Alec Medford, the man that they call the Pride of Mansfield, Texas.
Yeah.
877-881-1053. The Frankel and Frankel Injury Attorneys text line to acknowledge that Corey actually got in on the bit.
Guys, new year, new me.
Oh.
My eating structure has changed. I have to be disciplined. I had to turn down some cake from La Grande just moments ago.
What?
By the way, La Grande, fantastic Spanish broadcasting station.
That's right.
If you are to listen to a Spanish broadcasting station, please listen to them.
Yeah, absolutely. Or tell your friends, listen to the fan. But if not the fan, La Grande. So I've changed my timing. So I had some yogurt earlier.
Oh.
But I will have to have my sandwich type thing later.
Okay.
Type thing.
So.
And also, before you get to the question of the day, you were telling us Kingsbury stuffs. He's already got potentially 2 head coaching interviews set up.
Yeah, our buddy Jordan Schultz is saying that he is widely expected to interview with the New York Giants and the Tennessee Titans for their head coaching vacancies. So, yeah, this might have sounded like you're kind of halfway out the door already.
Yeah.
So you may as well go ahead and get all the way out the door and figure something out.
I mean, look, it makes sense because the Commanders were probably really good this year. What's that? They weren't? Oh, well, I'm sure he has a really good head coaching record in the NFL.
Well,
it's 9 games under 500. All right, well, whatever, haters. I'm sure he had a really good college coaching record.
I don't know if he did that either very well.
It was 16 games
that
under
was at
500
Texas Tech where you can't be good at
No,
Tech.
Texas Tech was just in the college football playoff. They had a great year.
That was before they started spending money.
Oh.
Okay. All right. I'll concede that.
Oil and gas. It always comes back around, doesn't it? There we go.
What
there
just happened?
True.
Texas Tech.
Yeah.
Jerry
Oh, yeah.
Jones.
Valid.
Connections, Corey.
Gas.
Connections.
Oil.
There we go. Yeah.
Hitting
And
on that
gas.
oil well is the reason why we still do business the way we do with the Cowboys.
Exactly. Yeah.
Isn't it?
If I'd have stopped pumping,
Yeah.
who knows what would have happened?
Well, I am going to keep that answer to myself.
Me too. But I am going to write that timestamp down.
Dang it!
And I'm going to go to the National Day calendar before you guys dig an even deeper hole for yourselves on Friday at 1:30. We look and we see today is National Apple Tree Day. So that's a great holiday. I told you guys I love apples yesterday. I try to consume one every day. I love
What's
apples.
the most apples you've ever eaten in a day?
Probably like 3 or 4.
Oh.
Yeah. Like full-size apples, or are we talking about the H-E-B apples that are like as big as your head?
I think this is a great conversation. Hold on, guys.
Does he have an apple in
I
his
hope he
bag?
has an apple. If
kinda
Corey
hope he
Oh,
has an apple in
throws
his
it at
bed.
you.
I mean, there is a pane of glass, so I'd
I
be
know,
safe.
that's why I wanted to throw it at you.
Oh,
He's
I
got
have
2
2 apples.
And they're
Those look
tiny.
small.
Yeah.
What? Dude,
they're very tiny.
Don't talk about my apples like that. All right, so one is a small apple. The other is a medium-sized apple. I put the small apple in my bag this morning and then was getting ready to leave when I found out we had medium-sized apples. But I never took the small apple out. So that is why I have 2 apples. Kevin, one is small. The other one is a little bit larger. If they were to sit in a bag together, one would hang a little lower.
Oh. Would you get nervous if they were different sizes? Like talk to a doctor?
Well, no, not a doctor, but like a
fruitologist.
A horticulturist. Yeah.
This is Kawhi Leonard's favorite radio show.
Yeah, if he actually showed up to listen, you know. Showing up is a big issue there. It is also Dry Bean Day.
What?
So shout out to the dry beans.
Dry Bean Day?
Yeah, I guess. It's also just National Bean Day in general.
Oh.
So, in Italy, they love beans.
Mm-hmm.
In the poor cultures.
What?
Wow.
That's what I learned yesterday, I believe.
Face,
Yeah.
poor
That's what
Italian.
it's Stanley Tucci taught me this.
Hold on, it's Stanley Tucci is not like a doctorate candidate
No,
or
but
anything.
he went to the people and was like, "What do y'all eat the most?" And they're like, "These beans." They pointed out one set of beans. He was like, "You don't even have to sit these in water overnight. They're so clean and so pure."
What people did he go to?
The poor people.
Oh my
I'm
goodness.
assuming.
Do you think that's a weird bit?
What?
I'm famous millionaire actor Stanley Tucci, hanging out with the poor people.
He also hangs out with rich people.
Okay.
Equal opportunity, I see. I appreciate that. It is National Cuddle Day. So if you're into cuddling, you got somebody to cuddle.
I used to not be.
Oh.
But now you are.
Now I am. I like to hold her.
Do you ever get to be the little spoon?
Yeah.
Ooh. Oh, fun.
I'm an equal opportunist.
I like that.
Like we just said.
How
regarding
did
the
you not
beans.
say an equal opportunity spoonist? Upper spoonist. Like, how did you not?
Oh,
upper
man.
spoonist?
It is just amazing to think of Corey being the little spoon, though.
It is difficult.
I don't know if you knew, Kevin, but
tiny little arm hanging over me.
Yeah, Corey's a large man, so the
wide shoulders.
Yeah, the vision of that. That's just hilarious to me. There's some really weird days today in terms of names. It's National
Weirder than Dry Bean Day?
Yes.
Which has led to all these perverts texting in about what you need to do for that.
It's almost like I'm.
How do you
meant for
send
that
a
to
bean
happen.
across the room, Kevin?
Stop.
Never mind.
Stop. Don't.
I don't know the answer to
Don't.
that. Oh.
Yes. It is. I'm gonna act like that didn't happen. It is National Davis Day, so shout out to Anthony.
Oh.
And Ray.
That's right.
Yeah.
It is
Do
also
you know anybody whose first name is Davis?
Yeah, there was a dude on
Wenzel.
Wings. Davis.
Yeah.
Dear Davis.
Yeah.
Bertans.
Oh, that's Davis.
Close enough. It's National Samantha Day, so if you know a Samantha, it's their day today.
Surely out there in the world, are Davises married to Samanthas. This is like your day.
Power Day.
Ooh.
Yeah.
But wait, there's more. It is National Smith Day as well.
Okay.
So if there's a Samantha Smith, a Samantha Davis,
Yeah.
a Davis Smith.
It is not going to be Dry Bean Day for you.
All right, I'm going to go to the actual point before we get kicked off the air. I promise I'm not stealing your topic for this. Okay. I'm taking this a different direction. It is National Take Down the Christmas Tree Day. So,
Oh, yeah, we could talk about that.
but I want to take it a different direction because I feel like at our house, we do a great job of getting the decorations in and out on time. We don't really let it sit around. What is something that you are awful at procrastinating with? 877-881-1053. Just something in life that you always put off.
Tree limbs. If a tree limb
I can
falls,
see that.
I will take it to the side of the house and leave it on the side of the house. Although I know I need to trim it down to 6 feet and then put it in the back where the trash will just pick it up and take it. But if it's tree limbs, I will be like, oh my gosh, I got to walk through the grass.
Okay.
I know that's not that big of a problem, but once I take it to the side where the mud is, that's because the side of the house has mud. I don't know. And it's done. It's there for good.
Changing the oil. And even when your cars now will be like
scary.
Huh?
That's scary.
Oh.
Your car will blow up.
What?
You don't want that to happen.
Even if my car is like, hey, you got 15% of your oil, 10% of your oil, you should change it soon. I'm like, all right, car, I'll get it done. You just be patient.
Dude, be careful, man.
And then it tells you every
No
single
wonder you've
time.
gotten 4 cars from Platinum Chevy in the last 3 years.
Because of people kept hitting us on the road. But, yeah, I wish Platinum Chevrolet held a driving course for other people. But, yeah.
I mean, you would fail your emissions test, which means you can't get your registration sticker, which means you'd have to kick yourself out of your house.
Okay, I didn't say
That's right.
I didn't say that's true. I didn't say I don't change the oil. I say my my car would like me to change it a little sooner. Like even if you stop at the convenience store and get something, turn the car back on. It's like, woo, you change your oil, and you're like, I know, car. I was just in there for 2 minutes.
See, and it's also very dependent on the type of oil you use as well, because a lot of times the meter on the car is way faster than it should be for oil life. So I wait. I purposely wait because I actually keep track of the mileage. So I'll go around 10,000 miles or so versus the 6,000 miles that the car is telling me, because I'll get full synthetic oil. And I check my dipstick.
WD-40. That was from Dumb and Dumber, maybe? Oh, no, Tommy Boy.
Yep, that's Tommy Boy. And I hate everything about that. But for me, I think there's a couple things. Sticking with the yard work topic, leaves. Getting the leaves off the ground.
Oh, yeah.
Raking the leaves, I put off for weeks and weeks and weeks, kind of intentionally to wait for all the trees to be naked so I didn't have to go out there and do it again.
Nothing like naked trees.
But we have about 8 trees on the property, so it took me, I think, 25 contractor-sized trash bags.
Oh, my gosh.
And about 3 days of work.
You just mow over them.
Even then.
Then they turn into fertilizer for the soil.
But still, we had so many that, like, we have small dogs.
Are you telling me that the forest doesn't know what it's doing? You're telling me nobody's going through and raking the forest, Kevin. The forest just says, hey, let's just consume. We're going to break these leaves down, and then we're going to turn them into fertilizer for the next tree. It's nature, bro.
Happy Gilmore threw a rake in the forest.
Because it's where it belongs.
That's its home.
But yes, we have small dogs, right? And one of them's a miniature wiener dog, so his ground clearance is maybe about 3 inches. Right? So if the leaves pile up, he cannot walk through the backyard.
I just want to let you know, this is Corey's fault. I was fine.
I'm sorry.
With your story until he snorted and started laughing, and then I was fine. I was fine with your story. It's his fault.
What's wrong with my miniature wiener dog, man?
Having 3 inches of clearance.
Yes, he does. Like his belly almost scrapes the ground, man. Like even during the summer when there's no leaves, we got to be on top of the yard work because it'll tickle his belly.
He's got a good point, dude.
Yeah. So, yeah, 972 gets it. 972 gets it. Something you procrastinate with in life all the time. 877-881-1053.
Do you regret asking this question, Alex?
I kind of do.
Yeah.
I kind of do. People getting on to me saying go more often for the oil change. No, because one, I like to do them myself. And that takes work, and I get dirty. And so I'd rather not do that all the time. But
and it's definitely not 10,000 miles. I definitely have not waited that long. I'm not like, I'm saying I should do it sooner. I do not go 10,000 miles between oil changes.
Let's see. From the 817, weed eating, always putting that off. And yes, because that can get tumultuous, especially with a corner lot. That's
you know what?
Great.
I'm going to tell you something. This is what I think.
Tell me.
Like kids in the neighborhood or whatever get wrong with their business plan, because they'll come around and be like, "Hey, I can spray paint the numbers on your curb now." They should be going around being like, "Hey, I'll pull your weeds for you," because that's a thing where you're like, "Oh yeah, that could be neat." But if you came up to my house and was like, "I'll pull all of your weeds," then I'd be like,
For how much?
Yeah, now you got
how much
business.
for a weed pulling business per yard?
$50.
I like it.
That could be pretty quick work, too.
Yeah.
You know what?
And just because you're like, I'll pay the $50 and not have to worry about that anymore.
See, you might have just helped me expedite this move out of my dad's house that you think that I broke news on last Friday.
I really thought
Kevin had to explain it to me. I was like, what is going on?
Your dad, and you just announced it on radio, and I was like, oh no.
See, from the 469 bills, always procrastinate with bills. From the 817 taxes, I always owe. From the 903 going to the doctor. I'm kind of on the same page going to the doctor because I'm like, I'll figure it out. I'll live with it. Y'all knew with my back issue, it took me like 2 months to finally get it looked at and get it diagnosed. And then, guys, real quick, I found the worst fantasy football league ever. This TikTok user by the name of Not Rob, and that's not as in a knot that you tie, but Not.Rob, posted the parameters of the Fantasy Football League that he is a part of, not the commissioner of, just part of. The winner of the league gets nothing. You get nothing. You know what you get? You get immunity. Because every single other person that does not win has to take on a punishment.
Oh, no.
But it's called the All Pain, No Gain League, is what they named it, where every single person that does not finish in first place has their own unique punishment. And some of these punishments include, like the third place game winner. They have to spend 12 hours in the Florida-Alabama border area wearing a ski suit in July. The loser of the game has to take a bucket drum to the French Quarter of New Orleans until they earn $50 in donations on the street.
Wow, that is very clever. I like that one.
And then for the 8th place punishment was somebody having to spend their own money to fly to a WNBA game in a different city, sitting courtside, and watch the game without drinking, and then they have to immediately fly home without enjoying anything in the city at all. So you have to make the timing work out of the flight gets there right before tip-off. You have to get a courtside seat. Wow. You can't do anything at the game, and as soon as the game ends, you have to fly back home. And there was a couple other diabolical ones as well, like having to audition in the local Peter Pan play.
Dope.
Yeah. All right, that one doesn't seem as bad as some of those other ones.
Yeah, so there was a lot of crazy punishments in this
I would
league.
Totally go watch a WNBA game too, though. The whole process of logistics, though, is chaos.
The logistics part is what gets you, is because you have to get on a plane within an hour of the game ending. That is just absurd. You can't enjoy the city at all.
Yeah.
You have to leave.
Yeah.
All pain, no gain. I kind of like it.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for Gridiron Gravy. Which open NFL job would you most want to take? Next on The Fan.
Get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 and 2024.
Purdy out of the shotgun. Steps up, gets hit as he throws. Falls short. Seattle is going to win this football game. The defense holding the Niners to 3 points. And Purdy stays down on the ground. He's hit as he threw that ball. This was one heck of a performance by the Seahawks.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan right now. Powered by Men's Tea Clinic. It's time to go around the entire NFL and dip into some gridiron gravy.
Dip it and sip it.
Ooh. Let's talk about it. Let's start with that discussion about the Seattle Seahawks. So a lot of stuff happening with the Seahawks over the last 48 hours or so, I guess 72 hours. They held the 49ers to 73 yards in 2 running back sets this past weekend. Consider what happened before that. San Francisco had amassed at least 200 yards in those sets each of the last 3 weeks.
Okay.
And they go all the way from 200 down to 73.
Aiden Dirty figured something out.
He did.
He saw something that he liked with his matchups. And I'll be honest, dude, have you watched any of the video of Tank Lawrence and his effort? It's just, you just go watch that and you're like, that's something that was missing, even though we kind of got to the point where we're like, all right, it's time to move on.
Right.
He had a bounce back, but Aiden Dirty figured something out there. That's impressive.
One of the things that they did to counteract that, they played with 5 defensive backs on every single one of those 2 running back sets.
Okay, all right. As opposed to 4,
yeah, or maybe even in some, probably
or 6.
4.
Maybe they were going a little lighter,
Yeah.
and they decided to go a little heavier up front. That's impressive.
On the offensive end, Jackson, Smith, and Jigba, Rockwall ISD zone, finished the season with 119 catches for 1,793 yards and 10 touchdowns, all career highs. Do you think it will take another season like this, or is he now firmly entrenched in the top tier of wide receivers?
Do it consecutively, 2 or 3 different seasons. I think it's going to take another one.
Okay,
give me another.
Because this was an awesome season, but like to sit in that top group.
Yeah, we know that this dude can play.
Sure,
we've seen him play at many levels,
yes.
And we know that he can absolutely do that. But in this league, it is do it consistently to be one of the greats. Jerry Rice, it's kind of tough when you have the Jerry Rice numbers and you're like, how the hell am I ever going to get to that?
You're not.
And then you also have to do it on a big stage.
Yeah.
Do it on a big stage. Do it in a Super Bowl. Do it in an NFC Championship game. That makes a big difference.
This is a test of the emergency alert system. In the event of an emergency, this system would bring you important information. This task is now concluded.
Well, there you go. Maybe that's how the 49ers felt this weekend against the Seahawks. Let's go back to the Seahawks, or I guess stick with them in between the emergency tests. Now, the Seahawks are the NFC's number 1 seed for the 4th time in franchise history. The previous 3 times made the Super Bowl every time.
Oh, interesting.
And I know it sounds dumb to be like, oh, do you think the number 1 seed can make the Super Bowl? But it does feel like there are a lot of people out there who are like, nah, I don't see it.
Mm-hmm.
Or I forgot the Seahawks exist.
I mean, isn't that kind of the same the last 3 times the Broncos have finished one? They've been to the. I'm sure you probably have a stat there.
Yeah.
This is interesting.
But at least one of those with the Broncos, like a couple of them were Peyton Manning and stuff.
No,
like,
that makes sense.
See that.
You're right. This team has been overlooked on many different times. I I still think, Kevin, because are we looking at the odds? Did the odds say the Seahawks are the favorite?
Yeah, which is amazing to me.
That doesn't make sense to me because as much as they have the team built, it's still going to – I don't have faith in Sam Darnold.
I gotcha. By the way, Sam Darnold, he eclipsed 4,000 passing yards, which got him a $500,000 bonus, which is nice. But we all want Charles Cross money. The offensive tackle agreed to a 4-year, $104.4 million extension with the Seahawks. That extension is the largest non-quarterback contract in franchise history. All right, I'm going to quick hit a couple of these things. He's awesome.
Gosh.
Before getting to the coaches, Lane Johnson, good news for the Eagles. He is expected to practice this week. Scott Hansen is going to remain the host of the Red Zone channel. I know there was some thought that he got emotional at the end of the regular season that maybe that was going to change. Not so on that front. And in case you missed the news earlier, both the defensive coordinator and the offensive coordinator are out for the Commanders. It sounds more like the defensive coordinator was fired as maybe the offensive coordinator's like, hey, I think I got a chance to be a head coach elsewhere. And then Matt Ryan is going to interview with the Falcons later this week. There's been a lot of discussion about him taking a high-ranking spot in the front office.
Like GM?
Or like a variation
assistant to the regional manager,
kind of, sort of like that. But we shall see. It might just end up being the GM. There's processes that you have to go through to make sure you follow the Rooney Rule and everything. But don't be surprised if he does take that job. Now, head coaching jobs, the ones available: the Titans, the Raiders, the Cardinals, the Falcons, the Giants, and the Browns. What would be your hierarchy of desirability? Like if you were going to be the coach and all 6 of those teams were like, we would like you to come coach for us. Mm-hmm. Who do you think you'd be most likely to pick first?
I honestly, I really do hate to say this. It is probably the Giants.
Ooh, interesting.
And Mickey's right. Who has the best quarterback? And the potential situation there is the Giants. Now, I hate their general manager.
Yeah.
I thought he should have been gone, too, because he made lots of poor decisions along the run with Dable. You have the potential, I think, if you want job security, you have the potential with the Raiders, though, because they're probably going to run out Fernando.
Yes.
And so, that's a really good opportunity. But that organization is miserable. Unless Tom Brady could actually get some people, like some organization in that place, you tell me that they're gonna hire Brian Flores, and then Fernando Mendoza is going to be the quarterback.
Right.
That could be a good situation. But I am one of those guys that likes to tie offensive minded head coaches with quarterbacks, because if you change out your defense, that's going to be a problem there. But I think the Raiders would be second for me, but I think the Giants, because I do like Jaxson Dart. I do think he's very talented. That would be my first option.
So I was looking at lists from both CBS and Yahoo, and they're pretty similar except in the middle. They've got the Falcons 1. Both of them do. The Giants 2 for both. And then CBS has Titans Raiders 3-4, whereas Yahoo goes Raiders Titans at 3-4. And then the Browns are 5th and the Cardinals are 6th. One of the reasons, and you just saw a move today that I think has to do with this, is Kirk Cousins has restructured his contract. And so the thought already was, if the Falcons cut Kirk Cousins, they could save $22.5 million or $35 million if they post June 1st him. And so it sounds like he is willing to help facilitate them moving on down the road from him, which would help save even more salary cap space. But to your quarterback point, that a lot of that's going to have to do with what you think you can get for Kyler Murray, or how you feel about Penix or Dart or Cam Ward. So, mileage could vary on all of that. But I think the fact that the Falcons are about to get a good chunk of money coming their way by moving on from Kirk Cousins helps.
Kevin, according to Jordan Schultz sources, his understanding is that key Commanders' offensive players, including Jaden Daniels, are disappointed with the team's decision to move on.
Well, and because Jaden Daniels just, I think yesterday, was talking about how much he likes Cliff Kingsbury, and I think that's where the team might have to make it really clear what happened. Like, if they canned him, Okay, well, then you have to answer to the players. But if Cliff Kingsbury ends up getting a head coaching job or is just interviewing in all these positions, if you're the Commanders, can't you be like, no, we didn't get rid of him.
Yeah.
He said he was ready to elevate.
To become something better.
Yeah.
He didn't want to fail again and then fail down. He wanted to fail up.
Man, he does have some remarkable luck with that. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, I'm really excited to talk about this. The franchise and even some in the media have praised Shoddy's culture. But what does that mean to the fan base? Do you care? Next on The Fan.
When your friends say, K&C Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
K&C Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. The franchise has talked a lot about it. Even people in the media have been glowing about Shoddy's culture. What does it actually mean to y'all, to us, to the fan base? So I'm going to give you a few examples. This is Tyler Smith. And talking about Shoddy, he's got an understanding of the most important room in the building, and it's the locker room. Complete through all the ups and downs and adversity we've been through. I really enjoyed this part of the journey. Establish that culture in some of the things we want to build upon as our team and our family unit. Let's go to CeeDee Lamb. Our ability to be professional, he holds us to a high standard, and obviously discipline is necessary. And he's referencing himself when he goes, when we acted out of pocket for him, it was more of just proclaiming his dominance, establishing a culture here and what he expects out of each and every one of us. And I feel like he is very clear with that this season. And if you want another one, Dak. I credit him for being the same, being consistent, and it's something that he talks about. But to actually watch him be consistent and be the same man through the adversity and now through some success, right? He's a hell of a leader. He's the right guy for the job. We're following him. I can give you more. We'll stop right there. Tyler Smith, CeeDee Lamb, Dak Prescott. And again, I think it's really interesting how many people in the media have been supportive of this and picked up on it. So that's a great thing. All of those are seemingly great things. What did you feel like, if at all, it made a difference this year? Will it make a difference in the future? And do you think that matters to the fan base, or they're like, I don't really care about your culture, win the game? Because I'm really not sure.
Because somebody said culture is an issue when you don't win and no one cares. Look at the Chiefs' off-field issues. I don't think the off-field issues are part of the culture.
So you're okay. Ooh, interesting.
I think the culture of a business, the culture of employment, the culture of a locker room is how the guys in the locker room work together, hold each other accountable, don't let anything slide. And you couldn't kind of go look at a winning culture. The Patriots, they had a winning culture despite having problems off field.
True.
The Cowboys in the 90s had a winning culture despite having chaos off the field.
So culture is focused.
And a lot of that chaos off the field was because the culture bled out onto the street with them.
Right.
Or into the White House with them, if you will. I think the culture is you walk into the building and you know what's expected of you. Instead of, man, I'm really not sure why I'm here. You walk into the Ray Lewis, Ed Reed room, you knew what you were there to work on and work for. Everybody talks about that. That was a winning culture that they put in place. And Kevin, guess what? Something happened off field with Ray Lewis.
Yes.
Not a lot of people know about this story.
I think they do.
But I know one time he did say that if the NFL wasn't around, crime would rise.
Right.
So I don't think that culture is winning. I don't think culture is losing. You can have a losing culture. That's a bunch of dudes that are walking in there going, I'm collecting a paycheck because I'm here. Culture is something of the expectation when you walk in today is that you're looking for excellence, and that's it. And I think that's what culture means to me. And it could mean a lot of different things to other people. But if you're saying that's okay, it's not that big of a deal, whenever those things that do matter are a real big deal, then that's a losing culture. The other side of it is saying, I'm not going to work any less because I think somebody on the other side's working harder than me. That's a winning culture.
You know, that is really interesting to me. I like that you said that because I mean, it was one of the things I asked for y'all's perspective. And so that discussion of culture kind of like being in the locker room, on the field, in practice, as opposed to all that other stuff is fascinating.
I think, Kevin, if you look around a locker room that's losing, you can see why.
Yeah, I get you.
You'll see what the guys that are giving the extra, you can see the difference in the ones that aren't. Kevin, there was a group of guys on this team while the Cowboys were losing a few years ago. We were told that you could watch those guys leave early. They were the last ones in and the first ones to leave. I do like Dak's approach. I think Dak has the right mindset. He says all the right things regarding what he wants out of this. I don't think everybody that's been in that room wants all those same things a lot of the times. And finding a way as the head coach, Curt Cignetti is a great example of getting everybody to buy in that we can do this. It's just going to take you and you doing all these things. That's where the difference in culture, I think, is. Knowing that Kevin doesn't need a pep talk, he needs a kick in the ass.
Yeah.
Knowing that Alec doesn't need, this. I'm still trying to figure Alec out. But knowing what everybody in the room kind of needs, that's the head coach's job. Do I need to talk to that guy? Do I need to put my arm around him? That's part of his culture. And he's establishing, I care about you. You guys care about each other. Take care of each other. And don't let anybody kick you in the mouth. And don't let anybody kick your teammate in the mouth either. Those things matter.
Okay. Alec?
It's not there yet, though, for this Cowboys team.
Okay, and we're going to get more to that in just 1 second. Alec, I want to go to you. What do you think the importance is for culture, and do you feel like the Cowboys are moving in the right direction? And I feel like that's all I can say. I can't say they've done it. They didn't make the playoffs, and so that's going to be ultimately the question is if you have the most happy locker room in the world and you don't make the playoffs, eventually people will be like, don't care.
Yeah, it's a weird place to be because when you're a team that's still trying to grow and develop, you're not winning right now. It's easy to use it as a crutch. You know, we're trying to build culture. We're trying to find our identity. Those buzzwords, you know, it's like, what's your goal when you know you're not going to have a winning record this year?
But you get the sense that shoddy, really, really means that.
Yes, and I think that's where you have to really pay attention to the people who are actually talking about those things, that are trying to instill those things. Is sometimes you can tell it is just kind of fraudulent. It is kind of just throwing words out there because you don't know what else to say. Like, let's just say Arthur Smith, when he was the head coach of the Falcons and things weren't going well. I would listen to his comments post-game and say that's fake anger. That's him trying to drum up an audience to believe that something he's saying is true. Brian Schottenheimer, you can tell, by the way, he benched CD and George Pickens in the Raiders game. You know, I know it's just one possession, but no nonsense. The way that Trayvon Diggs is not on the team anymore. You know, the way that some of these guys talk about the messages that he instills, I believe it 100%. But at the same time, when things aren't going well, I feel like in sports in general, but especially football, it gets used as a crutch too much. So as a fan, it's nice to hear at the beginning of the year. It was nice to hear in his introductory press conference after he got the job. It was really great to hear because I thought Mike McCarthy's culture was okay. Like, I thought in a relationship standpoint, it was great. In a winning standpoint, in a seriousness perspective, it didn't exist. But I get the total opposite vibe where I think they mean everything they say. Just to Corey's credit, especially talking about the defense and whatnot, I just don't think the players are good enough to actually win those games. So they have the right mindset, but it's like you guys can have the right mindset to show up and have the best show in the history of radio, but just because you have the right mindset doesn't mean that you planned out the content.
Or you have the talent.
Exactly. Yeah. Like, you have to supplement, and everything has to line up. It has to be perfect. That's why it worked with the Chiefs for so many years, because they had the talent, but they had Andy Reid. They had Patrick Mahomes. They had the guys leading the charge that demanded the excellence every single day because they knew they were that good.
Also take into consideration Nick Saban's run at Alabama. Now, did he have the best talent? Yes.
Yes.
Why did he have the best talent? He built something that people wanted to play for.
Yeah.
Maybe he had the money, too, that he was paying, or that they didn't, But the other part of it is, how many coaches that have left his organization, how many players talk about rat poison?
Yes, a lot.
These are the little things that I mean with culture, where everybody thinks a certain way. Whether it's because they were manipulated or brainwashed or whatever, they all think a certain way, and they're all invested in it. And finding the people to put their hand in there and mix it up with them, that's what you got to find.
And that's where I think kind of some of the chicken and egg conversation comes in, because if Alabama would have consistently been pretty good, 10-3. Like, would that have caught on with everybody? Or is it the fact that they won those championships that everyone's like, well, that must be it? Or was it having that attitude that allowed you to win the championships? And I think
Saban's history, because he did win at LSU, too.
Sure. I mean, he's won it
like, he kind of proved it.
Programs.
Yeah, he kind of proved that he could build that thing, right? build that silo.
But I think it's very clear that Shoddy believes this is what comes first. That your culture doesn't develop because you won. You develop the culture, and then you win.
So does Ted Lasso.
Yeah, I could see that. I mean, kind of. Well, more experience with the game. But, in terms of the attitude. And so I see people texting in from the 214, we want wins. From the 972, screw the culture, play better football. So you see there are plenty of people in the fan base who don't care.
Yes, no, the play better football's the next step in the foundation.
No, I agree, but I think that's one of the reasons that some fans do believe is because, that you don't really have a choice. Your coach right now, the person who is guiding this team more or less, he believes that you have to establish the culture, and that is the only way you can win.
I don't think next year he's going to be talking about culture.
Because you think they're going to be better?
No, I think that he's going to say we did. I came in year one and told the guys what was expected of them. The culture should now percolate through the guys. The leaders that I have in the locker room, they should be the ones taking care of the culture. I don't have to do that anymore. I have to be the one with the hammer, continuing to drive home. These are the things that are expected. I have to do that. But also those guys have to be accountable to each other, and the leaders have to hold them accountable. Kevin, we talked to many coaches. They're like, look, I can go yell at my players all I want, but if the players in the room aren't patrolling themselves, I have no power.
Yeah.
I need them to spread the message for me. And so that's part of it too. You need the Daks, the Lambs, the whoever your defensive leader is, to maybe Quentin Williams, to be the guys that are in the locker room saying, as Charles Haley, you're not good enough. Come work with me. I'll put the work in with you.
Is there somebody else? Do you need the Jerry to come in there and be like, it's his say?
Because Jerry has put such a big imprint on him, on the organization as himself being the face of it.
Yeah.
Yes. In most instances, I don't think you have to. Do I think that in the Chiefs organization that their owner is like, I have to go in the locker room and say things?
Yeah, Andy Reid's the guy.
Yeah,
you better not piss him off.
You know who it is,
Or
and
his
because and that's why I've asked Jerry multiple times, when are you going to go get in somebody's ass about this? And he's like, if I felt like I had to, I would. Well, dude, you kind of have to because you're the guy. You've made yourself the GM. You put yourself in that position. You are the one that everybody answers to. So if you're going to do that, you have to be the one that goes and does it. It seems as if he's giving a lot of the reins to Shoddy.
Yeah.
That's what it feels like, is he's given a lot of that reign to Brian Schottenheimer because he understands how important leadership is in that room.
Man, it is fascinating how different people's definitions of culture is. And I love the feedback from the 210. Leading the league in penalties isn't a good culture. From the 443, culture won that second Eagles game because the Mike McCarthy team lets go of the rope down 21-0. And so it's fascinating, like specific instances, specific series, specific players, specific games is what people have chosen to focus in on. But I think you're right.
And that's part of the consistency, I think, that Shoddy's talking about. Not just in play, in game. Across the season, are we showing up for work the same way?
Yeah.
Kevin, we worked at a place together that was bad culture.
Yes.
We tried to make it a good culture, and I thought it was.
Yeah.
What we had going was a really good culture, but you saw how many people hated showing up to work.
Yes. True.
You want to show up to work and know that you're doing something special that day, and that's what Shoddy wants this team to do.
And I do kind of wonder if, like, let's say next year and 2 years or whatever, the team goes 12-5. They grind out a divisional game win, like 17-14 or something like that. Make it to the NFC Championship game for the first time ever. How many people are immediately going to say it was the culture? You know, like you saw this start in 2025 and built up to it. But the flip side is true. You go 5-12, have the greatest culture in the world. Everyone's going to be like, yeah, see, who cares?
Mm-hmm. It wasn't a winning culture. It was a losing culture.
Yeah, you're onto something there. We're the KNC masterpiece. Woo, we might need to revisit this.
Kevin, this is very
point.
similar to the chart, all right? You got winning cultures,
you have a culture chart?
mediocre cultures, and losing cultures. That's where we are at the moment.
Okay.
We'll see how this chart goes.
I expect to see the chart. If you can mix in the culture club at some point, that'd be great too. We're the KNC masterpiece. Stop it. Right here on 105 through the fan. Coming up next, we move into the Expressway, the biggest team and individual player disappointments of the season. Plus, the Tuesday tailgate has a changing of the college football guard arrived. Next on the fan.
Heavy tight end set with Tunyon in motion. Oladokin pats the ball and loses it. Punched out behind midfield. Wilson forced the fumble. Still a scramble for it. It's Raider football.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. The biggest team and or individual player disappointments of the NFL season. 877-881-1053. We can maybe get into playoff power rankings if we have the time. And then we're also going to do the Tuesday tailgate. So a jam-packed segment right here. We've got a lot of stuff. All right.
Tailgate.
Now, I think what makes a lot of sense just in terms of the teams, but I want to hear y'all's teams and individual players that you thought were the biggest disappointments of the NFL season. I feel like it's easy to say the Kansas City Chiefs. The Kansas City Chiefs, as a team, were the biggest disappointment of the NFL season.
Yeah, because they're supposed to be good.
For sure.
I think there are other teams that definitely disappointed their fan base a lot more.
Who would those teams be to you?
Give me a second, Kevin.
Okay, because I've got three more.
Okay, go ahead.
I think the Bengals,
the
Lions, and the Packers.
Okay.
Now, if you're the Packers, you can make an argument.
Still in the playoffs.
Yeah, that you're still in the playoffs, and if you win, that could change the perspective. But it does feel very much like the Packers are stumbling going into the playoffs. And so I would say those four are my four.
The Lions definitely pop up for me on this for sure. The Lions for sure. I think the Cardinals fan base did not expect them to be that bad. They were like, we're going to be bad, but we're not going to be 3 wins. Well,
that's going to end with a different coach, probably a different quarterback. I mean, all kinds of stuff.
The Commanders also. Did you say the Commanders?
Ooh, no, that's a good one.
Commanders would be my number 2 team. I think the Bengals really good one. But the Lions and the Commanders stand out for me because the Lions had Super Bowl aspirations.
Yeah.
The Commanders were on the trajectory of being the thorn in the Philadelphia Eagles' side and standing in the way of the Dallas Cowboys, and the Cowboys ended up with a better record than them, and now they're dismantling their coaching staff.
So I'm going to take one of the teams you said and one of the teams I said, the Commanders and the Bengals. Do you think those teams can kind of reconcile it in their mind of like, well, my quarterback wouldn't have gotten hurt, then it could have been a different deal. You know what I'm saying?
When it comes to
both of their defenses sucked.
Yeah, I just needed to look up the NFL standings to remember exactly who sucked. When it comes to the Bengals, their defense was again atrocious. Their defense was atrocious, and it's been that way a couple different times. The offense can be productive, but if your defense can't stop anybody, it's going to suck.
Yeah.
So the Bengals, the fact that they're bringing back their entire coaching staff, they're like, nah, we're not making any changes. What?
Which I have to admit, I was surprised.
Now they did have some problems in talent. The linebacking crew, they needed to grow up a lot faster than they expected. But the Bengals. That's one right there that I don't think can look back and say everything's fine there.
I mean, and the Lions, Dan Campbell said he gave himself an F for the season, so I feel like it's fair to say the Lions go on that list.
Well, I mean, I think Dan Campbell looks at it as A or F.
That is probably true.
And every year so far has been an F because he hasn't won the Super Bowl.
Yeah. Yeah, from the 903, the Vikings. Another person brought up the Colts. No, those two are interesting because I think they're disappointing for different reasons, right? Like the Vikings year over year, they're like, hey, we could take the success we had in the regular season, plug J.J. McCarthy in there, and rock and roll with that. Whereas the Colts were the story of the first half of the regular season, right? Mm-hmm. Like they were the thing.
Yeah, but nobody had any expectations for them to start
and
at all.
Everyone was kind of just waiting for them to fall off, and obviously they did, but part of that is injury-driven as well. And then, man, from the 903, from the 806, from another 682, hello, Baltimore Ravens. That's a great answer as well. And I had an NFL overreaction to reality.
But you were holding on to hope.
I did.
That the Ravens would make that run and because all the analytics said they were going to.
Yeah.
And you're kind of holding on to that. I think the Ravens were too. They were like, this division stinks.
I still thought for most of the night on Sunday. I was like, they'll figure out a way to win. And I think part of that is like what I think is more interesting. I don't give an F about Aaron Rodgers making another playoff run. I don't care at all. But Lamar Jackson, seeing him get like another shot to try to get to the Super Bowl, I would have been invested in. And now that opportunity is gone.
I wonder how many people out there disagree with you.
I bet probably a good amount.
I'm with you on Aaron Rodgers. He's had his time. Yeah. I've watched the Steelers team all year.
Yeah.
I've watched him stand in power position with his hands on his hips while other people are out there fighting. Dude, leave the field. Let them run a play without you if you're not even going to participate in it. You just put your team in a one-man hole. So I didn't like that this year. So I'm not looking for him, but I don't necessarily think I was looking for Lamar to have another shot either. I was kind of hopeful for what we're getting, and that is a new crop of dudes.
But and I think that's what makes it so much fun is when you get did Allen, did Jackson, did they just miss it? Like, you were good job, but you missed your window. Now it's Knicks, it's May, and that could still turn out to play out to be true. But I love, like, that kind of thing is super fascinating to me. Now, if you got other teams, let's definitely hear it. Individual players. I'm going to lead off with this one. And I know at the end of the year, people are going to be like, oh, he almost got 2,000 yards. To me, it's Ashton Genty. Man, I thought he was going to come in, even with the Raiders, and I thought he was going to kick ass and take names. And man, oh man, did he struggle. He showed some flashes in 2 of those last 3 games, for sure. But look at the lead up to those games. 15 carries for 31 yards, 10 carries for 30 yards, 9 carries for 35 yards. In the span of 3 games, he got a total of 96 yards on 34 carries. And you saw those struggles in game 1, where 19 carries, 38 yards, and you saw it. He was just getting stuffed. And so outside of the Chicago game, which gave you some hope, man, he had a tough go of it. And I know a big part of that is because of his organization and his offensive line. But I really thought he was going to be badass from the word go.
Yeah, no, I'll definitely blame a lot of it on the fact that they don't have a bunch of good Red Oaks out there.
Right.
Maybe he has some dumb Red Oaks out there that are on his offensive line. But I didn't think that they gave him enough places, but you did see it at Boise State where he was able to do a lot with a little. Was it against the best opponents all the time?
No.
Not necessarily. And so it is the NFL where things are a lot different. I thought Pete Carroll would have a lot more of a, hey, we can do this. Obviously, when Brock Bowers gets injured, your passing game shrinks. Jacoby Myers didn't want to be there anymore because he was like, Geno Smith stinks.
Yeah.
I agree with you. I think there are people that drafted Ashton Genty expecting this dude's going to be an explosive running back. I don't think that thing's there yet. I don't think it's built yet.
Are there particular players y'all want to focus in on? Because I've got more, if not.
Yeah, go ahead.
All right, Alec, I'm going to give you a shot. Any particular player you thought was disappointing this year before we get back to my list of running folks down? I'll do it constructively.
Oh, it sounds like you got a hit list. Running folks down.
There's 3 more.
No, he definitely has lists that he keeps track of.
Hit list.
For sure.
I would say Brian Thomas Jr.
Yeah.
From the Jacksonville Jaguars. I know.
He was going to be the dude.
Yeah, he was supposed to be, and I still think he will be. I just think he's a product of new system, new coach. Everybody's trying to figure everything out, and it's more of let's win the game as organically as we can rather than force feed the football to our best player, which I understand, but I really thought he was going to evolve into that, like, is he a top 5 receiver in the league?
And think about where they're at. If I told you going into the season the Jacksonville Jaguars are going to be 13-4, and Trevor Lawrence is going to have rediscovered his vibe, wouldn't you have thought, holy crap, Brian Thomas is going to have 1,500 yards and 14 touchdowns or something?
100%. I thought he was going to get so much volume. And with the Liam Cohen offense, I thought he would put up the dazzling numbers too. So I really thought he was going to be the centerpiece of that offense, but really everybody has contributed on that team.
Now, go ahead.
I drafted him and I didn't want to.
Okay.
So was he really a disappointment if I drafted him but didn't want to because I know what he is? But then when you look at what Pittsburgh got out of him, you got to feel like DK Metcalf was a bit of a disappointment.
Oh, yeah.
He had 850 yards, 6 touchdowns. And I know a lot with that offense is a struggle. DK Metcalf is not what you think he is. We've discussed that on many different levels. That has been a
long-held opinion of this show.
Many different levels. He had a 1,300-yard season. That was great. And then he's had some subpar seasons after that. 850 for what they paid him for what George Pickens did. I think that there would be a lot of people that would definitely say that DK Metcalf was a letdown this year.
I mean, if you want to factor this in, didn't have him at the most important time of the season when you really needed him because of things that happened.
But you got in the playoffs because you beat the team that didn't deserve it anymore.
Yes, indeed. All right, let's stick with wide receivers. Terry McLaurin, and this is something that I wonder if this is going to be an albatross for the Commanders. What did we talk about before he signed that deal? We did our positional breakdown of the best players in the NFL and how many of them were 30 or over. And if you looked at consistently wide receivers, man, that was not a good track record. And Terry McLaurin's like, well, let me see if I can. He literally was like, I'm aware. Let me see if I can break that. And what happens almost immediately? In fact, it might have been immediately. He got hurt. And I can't help. He hadn't missed a game in 4 years. And you can't help but wonder, he turned 30. By the time the next season starts, he'll be about to turn 31. If this is going to be something where you paid him on what he had done and not on what you thought he was going to do.
Yes. It was a very bad place to be. Now, you also thought, I think in Washington, they were thinking, guys, this year is another, like, we're going to keep going.
For sure.
So if he had a bad year, this kind of goes back to your culture question. If he had a bad year and the team was winning, would anybody care about it? Probably not.
Yeah.
But they thought the reason they brought him back, Kevin, I don't know if I ever was like, you have to bring back Terry McLaurin. I've been very honest. I think Terry McLaurin's a fantastic receiver. I like him. I thought for years he struggled, or he did well without a good quarterback, and finally he had a good quarterback. And then this year, that happened. So it does look bad. I think that the Washington fans would definitely say they were disappointed in what they got out of a guy that they've loved for a long time.
Now, I have 3 more people. They're all quarterbacks. And I'm going to start with the man yesterday who, hey, I appreciate honesty.
Phillip Rivers.
Not Phillip. Man, that'd be a weird. I really thought he'd be better. So the day after Miami's season ends, Tua is asked by reporters as he cleaned out his locker room how he would feel about getting a fresh start. And he said, that would be dope. I would be good with it. Somebody from the Miami Herald says he was asked for clarification and asked if he understood the question was about playing for another team, and he declined further comment. Which, look, I'm not going to crush a person for being honest. I think he 100% understood the question and was like, yeah, that's my answer. That would be dope. But there's no question he had a disappointing year.
Yeah, that whole team was bad. Tyreek Hill getting hurt. I don't think that things were going swell before that either.
For sure.
Tyreek Hill being hurt definitely changes things. But, hey, you're a quarterback that's paid all that money. You got to elevate some dudes around you, and he did not. And I don't think that – dude, here's the thing. Doesn't it go back to when he was drafted that people had that huge question mark on whether he could actually elevate that team or elevate anybody else around him?
Absolutely. Now, my other 2 –
proved him right.
Maybe. This one's tough because what I want to know from y'all is, did they disappoint this year, and will they eventually make it? J.J. McCarthy and Michael Penix. Now, I know both of them dealt with injury issues as well, but I, especially with McCarthy, who even got hurt going into the last game after he came back, I can't help but wonder, are McCarthy and Penix going to be 2 guys that you're like, hey, you always draft quarterbacks and sometimes it just don't work out?
I appreciate the work that you put in there, Kevin, for the I don't expect anything out of JJ McCarthy, honestly. I'm just kind of like,
Okay.
Yeah, so with Penix, there was a lot of excitement surrounding him. So, yeah, I can see how there would be disappointment there. I think that more than anything, if you're disappointed in J.J. McCarthy, you're disappointed that he's not getting Justin Jefferson the big numbers that he deserves.
Okay.
And that you got the quarterback whisperer as the head coach there,
right?
And somehow this guy can't stay healthy enough to be able to, let the whisperer do his thing. But Penix, I think nobody expects a lot out of Atlanta. And so they're kind of waiting for that thing to turn, but he got replaced. He got to the point where you're like, you can't even play, bro.
I guess I just am like, but why don't they expect more? You got this quarterback, you drafted in the top 10, he's going to be a big deal. You're the best freaking maybe football player on the planet, at least offensively. But you're right. People are like,
Atlanta, for some
way.
reason, it just seems like they're missing something.
Yeah.
And they're
they
just
thought
not,
it too.
Yeah. Saquon Barkley.
Yeah, I saw that come in just now from the 806. Saquon Barkley is a great answer.
I drafted him.
I mean, and why would you not take him like probably number one?
Yeah.
Because you're thinking, hey, you might have just had the greatest season in the history of running backs. Or if not, certainly one of them. Because I know people get caught up in the eye-popping numbers of he had 2,005 yards. And I get that. But also consider this. Last year, he had 13 touchdowns rushing and averaged 5.8 yards per carry. That is crazy. And this year, regress. I get it. He eventually made his way back above 1,000 yards. That's great.
He wasn't as good as Javonte.
Yes. Your per carry average dropped from 5.8 to 4.1. Your touchdowns dropped almost in half. Now, part of the touchdown thing can be a big thing for the offense across the board, but I think Saquon Barkley has undoubtedly been a disappointment this year.
From the 682, this person is a Niners fan. I know you guys don't give a damn about my opinion.
Oh, I care about all the opinions.
This is an NFL segment, so we're okay. Brandon Ayuk was the biggest disappointment.
Yeah, Brandon Ayuk went from a viable quality player in this league who gave you versatility to we don't even want to have him on our roster and are willing to eat money to make that happen.
And then he was posting videos of him speeding at high speeds down the highways, endangering people. That was during the 2 weeks ago while you were out.
Oh, yeah. I don't remember that.
He posted a video of it. It was kind of crazy, dude.
Oh, well, that feels like an objectively terrible idea.
Somebody said Anthony Richardson. I don't, look.
Anthony Richardson is on my expectation level really low, but I get it.
Yeah.
If you did.
He's with J.J. McCarthy. That's where I would put him, is my expectations there.
Okay, so let's take another fictitious Jacksonville track. If I told you that Indianapolis started the season unbelievably and it was a quarterback play, don't you think everyone would be like, I told you Anthony Richardson would do it?
Yeah, probably
and you're like,
so.
No, actually, he went on injured reserve after he snapped himself in the eye with a workout band. You would think I just made that up.
Yeah, probably so.
We're the KNC Masterpiece.
Daniel Jones is the one doing it.
There's no way I would have thought any of that. Right now, we're going to transition into the Tuesday tailgate. Can you give me cut number 8, please, good sir?
3rd and 1, looking to throw. Launching to the end zone. Surratt's out there. Touchdown Hoosiers. Pouring it on.
Now, as we go in to the semifinals, Indiana is a pretty heavy favorite to be the next national champion. Who is your second team?
To go in as the next national champion?
Yes.
I think Ole Miss.
Ooh, interesting. Oh, Alec, you immediately started head nodding on that.
I took the bait, man.
6-1.
I seriously think that Lane Kiffin leaving in the fashion that he did and trying to poach the assistants in the middle of the title run and everything, it's galvanized the team. I keep using that word. I really think it has, and I think they have some of the most underrated players left in the college football playoff and really just in the entire world of college football. I think Trinidad Chambliss is one of the most established and clutch players in college football that just doesn't get enough love because, yes, he is like in his 16th year in college football or whatever.
We'll talk about that in a second.
But yeah, I think people just kind of wrote them off a little too soon. And what was the Geno Smith line? We didn't write back. It's okay. That's the mentality that they're taking. And I love it. I really do. I think their offense is awesome, too.
I don't know how long this process will take, but Ole Miss and Trinidad Chambliss did reach a deal for next season if the NCAA approves his pending waiver for a 6th season. So, yes, this would now be the 6th season of college football for Chambliss, but apparently it's a complex process, so I don't know when we'll actually get the answer to this, but he filed the waiver like a month and a half ago. And so now they've reached the deal with him in the school that if the NCAA thumbs up, he's back there. If not, draft.
Okay.
So there's that. But I'm glad.
Would you draft him?
Yes.
Over Fernando Mendoza?
No.
What if he beat Fernando Mendoza in the national championship game?
You know what? I might have to rethink it because then you'd be like, I won the Division II title and the Division I title. It's just Fernando Mendoza has this aw shucks mentality, and then he throws this crosser that you're like, how the hell did you throw that pass? And he's like, well, gee whiz, fellas, it's got to be the receiver.
He's a secret assassin.
Yeah,
no, I can see that. No, there's something about Ole Miss that I kind of like the defensive coordinator taking over and everybody going, you know what, we're fighting for each other in this room. Like, that looks like a real team. Miami's fascinating, though, because of those edge rushers.
Okay, and their front is really impressive. And if you look at one of the issues that the Tech had is just you're not able to get any pressure. And so I wonder if Miami will be able to put some pressure up in the semifinals. We will see if they're able to take advantage against Ole Miss, much like I know Oregon is playing Indiana, but like,
do you feel like that game Oregon stands a chance?
I do, but that number is down to 3.5. And I know Oregon, they just had a shutout. I just look at the offensive firepower that Indiana brings to the table, and I'm like, man, if it gets into a shootout, is Oregon going to be able to hang? Which that actually leads to kind of my next point. Have we seen, or are we in the midst of seeing, a changing of the college football guard? So that was dramatic. I loved it. So last year, what were you looking at? Hey, we got Penn State against Notre Dame, Ohio State against Texas. So you have teams that you feel like have been there forever. Take a look at this semifinal. Indiana and Oregon, and I know Oregon has been very good for a long time, but Indiana and Oregon have never won a national championship in football. Ole Miss won one in the 60s, and Miami got kicked out of the elite club like 20 years ago.
Ken Dorsey.
Yeah, yes.
Didn't they win like 56 games in a row or something?
I don't know if it was that long for this run, but they won a lot in a row.
Wait, I gotta go Google it and look it up with AI.
So my thought is, it feels like even when Mendoza moves on, that maybe you've built something that's ready to last in Indiana.
As long as the coach is there.
Yes, that's probably fair. Is Oregon ready to finally break through for the first time? I know they lost, but with their billionaire benefactor saying, I'm here to disrupt, is Texas Tech here for a while? And you look at Indiana, man, Indiana got here by just beating the ever-loving crap out of Alabama. Ole Miss made it despite losing their head coach by beating what feels like had been the new gold standard of college football in Georgia. Mm-hmm. And so I wonder, I'm not saying Georgia and Alabama can't bounce back, but are you seeing somewhat of a changing of your powerhouses now?
Yeah, for one, obviously they got to take down the team that took down the juggernaut A&M. That's got to be the first thing.
Hey, A&M scored more points in the playoffs than other teams.
You know what I'm saying?
I do.
But I watched that game. I watched every second of that game, Kevin.
Yeah.
I hurt you.
If that player wouldn't have needed medical attention, would they have called the rightful targeting call? Maybe.
The fact that there is a lot more money that's able to be spent freely changes this thing a lot. Because some programs have talent around. Coaches have a good eye for talent. They just can't get that one recruit that could really change it. Now that these teams, they're like, hey, I just need an extra this. Now you got to deliver on that. Just like in the NFL.
Yeah.
If you go tell your GM, look, I need Jack Sanborn and Kenneth Murray, and if you
who would do
and
that?
Reddy Stewart, like these guys are going to be the difference.
I
love Reddy Stewart. But if you're going to go tell them that, you better deliver on those guys. And so like that's got to be a factor too. Curt Cignetti's done it.
Yeah.
I agree. I still think he's the culture of the program. They believe because of him, he's established that within. But the fact that NIL money, that's why Nick Saban left. He was like, I can't compete with the players anymore because they're making as much as I am. And then on top of that, I'm going to have to compete even more with other people out there that don't have quite the assets and avenues that we have. And so, as Texas Tech grows up and says we're going to be willing to spend more and more and more. Now, here's the thing I don't know. Those are donors that have businesses.
Yep.
If their businesses are down, are they spending that year?
That's a good question. I think particularly for Tech, if you get into the billionaire club, that he made it sound like he's there for a while.
And like T-Boone Pickens was there for a while.
Yeah.
The schools, though, don't have the money to keep up. I don't think that they're willing to spend the money to keep up.
Yeah, that's two different things. They most definitely have the money. They just don't want to spend.
Yeah, I mean, they got campuses to build, Kevin. They have new buildings, new chemistry buildings and stuff.
Who do those buildings get named after?
Donors.
Exactly.
So where does the money go? What are they doing with all that money?
It goes into the endowment. Doesn't Harvard have like a $5 billion endowment? What's that for?
I don't even know what that means.
Money they just say.
I'll have to Google it, obviously. I think that because there are programs like UNT, I don't know that UNT's ever going to be there, but they just saw the benefit that it brings to their community from having a successful season.
Yeah.
And so they want another one. They always have, but they just didn't have the means to be able to do it. And whenever you do have programs like Texas and Oregon that have billionaire money that they can just roll out whenever they want, it's hard to still compete with them. But if you get the right group in there, Indiana, Curt Cignetti's shown you can do it either way.
Now, I made the mistake of not asking for a highlight, but somebody did ask, what about the other national championship game from yesterday? So you had the FCS national championship, and regulation was not enough to contain Montana State against Illinois State. I've been to Montana State. Fun fact.
The state of Montana or the college?
I did go to the state of Montana, but we stopped at Montana State. We took a picture in front of the football stadium.
Why?
At the gas station, they had Montana State Pepsi.
But why?
Because it's a university. I want to see it. It's neat.
You went to all the Montana universities?
No, just the ones that were convenient. Like we stopped at the University of Utah because we were driving and there was like, hey, make a left for the University of Utah. And I was like, hell yeah. And so,
dude, we don't do that enough in life.
Yeah.
We see a sign and just take that road and go see, where's it going to lead me today?
Yeah.
Where did all these roads come from?
See, you'd be proud of me. We saw the big marquee from the Montana State football stadium and we're like, let's go.
Instead of being like, nope, that's not part of the plan.
Well, plus we were in Montana.
It's not on the run sheet.
So, like, what do you really... Hey, shut up. That's a fair point.
You said you could drive for miles and not see another car.
100%. We drove for at least 18 consecutive minutes and saw no car. I was worried that society had ended because that's how every one of those movies start, with some guy walking down an empty street. And I was like, we've saw nobody. All right, but Montana State, Illinois State. Illinois State, they scored 2 touchdowns in the fourth quarter to send it to overtime, and then they take the lead on a touchdown. However, the extra point gets blocked, which then clears the way for Montana State to tie the game on a touchdown pass, and then perhaps the most important extra point in the history of Montana State. And they make it. They win 35-34. Montana State is your FCS national champion.
Got a text from one of our fantasy football team GMs last night late, and he goes, "You're not a real football fan if you're not watching this Montana State game." And I was like, "Oh crap!"
I get it.
Had to tune in.
We've had that same conversation. Now, a couple of quick other notes for you. Josh Hoover from TCU, one of the top quarterbacks available in the transfer portal. He is committed to Indiana. Thought is heir apparent for Mendoza, Alabama. They landed the number one transfer running back in Hollywood Smothers, which obviously that's awesome. Bryce I'm telling you, man.
That sounds like a film.
Oh, yeah.
Doesn't it?
For a very particular kind of... I hear what you're saying. Bryce Underwood will be back at Michigan, and then Zachariah Branch and C.J. Allen are both going into the NFL draft. Look for both of those to, I would assume, at least be top 2-round picks, but we'll see if they could be even higher. And then we talked about this last week. The bidding war between Cincinnati and Texas Tech. Well, Texas Tech was victorious, and they did, in fact, acquire the services of Brendan Sorsby. I mean Tech and LSU, because he was coming from Cincinnati. Brendan Sorsby looks to be the next quarterback of Texas Tech, as they have come to an agreement as well. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, time for the C Block, starring Corey Majors.
It's time to role play, gentlemen. Are y'all ready?
Oh, dear.
Next on The Fan.
Tennessee sports station. Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. And right now, it's time for the C-Block starring Corey Major.
Thank you very much, Kevin. I really appreciate that.
You're welcome.
This is the part where Kevin no longer carries the show, and I have this one segment.
Why do you keep saying that?
To do my thing. So here's the thing.
Peyton does a run sheet, and we just do what he says.
That's how it's always been. Would you do a show like that if a producer walked in and handed you a piece of paper and said, talk about these things, and you had nothing, you had no idea, you just walked in and you went, all right, here we go?
Yeah, I don't think it'd be as good because it'd just be some like manufactured BS.
Have to Google everything?
Yes. Okay, shut up. By the way, what I learned in the break is somebody goes, Harvard's endowment's like $50 billion.
Good God.
It is $57 billion.
I think it's 56.9 billion.
That's okay.
Short of 57.
All right. And then Yale's at 44. What the crap? I think it's like so they could fund it forever.
What's an endowment?
It's like money you have waiting that will be used, I'm assuming, for a specific cause of keeping Harvard and Yale going forever if all the money dried up or, I don't know, we stopped using money. I guess that wouldn't work either. How far away are we from
This is the money that you've earned from the students?
Some of it, but I think a lot
Donor
of it.
money too?
I think a lot of it comes in via donations and stuff from rich Harvard.
So if you have a lot, so like if you're Harvard, you're very well endowed.
Look, man, that's one of the beautiful things about going to Harvard. It could be as small as all get out, but you can be like, I went to Harvard. So what's
endowment,
up?
That is.
Yeah.
I got three things here. One, a hilarious small story.
Ooh.
Two, a heartfelt story. Three, role play. Which one would you guys want to do first?
I'm going to vote for hilarious.
All right. Alec, your thoughts?
I'm always going to vote for role play.
Oh, man, this makes it tough. So I'm going to start with hilarious. We'll get to role play in just a minute. This is very...
Is this sports role play?
Yeah, it's definitely sports role play. If that's how you like it, I don't know. My oldest, Avery, turned 18 on January 1st.
This is a funny story.
My middle son, Carter, is 14. And now every single time Avery complains about something or asks for something, Carter will walk by and go, "You're a grown man living in your parents' house. Get a job." And I think it's the funniest thing to hear him say.
While he's still in high school.
And that Avery looked at me and he was like, "But I'm still in high school." And I was like, he's got a point, though. You could be out on your own.
Yeah.
It would be nice if you'd get a job.
Yeah.
But, he was sitting on the couch. Carter went to get a glass of water, walked through the living room. Look at that grown man sitting there on his parents' couch. Get a job. And just went back to his room.
God.
He bought himself a computer, Carter did, because he earns money. He does some things that earn money. And he
earn money from professional trolling. That kid knows how to troll somebody.
He does. Yes, he does. He is he's good at what he does. The second one. Are y'all ready for the role play?
I mean, I know Alec is, so.
Yep.
All right.
Tell me about it.
Kevin, do you want to be Steven or Jerry Jones?
At the end of the day, I think I'll pick to be Steven.
All right. Alec, this will make you Jerry Jones. Here is the scenario. You have to convince and sell Brian Flores why he wants this job as the defensive coordinator instead of being the head coach of the Raiders with Tom Brady over there and potential first-round pick Fernando Mendoza. So, Steven, I'm going to give Jerry just a minute. He's going to be the closer here. But, Steven, I'm Brian Flores. I am here because you guys reached out to my agent and said I needed to take an interview. I'm interested in it, but I have the chance to be a head coach. Why should I be your defensive coordinator instead of sticking around in Minnesota?
We're, at the end of the day, We're really all about execution. And if I can borrow from Brett the Hitman Hart, I have heard that you are the excellence of execution. And so I think at the end of the day, it's just like anything else. We'd love to have, he says that too. We would love to have you here. You don't want to go stick with Vegas. What's going to happen? Tom Brady's going to come in there and tell you what to do all the time. I mean, he won 7 championships. Is that what you want to be held to? Are you kidding me? We haven't done Jack S here for 30 years. Are you going to get fired? No. Am I going to get fired? Double no. Jerry's not going to get fired. We get to the divisional round. That's a parade for us, okay? You want to enjoy the environment of lowered expectations, and that is Arlington and Frisco, Texas, neither of which are the actual name of the franchise, because we are the Dallas Cowboys, and that is why you should come here.
I really kind of think you should have been Jerry, because that was confusing as hell. But
I wish I would have been Jerry too. Can I?
Hold on, I got one follow-up question. How much pie do you have for my side of the ball? Because I don't think you have the players.
Let me tell you something right now, Brian Flores. When you're hanging out with me in this organization, you're never going to be short of pie.
All right. I'm going to go down the hall.
That's your own fault. That is your own fault.
All right. And seriously, 877-881-1053. Text in if you're Jerry or Steven and you're trying to convince the best defensive coordinator potential out there to come to the Cowboys, where you've had 30 years of lack of success. Yeah. You haven't invested on that side of the ball.
Sure.
And you've had a bunch of turnover at that spot. What are you telling this guy that's going to make him say, this is the place that I want to be? 877-881-1053. All right, Jerry. I just talked to Steven. I'm confused.
Oh, yeah, because that's the guy that's going to clear it up for you.
Can you bring some clarity to why I should be the Dallas Cowboys' next defensive coordinator instead of taking another job where I might have more potential to win?
Well, Brian, I've got all this spread room that I keep telling everybody about. And I plan on using it on that side of the ball right there. You know why? I went and added Quinnen Williams. Got you a nice big man up front. You can run that 5-man defensive front. That kind of sort of worked. You know what else I can do? I got 2 first-round picks. I could draft for you. Or better yet, I could go get you Max Crosby.
Look at that. Smart. Why go to Vegas? Why go to Vegas with Max Crosby?
Vegas to you. I'll bring Vegas to you because he is the one redeeming quality about that franchise. Not even Tom Brady can save it. I'll bring you all these pieces. The offense, you don't even got to worry about them holding up their end of the deal. They were one of the best in the league last year. You come in, I add pieces to your end of the pie. And we sweeten it up just a little bit, and you do what you do best, which is be the boogeyman.
Be the boogeyman!
Be the boogeyman of the NFL. I'll give you all the pieces you could ever ask for, and then don't get me started about the perks that come with being a Dallas Cowboy.
Not really sure what you mean there.
Yeah, you're going to be immortal.
Perky.
You're never going to pay for anything in this city. You know, we got Cowboys Fit down the street if you want to go get a workout in. You know, we got the Cowboys Club if you want a nice meal.
Or drink.
Yeah, or a nice drink. Everything. And then you can hop on Cowboys Crosstalk with Corey Majors, you know, and Bobby Belt. That would be great.
Probably not
take
Kevin,
pictures in there.
Yeah, don't take pictures.
Yeah, that's right.
I will say the one thing he forgot was telling us a story about living above the grocery store or the convenience store.
The only other selling point I would have gone with is you have a lawsuit with the NFL. Are you kidding me? I run the NFL. I'll get that thing taken care of in a heartbeat.
Kevin, that has absolutely crossed my mind. If you wanna take that next step, I'll vouch for you. And I don't know. I think that's a crap thing to have and hold over somebody. But I've already thought that that's got to be somewhere in that world.
Yeah.
When it comes to this, the dude's an excellent coach. He's shown that he can stop offenses. He's shown that he can stop some of the best offenses in the NFL. You want to go get a guy like that, that's for sure. Jim Schwartz is a great option too. But that's the same sell. These guys know that they can do other things.
Yeah.
Why do I want to come to the Cowboys where it's been this kind of turnover, and I don't think you have the players. You got to convince me that you're about to go spend, and you're actually going to spend on the players that I want you to bring into this organization. That's what the Cowboys have in front of them. Here's the other thing, too. If I'm Brian Flores, and I know this is sacrilege, but I'm asking why you haven't been able to draft defensive players.
Okay.
Mozzie Smith failed.
Yeah.
Marvion Overshown's been injured. I know that Trayvon Diggs and Michael Parsons were great hits. Osa's your best one that you've had in quite some time. And that's not enough. So what is it with your scouting? What do I need to do to help your scouting department?
Yeah.
If that's one of the problems there. So that's one of the big factors. I appreciate you guys playing that game with me. Kevin, I told you this story a little bit on Sunday.
I like this story.
This is a heartfelt story. Andretti's is in Grandscape, and it was my middle son Carter's birthday, and we went to Andretti's for his birthday to go racing, to go car racing. Now, I know that Lucy has some limitations. Adrian was very confident. She was like, Lucy's going to be fine. And I was like, man, I'm kind of curious about this because I've seen it. It's a little faster pace. She takes a little time to process. So we said, all right. So we sent her in there with her brothers, Avery and Carter, and one of Carter's friends. They all go in there. They do the training session. They get in. Adrian and I head upstairs to watch. We didn't realize there was another track. So we were like, where are they? Well, then my phone rings, and I look out behind me through the glass window, and Avery and the two boys are walking together, and he's like, hey, we finished. Where are y'all? And I was like, oh, we're upstairs. Where's Lucy? And he said, I don't know. She was kicked out at the beginning of the race. And I was like, holy crap. My first thought, obviously, this is a busy place. Arcade, chaos going on all around, VR all over the place. And Lucy, I know when if she was told to leave, she did it. She complied. But now where did she go? So I ran to the front door to stand there just to kind of play safety net and see if anything came through. As I'm standing there, I see an employee walk by, and I tell them, hey, my daughter has a disability, and we don't know where she is right now. She says, come on inside. We'll talk to the manager here and see what's going on. While I'm there, the guy that's wearing the shirt that says crew chief on the back, his name's Eddie. Eddie at Andretti's. I love that guy. All right. Send a shout out to Eddie, everybody. He goes, hey, let me go look at the computer. I can see what time her race was, what happened, and ask questions on the track.
Yeah.
I said, awesome, let's do that. So we start walking. I'm telling him, look, she has a disability. Here's what's going on there. He was like, okay, look, man, we have people with autism come in all the time. And he's like, so let me see what I can do. As we're rounding the corner, Adrian has found Lucy. All right, Lucy, what happened? What went wrong? And evidently, as I was concerned about, she kept pushing both pedals at the same time. And so because the employees have a clock, these guys could run for like 5 minutes. That's about it. They needed her to move, or they weren't thinking. They didn't know she had a disability either.
Sure.
So I'm sitting there going, all right, well, I guess we'll get our money back for Lucy, and we'll be good to go. And he's like, no, hold on. Let me come over here real quick. And he comes up, he types some stuff up, and he goes, all right, I have a block at 3 o'clock. She can race by herself. We'll shut down the entire track. She can drive by herself, and that way she has all sorts of room to make mistakes, bump into walls, whatever it is. She can do it by herself. And I was like, man, I'm not sure we're going to be here at that time. He goes, here's my card. Here's my email. You email me anytime y'all want, you come back. I'm not just going to give you, I want her to have this experience of fun.
That's nice.
And so he goes, hold on, I just found another time slot before then. You want that? Yeah, absolutely. So the cool part is that Eddie, the crew chief at Andretti's, thank you so much, was thinking outside of the box. That's really cool. Instead of being like, sorry, here's your money, we're busy, see you later.
Yeah.
He was thinking outside of the box. Next thing, he had his entire staff standing at points on the track for her so that whenever she steered wrong, they could help her steer out of it. After the first lap, she got it. all she needed was just a second, just a split second, or just a little bit of practice in an environment that she's not used to. All she needed was that. And then they helped her. Then they ran behind her as she was racing around the track. And she finished, and I looked over at Avery at one point, and he looked at me, and this kid doesn't say stuff like this because his brother's always beating him down with get a job.
Yeah.
And he says, "This makes my heart smile, Dad."
That's nice.
And I was like, holy crap, this is amazing. Thank you so much to Eddie and the crew at Andretti's for what they did. And for anybody out there, it sounds like from what they told me, they do things like that for people with disabilities. And somebody said, "What's the disability?" My daughter was born with a brain injury. I've talked about this for many years. Sure. I can tell you more about it later. But they do this more often. Awesome. Kudos to Andretti's. The work we do with Sandlot and My Possibilities, obviously that's right up our alley. This is the Andretti's location at Grandscape. Really cool of them. So, hey, if you're out there and you see something like this happen in the world, there can always be another option to make sure somebody gets a cool experience. And that right there was one of my favorite experiences over the holidays.
That's awesome. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next. Well, first of all, I want to know if everyone is aware that the Mavericks game starts at 10 p.m. tonight. But also, puck around and find out how will Jason Robertson respond following his Olympic snub. Both of those next on The Fan.
The more time you give,
833-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Fighting off is Jason Robertson. Turns to it. Shot. He scores. Oh, my. Jason Robertson. Out-muscled Toronto.
K&C Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Do you want to start by poking around and finding out and talking about Jason Robertson, or the fact that the Mavericks game starts tonight at 10 p.m. Central?
What?
Yes, it is 10 p.m. Central, and I believe it's because the game is going to be on Peacock.
I don't.
Do you have an issue with the start time?
The login.
Okay, I don't think we're supposed to say that on air, but yes, there's definitely new things that show up on my Peacock as being watched all the time, and that is because of one Mike Bassett.
Why am I making? Hold on, what? You let somebody use your Peacock login?
He probably stole it.
How dare you?
Oh yeah.
I don't know why I have decided that I will not have Peacock.
Oh, they're going away from me.
This is the one oh really?
Yeah, because they lost all their wrestling.
Okay.
Most of it popped up on Netflix already, which is pretty cool.
So this is the one place, Alec, that I've decided to put my foot down. I'm like, I will have Disney Plus. I will have Netflix. I will have Amazon.
Right.
But not you, Peacock. NBC has always been free. For some reason, I just decided this is the one. The new ones, I'm like, yeah, I'll pay for you. But the old ones, I'm like, no, you always gave me a free product, and now you're telling me that I have to pay for it. Ridiculous. But
so Peacock is Gladys at the dance, and you're like, meh.
Yeah.
I don't want Gladys. I want this hot new thing.
Yeah.
Okay.
Go ahead and hold on to that one.
Damn it.
But the other thing, too, is then Fubo dropped NBC, and they had their problem, and so I've had no Sunday night football.
Oh no!
That was my own for quite some time. So I still have to find ways around it. So from the 3-2-1, Kevin, can I use your Peacock?
Man, I feel like I'll check what the limit is on that. And you know what? You know what I used to
10 o'clock's ridiculous.
You know what I used to hate that Mike had my Peacock password is because Peacock used to be the absolute worst streaming service at getting rid of things in your queue. You know me. I need to have...
You don't have... all your emails are empty.
I need to have everything cleared out. Things that are up for me to watch are not enjoyable future things. It's like an assignment. And so if you watch like WrestleMania 17 or whatever, Alec, you have to go to the latest WrestleMania, run it all the way to the end, and you can't push it in the last minute. You have to let the last minute just evaporate, and then, and only then, would it clear out from your queue. Now, luckily, they added something finally like 2 years after the fact where you can just delete it in the app. But anyways, my point was the Mavericks play at 10 p.m. tonight against the Sacramento Kings, who are terrible, except, of course, for the fact that you just freaking lost to them the other day. So there's that. Now,
but you get to play against Max Christie's dad, and that's what's important.
That is not his dad.
Are you sure?
Yes, I am sure.
A lot of people were texting in yesterday during our Max
dad is not Doug Christie.
Here's what I need to know. All those Tolos that were texting in yesterday and hey, ask Max Christie about playing against his dad.
Hopefully now you know why we didn't ask that question.
And then Max Christie took a shot at how his dad was the worst in the family. Of all the people that were texting in, how many of them were trying to catch us off guard? Or how many of them really legitimately thought that Doug Christie was his dad?
I think it's like 60-40 they thought that was his dad.
Okay. Because I think somebody was trying to set us up and be like, hey, you dummies, y'all don't know any better. You have to Google stuff.
Probably. And yes, I think you can still also watch a Mavericks game on Channel 29 tonight. I'm just saying, I think that's why it's scheduled at the time it is. All right, let's talk around and talk about Jason Robertson. So Jason Robertson, his feelings are definitely hurt about not being on the Olympic team. He said, and I quote, I thought this year was different than last year. Obviously, last year I didn't think I was good enough for the 4 nations. Now I think I did. It's their choice, their decision. That's it. Obviously, it hurts your ego, but I'm not going to change the way I play. That's not going to stop me from doing that the rest of the season. Now, that part was really interesting to me because we talked about it. The perception was that maybe people thought that he was soft. and that's why he didn't get picked for this spot. And so that part where he goes, I'm not going to change the way I play, I thought was really interesting. And then Gulletson, he jumped in and he's like, look, he's our guy. He's our player. You're hoping for him. But I'm sure that not one of the 32 coaches doesn't think their guy should be on the team. And I know there are other people who think this is a good thing that some of your players get a break, especially since we talked about Fox earlier today going with the Czech Republic. Now, the next part of it is there's still like 5 weeks until the tournament. So there is thought that he's probably at the top of the list as an injury replacement. But catch this from Jason Robertson. He said on Saturday he doesn't know if he's on a reserve list from Team USA. Said there hasn't really been much communication between him and the national team at all.
Really?
So, like...
At all?
Or not really at all.
Not just since this.
No.
Like,
yeah, because last year he made it clear. I get it, why I wasn't on the Four Nations roster. I think this should have been different. Some people will argue that the construction of the national rosters, not only for the United States, but for other countries as well, are kind of lazy, and they kind of carried over maybe too many people from the Four Nations. But to hear him say we haven't really talked too much at all, that feels disrespectful.
Yes, it absolutely is disrespectful. It doesn't just feel, it is. I do wonder if Jim Nill was like, hey, America, I know I'm working over here with Canada. Please don't put Jason Robertson on that list. Because you don't want Jason Robertson injured.
Sure.
And also, isn't he in a contract season?
Yes.
He's got some stuff to work through here.
Yes, he is.
So there's a lot going on here. Obviously, playing for your country and having that chance to win a gold's huge.
Yeah.
He would love to do it. The part about him not changing his playing style, that's interesting to me. Why are you interested in it? Because
I'm interested
I might be
in
a little bit different.
Okay, because it feels like he knows the perception of him and
it's soft.
Yeah, then it sounds like he kind of disagrees with that. And so we've already talked about it. Like, he's shown more physicality. It's not like at an elite level, but that's never going to be who he is. But he's shown more physicality this year. So I'm intrigued because it sounds like he's like, yeah, that's fine. Take a look at my numbers. It feels like Signetti's moment of Google me.
Yeah, I'm right there with you. I thought we might be differing in opinion on that. I will say, I've been watching him more this year, and it does feel like he's leaned in a little more to what Miko's done and what this Stars team needs.
Yeah.
Obviously, you can't prove that until the playoffs. And if they ever win a game again, who knows?
Hopefully tonight.
Yeah.
Their game's at 6 o'clock, if that helps people out.
So much better. 6 o'clock on Peacock, baby.
I believe it's on TNT.
All right. You can watch it on TNT then. Thank
or
you, Kevin.
HBO Max.
Appreciate that. Did
you lose track of what you were going to say because of that?
Yeah, a little bit. I'll Google it. I think though that his the continued growth of him as a player, one day he's going to be in that position.
Yeah.
I think he continues to get to that level where he shows the physicality they need. Kevin, the Four Nations showed that they weren't just there to screw around. And that might have been a thing. The Kachucks, the way that they went out there and just leveled people like the Mighty Ducks brothers, that might be the thing where they're like, we need players like that, and you're not willing to do that. And if you're not, I do think he's changed his playing style a little bit, though. And he's fallen in with what Glenn Gullinson wants from him, too. Here are the places we think you're at your best.
Yeah.
Use those over and over. Pour it on that way. I'm hopeful for him. I'm disappointed for him, too, though.
Now, next part of this. How's he going to respond? What's the knock outside the physicality we were just talking about? What's the reason that some Stars fans are hesitant to give him a big-time extension?
Because he's soft.
And?
Injuries.
Playoffs.
Yeah.
Right?
Oh, yeah, soft. Well, when I say soft, it is the playoffs that we looked at. We're like, okay, here's what happens in the playoffs, Kevin. The game gets faster. The speed of the opponents is faster, too, which means the windows that were very wide open are closed. Sometimes you have to create the space with your body.
Yeah.
And Jason Robertson, we've been like, where is that? Where is that? It's missing. He did a little bit late in the playoffs last year that showed us, he's still there. And hopefully that version of him comes back.
So I'm here to push against maybe some narratives.
So in his third real season, Robertson set the Dallas Stars franchise record with 109 points. And that was the first year of his new current contract. So I just want to, if people are worried about like, oh, is he taking off because it's a contract year? This last go around, when he had his epic season, he had already signed his new deal, and that's what he did in the first year of the new deal.
Okay, let's take that one thing then.
Okay.
Kevin, what are my 3 great motivating factors? 1,
revenge,
which I don't want Jason Robertson to get revenge on the Stars.
I am concerned about that.
2, and this is in no particular order, fun babies. Look, sometimes it happens. And 3, and babies are expensive, Alec.
Ugh.
3, contract season.
Yep.
He is the anti-contract season.
Okay.
So re-sign this guy to a new contract every year.
I don't know if that will work. I did actually crunch some of the numbers, but I want to talk about the postseason and when people change their perspective. All right. So 2021-22, Robertson was second on the team in postseason points. Next year, he was second on the team in points, but that was his year where he scored all of the points and all of the goals for the Stars. He was only third on the team in goals, and I think folks were expecting more that season. All right? So that season in the postseason was a letdown. But 2023-24, Jason Robertson was tied for first on the team in postseason points. So these 3 like first playoff runs, second on the team in postseason points, second again, and then first. But here is the issue.
He had 16 points
in that season.
That's bad. That was down from the year before.
Okay, but here's where I think the narrative really stuck to him. 2022-23, he was amazing. Greatest offensive season in the history of the Dallas Stars, but only third on the team in goals in the postseason. So I think people really thought they would carry over. But it was the next year. While he had he was tied for first in points, he only had 6 goals in 19 games in the playoffs. And so that feels like that's never going to cut it. And so when you look at that, I feel like that season locked in the narrative that Jason Robertson is not great in the playoffs.
I think also he had 46 shots on goal in that playoff run in 19 games.
Yeah.
And there were, how many times did we go, it doesn't have to be perfect.
Especially in the playoffs.
The goal doesn't have to be perfect.
Shoot it.
Just shoot the puck. You trust yourself. Be the ball and throw yourself. And that was, I think that was, Kevin, where that kind of stuck, where we're like, why are you waiting? It's not going to always be a perfect window.
Yeah.
And then Madonna came out last year and said, hey, the windows get smaller in the playoffs, boys.
Well, and they get smaller in the Western Conference Finals. I'm going to get to that in just 1 second. But Robertson wasn't good to go last year in the playoffs until the second round. Remember, he had the injury before the end of the regular season, and that really sucked. But in his first 8 playoff games last year, he had no goals and 2 assists. And then after that, he scored 4 of the Stars' 5 goals in their last 3 games against Edmonton. But unfortunately, they were getting their asses kicked in most of those games, and those didn't feel like high-pressure goals. So let's focus in on the Western Conference Finals. You've been to the Western Conference Finals 3 years in a row and obviously lost 3 years in a row. First year you made it 5 goals in 6 games. But also 1 assist. So you only average 1 point per Western Conference Final game in a season where you had the greatest offensive season ever for a Dallas Stars player. Next year, 3 goals in 6 games. All in the same game, though. They were all in the same game. So if you look at all those other goals, no goals and 1 assist. So outside of a hat trick, which is incredible in the Western Conference Finals, no goals, 1 assist. And then last year, in the first 2 games of the Western Conference Final, before you really got run off the ice, no goals and 1 assist in the first 2 games. So I'm not here to tell you the narrative is not valid. I think it is valid, and I think 2 years ago is where it locked in, and the Western Conference Finals is what people really remember. But I think he still's got a shot to break away from that, and I think this Olympic snub is going to go a long way for that.
69 hits in the playoffs, Kevin.
Nice.
I would like more.
Oh, for sure.
Like that physical part
for
of
sure.
things, you know.
For sure.
That's the part that I would like to see a little bit more. Hey, I don't need you going out there and leveling everybody.
Yeah.
Finish your checks.
Yes.
You know, like finish those things that make sure you clear people out. Don't give them any space.
And then another day, because I did some nerd salary cap numbering, maybe we can pick that up another day about keeping Jason Robertson.
I mean, maybe when the Mavericks aren't playing at 10 o'clock. What are they doing?
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, let's chit-chat with the fellas from the G-Bag Nation right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Coming up Wednesday morning on Sean and RJ, Mavs Stars, more
Zaraku, there is a flag in the pocket. As Zaraku, this would, I think, be only his second sack of the year. As Zaraku was the first one saying, decline it, I want my sack.
Personal foul, tripping, offense, number 71. 15-yard penalty, remains first down.
There goes your sack, Easy.
K&C Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, where, if you can't tell, we were having a lot of fun in the break. But right now, courtesy of D&M Leasing, it is time for our chit-chat with the fellas from the G-Bag Nation. Gentlemen, how is it today?
Doing well, Higgy. Back-to-back days. Good Cowboys days.
I love it.
Here we go.
Woo! You guys want to talk about Eberflus, lemonade, politics? What are you thinking?
Lemonade be good.
Okay. Oh, also, did you like my tease for the very first segment? Looks like Uberflus needs a lift.
It's impressive.
Nailed it.
It's really impressive.
Very good.
Very excited.
Yeah, they gave you your props for it, too. You know?
So, I have to admit, I fell for the... Everybody's saying this one thing about how continuity is important, and I was like, all right, well, I guess results be damned. We're going to keep it going. And then this morning, canned.
Yeah, and I think something more important than continuity in the NFL today, and it's a stark lesson here that hopefully the Jones boys takes to heart, is just how you're going to match up your coaching philosophy, your scheme with your personnel.
Yeah.
Like, that's so much more important than continuity. And I guess no coach could have really figured this group out once Diggs was who Diggs was this year, and Bland was dealing with his foot injury, and you didn't have a pass rush coming off the edge. It was going to be real tough sled. Then you throw a middle linebacker disaster in there, and it
that's a good way to put that.
But still, it didn't have to be as bad as it was.
Yeah.
Crazy.
Yeah. Do you think they'll make the bold yet sensible decision to find somebody who could fit the talent?
I hope so. I mean, I hope that that's something that they've learned. Like, if we've got core pieces in place that we believe in moving forward, we need to make sure when we're interviewing said candidates that they've got a plan. Like, what are you going to do with Deron Bland to get him back to where he was? Hopefully he's healthy.
Is that person Jim Leonard?
I think so. I mean, look, Bobby's been on this in terms of there's a lot of affinity for him in the building, and I think anytime you're looking at, well, who are the best defenses in the league? Denver, Houston right now. Now, personnel has a lot to do with that,
sure,
but I always do like, who can I poach from those staffs? And Jim Leonard is a guy that is really highly thought of, worked his way up from Wisconsin, has done an excellent job in Denver, and really has gotten the most out of young defensive backs in Denver as well. You know, they've been able to have immediate success. So I think tomorrow, hopefully, they're interviewing Jim Leonard. They can't block it because he's an assistant head coach, which is great news. Now, Aiden Dirty can be blocked by Seattle if they want to interview him, because that would be a lateral move as defensive coordinator, even though he's not the play caller. But I think Jim Leonard and Jim Schwartz, the two Jims, those would be the two guys that I would absolutely love.
And I have to admit, the reason why I like this move, outside of the disaster that was the defense, is they made fairly quick, decisive decision that allows them to be in the conversations. I don't know if they'll hire Leonard or whoever, but I like that they will at least be in the conversation to potentially hire these people instead of the leftovers.
What's their budget for a defensive coordinator?
Should be $12 million. Who cares?
There's no salary
heard
cap.
How many times, you don't know the size of the check I would write. All right, and tell Brian Flores you'll give him $25 million a year.
A guy
that's
like guys who have been head coaches that were let go earlier.
Mm-hmm.
They have a bit of cash from the previous contract they had, right? And so the Cowboys knew that, and they were like, we can give this guy, $3 million, whatever the number is, because they still have this money left over from the contract. That's why they could get head coaches in. So are they still in that place where they're like, we're just going to go find a former head coach that might have just got released, we'll pay him, we'll bottom feed him, or are they going to say, no, it doesn't matter, whatever the money costs, we got to go make sure we make a big change?
I'd keep an eye on Jeff Ulbrich from Atlanta is who I'd keep an eye on, because him, and I think they want to keep White Cotton as their defensive coordinator, and Ulbrich and White Cotton were together with the Jets. I think you're going to get some kind of push from the offensive side of the ball with the offensive line coach. He's going to push for Gannon because they were together.
Okay.
But I would keep an eye on those guys.
Ulbrich was there with Saleh, right? Is he running a Saleh type?
He
defense?
took over as the interim head coach when they fired Bob.
Yeah.
Defense kind of got much worse after that, too.
It did, didn't it?
But Atlanta's defense started to figure some things out this year.
Yeah.
They did.
They drafted, 2 edge rushers in the first round?
2 edges, and they got
last year.
Xavier Watts, that safety in the second.
That's right.
Yeah, there's some pieces to place that evidently there's a young and upcoming linebacker coach too. That's I'll grab the name for you, but there's some guys on this Atlanta staff that seems to fit what the Cowboys might be looking at right now. So we'll see how that plays. I did talk to a defensive coordinator in the league, and I asked him, I go, who are the guys that you would really like? And he was pretty adamant about Jim Schwartz. Is who he was pretty adamant about.
Heck yes.
He wasn't as adamant about Gannon, and he did not know much about, or he did not know personally who what our guy in Minnesota. He didn't. He goes, I don't know him personally, but the guys I know, he was kind of saying that Jim Schwartz would make a lot of sense.
I don't know if we can make like big sweeping generalizations, but I never thought that the Cowboys would move this quickly on that.
They were worried about the fact that all of a sudden there were going to be a bunch of openings of head coaches, and they would lose the potential to talk to coordinators. All of a sudden, these guys don't have a coordinator in mind when they go in and interview. Then all of a sudden, magically, all of a sudden, Gannon ends up with a new head coach. Or Schwartz ends up with a new head coach, and you're waiting around 10, 12 days, thinking about, we need to make a coaching change. I think this came from the head coach. I think he saw the landscape of what was about to happen.
Good.
And he told the Joneses, and then the Joneses actually agreed with him, like, yeah, we need to get on this thing right now, not wait around.
I love it.
I love a coach with a plan of action.
Yeah, I love that.
Awesome.
I love that speed. I can't wait to see what happens next. Gentlemen, what do you got coming up on the program today?
Before we get there, you guys can appreciate this. May the Schwartz be with you. Do you always think of that?
May the Schwartz be with you.
Pure Gold as always. Heggie, thanks for asking. 4 o'clock, we're going to have Machota to join us.
Fun side fact, I just watched Young Frankenstein and Blazing Saddles for the first time ever in the past couple of days.
Wow.
Roll home
Productive
with the
couple days.
That's right. With the G-Bag Nation, we've been the KNC Masterpiece. I know Corey should have been working right here on 105.3 The Fan.
You think Blazing Saddles could run today? Or
Oh, my gosh, no.
Probably not.
Take
Hour number 1 of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Hope you're having a fantastic day. We're off and running here on a Tuesday with big breaking news this morning around your Dallas Cowboys as Matt Eberflus is gone. General at your service. There's Broadus, the Cowboy Scout, the Super Bowl champion. You got Lucius Alexander in the Pimp Cup, ready to go 5 hours flawless. Wolchuk and Shia follower here. And you can watch us at 105throughthefan.com, Twitch, and YouTube. And thank you so much for making us part of your day. Somebody raised my mic, and it feels weird over here. It feels like I got to sit up really upright, so I guess this will help my posture.
I blame Corey Majors.
Isn't it kind of in the way and stuff? Yeah.
He's tall.
You know, just lower that.
Tall.
There we go.
He's also got a low center of gravity. Just a well-built specimen.
Super limber.
A species man.
Yeah, he's a big guy. That Majors.
Did you say limber?
But the
very
footwork.
limber.
Yeah, you'd be surprised at his flexibility.
Does he really have? Are you serious?
I'm serious. Yeah, like male cheerleader background kind of stuff, where you have the strength, you're throwing up, but then also he can do like the splitsy splits or whatever.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Holding gals both her shoes with one hand, right above his head,
while doing the splits.
Get out of here.
That's Corey Majors.
And the other,
He really do that stuff?
Yeah, dancing bear.
I would have never guessed that, but hey, all right.
That's how he met his wife.
Yeah, cheer competition.
At Brian Adams.
They were teammates.
Him and Bill Belichick, one and the same.
All right.
All right.
Man, I did not know that.
Well, you learn
Amazing.
something new every day.
I'm learning. Yeah, there we go.
Indeed, sir.
Indeed, sir.
Okay, Jerry.
By the way, these power bar things taste like sawdust.
We're off and running, boys.
We might as well
Jaxson protein bar squirrels. We haven't even.
Man.
The plane has not left the tarmac.
I'm just telling you, boys.
Just listen up here,
these-
boys.
Is that one of those Atkins diet bars?
Inspired protein bars.
Like eating
I knew they were
cardboard?
bad because they left them here on the table. No one's leaving their good snacks
Listen,
on the table.
You know me. I will try anything. Those Inspire bars, and I hope they're not a sponsor. They're not, right?
I don't
think so. I'm not doing a read for him. Are you?
All right, yeah,
No,
I'm
I'm
not.
not.
Okay, then.
I'd love to do a protein bar read.
You might,
yeah.
you might as well put chocolate on sawdust, and that would be
There you go.
That would be that's my scouting report.
Chalky.
Sawdust.
Yeah.
Get some protein powder and sawdust, put a couple drops of water on it, and put it in the oven for a few
That
minutes.
thing, I'd
That's
tell
your
you
protein
what,
bar.
My mouth is like the desert, Sahara. Desert.
Sahara?
Yeah, I almost couldn't say it.
Too dry.
Because it's too dry.
Very brave of you to take one of those on without a bottle of water.
I'll say this: Bassick used to bring the good protein bars.
Think thin.
And I used to steal them out of the fridge, and he got mad, and so I started bringing boxes of them. He did. He caused a big stink. He's like, "Who's been stealing my damn protein bar?" You know.
And I
I'm
felt
like-
good because he wasn't
And
really complaining about the Zevia drinks that I kept stealing from him.
Gosh, those are good, though.
Oh no, I definitely I went around and I was eating those bars and he'd come in and he was all, I'd listen to the radio, someone's taking them, and I'm like, okay, I'd stop at the Tom Thumb and get some bars and just put them in there for him, and then he was all happy again.
It would always crack me up when Mike would get mad like that.
Oh yeah,
like I could never take it too seriously because I was like, man, you're that mad about a protein bar or bottled water or it was quite an adventure. It was a journey working with Mike Bassick.
He's
miss him a lot. I don't know how many people are going to be missing Matt Eberflus, although the Jones family might. They really liked him, saying having known Matt for decades, we have tremendous respect and appreciation for him as a coach and as a person. Yada yada yada. This is the first step in that process, and we'll continue. I just shortened it.
Scotch typed that.
Yada yada yada, etc.
I watched this for 17 weeks. Yada yada yada.
Okay, he said after reviewing and discussing the results of our defensive performance this season, it was clear changes needed.
Yeah.
That was the yada. He says this is the first step in that process. We'll continue that review as it applies to reaching our much higher expectations. First time in team history they gave up 30 points per game. They allowed either a touchdown or a field goal on 91 of the 177 drives on the season. Run defense was the best thing they did. It was 23rd. So they need a lot of help. How do you think this thing got sped up from 10 to 12 days to about 36 hours?
I think like what Broadus was saying there in the crosstalk, I think this is all shoddy. This is not one of those situations where the Joneses are fed up with his defensive coordinator and he's still buddies with his defensive coordinator, so he's just going to wait around for the Joneses, and they love to wait around. This is one of those where it's like, no, boys, this was your defensive coordinator, and now it's my turn. I'm going to go pick, and I'm not going to let everything dry up before I get out there into the market. So I think this is 100% shoddy, 10 out of 10.
I hope so.
Yeah, and I think if you want things to be different, even if you don't believe that much in shoddy, if you just want things to be different, like the Joneses, and Jerry famously said any one of 500 coaches could do it, and last year as he waded into the weirdness of that Mike McCarthy non-renewal, I guess that's what that ended up being. It just took too long, and I think this is shoddy saying, no, I want to get in here and interview the best possible candidates now, because I do believe there is one or two guys out there that could make an appreciable difference for us, and I don't want him to be taking another job before we get our crack at it.
Yeah, I feel that Mike, I should say Mike, I said Brian had his mind made up when he sent Eberflus to the press box. You knew this was going to get done.
Yeah,
they act like that. Oh well, hey, you could see the field and all that. He'd had enough of standing there watching him on the sidelines.
Yeah,
he'd had enough.
I think Eberflus didn't like being disrespected that day either. I think it was just. I think they needed to be separated like brothers.
Exactly, and then all of a sudden it's like, listen, I've been a head coach. That kind of thing.
Me too.
And the writing was on the wall then for me. I applaud them for now. I would like them to interview all the candidates, get on everybody's dance card. Find a way. If it's Swartz, if you have to ask permission, if it's whoever you have to kind of talk to, get on their dance card, get a visit, and then make the best decision from there. But the fact that Shoddy was able to move as quickly, because listen, the Joneses, I worked there for 15 years. They're never going to move quick unless their feet are put to the fire. They're just not. It's like, we got to go duck hunting. Got Stuttgart, Arkansas. Got some ducks. We need to knock down. And then that's we'll make decisions later. But Shoddy, I give him credit. They respect the guy, because to make this move the way they did. I think he kind of held their feet to the fire and they made it happen. And it kind of goes to what Stephen Jones was telling us when we interviewed him that time. We asked him the question about, is this, he said, I'm going to try and help. We try and help Shoddy the best we can. We're going to try and help him do what we have to do. Well, if he went to him and said, hey, we need to fire this guy today, and they did it, good for them for listening to their coach.
Absolutely. It does not do them any benefit to wait. Go ahead and make the move. And it seemed like Stephen and Jerry were both pretty much like, this is a move we need to make. If you listen to them talk with us, with KNC, with Sean and RJ, like Jerry post the Minnesota game was pretty fed up. He's like, I thought we had this thing fixed after going into Detroit. And then, it ended up being 2 steps back. So I'm happy that this thing ended up working out. Kudos to them. Kudos to Shoddy for finally getting this thing done ahead of time and not waiting around.
I asked somebody in the organization if the Minnesota game was the tipping point, and I got left on red. I said, well, hey, I see what you guys did, and we had a little conversation, and all of a sudden, and it was was the turning point, you feel like the Minnesota game, left on red.
His comment, it seems every quarterback has their best day against us. To me, it's like, the writing's on the wall. He knows there needs to be a change made here. Now, I do like the fact that he's also pointed out that there is personnel issues here.
Yeah.
And there's a lot of talent.
He's responsible for that.
You're now on back-to-back years of terrible defense. You gave up 468 points last year. You gave up 511 points this year. This is going to take more than just, okay, we are hiring a new defensive coordinator. You got to make sure you're fixing a lot of things personnel-wise as well.
Yeah, we're going to be right back here next year. I think I would be weary of taking this job if I had other options if I was a defensive coordinator. Like Brian Flores is getting a lot of mention, Jim Schwartz, Jim Leonard, number of guys, and we'll talk about all the candidates, and maybe this is going to be a week or two long, and we'll have a lot of time really to dig in and get to know a lot of these different guys and their resumes and what they could potentially bring to the table before they get. But neither one of these guys is going to have success. I would say, if I could stay in Denver, right? We have some of the best defensive personnel in the league. I don't need to go flop as a DC somewhere and have that smut on my resume of maybe setting a new record for defensive futility for the Cowboys and hell, the rest of the league, because that's what's sitting here right now. You could try to blitz more, But as the Steelers showed you on Sunday night, if you say, hey, we're not going to let Derrick Henry beat us, we're going to stack the box and we're going to go get the quarterback. Well, if they block it up, or a great quarterback, and about half the league is athletic quarterbacks these days, maybe even more, if they dodge that pressure and then throw bombs over the top, you can give up 3 touchdowns over the course of 8 or 10 minutes. So there's no good answer to this personnel. There is only trying to mitigate it and, limit the damage as much as you possibly can. And I think we'll know here in 2 months' time how much of a chance this thing has of being significantly better, because they're going to have to go out in free agency and spend, I would say at least $40, maybe $60 million in annual payroll. $40 to $60 million in player contracts is what you're looking at to fix this defense, right? Plus the 2 draft picks.
Yeah. You need big-time turnover. Like, we can talk about, hey, using the ingredients you currently have, but hopefully a lot of those ingredients are no longer here. You're not depending on those, and you can actually go and work with the front office to try and bring in the type of guys that you think can help get your defense at least off the ground. And expectations won't be super high. Hey, can you be a top 20 defense in year 1? Okay, now we've seen the improvement. We know how bad this defense was. Please, God, just don't make us the 4th worst all time, like Wolchuk was sharing with us yesterday.
All righty. The LSU Ole Miss story actually did get a little weirder. They're going to allow Charlie Weiss and Kevin Smith to continue coaching, but tight ends coach and offensive coordinator, co-offensive coordinator Joe Cox, and receivers coach and passing game coordinator George McDonald not expected to coach in the Fiesta Bowl. So it's
a weird. It's very, very weird what Lane Kiffin is doing right now.
I want to go win a championship, Lane. I'm coming with you. What do you really need me to do right now? We're 3 months from spring football, bro.
You need me to help you swing and miss on Sorsby? Is that what you need? You need me to come have dinner with you so that a guy can tell you, no thanks, I'm going to go to Texas Tech? Is that what you need me for, Lane? Come on, why are we paying you all this money? Go recruit your balls off for 7 days.
I think what they're really honestly worried about is that if they continue to allow these guys to coach, that all of a sudden they want to stay at Ole Miss.
Does it matter that they're under contract, though, with LSU now?
I don't know if they've officially signed contracts. That's the thing about it is.
Okay.
Because I was reading weeks ago that there were big-time non-competes involved here with the assistants that were leaving Ole Miss to LSU but going to hang around Ole Miss for the run.
Yeah. And they kicked in on the new year, which is why now it's like, okay, they got to go back to LSU unless, I guess, Lane grants them permission to stay at Ole Miss, but Charlie Weiss is still staying.
The whole thing is they had no expectation that Ole Miss was going to even make it this far.
Yeah.
And now they're having to kind of scramble in real time.
If you're Lane...
I think LSU was honestly worried about those guys staying at Mississippi. That Pete Golden and those guys were going to convince them to stay.
Yeah.
To turn their back on they left and now can we get you to come back? That kind of thing. So I think that's why they're he's trying to help them to a point. Selfishly, I want him to not let any of those guys coach. That's selfishly. But, man, I feel bad for Ole Miss because obviously those guys can coach. Charlie Weiss can coordinate an offense. Maybe his dad can't, but he can. The son can. But I'm kind of, I feel bad for him to a point, but I also want my team to be the absolute best, too. I want them to be working on spring ball from 3 months from now and stuff like that.
It's just so messy. It should have been all written out and signed off on before they even set a foot back in Oxford.
Eric's right. They're probably in a situation where they probably, they're looking at it as they didn't think that Ole Miss was going to go that far.
Yeah. Mavs are 13-23. The Tanks coming along nicely as they visit the Kings tonight. What would you guys think about waiting until the summer to trade Davis? Because the more I read about this Atlanta situation and they have the New Orleans pick, they don't want to give it the potential of getting one of these top 2 or 3 guys, or maybe 4 guys, depending on how you look at it. I just don't think anybody, because of how the odds are smoothed out now, nobody's going to give you a lottery pick for Davis right now. But once that lottery happens, and it's the 8th pick instead of a 10% chance of being one of the top 2 picks, then they'll deal it to you.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I don't know how much it's going to change in terms of what you're able to get for him, because if he plays out the rest of the season and it's every 4 or 5 games he's getting banged up, you get to the offseason, the narrative's still there. right, about just his general health, and then he's up for an extension for the contract. Like, I don't know, the whole thing's bad, and I just want to get rid of this problem as soon as possible. So, in my mind, please try and get this done before this year's deadline.
Just not for Zachary Rizashay.
Yeah.
This guy's more aggressive to his coach than he is on offense or defense.
He's not been good.
Well, I mean, they just want to give you their draft busts. Mm-hmm. That's the only thing you're being offered for AD right now. So
thanks, Nico.
Yeah, it's pretty tough, but it's a fitting end to this story arc. And to your point, yeah, I can't wait till it's over. Stars are at Carolina at 6 o'clock trying to shake off a 5-game loser. These hosers have lost 5 in a row, Wolchuk.
Yeah.
What's going on with your guys? The injuries getting the best of them finally?
Yeah, I want a little bit of a schneid here. And look, Casey DeSmith's coming back. Bastion's been recalled. So Jamie Benn, I don't believe, is going to be playing tonight. He's got a face injury that he suffered against Montreal. At least they got a couple of points during this skid by going to overtime. But this is a big one, and it is the Moose going up against the team that traded him to Dallas. So you'll have that storyline going tonight with Carolina and Dallas. Should be fun. I think they'll be able. Look, these are two of the best teams in the NHL over the course of the last 3 to 5 years that they've been the losers in the conference championship game. Could have been Stanley Cup final teams, but I think this is going to be a fun one tonight, and I think the Stars get back in the win column.
On the other side, the champs here. We'll play the audio. New champ crowned last night, G-Bag of the day. Then Wolchuk's top 10, buddy. Where are you taking it?
All right, we've got the most watched college football games of all time. 877-881-1053. What's the game that you remember watching the most? That's next in the nation.
Tolo means turn it on and leave it on. Thank you for making 105.3 The Fan and the Odyssey app part of your day every day.
RJ Choppy here. Hair thinning can change how you look and feel. I know because I'm one of Dr. Mark Bashara's actual patients. What makes him different is his bio-enhanced robotic hair restoration using advanced robotics and your body's own natural growth factor.
Save on electricity with fixed rates, no hidden fees, and a $500 bonus at sign up. TXU Energy gives business owners like you one less thing to worry about. Learn more at txu.com.
Yeah, buddy, welcome back. G-Bag Nation brought to you by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call the Frankels first. 214 or 817-333-3333. There is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. The Frankels, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas. Wolchuk's Top 10 here in a couple of minutes. Here's Lucius with your G-Bag of the Day champ.
Yeah. Our winner and champ of G-Bag of the Day, by the way, it happens at 5:30 every day here on The Fan, so check it out. But our winner and champ right here, it's the funniest clip from NBA 2K. They were playing online. Buddy was playing with his friend. They were in the shopping area. And if you're playing with your friend, you guys are like coordinating things together. You know what I mean? You go over here, stand over there. I got your 6 over there. Whatever the case may be. He was trying to give his friend some instructions, and he realized his friend was kind of slow.
Away from the door.
What you mean?
Like, get away from the door.
By the door?
I said, get away from the door.
Oh, I'm away from the door.
No, walk away from it. But walk in the middle of the room. Just walk in the middle of the room.
All right, I'm in the middle of the room.
No, you're not. Is you in here with me?
No, I'm not in the middle of the room.
Bro, because I see you right here.
You see me on my game?
Yes, bro. You still by the door. Walk in the middle of the room.
No, you said I am in the middle of. Okay, I'm finna step in my bed. I'm in the middle of.
Talking about on the game. What the is you talking about?
That's great. Yeah.
You might be stupid, bro.
You might be.
That's amazing.
Oh, yeah.
Classic
You
moment.
might be stupid. Hey, in class, everybody had to read out loud and whatnot. You had to take turns. Your paragraph and your paragraph.
Yeah.
If you made a mistake in our class, we eat you up.
Crushed.
Really?
Yeah. You make a mistake, stumbling or whatever, we go, stoop.
That'd have been every day for me.
Oh, that was us too.
Every day.
That was us too.
Man,
but don't be the first one to make the mistake.
That stuck with me when I'm reading my books at night to the 4-year-old. I try to read every word to the exact.
You have to.
And it is tough.
Yes.
Man. It is tough. All
It's
right.
a skill, man. It's a muscle.
It's time now for Wolchuk's Top 10. Here at 220. Here's Zach with an H.
Let's do it. We're going to get to the most watched college football games of all time as we've got our semifinal on Thursday, starting off Thursday night, Friday night. I guess they didn't want to go up against the NFL postseason, which I totally understand. So we'll get Thursday night and Friday night college football. 877-881-1053. The college game you remember watching the most, but it's already starting to come out, boys. All the stuff on what was Flus doing, what was he not doing?
Oh, here we go. I knew.
Here we go. Here's our guy No C, Patrick Walker, DallasCowboys.com. Matt Eberflus, another truth. He undermined his own messaging to the locker room by playing favorites despite those favorites performing poorly. What? Several players were more than ready to move on at DC, if only for that reason. Players want a fair shot. And I think we saw that with one Kenneth Murray. Now, Kenneth Murray, from everything I've heard, is an awesome person and a great teammate, locker room guy, but obviously the play on the field did not dictate him playing as much as he did. So that makes a lot of sense right there. But more is going to be trickling out, I'm sure. This always happens after you get a guy that's no longer in the building. But congratulations to Indiana and Alabama. Really, Indiana. But the Rose Bowl, 23.9 million viewers in that 38-3 drubbing by the Hoosiers. It peaked at 25.6 million, according to ESPN. This year's Rose Bowl ratings up 13% from last year, which watched the Ohio State-Oregon blowout, which was terrible. It was the highest-rated college football game since we had the college football championship between Michigan and Washington. So people were plugged in for Bama and Indiana, man. I wonder if these next two games, hopefully the ratings continue to be awesome. I mean, I can't wait for Ole Miss Miami. That one's going to be fantastic.
It's a huge number. What was the number for Cowboys Chiefs on Thanksgiving was 47? Was that right? 47 million?
Yeah, I think so.
I thought it was in the 50s.
That sounds right. I think you're right. I think it was like 47.9 or something like that. but 25.6 is what it peaked at. The official recorded number was 23.9 million for this year's Rose Bowl. So pretty good, pretty strong, especially a game that was not competitive past really halftime.
57.2.
What was it?
57.2.
That's what I thought. Yeah.
Woo-wee.
All right.
My gosh, that's fantastic. All right, so we've got honorable mention here.
Yeah.
These are the most watched games of all time.
That is weird, though, that so many people tuned in for Indiana and a non-dominant Bama team, and that so many people tuned in for Washington. I get Michigan, but Washington's side is just
And it
doesn't make sense.
It wasn't national championships. That probably helped. I mean, a lot of these on here will probably be natties. So, I mean, obviously, a championship game, you're going to want to get the tune in. The ones that did not crack the top 10, the outside looking in, you've got Clemson and Alabama from 2016 during the 2016 national championship game. This ended up being that incredible game.
Deshaun?
Yeah, Deshaun Jackson, 45-40.
Watson.
They end up getting Deshaun Watson, yeah. I think that this was the onside kick recovery. They got 26.128 million viewers. It was amazing. Bama ended up beating Clemson. You had Derrick Henry going off on a 50-yard touchdown to open the scoring. It was the O.J. Howard party in that game. I mean, he ended up getting that first-round pick selection after this game, basically. I mean, this one, it was the start of that Clemson-Alabama rivalry. This one was awesome going back and forth. You had the playoff game with Baker, Georgia, and Oklahoma that ended up going to overtime in the Rose Bowl.
Yeah, that was good.
That was fantastic. 26.9 million viewers for that one. 54-48 was the final. You had Sony Michel and Roquan Smith sharing MVP honors in that one. Florida State, Oregon in the Rose Bowl as well. The Rose Bowl is just, people want to tune in. I mean, aesthetically, it's the most beautiful game that you're going to watch all year. With the way the field looks, you've got the flyover, even if it has to happen at halftime. But it's without a doubt, I think, the most watched game that's not going to be a championship game.
Isn't that the all-time college football dream, is that you have the rows horizontally in between your teeth, biting down after you just won? You got confetti raining down on you. It's iconic.
It's a Heisman Trophy moment.
Yeah,
I think of Desmond Howard and guys
it's
like
beautiful.
that. Yeah, you're right about that.
It's all time.
Yeah.
It's college football bucket list stuff, right?
It's
there.
beautiful. The Ohio State Alabama Natty that was in the Sugar Bowl in 2015 drew 28.146 million, and the final one that didn't quite crack it was Tua coming in at halftime, Alabama Georgia, throwing that touchdown pass for Alabama to beat the Dogs 26-23. That one had just over 28 million people watching. But a lot of people texted, of course, Texas USC is the game that they remember watching the most. I mean, for me,
that's probably number
top
one.
Got to be number one. Yeah, I mean, I think everybody, if you watch that game, you probably remember where you were, exactly how that one ended. 2-4 LSU A&M, the 7-0 Tiki overtime.
I was in the stands for that one.
That had to have been
me and David Hellman. Young Bennett brought us.
So, a funny story about Texas and USC. I was watching it. I was married at the time. I was watching at my in-laws' house in Ashland, Oregon, actually up in the mountains. It's called Talent, Oregon, right? And all of wife's cousins are sitting around watching it, and I'm bummed because I had like $300 on the game. So, at some point, I yell out, "This damn Vince Young is taking all my money!" Right? And I've been playing poker online, and I'd gone up to the casino the day before. So the next day, I wake up and the entire house is trying to do an intervention with me over my gambling because they thought that comment meant that I was totally broke, where I just meant my online wagering account was in the process of being emptied.
Right.
Gosh.
I'm concerned because there's nothing wrong.
Yeah.
Intervention.
Everything's okay. It
What's
was
the big deal here?
Just $300 on the national championship game, guys. Come on.
Yeah.
Relax. All right. It's going to be just fine here.
Did you, in typical fashion, look at everybody and say, listen, you think I have a problem? How about you, Betsy? Let me tell you what's wrong with you.
Betsy.
Phil, I'm going to tell you something about you, Phil.
Yeah.
Did you go around the room and call everybody out for having an intervention with you?
No, I did. I should have. That would have been classic.
Just
but
lash
I was just trying to diffuse the moment.
Yeah.
I don't think I succeeded.
92 Charlie Ward, Florida State playing Notre Dame in the rain. Came as an instant Seminoles fan after that game. The 817 said they became a Noles fan. TCU, Oregon, 6-8-2 when TCU came back big after half, won an Xbox with a bet with his mom at halftime. That's pretty awesome. Good for you. You're betting with your mom. Like, hey, I bet you TCU's going to come back and win this game.
Mom already had that Xbox on deck.
That's probably
There's
the case
no way.
Yeah.
Mom already had this on deck. I bet you.
This was going to be
an
for your
Xbox.
birthday. But
Or she was going to give it to the neighbor kid.
Yeah, he was getting that. He was getting that box one way or the other.
Sure, here you go, kid.
All right.
Michigan App State, 6-8-2, texting that one in. That was an insane.
Were they at the game?
Yeah.
Just watching on TV.
Oh, watching
it's
on
one of their
TV.
most memorable.
Oregon OU 2006, they were like controversial onside kicks and blocked field goals. I remember how utterly livid Sooners fans were, and Oregon OU at that time had become quite a rivalry.
Gosh, I mean, Oregon really started to peak with that Chip Kelly time.
Yeah.
I mean, they had the Joey
He was a
Harrington run
hateable guy.
fun. Who, Chip?
Chip.
Yeah.
Hateable guy.
Heck of an OC in college, though.
Yeah.
Now he got hired by somebody here recently.
Yeah.
Which school was it?
Gosh, dang it.
It wasn't a huge school.
No, it's
UFL?
No, he's in D1.
Northwestern?
Yeah, Northwestern. I think it was Northwestern.
Really?
Yeah. I think Northwestern hired him to be their offensive coordinator.
I mean, think about what a difference a year makes.
Yeah.
New stadium.
You're winning championships
At
with
Ohio
Ohio
State.
Should have
State.
left Ohio State.
No, he shouldn't have.
I mean, you shouldn't leave these places that are like that. I mean, that Matt Patricia, if he gets a job with a bad defense, he should just stay.
Well, I'm saying I wouldn't want this Cowboys DC job right now. You're signing up to get fired. It's going to be the fifth in 5 years.
If you're Mr. Cocky Confident, you're like, watch me go turn the 30-second defense into a top-flight unit. That's a fast track to a head coaching job.
Unless you're on the,
Just watching dudes getting chewed up and spit out. Next. I got this one.
I'm the man for the job. You're telling me these defensive coordinators don't have that type of competitive spirit, that type of ego? Jim Schwartz is chomping at the bit right now to take this diaper defense and turn it into a freaking monster.
The other thing that's weird is they're just not paying shoddy enough, so you're not in the $5 to $10 million DC ballpark here.
Yeah, that's a good point.
they're going to have to pay for a DC in this time around, I think.
Yeah, I mean, if you want a guy like Brian Flores, 100%. Now, he might get a head coaching job. Maybe that Vegas thing ends up happening, and he's not even an option for you.
I think that Jonathan Gannon's still getting paid by the Cardinals, affiliation with Clayton Adams. That could be an easy, cheap transition.
I mean, they have not hired a DC that was a former head coach. I think you got to go back to probably like Zimmer the first time he got hired. It's been that long.
Wow.
They really have not. They've always been going with the former head coach.
Maybe Shoddy bucks the trend.
Maybe.
But I mean, there's still some solid ones, like former head coach, defensive guys now.
Yeah. I mean, Jim
like,
Schwartz is one of those
Schwartz
guys.
is absolutely the guy.
Yeah, there's a lot of good names out there. I mean, Jim Leonard would be the one that's not one of those, but he did have interim head coaching in college with Wisconsin. Florida, Ohio State comes in at 10, that 2007 BCS title game with Tim Tebow. And I think that was when you had the opening kick return for a touchdown.
Ted Ginn.
And he hurt himself.
Yes.
Yeah.
And then he
it
still got drafted in the top 10 by the Dolphins.
All the Gators after that. Yeah, that's very
man.
Miami.
Unbelievable.
Number 9 most watched college football games ever, Florida State, Nebraska. 94 Orange Bowl. Were you there, Brian? Bobby Bowden's first natty with the
No,
Seahawks.
I was not there for the game.
28.8 mil.
I was in Green Bay watching.
Watched the undefeated Huskers lose to Florida State in that one. 8, Michigan versus Washington State. 29 million. 98 Rose Bowl. Number 1, Michigan. Number 8, Washington State.
What year was that?
The 98 Rose Bowl. This was Charles Woodson beating Ryan Leaf.
Ryan Leaf, that's about to say, yeah.
21-16. Ohio State, Miami. You go back to the game that they just were talking about, and they had bad blood for 20 years. This was the Willis McGahee knee injury.
Got bad blood.
Oof.
My uncle, who came with me to the game just last week, was there with his dad at that game, and he says, like, we're literally hugging in celebration for, like, what he described as, like, 2 minutes, thinking they had won.
Wow.
And then everybody has to, like, go back to their sideline because even the people on the field are celebrating. It was like a total disaster.
34-game win streak snapped by Ohio State. 31-24, they got the win. That was Maurice Clarett doing awesome things. Colorado Notre Dame, 29.6 mil.
There we go. It was that 1991?
Yep.
Rocket Ismail.
Man,
right?
so that run right there of Notre Dame from the late 80s into that 91 situation was just, I was locked into Rocket Ismail.
Yeah.
He had a kick return that he returned at start of the game, but they called it back. Colorado ended up winning that game. Broke my heart for a while.
10-9 was the final.
Yeah.
What a crazy game that was.
Yeah, I begged my mom to stay up. I got to see it. There's somebody's going to score a touchdown, Mom.
You know who the sideline reporter was for NBC?
Who?
Don Criqui.
O.J. Simpson.
O.J. Simpson.
O.J. Simpson was the sideline reporter for 2 of these games so far that we've
out there with one glove on.
doing his
If you look right here.
Nebraska, Miami, the 95 Orange
Just
Bowl.
knifing through this defense.
Look at the way he sliced that.
Number 4
Just
is
choking him out right now.
Bama, Miami, 30.1 mil. The 93 Sugar Bowl. Gino Torretta.
That was George Teague stealing a ball.
Yeah, it was. It was.
We drafted him after that.
Bama, Texas, 2010 BCS Natty. When you have
that's Colt McCoy
getting
got
knocked
hurt.
out.
Yeah,
Mark Ingram was.
The stinger.
Yeah,
what
the
a
stinger.
disappointing game.
Garrett Gilbert's got to come in. He's like, "What the heck is going on?"
Gilbert, get in there!
I couldn't even find
Do I even have a helmet?
No, I don't know
He's
what's
looking
happening.
around.
Didn't Gilbert actually look respectable though? And everyone's like, "Oh, this guy's," and then he ended up not being.
He threw a couple tutties to Shipley in that game.
Oh,
We're thinking like, okay, they got a shot.
I was thinking this was like 4 yards a pass game.
It was the best game he ever played. It was all downhill there for Garrett Gilbert. 2 was Zeke's Ohio State, Oregon at AT&T Stadium.
AT&T Stadium,
34 mil, but number 1 is Texas USC. 35.6 million people watching Vince Young defeat Matt Leinart, Reggie Bush, and the USC Trojans.
Oh, my God.
What a moment.
Thank you, Wolchuk.
Going for the corner. He's got it.
Top 10 in the books here. It's the G-Bag Nation on the Fan. More college football coming up next, Eric.
Yeah, let's crank open the Darty where we go into the locker room of this playoff team, plus more fuel to the Red River rivalry next in the nation. But Fort Worth, good people of Fort Worth, I bring you great news today. The all-new Alliance Hyundai, it is here, ladies and gentlemen, and it is conveniently located at I-35 and Golden Triangle. Absolutely stunning.
chance to get autographs from Rangers players and alumni. There'll be a baseball card show, run the bases, enjoy Q&A sessions, and much more. Tickets just $10 for kids, $20 for adults, and parking is free. For more information, go to rangers.com/fanfest.
If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone in their all-price of sale. Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
Shoot, yeah, welcome back. It's the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. And got an eye on the Cowboys defensive coordinator search. And as information comes in, we'll definitely be talking about that with you throughout the day. We'll do more of that discussion coming up here at 3 o'clock. But right now it's time for a college football darty. Here's the Chief.
Yes, sir. Portal, playoff, portal, all of it right after this.
Well, looky here. Mr. Cold Turkey put a mini booze bottle in his headset.
I've never filmed any of you guys when you're using the bathroom, so I don't know what faces you make when you're doing that.
Special teams, fucking joke.
I want them never to say our name again.
Well, I don't get. They bring the head cold.
Okay, you got Cignetti versus Dan Lanning. We're going to go into the pregame speech, the locker room, Orange Bowl, Oregon taking the field versus Texas Tech here in just a second, but they both coached under Nick Saban, and here's their quotes on their time with Saban. Cignetti says, I felt after 1 year with Coach Saban, I learned more about how to run a program than I maybe did the previous 27 years as an assistant coach.
There you go.
My goodness.
Shots fired. Everybody here was an assistant coach for.
Yeah.
My God.
For idiots. One season. Give me 11 months with Nick Saban, and I'll take that over the 27 years. You have Dan Lanning saying, I took a pay cut to go be a GA, a grad assistant there at Bama. When anybody would ask me why, I said I'm going to get my doctorate in football. Things that I thought I knew, I realized I didn't really know anything. So
great line.
Both of those guys going to get a doctorate in football. That is a banger of a line.
You'll learn from Nick Saban. I'll be right back.
Who wouldn't want to do that? Are you kidding me? And it's paying off in a big way for both of these guys. I don't think we've ever gone into the locker room for Cignetti. I don't think Cignetti wants cameras around, too old school. Like, you're not getting the social media work of Indiana to go put a nice little piece together. Like, he's just one-liners, stoic face. We win. Google me. I'm out. That's all we do. But Dan
just
Lanning,
the pregame and halftime and postgame stuff you get from him.
Yeah, you're not getting anything behind the scenes. But Oregon, they do it right. Here is Dan Lanning in the pregame speech for the Ducks before taking down the Red Raiders in the Orange Bowl.
There's a saying about taking what's owed to you. Today, what's owed to you is a pound of flesh. Pound of flesh! And we ain't walking off the field without our pound of flesh. We ain't the same team today that we were yesterday. Ain't the same team today that we were last month, that we were last year. The toughness. Some people talk about it, some people show it. They got a saying in Texas, man, all cap, no cattle. That's the team we're playing. It's all cap. They're front, they're front, they're front. D-line, we strike up front. All day. You can't run from us. They got to snap that ball eventually. And when they do, you make them pay. The ball, the ball, the ball. They going to attack the ball today? Watch us attack the ball. Watch us attack the ball. They got to see us.
What do we think? What do we think? It. All cap, no cattle. He says that's the team. That's the team that we're talking about. All cap, no cattle.
Calling Joey McGuire them out a little bit, aren't they?
I mean, certainly the offense.
Is that a modern version of no hat, no cattle? Did he put it in the cap intentionally, or did he mess it up?
Yeah, I think he was probably just trying to evolve with the times.
I heard fool me can't get fooled again. I think that's what he did right
there. Well, salute to him. You know, I mean, that defense that he's put together, that attitude to try to bring that, you're changing decades of culture of being a finesse football team. because you just can't get enough quality big players there in that state. So you got to go to California. Well, guess what? You're not getting dogs in California. Not that many of them, right? Ooh. So how do you build that culture? It starts with recruiting, but I think number two, that's a consistent message. He's always talking about that kind of stuff, like believing you are the baddest mofo within a country mile.
Yeah. Pound of flesh. You're a gladiator. Get out there and rip somebody's face off. Yeah, and it all is going to come to an end on Friday night, right? Nobody's imagining that a Dan Lanning speech could be good enough to beat this Indiana football team. Right?
I don't know.
I think
you could get them. I don't know.
The Indiana, man, my goodness, I don't know.
They do seem like a wagon, but Oregon
seem pretty Teflon here.
Very good football team as well. That's going to be a hell of a football game.
Very good football team. I agree. I think Indiana, we're talking about greatness.
They're peaking at the right time.
Yeah, they're legit. Now, we got
Who did you think was better between Ohio State, and you saw them with your own eyes, Ohio State and Indiana?
Well, you saw firsthand.
I know that they beat him in the Big Ten championship game 13-10.
Yeah.
But
it's the line of scrimmage thing again. Like Ohio State didn't have the top tier line of scrimmage on either side of the ball that teams like Indiana and Miami have right now. I think that was the big difference right there. Like saying under pressure in the Indiana game, he sacked like 5 times. Miami, I think, sacked him maybe 5 times, pressured him out the wazoo. I just think there's a different level right now when you're talking about a team like Indiana and just the way that they're built and their O-line, D-line.
I think
crazy.
I think Oregon thinks the same thing.
Oregon's defensive line is nasty.
Yeah.
They are really good.
Yeah, I mean,
they're right in that conversation.
We're doing shows talking about, Oregon's defense,
Washington, that defensive tackle.
330-pound defensive tackles and stuff like that. I know that Indiana, I don't know, man. I think Indiana, I'm not going to say this is their time. I'm not, because I feel like this is.
They're clearly the best team right now, but I would not be stunned if Oregon were to beat them. Yeah. I think Oregon is very capable of doing so. Yeah. I think, Dante Moore is playing at a really high level. They do have a really good defensive line. What they did against Tech, as bad as Baron Morton was, credit needs to go to Oregon. That defense is really, really good.
Yeah, Indiana
That's
right now.
That's a Dan Lanning defense, too.
But Fernando Mendoza is playing at a ridiculously high level.
Yeah, I just don't see anybody touching Indiana right now. But we'll see Friday night.
Did you feel like that going into that game when you expected a lot from Ohio State? You felt like going in when you were watching them that, wow, you're sitting there, national anthem being played. You're thinking,
I'm nervous.
That's one of the best teams in college football that I'm watching line up right there.
Yeah, and we saw them last year be able to take the L to Michigan and fuel them, and it was just different. I think part of it, too, is you can't overstate the Will Howard veteran impact at quarterback that they had last year compared to freshman Julian Sand. Lights are bright, different time. Yeah. And I think that had a lot to do with it as well. Now, the big portal news, there's plenty of it that we can get to a little bit later on in the program, but the big one here is Texas wide receiver Parker Livingstone.
Where's he going?
This is crazy.
He's out?
This dude was Arch Manning's
He's in the portal?
roommate. Yeah, he entered the portal because they're going to try and upgrade their wide receiver room. But he was like Texas' most consistent wide receiver. He's Arch's roomie. Yeah. And he's going to the rival?
He's on a collision course for Norman.
He's going to Oklahoma, huh?
Yeah.
Nuts.
The S in Livingstone stands for Sooner, and the T stands for Traitor, if you ask Texas fans. Now, I think there was just a financial disagreement. I think he wanted more money, and they weren't really trying to give it to him, so he said, all right, thanks, but no thanks. I'll hop in the portal, and now he'll be catching balls from John Mateer. This is great. This is what the portal's all about.
Red River game even better.
Red River, yeah, that's Arch's best friend. Is it not? Outside of Bennett, of course. Yeah. This is his guy. So I do wonder how Arch feels about this. Like, seriously, Sark, we couldn't give my best friend a little bit more money?
Well, how about him take a little bit of a pay cut to help?
Didn't he? Yeah. Wasn't the reports?
I thought he was.
Arch is taking pay cuts. I'm sure he wanted some of that cheddar to go to Livingstone.
Yeah. I think this is one of those decisions like they moved on from Quinn Ewers. I think this was a Texas, go ahead.
We can get a better one.
Yeah, we get a better one here.
So we don't have the capacity.
We got one down and 4 to go here. It's the G-Bag Nation. Cowboys news coming up at 3:20. The C-Note. Wolchuk, what is next?
All right, don't let them fool you with this. And the Moose is taking on the Canes. And just how good are these final 4 quarterbacks? We'll talk about that next in a mixed bag. But we got to chat Trajan Wealth. That's right. Make sure you have a game plan for your retirement. Find out how easy it can be by calling Trajan Wealth today.
Odyssey Sports Station.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Hour 2 of the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. The C-Note's coming up in 20 minutes. We'll talk about top candidates to be the Cowboys' next defensive coordinator. Here's Wolchuk with his mixed bag.
All right, let's do it. We're going to cover a lot of ground here, but we will start here on your home of Dallas Cowboys football with the defensive coordinator firing in Matt Eberflus, all right? And kudos to the Cowboys, and kudos to Brian Schottenheimer if he was the one that said, guys, we're not sitting on our hands here, all right? We need to make this happen. I love you, Shotty, and thank goodness we're starting to see positive strides in that area if that's the case. Now, here's the thing. You can't stop here. This team now needs to realize we cannot be falling in love with our own players anymore.
Amen.
When you look at the last 5 years for your Dallas Cowboys.
Is this about to be a rant?
Three of them have been the worst defense in the history of the franchise. Of course, this year we know. 2024, 31st in scoring defense, 468 points allowed. And that 2020, getting hot sauce in the eyes, Mike Nolan's season also right up there with 2010 and 1963.
You ever had hot sauce in your eyes?
It's not fun.
Not at all.
Not at all. And it'll make you tear up a little bit.
It will.
All right?
Will. Yeah.
So you're looking at 3 different defensive coordinators, 3 Poochie's years on defense, okay? So your players, not good enough. Now, Flus, not the answer. Did a terrible job. You're starting to hear reasons why. He's playing favorites. He was not willing to change. He was a guy that was very, very stubborn, and he was not flexible. So good riddance. I hope you have a off season, take a year off, go ahead, recollect yourself, come back a better version of yourself because you seem like a fine person. But it didn't work here as a defensive coordinator.
I think it'd be really hard to be motivated if there's not new money. You know, like I'm just working here, but I could have sat out and just taken that check from the Bears, but I'm going to work here for you, even though
you're afraid you won't get back in.
Yeah. Is that what that is?
The longer you sit out, the more people forget about you.
But the only thing worse than hot sauce in the eyes, or maybe rivals hot sauce in the eyes, is cigar hands in the eyes.
Oh, I have
There's
not had
something
this
about
happen.
that nicotine and the smoke that's traveling through that stogie. You go rub your eyes later that night. Oh, you'll never need Visine worse.
Oh,
yes,
gosh.
Very itchy.
That does not sound fun. Not
sure the
at
text
all.
has my back on that.
I
You
was
guys are looking at me
chopping-
like I'm crazy.
I was chopping
I know
onions.
Chief knows what I'm talking about.
I do. I mean, just the smoke in general. When you get the
Is that
smoke
what that
up
is?
in
Yeah,
there.
Are you guys
just
talking about
burns.
cigars or something else?
Cigars. Yeah,
You said
stogies.
cigars? Okay.
At least the wrapper.
Okay. But the I thought they were kind of
Some Swishers?
Well, they were code
Or
wording
Black
me.
and
I
Mild?
thought they were code wording me for something.
It could be a code word.
Yeah, I think they were doing that. The thing with I was doing onions last night.
Okay, the onions.
Chopped onions and
Make you
like that
cry.
thing, right up in the eyes.
Yep.
I had to take a knee in the kitchen. I
Could
thought
see that.
I was worried. It hurt. God, that hurt.
That wasn't because you slipped.
No, I you know what? I'm more conscious about falling now.
Are you?
Yeah, I really am.
You trying to balance yourself better?
I'm trying to be better by balancing and stretching
Good.
more. Yes.
Good. Well, the Cowboys need to be better when it comes to.
Because it gets crazy when you get a certain age, right?
I tell you what,
You heard
Lucius,
about
equilibrium's off.
Grandpa fell. Grandpa fell.
Get those wobbly hips.
How do they
Bobby
break
fell.
their hip? How do you do that? You break
Osteoporosis.
you break your
Bad balance.
femur, your hip.
Ooh.
I mean, I felt like I don't know what the deal is though. Every time I fall, the right knee gets just scuffed. Like
it's
like
always the same knee.
It's always the same spot.
It's like when you bite your tongue or your cheek.
Yeah.
And you end up re-biting the same area.
Yeah, because my teeth are out of balance.
Now you're just you're biting that same spot or you're skinning that same spot.
I'm
on your knee.
terrified with falling down now.
Well, I got to throw out there because Zero just sent us the text. We do have our first episode of The Stack.
Oh yes,
Crown Global Media.
Yeah.
Make sure after the G-Bag Nation you check
Please
out
do.
YouTube, Crown Global Media, and you check out our first episode of The Stack. Hopefully it's entertaining. If it's not, just lie to me and tell me that you found it entertaining.
There you go.
That'll make me feel better.
Me too. Happy to do
Otherwise,
that.
I'm going to end up crying.
Just bring the heat.
Me too.
I think the heat was brought.
There you go.
I think the thunder was loud.
I'll check it out later.
I feel pretty good.
Thanks,
about
man. I
it.
appreciate
I'll give
doing
you a
it.
thunder rating tomorrow.
Okay,
on
yeah,
it.
I want it. I want the thunder
Thunder
rating.
Dan Marley.
From like mid to boom. That's what I want here on the thunder rating. But this talent, it was pee poor is what it's been here on this defense.
Yes.
And it's been that way for a while. So I don't want you to be fooled that, okay, a defensive coordinator change change, this is going to remedy the whole thing. I know I've heard these players were better with other coaches. Dude, yeah, they were good with Dan Quinn. And what was our complaint when they went up against a good football team? They got their bleeping teeth kicked in. Okay, they're giving up 42 points to the 49ers. They're giving up 40-plus points to the Green Bay Packers. They're giving up 30-plus points to the Buffalo Bills. And nobody circles the wagons like the Buffalo Bills.
Buffalo Bills, yeah.
Flus brought in Kenneth Murray and Jack Sanborn and Kyrie Elam, and those guys stunk. But those are 3 of 20 guys that got to go in there and play a lot of snaps here on defense, and he didn't have his hand in all of those players. So, Flus, you were an issue. You're right. But this defensive talent, also a big problem. We got to improve it, no matter who the hire is, because they're not going to come in here and be able to mask all of your deficiencies. And we'll talk coming up on the other side who those replacements could be. Now, we go to the ice. Let's do a little quick puck, shall we? And that's puck with a P. It's the return. Mikko Rantanen, he never settled in with the Carolina Hurricanes, and it ended up being our benefit with the Dallas Stars as they end up trading him. And we went on a run to our third straight conference championship game. Well, for the first time since that trade, he's taken on Carolina. And our old buddy, Logan Stankoven, the Stanky Man, he's taken on his former team, the Dallas Stars. Rantanen right now 57 points, 16 goals, 41 assists in 41 games with the Stars. Jake Ottinger's going to be back in net. It is time, fellas. You've got on a bit of a downward skid. You can't afford to keep it going, not in the Central Division, when you're playing alongside the likes of Colorado and Minnesota. You guys got to get 2 points, and it starts tonight before we get to this Olympic break. Go on a nice little run here, okay? I'm ready for it. Let's beat the crap out of Carolina. F you, Canes. Let's go Stars. Make it happen.
Do they boo him every time he touches the puck
Probably
tonight?
will, yeah, because I think they feel bitter. They're like, he didn't want to be here. He doesn't like us. So they're probably going to boo him.
I think his wife didn't like them.
I think
girlfriend.
Girlfriend.
It was the girlfriend, right?
Yeah, I'm sorry. You're right.
Or you said girlfriend and it was wife.
Was it fiance?
Either way,
maybe?
you got it wrong.
Somebody who's involved in his life that did not like being a good golly Miss Raleigh.
Well, he says, quote, nothing but good things to say about the whole organization and the fans. He's trying to knock the scent off a little bit before he gets out there, and they boo their tails off for 3 periods.
Hey, they did him a solid. They sent him to the Dallas Stars, and it all worked out great. So let's get the power play going, make sure this penalty kill continues to be great, and Jake Ottinger, have yourself a hell of a night. Radek Faksa going to be going to the Czech Republic team for the 2026 Winter Olympics. So that's another Dallas Star that's going to be playing here in the Olympics. And Jim Nill confirming that Wyatt Johnston is in the mix as a possible alternate for Team Canada. Quote, he's definitely a player on the radar screen. We have a list of players we keep an eye on that we were very close to making it. He's one of those guys. Now, I'm upset as well when it comes to Robo not being on Team USA. I'm going to try and make it a positive here. You've already got a lot of players. You've got basically all of Team Finland. You now have Radek Faksa for the Czech Republic. You got yourself Otter, who's going to be the goalie for Team USA, at least one of the goalies on the team. This is going to be a grind, man. It's going to be a physical tournament. Robo, enjoy the break.
Yeah,
take
get some
time
fresh
off.
legs.
You got hurt in the postseason last year towards the end of the season. This could end up being good. Your best goal scorer right now, he ends up getting some time off, and then he comes back and he just tears it up in the second half of the season.
Yeah, I do think from a Stars perspective, as much of a bummer as it is in the moment, I think big picture this is the best possible scenario because you get the you can kind of reset the body a little bit, and he's fueled with a little bit more of a chip on his shoulder, a little bit more of a vengeance of like proving everybody why they were wrong to not have him on the team.
And there's nothing better than having a chip on that shoulder.
Yeah.
Nothing better.
Yeah.
Go out there and prove them wrong. I love it. I'm with you. I'm trying to think, hey, Robo, if you're not going to be on there, let's go ahead and make this thing a good thing for you.
But continue to take it personal. You know?
Very personal. And maybe Mikko Rantanen needs to take it a little more personal tonight, too. I hope he does when he steps onto the ice, because screw the Carolina Hurricanes. All right, back to the NBA now. Let's get some hardwood talk. NBA awards. Who's the only Dallas Maverick that has a chance at an NBA award, boys? On 3. 1, 2, 3.
Cooper Flag.
And what would that award be?
Roy
of the Year. Or Roy, as Eric would say. That's right. The favorite is Cooper Flag.
Lazy Eric.
The Dallas Mavericks. Other contenders.
Roy.
The Knipple guy from Charlotte. Derek Queen from the New Orleans Pelicans. Those are the dudes that are competing with Cooper Flagg, but right now he is the front runner. Otherwise, you don't have another Dallas Maverick that's going to be sniffing an award right now as we get closer to midseason. That's okay. Hey, Cooper Flagg's the future. College football disappointment rankings are in. We go to Bill Connolly of ESPN.
LSU.
Yep, number 3. LSU, third most disappointing team in college football this year, Brian Broaddus.
Yes, and rightfully so. $30 million for 70 wins.
Just disgusting of a season.
That's not good.
Not good enough. They overachieved against offensive projections just once. And
Penn
it was against
State would be number 1, I believe.
Southeastern Louisiana. Penn State, number 2 on the list
Clemson,
here.
number 1.
Clemson, number 1. Most disappointing team. Penn State put too many eggs in the beating Oregon early in the season basket and collapsed when that didn't work out. LSU needed a thinned-out offensive line to hold up, and it didn't happen. Texas needed Arch Manning to be the best player in the country to paper over some cracks at receiver and the O-line. That didn't happen, but how the hell do you explain what happened in Clemson? Yeah. It was just an epic collapse. Cade Klubnik was ineffective for most of the season, and the rest of the team also underperformed. The other team to mention would be South Carolina with Lenora Sellers. Yeah. They certainly didn't live up to the
expectations. It's all the teams that had the quarterbacks that seemed to be the hype guys.
Yeah.
Right off the jump, all the hype quarterbacks, their teams are the ones that fell by the wayside.
Not
I
good.
think Texas finished okay.
They finished the season strong.
Winning against A&M and then winning
Michigan in the bowl game.
Yeah.
But you go from the number 1 ranked team to not even making the playoff.
But they're better than any of those other teams that we mentioned.
They
LSU
are. And look, at least Arch now has proven capable to give you some excitement heading into next year. So it's like, okay, we've got ourselves a quarterback. Let's go ahead and get this offensive line. And then that 60-yard runner. Holy moly. You go ahead and seal the deal against Michigan. Kids got wheels. Okay, the Athletic and our buddy Dane Brugler. Just how good are these Final Four quarterbacks? Mendoza, Moore, Beck, and Chambliss. Fernando Mendoza, what is the NFL saying about him? Well, quote, what he does mentally and how he goes through his progression is probably what sets him apart from most guys. He's super smart. He really runs the team. His command is good. His accuracy is good. He has more mobility than you think. He's clutch. Does a great job of not putting the ball in danger. He's just not an RPO guy, but he can make every throw. He's legit. So there's your little
I wonder
report.
who they're comparing him to.
It sounds like Tom Brady to me.
No.
I guess that's his hero.
Is it?
Yeah, he idolized Brady growing up.
I mean,
California guy.
The reports they were giving us during that Rose Bowl, like he looked at pictures of the teammates before he got on campus, like memorized everybody's face, so he already knew who everybody was by name and all this stuff.
It's leadership right there.
The preparation is
probably
just
makes
ridiculous.
his bed at the hotel.
Yeah. There's some serial killer aspects here, and I kind of like that. I wouldn't mind a serial killer quarterback.
I mean, with the notes that you read right there, that's what I see. But the haters say it's schemed up for him to look like he's making quick decisions, but it's gimmicky. It's 1 and 2 reads and it's out. But man, watching him play, it looks really dang impressive.
He looks really good. I mean, the decision making, I love the touch. I mean, he really puts in an area for his receivers to go up and make plays, and he's often rewarded. But he's putting the ball placement, the location is in a place where it's not going to get intercepted. Like his receiver's either going to come down with an awesome catch, or this is just an incomplete pass. So he does an excellent job of ball security. Does Fernando Mendoza?
Yeah, and it seems like you try to blitz him or do something like that, and he's 2 steps ahead. Like he's not being fooled by a lot of the things that a college quarterback oftentimes might be.
Now here is the executive thoughts on Dante Moore. Oregon, calm, poised, confident, efficient, doesn't make many critical mistakes, sound decision maker, accurate passer, manages games well, smart, athletic enough to escape, doesn't want to run but can convert it if needed. He has ability to make big time throws. Those are BTTs, Eric.
Yes, they are.
Although natural arm talent is good, not great.
Oh, wow.
For Dante Moore. Interesting, because I kind of assumed he had a cannon for an arm. Might be wrong.
He throws some incredible deep ones that are, just picture perfect. So, I have
That's a great scouting report from Jerry watching the player.
Yeah.
Good, not great, average. Here's the Carson Beck write-up. He's solid. Not going to hurt or lose you the game, but not going to win it without help. That's what makes his defense so damn good. So it doesn't sound like they're that high on Carson Beck from an NFL perspective. And Trinidad Chambliss, he's a dual threat guy that can hurt you with his arm and his legs. He can compete, control the offense, and the coaches at Ole Miss are smart. They changed the offense a bit from Dart to make it mold to Chambliss' strengths. You have to constantly change the picture on defense, but not to where it hurts you being sound and stopping the run. But they go so fast on offense, he can't do much. This guy's got the ability to pick it up, understand signals, and adjust throughout the game. Chambliss is a guy that I think needs to just go to the NFL. I don't think he should go back, but if he ends up getting that waiver, I'm sure Ole Miss is going to give him a big-time bag, and he will do so. And they might end up being favorites to end up being back in a national championship game if they're able to get the win on Thursday night.
Could you see him like Daniels with the Commanders?
Maybe. I don't think. I think Daniels was a better passer, in my opinion, than what Trinidad is right now. But yes, he's got some of the same ability when it comes to the scrambling, and I do think he's got a good arm. I mean, we saw him make some awesome throws in that Georgia game, no question about it, and off platform, scrambling, extending plays. But Jaden Daniels, to me, I just saw a little bit more consistently when it comes to throwing. Doing a deeper dive on him, possibly, like he might end up being the second best quarterback in this class.
Thank you, Wolchuk.
Thank you.
Mixed bag is in the books. You're caught up on Zach's thoughts on the world of sports today. We got the C Note coming up next, Cowboys news of the evening, and defensive coordinator candidates will lead this thing when we return here to the G-Bag Nation and the Fan.
But tell us, how about a simple New Year's resolution? One where you're guaranteed to succeed. Reverse the clock on hair loss with advanced hair's simple
evaluation and planning to setting up, maintaining, and taking down the equipment when the project is complete. The Texas Authority in Barricade Rental. BuyersBarricades.com.
Big day in Cowboys news as they let defensive coordinator Matt Eberflus go. It's time for the C-Note, Cowboys News of the Evening. Segment's brought to you by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call the Frankels first, 214 or 817-333-3333. There's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. The Frankels are the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas. Yeah, the C-Note. John Machota is going to join us coming up at 4 o'clock from The Athletic. He posted a story this afternoon of top coaching candidates to be the Cowboys' next DC. If I gave you these 4 names, gentlemen, do you believe the Cowboys' next coach will come from this list? Brian Flores, Vikings DC, Jim Schwartz, Browns DC, Jonathan Gannon fired as the Arizona Cardinals head coach, or Raheem Morris fired as the Atlanta Falcons head coach. Those are the 4 you got. Do you want these 4 or the rest of the field?
I'd love Jim Schwartz. I mean, I think Jim Schwartz, to me, if they were to hire him, he's had success everywhere he's been. He's successful against offenses that have given you problems in the postseason when you've linked up, whether it's McVay or Shanahan. He's very creative, and he's made bad defenses better over the course of him being there. I mean, when he got there, I don't know that Cleveland was really a good defense, and even though they haven't had success on the field, defensively, they've been really, really good since he's been there. So I'd love Jim Schwartz. The other names on there, I don't think Brian Flores is going to end up being here. I think he's either getting a head coaching job or he's staying in Minnesota, if I had to bet. Gannon, for the reasons Brian gave earlier, there's a connection with Clayton Adams, and I'm sure that Clayton Adams would speak very highly of him. Eric, I was trying to remember back when we were on nights and the Cardinals hired him. Were we making fun of them for that hire? Like, the Eagles' defense, they got to the Super Bowl, but was it kind of he wasn't awesome there?
I mean, that was the one where it was a high-scoring affair in the Super Bowl. It was Hurts and Mahomes trading punches for a buttload of yards and points. So, yes, I think in real time it was like, wow, okay, that's the last thing you're going to see of Jonathan Gannon as a defensive coordinator. And now he's being hired as a head coach. He just comes across as another one of these guys that just kind of plays basic. Like, you give him really, really good players, and he can do something with it. Like most coaches, like that's Eberflus. Give him a bunch of good players. He's not doing anything exotic from a schematic standpoint. Give me good players, and we can play sound, and we can be pretty good. But he's not like some game-changing defensive mind that is going to be assisting you from the sideline with his scheme and the way that he approaches things. So he would not be one of those guys that I'd be super interested in. I want a guy that actually gets creative and is like, I have ideas. I don't just need great players, and we'll just go play sound, fundamental football. You can get anybody to do that at this level.
You just had a guy.
Yeah.
You just had a guy, and of course he didn't have anywhere close to good players, so it became a disaster. But I want a guy who can really be a difference maker, be like, hey, these are the things that I'm tangibly doing from the sideline that are helping all 11. I don't think Gannon's that guy.
Yeah, it's interesting you say that, Eric, because I was talking to 2 or 3 people last night about this, about Gannon, and one of the things that they brought up was the fact that they don't feel like he's gotten better as a coach.
I think they're right. I mean, I don't look at Arizona's teams and say that he's done anything there to make you really want to bring him in.
It was an ascending franchise when he got there.
Yeah, and the defenses haven't been great.
No, if you ask me to power rank them, me personally, I'm kind of partial to Jim Schwartz because I don't want to go through this coaching thing again.
There you go.
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense.
I want to, if Jim Schwartz can come in, he can coordinate the defense. This could be Shoddy's version of our guy in Kansas City or a guy in Philadelphia, that.
Spags, you want that. You want that 5 to 10 years.
Yeah, they come in and he kind of helps Shoddy with some of the head coaching stuff, opinions and things. He can help you with personnel. He's got that background. I just kind of feel like that he would be the better of the hire.
He wants to play man, and he's going to scheme you pressure.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
That's what you need right now.
Adjusts.
Yeah. I mean, you'll see him adjust based on opponents he's playing.
Yeah, I think I would go him, Schwartz, Flores, Gannon. I have not heard one good thing about Raheem Morris as a defensive coordinator.
Other than he won a Super Bowl and coached with the Rams, coach under McVay.
It's interesting that guys don't feel like that he is that really that great of a coach. Now, you talk about the Ram stuff, the player stuff, and all that, but man, it was so funny because just what you just said, Doss, I'm thinking, man, this guy was a Super Bowl winning.
Hell of a resume.
Yeah. But
he's gotten 2 cracks at being a head coach because I guess as a DC he's been good.
Yeah. Well,
would you add anybody to the list, Brian? Is there any name that's out there that you think needs to be in the short list of the Cowboys DC will likely come from this?
I mentioned that Jeff Ulbrich from Atlanta,
right?
Yeah, because I think there's a couple of connections there, for him with Shoddy, and that maybe he's got some guys. Evidently, he's got some coaches on the staff that are with him that are kind of young and upcoming guys that he might bring.
Yeah.
So it interests me. I just. We're all looking at these names, the Jim Schwartzes and all. We're looking at those names, but I think you need to keep in mind of this Jeff Ulbrich. I think you need to keep in mind of that one.
Some Ed Werder wrote on Twitter made me feel like maybe Gannon or Morris are, more likely than what some of us would want at this point if you were picking between those 4. He said, Jerry's willingness to compete financially over the top defensive coordinator prospects, considering he historically has not believed that to be necessary, and maybe limited by the salary he's paying the head coach. Former head coaches might have flexibility because of contract obligations of former teams like Eberflus did with the Bears.
Yeah.
If I'm Shoddy and Jerry brings that up, like I want to go with one of these guys because the other team's going to pay for him and it's great, I'd fly off the handle if I'm Shoddy. Like this can't be an important part of our evaluation. Yeah. If it happens to be a guy that's been a head coach and is under contract and another team's going to pay him, that's great. But that can't be the main selling point. But I don't know why Jerry's so cheap. Like if your organization is worth $15 billion and you're worried about $1 million, that's like 1/10,000th of the value of your organization. You have to be willing to invest, and I think give your head coach, especially considering how frustrating it got with Eberflus, give this head coach the chance to make you look brilliant. You really need to change a lot of the things that have brought you this disappointment over the last 3 decades. And if Shoddy's passionate about it, at least give him the chance. And if it doesn't work out, then maybe we'll be having a different conversation a year from now. But I want to see what Shoddy can do and what he could cook up with a defensive coaching staff. Quinnen Williams on Instagram saying great things are coming. So happy to be a Cowboy. You think this is a honeymoon phase, or does he know something's coming about their plans? Maybe with a coach, White Cotton. There's connections there with the Jets.
He would know Ulbrich.
He would know Ulbrich. That's what I'm saying. I think it's going to be interesting to see who sways Shoddy first. Is it going to be White Cotton, or is it going to be the OC? Is it going to be
Adams?
Yeah. Adams, because both guys have candidates. If you're talking about the Arizona ties, and then you're talking about the Jets ties.
Yeah.
Which side is Shoddy, if he in fact's making the decision, and I think he's probably doing so. I think the Joneses are like, fine, okay, we tried to influence you with Eberflus, you make the decision and we'll go with it. So I'm curious about which way Shoddy falls on this when it comes to, and you might be able to get Jeff Ulbrich as a position coach if things don't work out for him.
That'd be
somewhere, then maybe
you guys really like this guy, huh?
I'm just saying.
I'm not crazy about him as a DC necessarily.
Yeah, I mean, out of the names
your
you
linebacker
listed,
coach or something.
Schwartz is the only one that gets me really excited.
No, Schwartz. Yeah, you're right. But see, the pressure within the building. That's going to be that's going to be White Cotton walking into Shoddy's office, closing the door, and say, "Hey, man, let me tell you about this guy down there in Atlanta." Okay. And then, that kind of thing. And then later in the evening, Shoddy's going to be packing up to go home. And the next thing you know, your offensive coordinator is going to come walking in there and go, "Hey, let me tell you about this Gannon guy I was with. With him at a couple of different places, was with him at Indy, was with him in Arizona. Which way is Shoddy going to lean? I think those. I'd love to see them get Jim Schwartz. Absolutely love to see them get Jim Schwartz. But I think that would have to be like Shoddy interviewing him and getting kind of blown away, and then hope he doesn't get influenced one way or another. But it's going to come to that. Because Jerry and Steven, what they would do, they would call Parcells, they would call Belichick, they'd call Barry Switzer, they'd call all their friends and say, hey, which one of these guys would you like? Which one do you think? Well, I'm watching your games, Jerry. I kind of feel like that, And then the next thing you know, you got your coordinator.
Well, the two other names that I've seen, obviously we've talked about Jim Leonhard, the Broncos secondary coach.
I think he's going to get an interview. I think he is.
So that's one. But, Nick Harris threw out the name Carl Scott, who's the Seahawks DB's coach. And just going and kind of looking at his resume, they could call Mike Zimmer, say, hey, what'd you think of him? He was on Zim's staff there in Minnesota. And since he's been in Seattle, there has been a giant improvement in the secondary. They went from completions allowed 31st in the league to 10th in the league from 21 to 22. Passing yards per game, 31st to 13th. Passing downs, first downs allowed, 32nd, last in the sport to 15th. So he's obviously an incredible secondary coach. If they end up saying like, hey, Aiden Dirty, you're not getting an interview there, they can block that. Maybe the Cowboys aren't interested in bringing him back. Carl Scott sounds like another one of these up-and-coming young coaches.
Well, and also, I know Bobby Belt, I've been listening to him in the morning. He's been talking about Gus Bradley.
I like that.
He has mentioned Gus.
Bradley, and Gus Bradley's the assistant head coach at San Francisco, so all you would have to do as a courtesy is to call the 49ers and say, hey, we're going to interview Gus Bradley here.
Yeah.
And Gus Bradley's got some connections as well with this group. So,
looking into Gus, the only thing I wouldn't like is that he has been predominantly zoned throughout his career, and I don't want to have to go find new corners and go through this whole rigmarole of figuring out if your DC wants to align the scheme to the strengths. All righty, that's the C note here. It's the G-Bag Nation on your home of the Cowboys, 105.3 The Fan. Quicken to wrap it up. Mac Engel, former fan host, Mac Engel, Star Telegram. He used to do mornings a couple days a week with Sean and RJ. This is a while back now.
And he never had bedhead either.
Back when you guys were interning? Were you interning when Mac was on the show?
Mac was here when I was interning with you.
I think so.
The headline, Cowboys hit their lowest low point of the 21st century. And his point is that the other bad years have been with healthy quarterbacks. Like, you totally screwed this up without Romo or Dak being hurt. And, you're giving your fan base no reason to believe. And for the first time in 23 years, you have back-to-back losing seasons. I don't know if it feels like rock bottom right now because you have Lamb and Pickens and the makings of a good running game. And I feel like the offensive side of the coaching staff has figured out this doesn't feel like rock bottom, but maybe it is.
Yeah, in the sense that you had because usually you had the crutch of, well, our quarterback got hurt. And so, of course, our season kind of went down the drain. But you didn't have that this year.
Yeah.
And so you have an entire side of the ball that needs 100% revamping, and there's no one to blame but yourself. And you probably don't have enough resources to go attack it or just enough willingness.
Yeah, this is a culmination of all the bad decisions you've made, re-signing guys to contracts that maybe you thought they had earned, but they weren't good enough to live up to, whether it's Osa or Diggs or Bland. It's a culmination of failed draft picks on guys like Kelvin Joseph and Sam Williams. I mean, there's just not many good things have happened defensively, and the good players that you have had, somehow they ended up on other teams. Whether that's Jordan Lewis, Cheeto, Cheetah Awuje has actually had a decent career with the Bengals and then the Ravens. I know we got cooked the other night on the big play, but he was like their best defensive back, especially after Kyle Hamilton went out with that concussion. All righty, it's the G-Bag Nation here on 105 through the Fan. Krusty's Corners coming up next. Brian, where are you taking it?
Yeah, I've got some questions for my guys. We'll do that next.
But Tolos, I want to tell you about my number one favorite local family-owned roofing company here in the DFW. Of course, that is Greystone Roofing and
Teach you 5 new words.
You're not wrong about that.
From Dallas, Texas, number 55, Brian Waters.
Thank you very much, Lucius. Appreciate you playing that. Thank you to Greystone as well for being a part of that, too. Very nice of them to do.
They're as great as it gets, man.
They are.
Top tier in every way.
Top tier in every way.
Kevin Hagelin just got his roof done by him. Couldn't be happier.
We got a Love of the Star rolling tomorrow, so Eric and I will handle that.
Those questions
in the AM. Make sure. By the way, I think I have a chance to get my Twitter fixed.
Wow.
Figure this out.
Christmas come late.
It's amazing. It's amazing. I shouldn't probably talk about it because it's bad luck.
Yeah.
But
don't put the cart before the horse.
I'm not. If this young lady pulls this thing off, seriously,
is she going to get? Tiff's treats?
What are we pulling off?
Fixing the Twitter account.
Right. Of course.
Just ripping that right off.
Yeah. Well, if it works out, she might be wealthy because you know me.
Companies
coming out of my ass.
He's
right
pretty
now.
wealthy.
Yeah, I'm pretty wealthy. So
Finder's fee on that. Get your Twitter account back. How much would you be willing to pay to get your Twitter account back?
More than Jerry would for like free agency.
Or defensive coordinator.
So you got a 10 on it.
I'm just telling you, man. I hate not being able to post my stuff the way I need to post it. You know, we
get the views that you need to get.
We do a lot of work, man. We do a lot of work, all our shows and stuff.
Do you think posting on Twitter helps the views?
I absolutely do. And maybe that's the 62-year-old guy in me, but when I look at the number of people that do follow, and I've been since I think 2011, been on Twitter. And so it built up a following. And I feel like that when you post stuff to people, I think people are one-stop shops. Mm-hmm. If you post something for them, they're going to look at it. I really do. I believe that. And if your numbers, if like I'm trying to work out of my other business account, it's not as much as my personal account.
It's like 4,000 followers versus 150,000 followers. It's a completely different.
129 to 5.
Okay, there you go.
Yeah. I think that makes a difference.
It does.
I think it absolutely makes a difference. So, but also, if you would, just and you're a fan of the Love of the Star, please send Eric the questions at Eric Chiafalo.
Yeah, I'll tee it up right now.
Because we got
the mailbag.
We got the mailbag tomorrow. We've been doing that, and we like that. We'd like to try and get to your questions, so make sure you do that if you could. All right, I got a couple of questions, and then I want to talk to you about these linebackers. Have you guys looked at these linebackers in free agency yet? I mean, not looked at them from a scouting perspective, but looked at them from the names and how you feel about that group?
Yeah, a little bit.
Okay, well, hold the thoughts.
Okay.
Hold the thoughts. I'll circle back with you. Okay, now, Chief, I'm sorry, you're going to have to probably sit out this first question.
What?
But I'm going to ask Dawson and Wolchuk. Because, and I know you'll I'm not saying you're not going to do this, but.
Yes, you are, and you're 100% right.
Okay, but you're not. You got 3 kids, and you're not going to do it. Okay.
Come on.
Dawson, Wolchuk.
We only got 2 kids. We're in this thing.
Yeah, you're in this.
Who knows? Might have a third on the way. Just kidding. There's no trip planned.
About to say, bro, you're nuts if you're doing that, literally.
Nope, that's not happening anytime soon.
All right, for the Dallas Cowboys. As you're watching these college players, Dawson, Wolchuk, on defense, for not having a clear picture of the defensive coordinator or scheme, is that affecting how you're looking at these guys, these college players, when you're watching them? Or are you watching them just to watch the player and see how they are as players? But is it affecting you like, okay, I'm thinking for the Cowboys here. Like, I know Wolchuk and I have our show, the Stack and other things that we're on, where we're kind of doing it for for all the teams with a little Dallas Cowboys slant. But for you, you're watching these players for the Cowboys.
I'm absolutely watching it for the Cowboys. I'm going to their positions of need first.
Okay, so you're watching, when you're watching defensive players, is it hard to watch these guys not knowing who the coordinator is or the scheme they run?
Not really. I'm just kind of generally looking at them, and then I'll retrofit that once they have a DC. Then I'll learn more about what the DC wants and listen to their press conferences and them talking to the Senior Bowls and stuff, and I'll try to get it there. But at this point, I'm just looking for the best players and the guys that I like.
Really, the only positions that I've done that with that I do kind of want to know what your coach would be corner. Because especially, like, you knew DQ kind of had a specific type of corner that he liked.
Right.
The same thing with, like, okay, sometimes running backs and offensive linemen. Like, do they fit more of a gap scheme, zone running scheme? But linebacker, no. I mean, linebacker, I'm really just like, I'm looking for good football players. And I think linebackers are ones that they can kind of fit a variety of different stuff.
You, on the show today on the Stack, you mentioned about you've started to gravitate towards, and we're going to laugh here, but the tiny corner.
Yes, I like. There's a lot of tiny corners that I found myself liking over the last few years of doing this. Yeah,
but and why is that?
I think that's because you asked the question of, like, what do we kind of, what do scouts...
What do we overthink? Overthink.
And to me, I think it's like if you have a smaller corner, there are certain teams, and I think the Cowboys are one. If they don't meet the measurable requirements...
Yeah, Will wants nothing to do with
the
tiny corner. But he should be, huh?
Yeah, I think so, right? Like, Jordan Lewis was a smaller corner.
Yeah.
He's now been one of the better nickel corners in football for the last decade. Parrish, who ends up being a Tampa Bay Buccaneer and played really well this year from Kansas State. Like, I think there's smaller corners that have ended up being really, really good in the league, and smaller safeties too. And teams are just like, we're not really interested in this player. But to me, it's like a scrappiness in which they play with. And especially now when you're playing a lot more nickel, dime, like that's kind of turned into your base defense. It's not as much of a sub package anymore because teams are now running 3-4 wide receivers as their base offense a lot of the time when it comes to 11 personnel. I think a lot of these guys can succeed, and I thought you made a great point. We are seeing a lot more successful the quick route runner type of smaller receiver.
The Treadwells and those guys, the Des Bryants, man, that's like dinosaur ball
the
now.
Zay Flowers, the Amon-Ra St. Browns.
Right.
Like JSN was a little bit of a smaller guy as well. So like Mekhi Lemon's my number one guy so far, that wide receiver. 5'11".
Yeah.
Right. I think you're starting to see more successful guys that aren't necessarily 6'2" come into the league, and I think the smaller corners can also benefit from that.
Yeah, it's ideal if you play on turf, if you have good weather, like the smaller guys. There's a market inefficiency inside there with the smaller corners where several teams are going to let better players go, and it's really how sticky are you and how are your instincts reacting to the ball that are more important than your size, because that's going to put you in position.
Yeah.
Like, you can't assume the bigger guy's even going to get in position because he's taller. It's like you just don't play the game like that.
Yeah, that's one of those things and I asked the question in a way of like, because we always talk about the short arm guy and this, that, and the other. And I just there's always things that we overthink as scouts, and it keeps us from really finding the best players. All right, Chief, I'm going to ask you this question. If the Cowboys do nothing in free agency, they do nothing, would your plan be to stand in there and make those two picks, or do you need to move one of those to get an extra body and move by moving back?
I mean, I'm generally always in favor of trading down. No, I'm not trying to get worked out of the deal, and I'm not trying to trade away from, like, in the CeeDee Lamb draft. You're not trading down there. You just got a ridiculous...
traded from a great player, yeah.
There's outlier situations that I would say, no, you need to stand pat, but I think... With the scenario the Cowboys are in right now, I think it's a no-brainer to move one of those picks and get more, because you need quantity in a big way right now defensively.
That's okay, and especially if they do nothing in free agency.
Yeah, especially, I mean, and even if they do stuff in free agency, I'm totally open to it, because you're going to go on a drought there in the middle of that draft.
Yeah.
So I'm cool either way, but yes, it's even more important if you just do the usual bottom barrel fishing in free agency, and then that's it.
Dawson, I think you're going to stand in there and make two picks.
I would like to. If we don't take an edge at 12, though, I think when you get to 19, 20, 21, wherever the Packers pick is, that position is going to stretch into the second round. Like, there are edges that are incomplete players that might just be strong guys that'll set the edge but don't rush the pass, or pass rushers that can't set the edge, and those guys are going to go deep into the second round. So I think it might be kind of interchangeable, the quality of end that you get at 20 compared to like 45 or something.
How about you there, Wooly?
I think that they're going to probably make the picks too. Now, I do think that they,
and that's even with no with.
I think that it's possible that the second one. Now, the only thing I think a Crosby trade would be the only thing that ends up ruining this.
Gotcha.
Otherwise, I do think they'll make the picks. I think it's possible if they could move down, similar like they did with Guyton, and they ended up picking an extra 3.
Yeah.
But otherwise, it just you got to get a dance partner, and this might be a draft where it's tough to find one.
All right, real quick here while I have a minute or so. I'm kind of looking through these linebackers and the ones that are available potentially for free agency. Maybe there's the ones that will come available. I'm looking at, I don't want anything to do with Demario Davis, who's like 37 years old, Bobby Wagner, who's almost 40 years old, Levante David. I don't want anything to do with those guys. I'm kind of looking at Devin Bush. I'm looking at Nakobe Dean. We've talked about him. Quay Walker, and then Devin Lloyd. Bush is 27, Dean 25, Quay Walker 25, Devin Lloyd 27. If I tell you what the valuation of each one of these guys is, could you tell me if you want him or not?
Yeah.
By his valuation. Devin Bush, $14.5 million a year.
Too rich.
No, I mean, you got Eric Wilson out there as well. Did we not see him with the Vikings this year?
Yeah.
I mean, come on now. Eric Wilson's another guy at the linebacker position that'll get it done for you.
Alex Anzalone.
He's an older guy, right?
Anzalone might be around 30. I mean, he's just coming off a pretty darn good season. I mean, we were just absolutely loved watching what he did with the Lions in the game against us. He's got a void year, and the expectation is the Lions might move on for cap reasons.
Okay. We talked about Devin Lloyd. That's $8.1 million.
Yeah, I'm here for that.
Yeah, I think absolutely.
Quay Walker at $6 million a year, Green Bay.
Yeah, here for that.
Yeah.
How about this one, though? With Nakobe Dean, they have him as $1.5 million.
What happened? It's the injuries, man.
Yeah.
I mean, he's. I think they're expecting him back for the playoff game this week, but he's banged up still. That's the problem with him because he's been good.
Yeah.
I would jump all over that, though, and just keep my fingers crossed that he's healthy.
Yeah, for that cheap, I think it's a no-brainer.
All right. Thank you very much, boys. Appreciate that.
Thank you, Brian. Okay, Krusty's Corner every afternoon, 3:40, brought to you by Greystone Roofing, and it's time now for John Machota from The Athletic. He's got his eye on the Cowboys' defensive coordinator search and the rest of the offseason. He'll join us next on your home of the Cowboys.
Our goal is to have you winning every sports debate with your buds. We'll do the homework. You just listen and enjoy. Turn it on and leave it on. The Fan and our Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps. Our D&M Leasing Studios. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the Nation.
Here we go. It's hour number 3 of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Thanks for making us part of your day. An eventful day here on your home of the Cowboys as defensive coordinator Matt Eberflus relieved of his duties by the Cowboys this morning. And we continue the conversation around that now with John Machota of The Athletic here on The Fan. And a good afternoon, sir. How the heck are you?
I'm doing well, boys. Thanks for having me on.
It's great to have you, as always, Johnny. Now, let's start with how the timeline got moved up so quickly. I thought we were at 10 to 12 days, and it was a pleasant surprise this morning. We didn't have to wait.
I know, wasn't it? I was like, I think we're just all so conditioned to expect the Cowboys to kind of take a little bit longer than we expect. And so, my bosses are asking me, going into this final week, when do you think that they'll announce or make any moves with the coaching staff? And I figured it wouldn't be until like Thursday or Friday, just because I thought they would go through all their exit meetings and that. But I go back to Jerry mentioning last week about wanting to make some moves, and I believe he used the word pronto. And so I'm thinking that this is because they have some candidates in mind and they don't want to wait too long on them. And so, when I seen this news happen this morning, it really just made me think of when they moved on from Mike Nolan. It's just clearly a bad situation. And this next hire, I mean, you can't really leave much room for a possible disaster. I mean, it's got to be a home run hit.
Yeah, no doubt. And when's your feeling now on when that move would come? How quickly do you think they could bring somebody else in?
I mean, Cowboys-wise, I wouldn't then think until next week or so. I mean, I still think that they'll probably bring people in for interviews before they make a final decision on that. But yeah, maybe as soon as next week, and you get your staff in place, and then you can start focusing on the Senior Bowl and some things where, I think a lot of us believe that they'll use both those first-round picks on defense. So I think you want to have that defensive coordinator in place sooner rather than later.
So I know you've put out an article already on The Athletic. We've gone ahead and shared that. But what are some of the names that you're hearing that they could be interested in? And could they possibly pivot off of having to have a defensive coordinator with head coaching experience?
They could. I don't know that I would love that idea, though. And one of the reasons I say it is just if you swing and miss again, now all of a sudden it's, okay, if you're Brian Schottenheimer, how much longer does he have? Is he going to get a third defensive coordinator hire? I mean, it really reminds me a lot of when Mike McCarthy came on and, hey, Mike Nolan didn't work out, pivoted to Dan Quinn, turned it around, no nonsense, obvious candidate, previous head coaching experience, guy that, led the Falcons to a Super Bowl appearance, and he obviously came into Dallas and he fixed the defense pretty well and became one of the best defenses they've had in the last 15, 20 years. And so I think that's why, for me, by all means, bring in all the other candidates that might not have had head coaching experience. That's fine. Bring them in, interview them. Maybe somebody blows you away. But for me personally right now, in that article I wrote, I focused on 4 names because those 4 names make the most sense to me, and they all do have previous head coaching experience, but they've also coached defenses that have gone on to at least appear in Super Bowls, and I think that's what you have to have here. You have to have somebody that Brian Schottenheimer doesn't have to worry about, hey, I know we're trying to get this offensive game plan together. I got to go in that other room and make sure the defense knows what they're doing over there. You can't have that stuff anymore.
John, how much do you think Schotty is spearheading this whole thing?
A lot, and I think that probably factors in them making this decision today to kind of get ahead of it. He knows how important this hire is because I don't think he wants to spend any more time over in those defensive meeting rooms. I don't think he wants to spend any more time talking with his defensive coordinator about, maybe it'll be better if you leave the sideline and then go up in the coaching booth. Like, these are things that he doesn't need on his plate. He's already got to worry about the offense. He already has to worry about calls about players not being able to play because they had a mishap hanging a TV at their house. He doesn't need any more on his plate.
Hey, when you look at this, though, John, okay, Matt Eberflus, I'm saying, is going to come out at one point in time. He's probably going to whisper some things. What do you think he's going to say went wrong? I'm asking you to be reckless and do all that. But what do you think he's going to say was the biggest problem here?
Oh, Brian, I can't wait to hear that because if line one is not I needed to do some things differently, then I really don't care what comes after that. Of course, you would say, hey, didn't really help me out trading Micah Parsons the week before the season started. I get all of that. That's fine. And that did set him up very poorly. And that's why, to be honest with you, I didn't really judge him. I wasn't that critical of him that first half of the season. And I don't think Jerry was either. But I think I'm in the same boat as Jerry on after they traded for Quinnen Williams, and they looked like they were rolling for those 3 games. And then all of a sudden you had that game against Detroit. And ever since then, it looked back to what it was at the beginning of the season. I can't go forward with that. And I'm sure that's where Jerry was coming from, and Steven, and obviously Brian Schottenheimer as well. I think it was all pretty lockstep on this. There wasn't a lot of meeting of the minds that needed to happen. I think they knew this was happening weeks ago. But with that being said, no, I'd be fascinated to hear what he thinks it is, because in our last time talking to him last week, he said he wouldn't do anything different, and that blew my mind, because my takeaways of watching this team all year and being in the building, I just don't know a lot of players that were really going to bat for him, that really thought that it was some great scheme and it was putting them in the best position to make plays. And if you don't want to, and you don't care what the players have to say, that's fine. Don't listen to players. Watch the games on Sunday. Watch them all 22. Tell me who played well. Just give me a couple guys on defense where you're like, no, you can build around that. That'll be good. Well, it was such a disaster that I'm fascinated to hear of any finger pointing, other than, like I said, the Micah Parsons trade right before the season started. Sure, I'll point to that, but I will also be quick to tell people this when they bring up the Micah Parsons thing. You haven't been following what was going on here the last 3 years. If you think Micah Parsons on this team everything would have been great on defense and everything would have been fine. Because the Micah Parsons I remember doing podcasts after bad games, that Micah Parsons after that Vikings game, he might not have taken a shot at Matt Eberflus or say anything about J.J. McCarthy, but you know what he would have done? He would have heaped so much praise on what Brian Flores did and talk about how, man, I'd love to have a defense like that. And indirectly, if you read between the lines, he would tell you exactly what was going on there. So I pumped the brakes on anybody thinking that, like, well, if Micah was here, this wouldn't have happened.
I'm just kind of curious, though, if, when you look at if he, in fact, he seems like he's just very defiant till the very end. Like, he's like, I'm not gonna cower down or anything like that. I mean, it seems like that the more that he heard, the more defiant he became as a coach.
And I agree with that, Brian. And you know what I think that is? I think of that is almost how I feel about Bill Belichick.
Yeah.
Where Bill Belichick is now and where he wasn't in his latter years with the Patriots does not take away from me that he was not a legendary, maybe greatest coach of all time. The times passed him by.
Yeah.
That doesn't mean he forgot about football and he doesn't know football. And I certainly feel the same way about Matt Eberflus. I've seen too much good from Matt Eberflus in previous seasons in Dallas, in Indianapolis, even some of those defenses in Chicago. But I wonder if he's had a tough time adapting to how players have changed. And is your teaching getting across to a different type of player, a new generation of player? And just watching the games, I didn't feel like it did. Like I said, I don't know anyone that really looked like they were completely locked in and on the same page at any point from the beginning of the season to the end. And so the only thing I can go off is that maybe that's what it is. It's like, it's no way did he forget how to coach football, but maybe he got a little too defiant with today's player who's like, yeah, man, if you're not adapting and putting me in a great position to like make plays on Sundays, I'm kind of going to start tuning you out.
It is the G-Bag Nation here with John Machota as reports coming in. John Harbaugh is out as Ravens head coach.
Yeah.
I got this confirmed on Twitter.
Mutual parting of ways.
Yeah.
Definitely a bombshell and a conversation we can pick up a little bit later on, but wanted to pass that breaking news on to everybody. Okay, I think you alluded to this a few minutes ago, John, but how many people were kind of quietly grumbling about Eberflus, whether it was players, coaches, or staffers, privately?
Yeah, I don't know an exact number, but what I keep going back to is there were times under Dan Quinn, there was times under Rod Marinelli, where, and even a little bit with Zimmer, where there's players that would stick up for the coach and talk highly of the coach, or, when things were going poorly, talk about how, we got the right guys here, I never heard that this entire year. There was never anyone that I really felt like was really going to bat for Matt Eberflus. And honestly, you go back to the beginning of the season with Jerry and Steven, when they would be asked about how things are going poorly on defense, they would keep pushing back to how, well, we know Matt, he's been in this building before and all that stuff. But as the season went on, you heard less and less than that, even from Jerry and Steven. And that's where I started to really pick up on, I don't think he's going to be coming back, because they weren't even defending what was going on. And so players publicly behind the scenes, I really didn't hear a lot of them bashing him. I also didn't hear them really advocating for him. And the thing I keep going back to is the actions speak louder than words. And the action that stands out and will stand out most to me from this season on defense is the fact of Brian Schottenheimer openly talking about how much extra time he was spending in the defensive meeting rooms and how much Jerry Jones talked about how much extra time Brian Schottenheimer was spending in the defensive meeting rooms. That's fine for Mike McCarthy. He had been around for a long time. He probably can handle that a little bit better. Not to say Brian hasn't been around a long time, but this is his first year as a head coach. You do not need your first-year head coach doing that type of stuff. Not with a veteran defensive mind who also was a head coach.
When Steven was on the show Friday, he also brought up special teams. Do you think that they're done making changes along the staff?
I'm not 100% certain of that. I think if they felt as badly about the special teams as the defense, I think maybe that announcement would have been made already today. I think that they'll probably look through that and discuss that a little bit more as the week goes on. So I can't say definitively that there aren't more staff changes to happen on special teams, but Steven's comments, I was listening when he said that, but also just from our perspective of watching the Cowboys, a return group that has Kevontae Turpin, it has to have more explosive plays than it did this season. And I think the Cowboys are well aware of that. So there could be a change there. I just don't. It's nowhere near the level of what this Eberflus decision was in terms of it being an obvious, oh, well, no doubt they're going to do that.
What'd you think of Steven's unsolicited, we'll go all in with us on Friday?
I thought that was interesting. I do think he was talking more about on the defense, and I kind of put that together with some stuff I've heard Jerry say over the last couple of weeks, and even before the game, a group of us talked to Jerry, and the way that the owner's box is in New York, it's kind of right in the same area as the press box. You kind of have to walk through the press box to get to the owner's suite, and so we talked to Jerry for about 5-6 minutes, and the way he was talking there was like, it wasn't just going to be, we're changing out from Eberflus. It was going to be looking at the whole deal, the whole philosophy of it. And that's why I keep going back to, it just won't be, let's say, hiring a Brian Flores. It'll be doing that, but then also probably spending both those first-round picks on the defense, and then also doing something more veteran-wise, which at the very least will have to be upgrading the linebackers and probably the edge rusher position.
What's more likely, they're actually aggressive in free agency, or they use some of that draft capital and go trade for Max Crosby?
Oh, that's a good one. The Crosby thing I think is interesting just because of the way it seems like things have been going at the end of this season for him in Las Vegas. I think that could potentially open things up. But I ultimately think that, especially with Tom Brady there, that they look at it as, well, what are we going to have if we get rid of him? I think that they're going to look, if they do move him, for like just a boatload of picks. And I don't know if this Cowboys defense is in a spot where they should do that. I wouldn't be opposed to it. But when you ask me my opinion of it, I think they might be more aggressive in free agency than to pull the trigger on a move that would cost them several picks.
You're the man, John. Love talking Cowboys football with you. Enjoy these playoffs, and we'll try to catch up with you soon.
Anytime, guys. Thanks for having me on.
Salute. Read up John Machota's stuff on The Athletic. He just posted a story this afternoon about the top 4 coaching candidates here to be the Cowboys' new DC. We got a football fix coming up. We'll check.
Yeah, we got breaking news in the head coaching world that we got to cover. We'll talk about that next and more as we get a little football fix in the nation.
Okay, I want to chat Frankels with you, though, because if you're out and about and you get hurt in an accident due to somebody's negligence, you're going to want to have the Frankels on your
Tickets on sale now at TNAWrestling.com.
All right, big news in the NFL today. We started with Eberflus out as Cowboys DC, and just 15 minutes ago, we got the news that John Harbaugh is out as head coach in Baltimore. We'll get the details on that story and more here with the Woolchuck's Daily Football Fix. Then Mark Schlereth is coming up here in about 20 minutes. Segment's brought to you by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call the Frankels first, 214 or 817-333-3333. There's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. The Frankels are the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas. Here's Zachary with that fix.
All right, let's do it. Let's hit our fix.
You think football is still fun?
Yes.
Sir.
Wrong side!
Left side!
Wrong side!
Left side! I use these for acid indigestion. So what are we going to use these for? Intimidation.
You know I got to get my fix, man.
We've got a new favorite for pretty much every team looking for a head coach now at the top of their wish list. As John Harbaugh, Gavin just told you, he has agreed with the Ravens to mutually part ways, according to multiple sources, per Jordan Schultz, Adam Schefter, you name the insider, Diana Rossini. They're all in on this one. He, of course, won a Super Bowl in 2012, won nearly 300 games during his 18-year tenure with the Ravens, and also 8 road playoff games, which is the most among any coach in NFL history. And that now leaves Mike Tomlin as the longest tenured coach in the NFL, followed by Andy Reid with the Chiefs. And then you've got McDermott, McVay, and Kyle Shanahan, who were all hired in the 2017 coaching cycle. So pretty crazy as the Ravens have decided, you know what? After 18 years, it's time for a change.
It came down to a missed field goal.
Yeah,
think about this. Like a makeable, not even it wasn't even like a 60-yard Hail Mary field goal attempt. It was a snap, a hold, and we'll see you later. I mean, that's where it really came down to the end. That this was the one thing that you know, and when you get a coach that's tendered that long, the power that he has over everybody else, there's probably people in the organization that are super happy he's moving on because they've had to do. I mean, he's been highly successful, don't get me wrong.
Yeah.
But when you have that much, when you're there, you become this, like, you know, Sean Payton did the same thing. Sean Payton was like, the rally towels this week need to be gold, not white, you know. This needs to be done. You have that. Everything has to go through him because they've been there for so long.
Consolidated all that power.
Yeah, so now you're probably happy, but this thing came down to a damn missed field goal.
And expectations over the years, you know, so many top 5 defenses and an MVP quarterback to have never had more postseason success. You feel like with Harbaugh, your floor is going to be incredibly high in the regular season. We're going to have a good culture. We're going to be a tough football team. But in the end, the expectations will get everybody, and I think this proves it. Maybe the quarterback isn't the biggest fan. There were rumors last week that maybe they would get rid of Lamar Jackson. Maybe this was part of Lamar wanting to stay, so you had to kind of pick between the two of them. But, you know, in the end, I do wonder if Harbaugh and Eberflus are kind of similar, guys that had a tremendous amount of success last decade. But now it's like, are you advancing your scheme quickly enough to make your likability and your culture building really matter? And I think for the Ravens today, they decided that, you know, we need to move in a direction of giving Lamar Jackson a schematic edge with our head coach. Because if you didn't have the right OC in Baltimore, Harbaugh couldn't fix it for you.
Right. And, I mean, this is one where certainly they haven't made it to the Super Bowl. To your point, they've had a lot of talent on that roster. I mean, look, they were the Andrews drop away from, who knows, could they have beaten the Bills in that playoff game? They sent it into overtime. But this year, massive disappointment. I mean, coming into the year, I thought they were the most talented team in the league. They were my representative to make the Super Bowl out of the AFC. They don't make the playoffs. Now, Lamar Jackson hurt a bunch this year, too, but really a rough year. And now, I mean, everyone reshuffling their boards. cards when it comes to their list of top candidates. And Kevin Stefanski right now is going to fly to New York. He's going to interview with the Giants, but there seems to be a lot of momentum. And I was seeing this yesterday, the day before, that if the Ravens moved on from Harbaugh, the Giants could be the most likely team to make an aggressive push towards him. And maybe Harbaugh ends up in the division here in the NFC East.
Yeah, I could see it. I mean, Stefanski or Harbaugh, I think, would be solid hires for the Giants.
But does the Ravens now become the most attractive job opening?
For sure.
Well, the stability there. What's amazing is you've had two teams that for a while have been so good in personnel and so good at winning, them in Kansas City, having a reset. Yeah, sometimes you get to a certain point and you just need to do the reset. Have Andy Reid fumble around with a couple more years like this and be 6-11 or something, and then all of a sudden it happened to him in Philly. He was in Philly for 14 years, and all of a sudden they started losing games, and they said, and then Andy said, well, I think it's time for me to go. And you got to remember, Harbaugh worked for Andy Reid. It's a very similar game plan to getting out, and I don't think Harbaugh leaves mutually unless he feels like he's got something else lined up.
Yeah, I mean, it feels like he's the Vrabel now of last year's cycle. Yeah. Whereas, Vrabel kind of had his pick of whichever job he wanted.
Vrabel wanted the Dallas job. He really wanted the Dallas job. And they Which
is unfortunate.
Yeah.
I mean, that's the thing. I hope Brian Schottenheimer wins the Super Bowl and is super successful. Yeah. But it is hard not to look at the success that some of these other coaches have had. And it's like, the Cowboys still didn't even interview those guys.
I had numerous people tell me that Harbaugh wanted this job. Not Harbaugh,
Vrabel.
Vrabel wanted this job, yeah.
Well, Jim Harbaugh, a couple of years ago, would have been interested if they had moved on from McCarthy. You told us that.
Yeah.
And he ends up going with the Chargers. Cowboys weren't interested. So, crazy. Ravens' job is now open, and where will John Harbaugh go? Stefanski, as I mentioned, will go interview with the Giants tomorrow, but he's also got other teams that are interested in him, and this is one to monitor. So the Falcons and the Titans are the other teams that are going to interview him. Maybe the Ravens end up being a team that wants to interview Kevin Stefanski because he does have the offensive pedigree there. I mean, look, the dude won more than anybody else has in Cleveland. He won a playoff game there, their first playoff win since they've been back in the league since '99. But Stefanski's a guy that I think probably number 2 to Harbaugh on a lot of teams' wish lists. But you got to monitor that in terms of Jim Schwartz. Is maybe he follows Stefanski wherever he goes, or maybe he stays in Cleveland. So hopefully, the Cowboys, if they want to interview Jim Schwartz, they go ahead and they get that done, because I'd love him here in Dallas. But he also might just go ahead and stick with his former head coach wherever he lands, or stay in Cleveland depending on who they hire. We did get news that the Cowboys' end-of-season presser going to be tomorrow, 11:30 a.m. On 105.3 The Fan. So it'll be Jerry, Steven, and Shoddy. All are going to be taking place. You can hear that, of course, during KNC tomorrow at 11:30. Couple of OCs getting canned today, including one Cliff Kingsbury in Washington.
Was that a can or a mutual agreement again?
I think that this was a Dan Quinn move. I guess the reports are that him and Dan Quinn were not seeing eye to eye. They disagreed over several things.
Did he get rid of both his coordinators then? Because he already fired Joe Witt, right?
Yep. Joe Witt Jr. got fired, and then Cliff did. Grant Paulson, who is with our sister station there in D.C., said DQ has a different vision for what's best for the long-term development of Jaden Daniels, and Cliff runs a very unique college-like system that DQ may not disagree with. He disagreed with the run-pass balance being high on the list. So we'll see where Cliff ends up going. Kind of seems like this is the thing for Cliff. You have success year one or maybe for half a season, and then the league catches up to you to what your trends are. You don't make adjustments, and they move on from you. I really don't know what to think of Cliff Kingsbury as a coach. Maybe he should just be a quarterback coach.
Yeah. Jordan Schultz was saying that Jaden Daniels and other key offensive players are pretty disappointed in the decision. But I get it. It's tough, though, with Daniels being injured as much as he was this year. But Dan Quinn is not screwing around right now.
No, what a difference a year makes, man.
Man, I would be nervous.
He might be feeling a little pressure now himself.
Sure.
I mean, you have a bad year, and can you afford another one? That kind of thing.
I mean, you had Jaden Daniels playing at an MVP level.
Yeah, sure
and
did.
And then he was hurt, and your roster was kind of cheeks. You got incredibly lucky last year to have the record that you did in the regular season and then get to the NFC Championship game. you got to be objective and say, we got to stick with the guy that's putting our young quarterback in a great position to succeed. So I think that's a big risk. I'm surprised the front office would sign off on it.
Man, it's going to be interesting. Like, who do they end up hiring there in Washington? And then what ends up happening for DQ and them next year? Because this time last season, they were the darlings of the league. What a great job everyone was doing. And now you got two coordinators that are fired and looking for jobs elsewhere. Things come at you fast here in the NFL. Life certainly does. Niners have made a move. They're going to add Kaiser White, the linebacker, to help them out during their playoff run. They have had multiple linebacker injuries. They're hoping, I think it was the divisional round I saw, that Fred Warner could come back if they're able to get the win this weekend.
He's working at it, yeah.
That's, what a boost that would be. All of a sudden, it's like, look out. They've been able to navigate this storm. Fred Warner comes back. Woohoo! Maybe the Niners, they end up going on a run here. Arizona also expected to interview Vance Joseph and Dolphins defensive coordinator Anthony Weaver. They've also requested to interview Robert Saleh for their vacant head coaching position. So they're looking at a bunch of defensive coordinators in Arizona for their job. Of course, Vance Joseph gets a head coaching job. He's now Denver's DC. Jim Leonard, who we've been talking about a lot, I would expect to probably just get the promotion from Sean Payton, which means, if I were Jim Leonard, I'm staying in Denver and being their defense coordinator. I'm not coming to Dallas.
Is Joseph moving on for sure?
No, we don't know. I don't know that he'll get a head coaching job, but if he does, that's one to monitor. Lions also said bye-bye to Johnny Morton, their offensive coordinator. He replaced Ben Johnson.
They took the play calling away from him.
They did.
Just a matter of him getting fired.
Man Campbell gave himself a freaking F. That's what he said for the job that he did this year. Last thing here in the football fix, there are many execs around the league that believe that the deal is done in Vegas, that they will not be retaining Max Crosby. He will want out. Quote, he's a pretty principled dude, and with everything that's gone on with him disagreeing on him not playing the end of the year, even though he is going to have surgery on his knee injury, there's a lot of people around the league now that think, okay, this thing's actually going to go ahead and move forward, and Crosby will be playing elsewhere next year, not with Vegas anymore.
Well, thank you, Wolchuk.
Thank you.
It's time for our weekly conversation with our Odyssey NFL insider, Mark Schlereth. Stink's going to join you coming up here in just a couple of minutes in the G-Bag Nation. The Cowboys are going to host their annual end-of-season press conference tomorrow at 11:30 at the Star in Frisco. You'll have Jerry. You'll have Stephen Jones. And you'll have Brian Schottenheimer up there talking during the KNC Masterpiece tomorrow at 11:30 here on your home of the Cowboys. Okay, we're coming back with Mark Schlereth here on The Fan.
But it is a Tolo Truck Tuesday. You know what that means. East Dallas Diesel, the one place you need to go. Make sure you're checking them out.
Dart Show, Run the Bases, Enjoy Q&A sessions, and much more. Tickets are just $10 for kids, $20 for adults, and parking is free. For more information, go to Rangers.com/FanFest.
If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, and they're all priced to sell. Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
Thank you very much. It's the G-Bag Nation here on 105 through the Fan. We do have some breaking NFL news, and we're joined now by Odyssey NFL Insider Mark Schlereth, host of the Stinkin' Truth podcast. Insider Calls brought to you by Nationwide. For your insurance and financial needs, Nationwide is on your side. And a good afternoon, Stink. How the heck are you?
I am doing great. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. How you guys doing?
Man, we're doing great. Cowboys news this morning, but just earlier this hour, John Harbaugh, I guess, mutual parting of ways with the Ravens. Are you surprised that after 18 years there's no more John Harbaugh in Baltimore?
I guess I'm not surprised based on how the season went and a lot of reports about, not seeing eye to eye with Lamar and some of that stuff. And who knows how much of that is true, how much of that is fabricated. I don't know. But oftentimes in the NFL where there's smoke, there's always a little bit of fire. And, I would imagine that if John wants to coach, he'll have about 5 job offers here in the next hour or two. So, it'll be interesting to see exactly kind of how that kind of unfolds, if he wants to take a year away or whatever. But it's sad. John is a buddy and he's always been really good to me, and he's had great teams and won a Super Bowl, and he's done an unbelievable job there.
If the quarterback and his agent come to you and say it's us or him, do you think the Ravens made the right decision?
No. But I understand it's a player-driven league and all that kind of stuff. So I get all that. But, there's a certain way I think that the Ravens have to structure themselves to have success. And I know that Lamar's won multiple MVPs and he's a dynamic athlete. But at some point, when those athletic skills wane, are you a legitimate drop back, kind of control the game from the pocket quarterback? And I would say that's never been what he has been capable of doing. That's never been what he is. And so I don't know that at this stage of the game that he'll ever become that. And I think that's been one of the big issues come playoff time and why they've lost football games.
Stink, you've talked to us about doing consulting around the league before. So if you're a team and they're like, hey, we let go of our defensive coordinator, who are some names that you would want to go after that could be available right now or maybe aren't even available that you'd still try and pursue?
Yeah, I love Rollis in Arizona, and he was Jonathan Gannon's right-hand man. I love Jonathan Gannon. I think both of those guys are great coaches, so that would be a direction that I certainly would go in. And I think that there's a lot of guys that are waiting to get that head coaching job. So we'll see exactly kind of how those things pan out. But there are some good coaches out there, and I love kind of having a dude that has been a head coach that has been in that situation before. Although that didn't work out with Eberflus, but like I said, I love the Rollis kid. I love he's a young guy too. He's in his 30s, and then I love Jonathan Gannon. I think he's a really good coordinator, and ultimately he got caught up in an organization that went through. I think they used all 90 of their moves from a roster standpoint because of all the injuries they've had. So kind of impossible to win when you're fielding 2 whole complete teams and you're playing nothing but backups.
Hey, Stink, if you did have the opportunity to be a general manager and sit down with one of these coaches, what's the first thing you want to ask them? As far as if you're a defensive coordinator, offensive coordinator, can you be a head coach? What's the one thing that you want to ask them?
Philosophical approach. What identity do you want to build? I think, and I'll just go back to Jacksonville, talking to Tony Baselli and talking to James Gladstone, their GM. And the reason that they ended up hiring Liam Cohen wasn't because of the work he did with Baker Mayfield. It was because the first thing he came in there and basically said is, this is my plan to support your quarterback, but here's the plan number one, to become a more physical football team, to be able to run the ball on a consistent basis. And now here's how we're going to support the quarterback. And they went out and they got an offensive coordinator that was in the Minnesota system that was in that system that Liam Cohen's going to run. They went out and got Nick Mullins, who was in that system. They could impart all that wisdom and all that knowledge to the quarterback and Trevor Lawrence. Then they went out and got Robert Hainsey, the starting center from Tampa Bay, who had lost his job last year, but they got him to come into Jacksonville to be the starting center so they could take all the protection stuff off the plate of Trevor Lawrence and say, hey, man, here's what we're going to do. We're going to run the ball to support you. We're going to have somebody in that meeting room that speaks the language, that really knows this offense inside and out, so he can present it to you from a player's perspective, which often is a little bit different than the way the coaches present things, right? There's a different language and there's a different level of, I don't even want to call it trust, but kind of understanding in the way a player speaks. And then ultimately we're going to take this, a lot of the load off of you, so you can just focus on footwork and the things that you need to improve upon by letting the center actually call the protections and do that stuff for you to take that off your plate. So I just think that was, like, to me, that was huge in the success of the Jacksonville Jaguars.
Do you have a round one upset special for the playoffs?
Round one upset special. I think that I don't know. I haven't really thought about upset special. So let's go through them. So we've got Buffalo at Jacksonville, right?
Mm-hmm.
I think Jacksonville's the best team in the AFC right now. They're playing better than anybody else, so I'm not going to go in that direction. We've got the Chargers at New England. No, I think the Houston Texans, I don't think is an upset, though. I think the Houston Texans are going to go into Pittsburgh and win. That defense is just too damn good. I think San Francisco, as beat up and as injured as they are and as bad as they look Saturday night against the Seahawks, I think the 49ers could go into Philadelphia and win. What game am I missing? What wild card weekend game am I missing?
Steelers Texans?
He said Houston was that. Yeah, he said Houston.
Sorry. I was looking at other breaking news.
Yeah.
Stink.
Yeah. It's all good. But that's probably the direction I would go.
Who's your MVP?
Anybody but a quarterback, but I know it's going to go to a quarterback.
Yeah.
So I got to pick between two quarterbacks. I'm going to go probably Matthew Stafford.
See, I was wondering, Stink.
Part of that is a lifetime achievement award, by the way.
Sure.
Yeah. I was thinking about you the other day, actually, Stink, when the Rose Bowl, when they gave the MVP to the offensive lineman. I thought that was like the coolest thing in the world. Like the kid standing up there, and his teammates were so damn happy for him. You know, I mean, that offensive line played great for Indiana, but it's nice that the guy, he's like, hey, I don't know the history of the Rose Bowl, but, you know, it's nice to be the MVP. Yeah, he'll go down in history for sure. They were great the other day.
Yeah, no question about it. I always say, hey, man, the quarterbacks get all the, they get the money, they get the, endorsement opportunities, the girl, they get everything. So why do we have to give them the MVPs too? Let's give it to real football players. Those guys don't play football; they play quarterback. So let's not do that. But that's the way we can't take our eyes off the ball. That's the problem.
Spread the wealth, man. How do you feel when another man tells you, I was thinking about you the other day?
I feel good about that. I feel really good. I feel really good about that.
Yeah, when I said that, I kind of thought, oh, geez, why'd I say that?
Yeah, listen, you're only human. Yeah. I mean, it's not the first time. It won't be the last time that another man is thinking about me.
Thank you, sir.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
Appreciate you as always, Mark. Enjoy Wild Card Weekend. We'll catch up with you next week.
That sounds good. Take care.
There he goes. Mark Schlereth, brought to you by Nationwide. For your insurance and financial needs, Nationwide is on your side. You can also catch him on the Stinkin' Truth podcast. And yes, they're at the break, or in the middle of the segment, news that Jason Garrett's going to interview for the Titans job.
Look at that, boys.
Leaving no stone unturned is the Tennessee Titans.
Jason Garrett, we are living in a world where he is still getting head coach interviews right now.
The ceiling is
the root.
Can you imagine? Amazing. If you're a Titans fan right now, we're like, okay, we're going to take Jason Garrett and pair him with our guy Cam Ward. Are you bleeping kidding me?
I thought he was going to get the job at UNT. What happened with that?
I think that was a ball sack.
Oh, that was a ball sack.
Yeah.
This one seems like it could be. I mean, after 5 years since you were OC of the Giants that went down in flames, I thought, the world had sort of moved on from considering Jason Garrett, but just goes to show you, NFL teams are looking for different things.
Let me tell you what, he'll go in there and blow them away.
Yeah.
He will. He'll go in there. He'll talk real nice. And
have some lemonades.
He'll have a beautifully tailored suit. He'll be really polite. He'll call the lady owner ma'am a lot and yes ma'am, and you got to think of things. He'll be very polished. His words will be measured.
Are we talking about how good field goals actually are if you squint?
Yeah.
And you look at it
team build. Probably help him team build. I would just be looking for.
The guy can evaluate players. Yeah. I do give him credit for that.
What'd you think about the name Nick Rawlis? I got to dive into this. Sounded like Stink was a big fan of him.
Well, see, that's one of the things, too, that I was in talk to some people around the league with the thing with Gannon. They were kind of thinking, like, if you didn't get Gannon, Nick Rawlis was a guy that I did hear one guy mention that.
Okay.
All righty. It's the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan.
Sounds like I just threw that in there, but that was a name that actually was mentioned.
It has had a little bit of momentum.
Yeah.
First time hearing about this guy.
Yeah. Ball sacking the hell out of us right now. He doesn't even know who this guy is.
Nick Rawlis. Now, here's a guy.
I'm just, no. You guys know damn good and well I can't remember all the names.
Yeah.
You know that. And
Nick Rawlis is a tough one.
Yeah, Nick Rawlis.
They'd go with Gannon, I think, before they'd hire a Rawlis. But you never know. Maybe he is young and up and coming.
We got 3 down and 2 to go, buddy. Where are you taking it?
Yeah, football's finest, featuring more details on why Harbaugh got canned in Baltimore. And let's grade this fantasy football punishment next in the nation.
Sean and RJ, the KNC Masterpiece, G-Bag Nation, and Fan After Dark. Live and
105.3 The Fan. Thanks for making us part of your day. What a very eventful day with Matt Eberflus's dismissal from the Cowboys and then John Harbaugh and the Ravens mutually parting ways. That's what we have as we head into this 5 o'clock hour in edition of Football's Finest with Eric Giafalo.
Yes, sir. Plenty to get to. Jason Garrett news. We got the Harbaugh fallout and so much more right after this.
But at the end of the day, it's about taking it a day by a time, a day and a day, just continuing to do that.
You cannot lose games in the NFL and still win.
To win games, you have to win the game, not lose the game.
It doesn't matter. He pulls another rabbit out of his head.
We'll see if Jason Garrett can pull a rabbit out of his head as he's set to interview on Friday for the Titans head coaching job. Not a ball sack. That is confirmed. Adam Schefter and many other NFL reporters on this right now. So Jason Garrett getting an opportunity. I mean, now that the Ravens job is open, I think that's clearly the best job available. Mm-hmm. But I was kind of thinking the Titans job was pretty good. Everybody wants to talk about the Giants, and I think the Giants have a better overall roster. But don't you tie yourself to Cam Ward quicker than you tie yourself to Jaxson Dart?
I would think so, yes. I believe in Cam Ward more, although, man, his season was so bad. It would make me believe we need so many good players around this that it's going to be multiple years. If I can get any improvement going off 2025 into 2026, that's going to buy me time because expectations are zero. If I deliver a 6, 7, 8 win season next year, they're going to feel like we're heading in the right direction. I got momentum. We got to nail so many drafts in a row to become respectable in Tennessee, though. Like this is a long-term project, and maybe Jason Garrett's the perfect guy for that.
Yeah. I don't know, man. I would be pretty deflated if that ended up being the hire if I'm a Titans fan.
Absolutely. I think what this exposes is how cool it is to have a Clayton Adams as your OC. Because there are so many teams out there that when it's time to hire a head coach, they're just looking for a podium guy. They're looking for a guy that's going to set the culture, and we're going to stress fundamentals and executing and winning your matchups. Like, that is still something that, a number of NFL franchises value over a schematic advantage while we're living in the biggest scheme era in the history of the league. Yeah. It's all the money that they're getting, hundreds of millions of dollars. There is no need to do a deep dive on what it's going to take to be successful because we have so much money coming out of our ears. It'd be hard to focus for a lot of teams on winning. We're just running a football team and cashing checks.
Yeah, it's crazy. It really is. That's the wildest head coach interview that has been lined up to this point, I believe. Right? We haven't seen anything crazier than a team interviewing Jason Garrett right now like the Titans are. That seems like the wildest one. Cam Ward, by the way, of the Titans, the things he learned his rookie year, the first thing he learned is get your helmet down on a QB sneak or they will pop your ace. Okay, so you got to get your head down. Otherwise, you're going to get smacked. I guess a QB sneak in the NFL is different than every other level that Cam Ward's ever played. Okay, you also learn that you can throw the ball across your body in the NFL. You can, if you're built like Cam Ward. Okay,
you make that happen.
And you have to really love the game to play in the NFL, especially for a team like that where you're just losing time and time again. Now, the big news as well coming down in the last hour or so is the Ravens firing head coach John Harbaugh. And Diana Rossini says a key pressure point in the dismissal there of Harbaugh, according to those familiar with today's discussions, was his refusal to entertain any conversations about potentially moving on from offensive coordinator Todd Monken. So he was married to the idea of keeping the OC. They clearly weren't. So Monken will be definitely looking for a new job here moving forward. And the Ravens job will be a huge commodity right now. The Ravens job will be the best job available. And John Harbaugh will be the most sought-after coach available at this point, right?
Shefty just put out he's the favorite for the Giants job right now.
Of course he is.
And there's a lot of Jesse Minter hype for the Ravens.
For the Ravens?
The DC with the Chargers right now.
So you still get a little Harbaugh tie back to the Ravens right there.
Maybe he's willing to say bye-bye Todd Monken?
Yeah, well, that's inevitable at this point. Yeah,
whoever their coach is.
Yeah.
You're not having him as your offensive coordinator. Sorry, guys.
You guys worry about Harbaugh being a coach with the Giants?
Well, yeah. Yes. I mean, he would step in and stability. He would be the best coach in the division.
Like
you would say.
Like a younger version of Tom Coughlin, maybe. when Tom Coughlin left it,
Yeah.
Tom Coughlin came in there, gave the Giants some stability, kind of built the team in the right way, gave it some toughness.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. That would be a home run hire if you're a Giants fan right now, or any one of these teams that has a vacancy. You're looking for Harbaugh. So if the Giants, and I think Stefanski would be solid as well. From a Cowboys perspective, I would not like to see Harbaugh or Stefanski end up with the Giants.
Todd Monken with Jaxson Dart. How would you see that?
Oh, okay. Yeah, because that's a good point.
Goes with
wherever
Harbaugh,
Harbaugh goes, maybe Monken ends up going as well. A little bit of the college style offense.
They had Wink Martindale already with the Giants, right?
They did.
Yeah, Wink's already been through those doors.
Wink is kind of on the street now because of the Michigan situation. He's no longer coaching at Michigan.
Yeah, so they'll have options available, but crazy turn of events. And you could still have the Mike Tomlin Pittsburgh Steelers conversation. This time next week, we could be talking about that. You have Sean McDermott with the Bills. Mm-hmm. If they fall flat in round 1 versus Jacksonville.
You think Brandon Beane would fire McDermott?
Yeah, I think that's absolutely on the table.
They got a new stadium coming there, right?
They do.
Yeah, is that next year?
It's next year. They played their final game at.
That's right. Final game at Highmark
or whatever.
Yeah, I know the name. Highmark Stadium. Yeah,
that's sad. Some of those videos. It's sad when you leave a stadium. All those memories.
I know a lot of Cowboys fans are hoping for Brian Flores to be the defensive coordinator, but he is the odds-on favorite right now to be the next head coach of the Raiders. So with Tom Brady, the New England Patriots ties, that kind of thing, Brian Flores. Yeah, the spy tech aspect.
He just has so many good, smart players in Minnesota. If he doesn't get one of these head coaching jobs, I can't imagine him thinking, I'm going to go to the Cowboys for about the same amount of money and get my teeth kicked in and look like an idiot.
Yeah, but he might. I know people on the text will jump in there and crush me on this one, but I would sell the aspect of I have Dak Prescott as my quarterback and you got J.J. McCarthy.
Okay, all right.
That would be my sell.
Yeah, I just wonder though, is it does it matter how much winning we're doing, or does it matter how badass my defense is? And even if we're losing and missing the playoffs, everybody knows my defense is awesome.
So much pressure on him to have to hold defenses to nothing when you got a quarterback like J.J. McCarthy. But if you were to bring that up, he would probably say, well, Jerry, but J.J. McCarthy beat you guys, when you went head up.
Look against your defense.
Yeah, but I would try and sell the idea if I'm Brian Flores, I want to go where I know I have an offense where I don't have to throw a bagel out there every day to win games. That's a lot of pressure.
You know what talks, boys? The money. That's all that matters when it comes to Brian Flores. If you want Brian Flores, you open the checkbook. Selling him on the J.J. McCarthy thing, that's a good idea. Why not? We know it'll work.
Okay, you could spend, watch this, you could spend $15 million on Brian Flores or $15 million on a corner or edge.
I can do both because there's no salary cap for head coaches.
Just hypothetical, bro.
Just say you're going to spend one or the other.
I'd rather have the player. I think the players make the coaches.
I'll take the coordinator. Even if he is a one and done. I mean, if he fixes it, he's gone.
Oh, yeah.
He would definitely earn a head coaching job if he could fix this defense.
yeah, for sure. You probably have the player for longer than you end up having the defensive coordinator there.
What about you, Chief?
Yeah, I'm probably going player.
You want the player?
Yeah, I'll go player there, especially for that specific scenario.
Dawson's
because
smart one in the group.
I don't think that Brian Flores is going to be here very long.
I mean, they're going to spend the money on players. If I don't get a $15 million player, I'm going to get 3 5s. You know, we'll get the players.
Okay, let me
get 3 2s.
All right, I'm gonna
12 2.5.
Yeah, 12 2.5.
I don't want the 2s here.
Yeah. Okay.
Not with how they've drafted.
I'm taking the coach.
Yeah, I get it. No, I totally get it.
Yeah, because I'm legitimately a team builder over here.
Right.
Well,
you've proven that time and time again.
Brian's bored. He's gone to savage trolling at this point.
Really has.
Shut up and let me troll you.
Gosh, come on.
All right, boys.
What? Is it guess that spread time?
7.5.
No. It's not that time. It's not that time.
It's
It's
that time because
Tuesday.
I've been
It's
watching.
Tuesday, boys.
Yeah, but you got to sneak it. You got to get it in here before we've looked.
You guys,
Have we looked?
you guys have already looked. Broadus hit me with the 10.5. I thought that was a mind-blowing spread. You have the Rams going to Carolina.
You know what? I've started to look now, knowing that at some random moment you might ask.
He hasn't
That's
done
right.
it.
I can't remember what I had for lunch.
When you
but
least expect it. Well, this guy can remember what he's had for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. I take you to the fantasy football punishment.
Is this another one of the Waffle House, which I would not?
No,
I would
this is
not
a new
bother
iteration.
me.
That's why I'm bringing it to the table.
Not
because
bother
it's,
me one bit.
It's not something I've ever seen before. They call this the Joey Jaws.
Oh, you got to eat so much.
Hot dogs.
We're talking dogs.
Let's go.
So the punishment is for this particular fantasy football league, and they've documented it on social media here over the last week. But you have the biggest loser in the fantasy football league. He has to consume 71 hot dogs to match the Joey Jaws record of 71 hot dogs that he put down in 10 minutes at Coney Island. Okay, but here's the kicker.
How long do you have?
You have all week.
hours?
You can't eat anything else until you've put down the 71 dogs.
Okay.
So this dude is having to go breakfast, lunch, and dinner, breakfast, lunch, and dinner, breakfast, lunch, and dinner until he gets to the 71 hot dogs. Now, he's not doing Nathan's, which I think is a little bit of a joke. He's going Oscar Mayer here. Okay, I guess that's a personal preference thing.
What's the problem
He can't put anything on it either. You have to eat it like Joey Jaws does, which is with no condiments.
But you can dunk it in high C.
You can dunk it if you want to do the dunk. Okay, I can't
And the
imagine.
dunk works for speed.
It works for speed,
does
but
work.
this is not for speed. This
It's
is
disgusting.
a marathon. All this guy gets to eat is hot dogs until he reaches 71.
That's a great punishment.
That's really
good.
Really good punishment
That's
right
strong.
there.
I would that'd be miserable.
I'd rather do the Waffle House. You're kind of ripping the Band-Aid off a little bit more. It's 24 hours, so, I mean, it's not the quickest Band-Aid ripping, but you're eating your way out of that, and you're knocking time down, so you're probably talking about, 12, 15 hours in a Waffle House. Or all week, all you get to eat is plain and dry freaking hot dogs till you get to
Can I grill
71.
Can I grill them? At least get some grill marks going on there?
I do. I don't believe there's
They gotta be
any.
boiled?
I think Joey
any
and them
cooking
boil them.
caveats.
I think they boil them.
So I think.
The boiled dog is one of the most disgusting smells in the world.
No question.
I think I'd be vomiting by the time I got through dog 20.
See, the thing
just overall disgusted with myself and what's happening in my stomach.
Okay, would you rather go boiled dogs but you can have the condiments, or grilled dogs but no condiments?
Grilled dogs.
Grilled dogs, no condiment?
Yeah.
I think I go boiled dog with the condiment.
Give me the boil with the mustard.
Yeah, bro, lather that
Please.
mustard on there.
Yeah.
Okay, the Nathan standard for the hot dog contest is grilled dogs. They do cook them on the grill.
All right,
Okay, that's good. That's
There we
good.
go.
You should be able to grill them if they're going by this.
Honestly, how many a
rules.
day you could think you could eat?
50.
So this guy's
50
planning
hot dogs?
This
over
guy,
the course of a day. Yeah.
I Googled the calories. We're looking at 100 calories per standard dog.
is that just the wiener, or is that bun included?
Oh, that's a good point.
I was kind of
What
thinking.
about that sodium?
Sodium. It's gonna be, you're going to be wearing that in your face. You're going to be thick for weeks.
Probably not where you're wearing.
This guy's going with a 7-day marathon here.
I think I could eat 9 dogs a day.
9, that's it?
That's it.
I did 9.5 in 10 minutes.
This guy's going 10.
You got this.
I think three in the morning, 3 at lunch, 3 at dinner. That's kind of what I would do.
Okay, so this guy's doing the same thing, except he's going 4 at dinner.
Yeah,
That's what he's doing. So
I
he's going
probably
10
overshot
dogs a
50.
day.
Yeah.
It's another
for a
110
week.
calories for the bun.
You got
So
to
you're
do
looking
this
at
for.
200 a
It's
pop.
going to be a week. You just got to do it. You got to do it for
It's
a week.
full week of grinding that out. I'm gonna try and get this done in maybe 3 days.
I'm with you. I like as many as possible. Let's just
I
try
kind
and
of
do
feel
this.
like that if I Mardi Gras Brian this thing, I can maybe eat more.
Yo, you drink. That's
That's what I'm
yeah.
saying.
Yeah, you gotta get a little-
you let me
little
grill
buzzy.
them outside and have like a kegger going on. I think I could do. I think
20
I could
or
do
30 dogs a day.
Yeah,
I like that.
easily.
Yeah.
Easily.
Yeah.
There you go.
The drunker I
Said
get, the more
easily
I eat.
30 dogs
Yeah.
a
No,
day.
seriously, I could eat Jack in the Box tacos. If you got me really drunk, like maybe 10 tacos.
Easily.
Easily.
Oh, well, yeah,
15,
yeah,
20.
yeah. I mean, I'm with you on that.
You know I
but,
can't eat unless I've
But think
smoked.
about just
Well,
how
Chief,
you would be so sick of these hot dogs.
We can't
bro.
do
like
brats.
Day 3. No, you
can't-
can't do brats.
Can't do brats?
You can't do it because I'm with you. There's no question. The brat is the superior dog.
When I first got into radio, we gotta go way back to my early days of radio. But I was broke.
Jim Swinson?
and I was trying to get fit. I was trying to do that whole thing, and I decided I'm just going to to eat grilled chicken and broccoli, right? This was going to be a cheap way. Yeah, and it did work. But after about 10 days, I was disgusted by chicken. Yeah. Incredibly disgusted. It took me like 2 months to reset the palate.
I guarantee it, especially when you're going with the breast on that. You're probably not doing a ton of seasoning. It gets dry.
Chicken thighs.
You're going thighs or something. It can make it a little bit easier.
I think 9 hot dogs a day. I really do.
I think I'm probably
that's light.
I'm looking at going. I'm probably looking at going 15 to 20.
Day 2, we're jumping, right? Because we're stretching our stomach. Every sitting, we're getting just a little uncomfortable full to add. And by the time you get to day 3 or 4, I think you're going to finish it with a sprint.
I'm trying to knock.
Should we try this
in a day?
Should we just try it just to see?
I mean, you do have a lot of bet payoffs to pay off. So I would let this count as 2. I don't know if you guys are on board with that.
Never let it ride.
Oh, you wouldn't do it either? You wouldn't do it?
I would do it with brats.
This could be fun, actually.
I would do it with brats.
I would be interested.
We could do it. We could do it when we go to Surprise. And just all week, that's all we get to eat.
Holy jeez.
Because we're going to have some Mardi Gras.
Y'all going to come back looking like Ben Roethlisberger and Philip Rivers in the face.
We could do it at the ballpark, but yeah, I don't know. We're there for 5 days, right?
Yeah, 5 days. 5 days of dogs. Yeah, that's
I'm
true.
gonna have to get a nicer dog. Could I get a discount on the number if I upgrade to bratwurst? Do the calorie conversions, because it's the nastiness of that basic dog. That's just rolled bologna.
Yeah, it really is.
It's a little Polish sausage.
And by the time you're on your 50th one in 3 days, you're just going to be so
we go to
sick
dollar
of it.
dogs at the ballpark. That's kind of what we're dealing with, right?
Pretty much. That's pretty much what you're dealing with.
No condiments, just a dog in the wrapper.
I just got to have some mustard on mine.
I know the no condiments thing is really just a killer.
Well, and that's the thing about this punishment, man. But
if
really
it's grilled,
is
Dawson's right. You got a chance if it's grilled.
I think so.
You got a much better chance for sure. But hell of a payoff, hell of a punishment.
That's great.
Thank you, Chief. We are we're 3+ hours down here, and we're heading now for the expressway. We're going to take you commercial free to the top. LA Live's coming up at 5:40. G-Bag of the Day at 5:30, and we'll get you caught up on everything that's been happening throughout your broadcast day. Coming up next here on 105.3 The Fan. I have to chat with you about my friends at Men's T Clinic before we do that, though, because if you feel like you are running on empty and you're just not the same man that you used to be, it's probably because you got low testosterone. It'll rob you of your drive, your energy, your focus. It'll create brain fog. Yeah, that brain fog, a lot of times that's just low testosterone. It actually can make a lot of guys feel depressed. A lot of guys have felt like maybe I got some of that midlife depression coming on board, and they check into a Men's T Clinic, get their hormones optimized. Next thing you know, they got a new lease on life. Men'sTClinic.com, 5TF Welcome back. It's the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. And it's time to hit the expressway. We're going commercial-free to the top. G-Bag of the Day is coming up in about 5 minutes or so. So much breaking NFL news today. Kingsbury is out in Washington. Of course, Eberflus is out of there. About an hour and 15 minutes ago, the Harbaugh news came out there in Baltimore as the Ravens have decided to move on from their head coach of 18 years, John Harbaugh. The text has been lit now the entire time with people saying, fire Shoddy, hire Harbaugh. The Expressway, by the way, brought to you by our friends at the On Time Experts, so salute to them. Who wants to handle this? What do you guys think of firing Shoddy and bringing in Harbaugh right now? Is there a chance in HE-double hockey sticks?
I don't 0%. Think so, but that's definitely something I would consider. You've got a guy with a proven track record that has won a Super Bowl. I would have, and you want a culture builder, like apparently that's Harbaugh's thing, but there's not a chance that happens. They obviously like Shoddy. I mean, if we're hearing that they made the move today because they're listening to Brian Schottenheimer, I don't think they weren't firing McCarthy to go get his brother, right, or Vrabel. I mean, there's been other big time names that have been interested. I don't think the Cowboys would be open to that discussion.
What do you think of giving up the fourth quarter leads, the being too aggressive, being almost married to the analytics? Like, yep, we're going for it, we're going for two, we're going for fourth down. Not enough playoff success in 13 years. Like, there's a reason the Ravens decided to move on from John Harbaugh. I think it's that his floor is high. Like, you are not going to have a bad football team, but is he giving you a schematic advantage to go win in January? His track record says no.
Yeah, I mean, he was a special teams guy, right, before getting the head coaching job. So it's not like
we brought him from Indiana to Philly.
Yeah,
Lombardi found him.
He's kind of only as good as the staff around him, which most coaches are to a large extent. But it is nice when you know, hey, my head coach is handling our offense or he's handling our defense. Harbaugh is kind of the ultimate CEO coach. So. Right. And I do think they've had, I mean, you want to talk about just all-time bad luck in some of these playoff games.
They have.
All-time bad luck, but it is still a fair criticism of him when you have a Lamar Jackson-type quarterback and some of the defenses they've had, and you haven't been able to get over the hump or even to the Super Bowl. That's tough. But I do think from a culture-building standpoint, and you were keeping Clayton Adams maybe as the actual OC, calling the plays, I mean, I could get on board with it.
I'm absolutely doing that. I'm
road playoff wins.
I am not looking back, man. I am not looking back. You're catching the guy at the right time. I mean, he was a young man when he became a head coach. And he's had a lot of experience, obviously. He's been in a lot of games. You talk about the bad luck. Your team becomes instantly tougher. You know, coming out of that system and knowing about how evaluation and how the draft board works, he's probably got a couple of guys in mind he might want to bring with him from the Ravens to put in your scouting department. You know, maybe some football ops guys. To me, this would be a no-brainer. This is like you got Parcells too late in life. You know, this guy's a Hall of Fame coach. If you think about
13-11 in the playoffs.
Yeah.
I mean, he is
you just look at your team overall. Yeah, and you just that credibility, the locker room presence, how I appreciate how he goes forward and things like that. You know, every year he loses coordinators, and what do? They find ways to win. I know the last couple of years has been a little rough.
Yeah.
But they lose coaches right and left. They lose coaches. You know why they lose coaches? Not because they get fired. They lose them to other teams.
Yeah.
Because they're good coaches.
Yeah, there's something to be said for that.
Sign me up for this one.
You know, I just wonder, like, what category would you put him in? Does he go with your McCarthys and Tomlins and does John Harbaugh fit in that? Does he fit with Andy Reid and Sean Payton?
He still wants to work. He's like a Sean Payton.
Yeah.
You know, he's a tough-minded, no nonsense kind of guy. Commands the presence of the locker room. Like I say, he's been in an organization where they've done it. If you had to say, give me the teams that you admire. Give me the teams you admire, their front office, the way they play and all that. It's the Ravens, man. You think about the Ravens and what they've done.
Mm-hmm.
Zach had him as a potential Super Bowl team this year.
Yeah.
And Zach's usually right about this stuff.
Sometimes.
And they could have very well gone on that run. I mean, their offense was still clicking along half decent. It's just that their defense, especially their pass rush, became non-existent this year. And it goes to show you, that.
Well, they lost that guy to Seattle that's won 14 games.
McDonald.
Right?
Yeah, our buddy Zach Orr, North Texas and DeSoto. I mean, he's been trying as a defensive coordinator. I don't know. I mean, I'm not going to say anything bad about Zach. He's a North Texas legend, but maybe the coordinator, maybe that wasn't the right guy. I mean, they struggled on the defensive side of the ball.
You could get the exact same results potentially that Kansas City got with Andy Reid. He left Philly. I just said this, man. Andy had that long run at Philly.
I like that comp.
Him and the owner Jeff Lurie are like, hey, okay, I'm out of it. What does Clark Hunt do? He immediately hires Andy Reid. No time off. They go draft Mahomes. Their team's better. There's a lot of similarities. You're not getting old Harbaugh that's tired and doesn't want to work. That was Mike McCarthy. Tired and didn't want to work. This guy, man, I still think he's got some good football left.
All righty, there you have that discussion. Appreciate you guys' thoughts on that. It's time now to go into the Pimp Cup. Where Lucius has your G-Bag today.
Hey, so what do you think about the Steelers front office?
I love the Steelers front office.
Me too. I got a respect for that.
See, I mean, that's the thing about it. These teams that, like the Steelers scouts know exactly what kind of players they have to go look at every year.
Yep.
They know defensively, offensively. Yeah, they've messed up some of them, but the continuity of it, I respect the heck out of those guys. I really do.
Yeah, me too. G-Bag the Day. We do it every week down to Fan 530. My name is L.A. Lucius Alexander. Hey, how you doing? By the way, G-Bag of the Year for 2025 will be this Friday, 5:30. Huh?
Mm-hmm.
I like it. Our winner and champ of G-Bag of the Day is the funniest clip from NBA 2K. These guys were playing online. They were in the shopping area, and he's trying to give his buddy some instructions. Found out his buddy might be kind of slow.
Away from the door.
What you mean?
Like, get away from the door.
Say what you mean.
By the door?
I said, get away from the door.
Oh, I'm away from the door.
No, walk away from it. But walk in the middle of the room. Just walk in the middle of the room.
All right, I'm in the middle of the room.
No, you're not.
No, you're not.
Is you in here with me?
No, I'm not in the middle of the room.
Bro, because I see you right here.
You see me on my game?
Yes, bro. You still by the door. Walk in the middle of the room.
No, you said I am in the middle of. Okay, I'm finna step on my bed. I'm in the middle of.
Talking about on the game. What the f*** you talking
You might be stupid, bro.
The inflection in his voice almost reaches crying right before the apex of that.
Yeah.
Pure gold.
I was like, wait, how can you see me in my room right now?
How that pack was hitting.
You can see me playing? For real?
I'm on my bed. Where are you?
I got to holler at your plug, dog. What is that? All right, here we another one right here. College basketball. My man Eric sent this to me, and I have, fortunately, 2 of these clips already on deck, too.
Oh, good.
So that makes 3 of this guy right here. Huskers radio, Nebraska beat Michigan State. Oh, my gosh, I love this call. What happened to his voice at the end? What happened to his voice? That's what I love.
Jacobson will throw it in. Scott will cover him along the baseline. 0.7 of a second left to go. Jacobson.
You can still throw it long, too.
Has handed the ball. Gets it in, baseballs it down the floor, and it is touched, and there's the horn, and the Huskers knock off Michigan State. Move over, top 10. Make room for Nebraska basketball. Make room for Daddy.
What happened to his voice, bro?
58-56, Nebraska beats Michigan State, and they storm the floor. Storm that puppy.
What happened to him?
Love that.
His voice got so crazy. Let me tell you something. Puppy. All right, Bobby Bell got mad. Let's go to the morning show right here. The RJ and Choppy show. Which one of these fools is Chop? Now, I don't know the whole backstory to this, but it sounds like RJ Choppy tried to be a gentleman and pulled out a chair for a lady. She didn't see it and she fell?
Wasn't quite like that.
No, a lady thought the chair was being reserved for her, but Choppy was like, no, this is actually Sean's chair, and Sean had got up to go to the bathroom. So RJ, they were kind of in like a disagreement over whose chair it was, and she goes to sit in it, and Choppy pulls the chair away.
Chair.
Yes.
Yeah. Wow. What a man.
And she falls, right?
She hit the deck.
And then Bobby ran off.
Yes.
Yeah.
Bobby ran
Everyone
off.
else is like ready to go. Dudes are eyeballing the girls' dudes, and they're ready, just in case something's got to pop off. And Bobby apparently went running away.
What a mess.
But no, I absolutely saw it and then went, okay, this is just going to be uncomfortable. I'm walking. I don't even want to be around for us potentially being told by.
So why
the bar
should we
people,
have to stand in the discomfort? Why should we have to deal with the discomfort? It's supposed to be all for one.
You should have all walked away and gone. Now you guys are pissing me off because this is such bullshit.
Bobby,
whatever.
come on.
I don't get. Whatever. This is another garbage representation. All right, y'all want a G check? Fine. We'll do this in the future.
Stop it.
Stop it. And he legit got up and left the room.
Yeah, he left the studio.
He dropped the BS. He needs to. Go calm down, fam.
I think he's got to go to HR now. Is he going to file for that?
Yeah, no, absolutely, yeah. I'm going to have to give you an idea. You got to sign this paper.
First strike.
Yeah, first strike.
Oh. I love when Bobby sees red, though.
Oh, he was so furious.
He really doesn't care.
So was this like a visitor to the studio? And
no, they were out in Greenville at some restaurant on Friday night.
On a show dinner.
Wow.
Oh, yeah, I saw those pictures on social. Looked lovely.
Yeah.
I like aw shucks out there on Greenville.
Ah, shucks.
All right, Snoop Dogg was on the mic for the Golden State Warriors versus the Clippers game. I like when Snoop is on the mic in the broadcast booth. I think he called a NHL fight one time.
Yeah.
Swing on Cuz. Hit him, Cuz.
His equestrian stuff is even better.
Yeah.
I saw a deal of him. He was narrating an iguana running away from a pack of snakes.
Jeez.
Like these snakes were on this iguana.
Oh, look, he on Cuz. Get him, Cuz. Whoop. Steve Kerr got ejected last night. Snoop was there for it.
Yeah.
Go to the rack, Draymond, all the way. Good pass. Ooh!
Collins.
Ooh, he snapped
the break.
He Windex shine that. Get off the Windex shine.
That hit the backboard. Oh, look at Steve Kerr. He's all the way out here.
Uh-oh, Steve don't get thrown out. Get him out of there. Get him out of there. Back him up, GP. Back him up, Steve. Ready to fire on him.
He's already gone.
Steve banging Inglewood right now. Inglewood. Get him, Steve.
Yeah.
You in Inglewood, Steve. The Arizona Wildcat that came out and look at him.
I've got to see that replay. It looked like that had touched the glass there by Peyton. Hard to tell. I can't tell. Here we go. This will tell me everything I need to know. Oh, yes. That hit the backboard. That hit the backboard.
Somebody hold me back. Get my purse. Hold me back.
He's the best.
He's incredible. I can't wait for the Olympics.
Yeah.
Classic Snoop Dogg there.
Oh, man.
That's Steve Kerr. Steve Kerr doesn't lose it often, but when he does, it's impressive.
Yeah.
All right, what do you say, Lucius? Time to vote?
That's it, bro.
Man, this is a tough one.
It is, dude.
Did he pop off like that when Mike punched him in the face?
Mike?
Ooh, oh, yeah, MJ.
Didn't Jordan punch Steve Kerr in the face?
He did.
Yeah, he did.
He probably didn't say anything.
Maybe the ribs.
Oh, that what it was? Ribs?
I forget what that one was.
Ribs? They were practicing, weren't they? In a practice, and he slugged him. And I don't think he did anything.
I mean, if Mike does that, you just kind of eat it.
Yeah, he's got to.
Yeah.
Bet you won't do it again. Don't say that because he's going to do it. How much?
Get him some Gatorade.
How much you want to put on it?
Yeah, is it our champ, the NBA 2K, their clip? Is it the Huskers radio Nebraska over Michigan State with the growling play-by-play announcer? Welcome in to the top 10. Is it Bobby Belt getting mad about something that happened over dinner, or Snoop Dogg on the mic? Is Steve Kerr ejected? I'm gonna vote for Snoop there, Chief. How about you?
Angry Bob.
Lucius?
NBA 2K.
Wolchuk.
I'm going to go with the Nebraska. Daddy's here.
Yeah, we're tied at 1, Brian.
Snoopy.
By a score of 2-1 to 1-2-1, and your new G-Bag of the Day champion. Once again, it's Snoop Dogg doing some play-by-play. TD Tuesday's coming up at 6 o'clock. Speaking of play-by-play, it's time now to stay in the Pimp Cup. Lucius in LA Live.
Let me hear that Nebraska call one more time. His voice, bro.
Gets it in, baseballs it down the floor, and it is touched, and there's the horn, and the Huskers knock off Michigan State. Move over, top 10. Make room for Nebraska basketball. Make room for Daddy. Daddy.
All right, man, it's a Toxic Tuesday here in LA Live. Let's get into it right after the great Rick James. Oh, it's the wrong one. There you go. Oh.
All right, you squared.
They're so sticky. It's so sticky.
All right, you squared. It's sticky, huh?
It's sticky.
Is there a reason?
Fire up this funk and let's have a toe. It'll make you dance to some of everything.
Everybody get high.
I don't see that as being a typical process, nor is it a typical process to be working on.
I've got to go now. I want to thank you both. Thank you. All right, it's back to you, Jim.
Ollie, don't let her go away. That's what. Does she have a response to that? Is she still there?
What's that?
Did the lady just leave?
Yeah.
Oh, that's too bad. You should have kept that discussion.
She's back if you want her.
Yes.
She heard you.
Yes.
What'd you like to know?
I would like to know a response to what the gentleman said. The gentleman's a very effective spokesperson for the company, but obviously the people who live there are not satisfied with his explanation.
Right. So what do you want now?
Well, if I have to teach you how to be a reporter, Ollie, I'll do that later.
Why don't you do that later, Jim? I think the lady expressed herself, and you're not here, you're there. Is there any question you'd like me to ask her?
No, I'll give you lessons on how to become a reporter later.
I'll give you some lessons on how to be an editor, because I was your boss once.
Yeah, you were, and are no longer. How did that happen?
Oh!
Here's Aaron Bildermillo.
Oh, man. Shout out to a good day, New York.
Yeah.
Hey, this is LA Live for Tuesday, January 6th, 2026. It is a Toxic Tuesday edition of LA Live. Welcome in, folks. Shout out to the first time, last time, and long time listeners of this station. LA Live is sponsored by Greystone Roofing and Construction. That is greystone-roofing.com. Be on the lookout for someone causing mayhem in Fort Worth.
Mayhem.
Fort Party Worth State. Yeah, mayhem. Out there in Fort Worth. There's a firebug apparently in the Fox Run Park area of Southwest Fort Worth. A firebug. There has been at least 5 vehicles set on fire between December 26th and the New Year's Eve. And, that's in that Fox Run Park in Fort Worth. No suspects have been identified or arrested. 5 cars burned up. It even looks like they burned up a wheelchair mobility vehicle.
Yeah.
You bastards!
Uncalled for.
Bastards. You bastards.
You rat Burn up your own stuff.
Burning up cars in one neighborhood. I know that's bringing the neighborhood together right there. I tell you what. You're getting to meet all your neighbors. And another body found in the Houston Bayou. Again.
How many is this now? What are we up to?
34.
Jeez.
Not a serial killer.
Not a serial killer. Nothing to be afraid of. The water's fine.
The water's fine.
The water's fine.
Take a dip.
Oh, my God.
Very busy serial killer.
Yeah.
Bay Harbor Butcher, maybe?
Bay Harbor Butcher.
I could see that.
What is that?
Dexter.
Ah. Okay. All right.
I mean, that's a lot of work.
That's a lot.
That's
of
crazy.
Work. That's
Usually you see these documentaries or read these stories or whatever. There's like a thirst that builds up for the blood, and then once they do it, it subsides for a while. They try to keep their demons at bay, and then it builds to a point.
Right.
This is just like twice a week.
This is going crazy.
Killing people.
Officials say nothing to worry about though. Nothing to worry about. Speaking of more officials, Texas officials warned about a mystery seed packages arriving in the mail. You guys get any seed packages in your mail?
From China.
No, not since
China.
the 90s.
It is from
Amsterdam.
China.
Gotta be careful about those.
The Texas Ag Commission, Sid Miller, is warning Texas to stay alert for mysterious seed packages. They keep showing up in mailboxes across the state. They've been showing up since February of 2025. The Texas Department of Agriculture has collected over 1,000 packs of unsolicited seeds from 109 locations across the state. Officials say the packages often shipped from overseas, China, may look harmless, but may be a serious threat to crops in our ecosystem.
Oh, they're invasive plants?
They can be invasive. They don't know what they are.
Agricultural warfare.
Well. Okay, these seeds could potentially be a biosecurity threat. Okay. Officials are not sure if it's an ongoing scam or something more sinister.
Venus flytraps and stuff like that.
Feed me, Simo. That's a gang.
Oh my gosh, it's huge. What are we doing here?
Feed me. Hey, if you get those packages, though, call 1-800-TEL-TDA. All right? TDA. Passing that along to you.
Yeah.
1-800-TEL-TDA.
Yeah.
Got some seeds in the mail, brother. I don't know what they are.
How do you think that phone call is going to go?
We're going to pick up those seeds for you.
Seed hotline. Yeah.
You plant a seed.
I have a bag of seeds in my house.
Sounds like we're working harder to get to the bottom of these seeds than the Moitas in Houston there.
The Moitas.
Those
Moitas.
Yeah, I don't like those Moitas, bro.
I mean, set up some cameras around the bayou.
Please.
Yeah. Who's driving in there?
Yeah.
People can go as alligators, you know, they can put the alligator head on and float around.
Just get a ghillie suit.
Just kind of, ooh, hey.
Hello, Greg.
Hey, you guys.
Don't mind me, I'm an alligator.
You guys are betting guys.
Yeah?
You put some wagers down?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Fine.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
Have you ever heard of Polymarket?
Yes.
Have you used Polymarket?
No.
Well, hold up.
Really sure. Can a love that lasted for so long still endure?
Well, how lucky is this person right here to use Polymarket? A newly created anonymous Polymarket account turned $32,000. First of all, that's a big bet.
Yep.
That's a big old bet. You got to be really sure or have a whole gang of cash. Yeah, they turned a $32,000 bet into $436,000 overnight by correctly predicting the surprise capture of the Venezuelan president. What's his name? Nicolas
Maduro.
How'd you get that right? How'd you get that right? The account was created on December 27th of 2025.
Yeah.
And winning bets were placed just hours before the actual raid on January 3rd. How did you do that?
You're in the know.
How did you do that?
Pelosi? Is this a Pelosi?
Yeah, one
Not a
name.
Pelosi.
Yeah, I was about to say.
Pelosi doesn't have the inside track anymore. She's been moved. She's been moved on out the way. Let's go to CBS News for this report real quick.
What evidence is there that this was non-public information being used to make this bet?
The facts are not known publicly yet. However, this particular trade really has all the hallmarks of an insider trade. If this was insider information, it means that somebody used the most highly classified, confidential military secrets and information of the United States to place a bet, actually putting the entire operation potentially at risk.
How did you know? And you placed the bet too. $32,000. You put it all on the line, whoever you are.
Barron Trump.
Fan text, who it might be. Send it to the fan text. Who you think it might be? Yeah, Barron Trump out here getting that paper.
Beer money.
listening on the door here and dancing. Oh, okay.
Oh, Dad. Hey, Mom, I've heard Dad's going to take a president tonight, huh?
Yeah. I wonder who it is. And I wonder what countries are next, so I'll go ahead and place my bet.
Cuba.
Oh, no, there's a Polymarket account that's already made a sizable wager on China invading Taiwan at some point this calendar year. Yeah.
That's probably going to cash in.
A lot of copy wagers going on with that one.
I know we told Greenland we're coming for them. We told Greenland, hey, watch your back, baby. We coming for you.
Come on. Let's come on.
Are we still after the Canadians? Are we still going to Canada?
I'm not sure. I think that one's put on the back burner. Found
Mexico?
greener pastures. Or
Mexico's lady president, she was condoning what we did the other day.
Oh, boy.
She said, not us.
Well, watch out, lady. Watch out. We'll be at your front door.
I just want a tip. Can I just get one of these tips, though?
Please.
You know?
Streets
just
gotta
for a
eat.
second,
There's
man.
nothing I can do to stop this, and let me get a piece.
Just to see how it feels.
I just want to see how it feels, bro. I just want a meal to see how it feels.
Let's put one on the next Cowboys coach, head coach.
Ooh, I bet you it's there. It's
have to
somewhere.
wait until the end of Shotty's contract.
What if we do-
Jerry won't pay two at the same
Yeah.
time.
Oh, I thought you meant like defensive coach. You said
No,
head
no,
coach.
I meant the head. No, I meant the head
Okay,
coach.
My bad.
What do we got? We might have this coach in Baltimore.
He'd be a great special teams coordinator.
Oh, jeez.
Yeah.
Move over, Sorensen.
You guys are so in love with Shoddy and his smooth talking ways.
No, I'd love to do it. They're just not going to do it.
Hell, it's a good question, Zach. It's a good question why we didn't block too well today.
Yep.
Yeah, good question there.
Probably because we suck.
Thanks,
we haven't
Shotty.
drafted well.
You buttered me up.
I also want to place a wager on Michael B. Jordan.
Oh.
See if he wins a Golden Globe this Sunday.
Ooh, for Sinners?
Yeah. I sure want some inside track. He played two different people in one movie.
He should.
He should
Spoiler
win
alert.
this one. I'm trying to win some cash, bro. You know what I'm saying? I'm trying to bring some cash money to my life.
You know what I'm saying?
Because I think an account, not an account, it's like 8 cents a piece.
Okay.
Yeah.